Lin Shu, a young maiden from the Eastern mystical realm, adept in the art of Qi, unexpectedly embarked on a journey as an exchange student to Hogwarts. During the sorting ceremony, the sorting hat caught fire. I sincerely apologize. I am accustomed to the shielding charm of golden light and did not foresee your potential for burns. At the opening feast, she nearly exorcised a ghost. Is there anything wrong with aiding them in ascending to paradise, to be reborn in the cycle of reincarnation? On her first day of school, she accidentally detonated Professor McGonagall with an explosion charm. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? A powerful feline presence stood there, and I mistook it for a great demon. I was merely intent on capturing a monster. Potions seem difficult. Fear not, for her alchemical skills are quite remarkable, except for the times when she inadvertently blew up the cauldron. Transfiguration spells too challenging? Just witness her Qi technique of turning beans into soldiers. Flying lessons to assess talent? A jest. She has been riding her sword through the sky since the age of 4, undefeated in battle. Cedric, Fred, why do you both wear such ominous expressions? No need for concern. She always carries her good luck charm. When the shadow of Voldemort looms once more, threatening the magical realm, she resolutely steps forward. So you are Voldemort? Perhaps you should return and practice a bit more. With your track record, you wouldn't even qualify as a minor antagonist. I wouldn't deign to engage you. It would seem as though I were bullying you. What Death Eaters! If you fail to comprehend the profound doctrines of the Eastern Way, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Chapter 1. The First Encounter with Harry. In the soft glow of dawn, sunlight streamed through the model train window, illuminating Lin Shu's face. She sat within this quaint carriage, flanked by a deep brown wooden frame, marked by the passage of time. The train clattered rhythmically along the tracks, the sound of metal striking metal creating a soothing cadence. Propping her chin on her hand, Lin Shu gazed out at the fleeting fields and mountains, her eyes reflecting a blend of yearning and bewilderment in this nostalgic ambience. As her thoughts drifted towards the unknown, it was no wonder she was lost in contemplation. This journey was indeed her first venture into the world of adulthood. Even now, she remained perplexed as to why the elders of her sect had specifically chosen her for this exchange program. Moreover, she wondered what necessity there was for her Eastern sect to engage in an exchange with a Western magical academy. Despite both leaning towards the realm of the arcane, they were not of the same system. How could such seemingly disparate paths intertwine? She had been thriving within her sect, diligently studying the arts of Qi and alchemy, and had even begun to delve into talismans. Her future seemed bright. Why had she been selected? Could it be merely because she excelled in foreign languages? She lamented. Regretting her decision, her heart felt utterly shattered. The more she pondered, the more she felt overwhelmed. It seemed as if the very sky had fallen after a prolonged moment of despair. She sighed deeply several times, finally comforting herself with the notion that since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. Perhaps it would also grant her the opportunity to witness the nature of Western magic and compare it to her own Eastern mystical arts, to see which held greater prowess. Just then, the door to the train compartment swung open, revealing a bespectacled, delicately featured young boy. "Excuse me, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full and I can't find another seat." As the boy squeezed in, he was momentarily captivated by Lin Shu's upward glance. Her hair, a natural deep brown, shimmered softly in the sunlight, cascading casually over her shoulders, swaying gently with the breeze. Her eyes sparkled like two brilliant gems, radiating wisdom. In the fleeting exchange of glances, a playful spirit intertwined with innocent purity, drawing one's attention effortlessly. Her long, thick lashes curled gracefully, fluttering like butterfly wings, stirring a gentle breeze with each blink. She sat there quietly, the surrounding noise fading into mere background, as the entire world transformed into a vibrant tableau, illuminated by her stunning presence. At that moment, Lin Shu bestowed upon him a radiant smile. She was oblivious to why the young boy seemed momentarily frozen in place, yet this did not diminish her admiration for his striking visage. In her mind, she mused that individuals of Western descent were indeed strikingly attractive, resembling dolls, much to the delight of her aesthetic sensibilities. After a brief moment of appreciation, Lin Shu spoke up. "Hi, it's just me in this compartment. Please take a seat. Are you also heading to Hogwarts?" Lin Shu's friendliness made her approachable, effortlessly bridging the gap between them. Once seated, the boy shed his initial shyness and confidently introduced himself. "Yes, I'm Harry Potter." "Hello, Harry. I'm Lin Shu, hailing from the East, here as an exchange student." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in evident surprise. The concept of the East was distant for him, and his knowledge of its mystical aspects was scant, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. "That's really cool. I've never heard of a magical world existing in the East. Are there many witches over there?" Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the question. She pursed her lips, furrowing her brow as she uncertainly shook her head. "I don't think we practice magic there, nor are there witches. At least I've never encountered any. What? Is that true? No magic? Then how did you get accepted? I mean, no offense, but if Hogwarts offered you admission, surely you must possess some magic within you. Perhaps you just don't realize it yet. Lin Shu chuckled, finding Harry's inquiries quite amusing. He was distinctly different from her fellow disciples back home. Harry, I'm not quite sure how to explain the differences between our worlds. However, in the East, those with talent who pursue cultivation are known as practitioners. Once they enter a sect, they are assessed for their spiritual roots, such as wood, water, fire, and so on, to guide their future training. Do you understand what I mean? Harry listened intently, his face alight with interest, exuding eagerness as if he wished for Lin Shu to elaborate further. Wow, that sounds incredible. Is there more? Sounds so impressive. You coming to Hogwarts is truly wonderful. I think we are friends now, right? Can I learn more about the world of cultivation from you? Of course. Lin Shu generously shared her knowledge, eager to convey engaging stories. After all, Harry was her first friend in this foreign land, and it brought her joy to have someone interested in the Eastern mystical arts. Look at that. The Eastern mystical realm indeed possesses a wealth of profound treasures. As their conversation flourished, the atmosphere reached a delightful peak. Lin Shu suddenly pointed to Harry's glasses, having observed the damage to his glasses for some time. She had refrained from mentioning it initially for fear of offending him, but now that their relationship had grown closer, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Harry, it seems your glasses are broken. They have cracks. Is that a trend here? I've been hesitant to ask until now. Harry shrugged, a hint of crimson creeping across his cheeks. Oh Shu, may I call you that? I apologize. It seems my glasses are broken at the most inconvenient time, and I simply haven't found the opportunity to repair them. I see. But that's really not a major issue. I believe I can help you. Would you like to experience what it's like without your glasses? What do you mean? As she spoke, Lin Shu rummaged through her backpack, producing a stack of yellow talisman paper, followed by a box of cinnabar and a brush. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and quietly attuned herself to the flow of energy in the surrounding AI. In an instant, her arm moved with steady precision, the brush gliding over the yellow paper, leaving behind intricate and fluid strokes as her brush danced across the surface. It seemed as if an ethereal current pulsed through the air, and the vermilion ink upon the talisman appeared to come alive, flickering with a delicate crimson glow. Harry stood transfixed, for in his understanding, magic was the epitome of coolness. Yet the awe that Lin Shu inspired within him was of an entirely different magnitude. His mouth agape, he endeavored to suppress any sound, fearing that even the slightest breath might disrupt Lin Shu's intricate work. With the final stroke of her brush, the talisman erupted into a brilliant radiance, which gradually subsided, leaving behind a gentle warmth. Lin Shu set down her brush and gently blew on the talisman to ensure the ink had dried thoroughly before pinching it delicately between her fingers. Harry, are you ready? He inhaled deeply, as though on the brink of participating in some arcane ritual, his entire being suffused with a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Yet, he nodded in affirmation. Harry, if it feels too hot, you may close your eyes with that. Lin Shu waved the talisman a couple of times, and it was swiftly engulfed by flames. Just before it was reduced to ashes, she held it before Harry's eyes. He indeed felt a searing sensation, yet it was bearable. Wow, that's hot. By the radiant sun that rises in the east, celestial healer, remedy the afflictions. For ailments of all kinds, hasten to restore health. Swiftly as commanded. Harry could only hear an unfamiliar incantation spill from Lin Shu's lips. Though he could not comprehend it, he found it undeniably impressive that as he finally emerged from his reverie, he felt a wave of dizziness, a consequence of his high prescription lenses, and hastily removed his glasses. In the next instant he was utterly astonished, for he truly no longer needed glasses. Everything before him was astonishingly vivid goodness. This was truly remarkable, akin to the work of a divine healer. He had never seen so clearly without his glasses before. In his excitement, he found himself at a loss for words. Shu, I can see it. I can truly see. You're incredible. You are the most formidable wizard I have ever encountered. Thank you. It's nothing really. We're friends now, aren't we? As we'll be attending the same school in the future, let's look out for one another. Absolutely. Shu, you're the best. The two engaged in delightful conversation, feeling a sense of camaraderie that dispelled any loneliness. Suddenly, the carriage door swung open once more. This time, a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley entered, equally seeking assistance in finding an empty compartment. Lin Shu and Harry welcomed him graciously. Lin Shu observed Ron, finding him utterly endearing, and was overcome with a desire to ruffle his hair. If only he were her little junior, she could tousle that golden mane daily. The thought alone was exhilarating. The three introduced themselves, but upon reaching Harry, Ron's expression shifted dramatically as he heard Harry's full name. His face transformed, a kaleidoscope of emotions playing across it. Lin Shu had never witnessed anyone display such a plethora of expressions, and it piqued her curiosity. She tentatively inquired of Ron, "Is there something amiss with Harry's name? Why the sudden change in demeanor?" Seeing that Lin Shu was entirely oblivious, Ron felt an overwhelming urge to divulge the astonishing story behind it all. However, with the mention of an unspeakable individual, he had no choice but to suppress his excitement. He pursed his lips and then, with an expression akin to someone constipated, turned to Harry for confirmation. "You are truly Harry Potter? Then you really have." "Have what?" "That scar." Harry smiled knowingly and lifted his fringe to reveal a lightning-shaped scar. Meeting Ron's sparkling gaze, he openly acknowledged his identity. Lin Shu, however, stood to the side, utterly perplexed. What was all the fuss about? It was merely a lightning-shaped scar. Why the excitement? She voiced her confusion. "Harry, your scar is quite distinctive. Did you get it intentionally tattooed? Or is it your family crest? Why is it on your forehead?" Faced with her inquiries, both Harry and Ron were at a loss for how to respond. Finally, it was Ron who spoke. "Shu, this matter is a taboo topic in the magical community. In summary, Harry is the savior, the only one to survive that person. Oh, I see." Lin Shu feigned a moment of enlightenment, but in the next second, her expression shifted as she continued. "What does that mean? I don't understand. Who is this person? Why is it such a sensitive subject? Can't we discuss it?" Ron at this point wished he could cover Lin Shu's mouth. She was far too bold and indiscreet. He glanced around in panic, ensuring no one else was present before he whispered, Shu, you really cannot speak of this person. He is terrifying and the entire magical world. No one dares to mention him. Come on. What's so extraordinary about it? You could whisper it. How could that person possibly hear you? If he were that powerful, he wouldn't still be in the mortal realm. He would have ascended long ago. Chapter 2. Young Master Malfoy. Lin Shu's petite head was filled with an abundance of questions. No one offered her answers, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Feeling utterly unamused. Perhaps it was due to her being an outsider. The terrifying tales that had the others in distress held no significance for her. However, witnessing the hesitance in their expressions, she refrained from pressing further. The time passed swiftly as the train hurtled forward, and Lin Shu began to close her eyes to rest. Truth be told, the jostling had worn her out. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron indulged in a plethora of snacks until a girl with seaweed-like hair entered their compartment, shattering the previous tranquility. "Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. Have you seen a toad?" "Neville lost it." Ron, sitting closest, responded promptly, "Nope." "All right. But you three had better put on your robes. We're about to arrive." Lin Shu opened her drowsy eyes, clearly still in need of rest. As for robes, she had none. She had dawdled on her journey here, and had not had the opportunity to procure the necessary items for school. Furthermore, she had brought numerous magical tools and talismans from her sect, reasoning that there was no need for additional purchases, thus neglecting to acquire robes or a wand. Wow. Is it really necessary to wear robes? I didn't buy any. I hope the teachers will let me in. She softly lamented, rubbing her eyes and preparing to disembark with her small backpack. Upon hearing her murmur, Hermione quickly interjected, "Oh my goodness, you don't have robes?" It's stated in the first-year student handbook. "Yes, unfortunately. My home is to the east, and it took a lot of time to get here. So I didn't have a chance to buy any. Besides, I'm unfamiliar with this place and don't know where to shop, so it is what it is." I see. That sounds tough for you," Hermione empathized, seemingly placing Lin Shu in the same category of impoverished background as herself, her tone tinged with sympathy. However, the oblivious Lin Shu remained blissfully unaware, responding naturally, "Not tough at all. When I left home, my senior brothers and sisters gave me plenty of wonderful things. Treasures that can't be bought anywhere. I made out like a bandit." Contemplating the magical tools in her possession, a radiant smile broke across her face as she chuckled. "Haha, I just can't help it." This thought made her feel that being an exchange student far from home wasn't so dismal after all. Her positive outlook provided solace to the other three, and soon the train arrived at its destination, enveloped in nightfall. Lin Shu carried little with her, the few scattered items having been stored in the savings ring given by her master, making her the lightest among them. As the train doors opened, she followed the crowd to disembark. Throughout this, she remained with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, as their newfound camaraderie on the train encouraged them to stick together in this unfamiliar environment. "First years this way," boomed a voice. "Come on, first years. Don't be shy. Hurry up and get off the train, follow me." A towering man with a bushy beard stood before them, exuding an imposing presence. "Wow. Are there really giants in this world?" Lin Shu murmured uncertainly, not expecting a response, but Harry chimed in, "Don't be afraid, Shu, that is Hagrid. Yes, really nice. He helped me with my supplies and took me to the platform. Honestly, he is very kind. That is wonderful. It seems one shouldn't judge a book by its cover." As they naturally flowed with the throng, they soon reached the front. After Harry greeted Hagrid, the crowd behind them had gathered as well. Hagrid continued to project his booming voice, holding a lantern in hand, leading the way with a commanding presence. Is everyone here? Follow me to the boats, quickly, keep up. A small boat could accommodate 4 people, and Lin Shu, Harry, Ron, and Hermione settled in without seeking to join others. As the boat glided across the water, Lin Shu finally beheld the ancient castle before them. This sight was entirely novel to her. Unlike anything she had encountered in the eastern realm of cultivation, the castle loomed in the distance, resembling a slumbering giant nestled atop the wilderness, its massive silhouette barely discernible in the ethereal moonlight. The exterior walls, crafted from a blend of softly glowing magical crystals and obsidian meteorite stone, shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if stars were ensnared within, flickering incessantly. The mysterious runes etched into the meteorite stone sporadically emitted a ghostly green phosphorescence, creating an interplay of light that exuded a cold yet regal texture. Not just Lin Shu, but all the first years present could not help but emit gasps of admiration. Soon, they entered the castle's interior, where the decor remained opulent and classical, overwhelming to the senses. However, Lin Shu was abruptly struck by a heavy aura of negativity, causing her to shudder. This is not good. There might be many ghosts lurking about. She hastily performed a golden light spell. As she chanted, a surge of energy radiated from her, with golden light weaving through her body and enveloping her in a protective aura. This shimmering barrier was as formidable as a divine shield. Should any malevolent entity approach, it would be scorched by the golden radiance, retreating in anguish. The phrase ghosts retreat in fear, spirits vanish in form was not to be taken lightly. Amidst the surrounding clamor, her subtle actions went unnoticed by the others. She continued following the crowd until they reached a staircase where a noble-looking lady, adorned with a hat and dressed impeccably, awaited them. Among her classmates, someone recognized the lady and called out, "Professor Minerva McGonagall." Lin Shu blinked at her, feeling an inexplicable warmth from the professor. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, we will pass through this door and join the other students. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first be sorted into your houses. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." Lin Shu listened intently, yet she still found herself ensnared in confusion. Despite having practiced her foreign language extensively, she struggled to grasp the meaning of the sorting process. Why 4 houses? On what basis are they sorted? Is it based on magical affinity? What happens if one is placed in the wrong house? Filled with questions, she resolved to listen patiently. The professor continued, "Students, during your time here, your house will be your home. Your exemplary performance will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup." Having conveyed the necessary information, Professor McGonagall strode purposefully into the hall, leaving the first years to wait in place. Lin Shu was unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the sorting process. Though she had come as an exchange student, she wished to avoid being misplaced in a house and jeopardizing her studies. She aimed to acquire as much knowledge as possible, and even though Western magic differed from Eastern cultivation, she remained committed to embracing the essence while discarding the dross. Unlike other cultivators who confined themselves to a single path, she believed that the universe was boundless, and thus, why should one impose unnecessary constraints upon oneself? Just as she was about to ask Harry, the platinum-haired boy standing to their left lifted his head and spoke. "It seems the rumors on the train were true. Harry Potter, you really have come to Hogwarts." As the echoes of voices faded, a new wave of whispered conversations surged forth. Lin Shu found herself engulfed once more in that peculiar sensation of being caught halfway in a narrative. Her curiosity piqued about the name Harry Potter. What was it that elicited such a reaction? Was there anyone who could elucidate its significance to her? The moment the name was uttered, everyone seemed to react as if triggered. She moistened her parched lips and observed as the platinum-haired boy darted towards them with remarkable speed. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy," he declared. Malfoy. It was quite an appealing name, yet for reasons unknown, Ron to her side suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Shu glanced over. Her small mind filled again with profound confusion. In her recollection, Ron was not one to lack manners. At least during their journey on the train, he had exhibited quite the gentlemanly demeanor. The reason behind his sudden laughter eluded her, and she chose not to pry further. However, it was evident that Draco Malfoy's expression soured, and his subsequent words were astonishing, clearly intent on not letting Ron off the hook. "What are you laughing at? Do you find my name, Draco Malfoy, so amusing? You needn't speak, I already know who you are. With that red hair and worn-out robes, you must belong to the Weasley family. Harry Potter, Soon you shall learn that there are distinctions within wizarding families. Some are indeed more noble than others. And you wouldn't wish to associate with the likes of them, would you? However, I could be your friend. With that, Malfoy extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, his gaze fixed intently on Harry. Lin Shu felt a palpable tension in the atmosphere, and the next moment, she heard Harry respond candidly, I can tell good from bad, thanks. Such a blunt rejection left Draco at a loss. Though Lin Shu had initially refrained from intervening, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Malfoy, who had come with good intentions to forge a friendship, only to be ridiculed publicly. Had it been her, she would have retorted without hesitation. Thus, she found herself inexplicably speaking up. Harry, he means no harm. Perhaps, but he is disrespectful to my friends, and I dislike that. Harry replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu chose to say no more. Yet the exchange between them reached Draco's ears, and rather than calming down, his anger only intensified. If looks could kill, Malfoy would have undoubtedly slain Harry and Ron countless times over. Chapter 3. The Burning Sorting Hat? It wasn't intentional. The incident between Harry and Malfoy did not hinder the sorting ceremony's progress. Professor McGonagall soon returned, leading them into the inner hall. The great hall towered majestically, its ceiling adorned with a starry sky that shifted in harmony with the actual night sky, as if they were encompassed beneath a vast celestial dome. 4 long tables were arranged in the center, each draped with the banners of their respective houses, vibrant colors fluttering gently in the breeze. The most striking aspect was the presence of numerous students seated at each table. As the newcomers walked down the central aisle, they became the subjects of scrutiny and discussion from the older students. Such a spectacle was unheard of in Lin Shu's original sect, which, despite its grandeur, would never indulge in such ostentation during recruitment, typically enrolling only a select few exceptionally gifted disciples. Thus, being the center of attention was a novel experience for Lin Shu, and she felt a tinge of nervousness. Students, before we commence the sorting ceremony, I must announce a few important reminders for the new semester. The voice was unmistakably ancient. It belonged to the school's headmaster, Dumbledore. With a head full of white hair and a matching beard, he resembled a jolly old Santa Claus, donned in a small sleeping cap. Lin Shu found it difficult to articulate her impressions of this elderly man. He emanated a blend of warmth and whimsy. First-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested that I remind all of you that if you wish to avoid a most unpleasant fate, do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. What? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed. If these areas were forbidden, why speak of them at all? At their age, the greatest trait was their defiance against the unknown. She could bet that had this been in her own sect, her master would have mentioned such restrictions only to have them trampled by inquisitive feet, each eager to uncover the truth. Forbidden zones? They might as well be tourist attractions. Lin Shu's thoughts spiraled, attempting to pass the time with whimsical musings. Yet, the sorting ceremony commenced ahead, and amidst her busyness, she caught a glimpse of the hat that could articulate, placed atop heads to determine their houses with a whimsical flair. She could hardly suppress her skepticism. The entire process felt hasty. Eventually, Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, followed by Ron, who also found his place there. Meanwhile, the striking Draco, who had clashed with Harry and Ron, was sorted into Slytherin. When it came time for Harry, the sorting hat seemed to dither, reluctant to provide an answer. This is quite the challenge. You exhibit great courage, and your heart is not unkind. Most importantly, you possess remarkable talent and a fervent desire to prove yourself. Which house shall I place you in? Not Slytherin, absolutely not Slytherin. Are you certain? You have the potential for greatness. It is all written in that clever little head of yours. What you desire, Slytherin could indeed help you achieve. The hat's voice was loud enough for Lin Shu to hear clearly. After Harry's fervent refusal, he ultimately joined Hermione and Ron in Gryffindor. It seemed a fateful alignment. Just as Lin Shu felt elated for her companions, Professor McGonagall called her name. Under the gaze of all, she ascended the stage, sitting upon the stool as the sorting hat was placed upon her head. However, the next moment erupted with a thunderous crack, as the hat fell to the ground, emitting smoke and flames. Lin Shu gasped in horror. She had unwittingly caused a calamity on her very first day of school, by seemingly destroying the sorting hat. Oh no. She hadn't intended for this to happen. Oh dear, it must be the shielding charm gone awry. She lamented. In front of the entire school, she had truly made a spectacle of herself. The situation unfolded so swiftly that Dumbledore was the first to react, casting a spell of water that had minimal effect. Lin Shu hastily performed a series of gestures to dispel her earlier charm. With the decree of heaven, I summon forth the divine. May the spirits manifest and demonstrate their might. The incantation completed, the sorting hat lay on the ground, breathless, yet it had survived. Lin Shu cautiously lifted her gaze to the headmaster and the professors, noting their stern expressions. I truly didn't mean it. I apologize. I had no idea my shielding charm would harm it. Perhaps I could heal it, to remedy my unintentional misstep. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly set about rectifying her blunder, her hands moving with such speed that they nearly left behind an afterimage. Divine might, vanquish the malevolent. With heavenly aid. Let virtue prevail. By my command, may all that I undertake be unassailable, swiftly as the decree of the celestial maiden. As the spell concluded, the sorting hat gradually regained its vigor, the charred remnants of the shielding charm visibly mending. At last I am revived. This cohort of new students nearly frightened me to death. I almost perished. Let me be sorted into Slytherin. The sorting hat's exclamations pierced the heavens, resonating through every ear, but it was evident that it had recovered well. The brief silence dissipated, and a fervent discussion erupted among the long table. Lin Shu could instinctively discern that the subject of their discourse was undoubtedly herself. Help! It was only the first day of school. She had no desire for notoriety. She exhaled deeply, bracing herself for the impending scrutiny from the headmaster and the other professors. Well, if they decided to send her back home, so be it. This was it. No more struggle. Whatever will be, will be. Yet, in the next moment, Dumbledore's voice resonated. Oh, what a splendid spell. You are truly a genius. It seems my decision to select an exchange student this time was not in vain at all. Child, please take a seat. After the banquet, you may visit my office to collect the school supplies I have procured for you. What? That's it? Just here? Lin Shu again questioned her own hearing. But when she lifted her gaze, she indeed beheld Dumbledore's eyes, filled with warmth and kindness. Oh, how delightful. This old man was kind. He hadn't reprimanded her. If it were her master, she would have surely been punished to the point that her parents wouldn't recognize her. Oh, how moving. Thank you, headmaster, and I apologize. Sorting hat, I'll pay more attention next time. What? You think there'll be a next time? The sorting hat bellowed. Only to be seized by Professor McGonagall and whisked away, its incessant chatter fading into silence. Lin Shu could only manage an awkward yet polite smile as she swiftly located the Slytherin table and took a seat. The moment her bottom hit the chair, the clamor at the table abruptly ceased, and every pair of eyes turned to her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. She instinctively shot her gaze back, only to see them quickly avert their eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling or the floor, anything but her. It appeared that she had left quite an impression on her classmates on her first day. This was troublesome. She would be living here for a long while. She could only hope that her days wouldn't be too dull. Feeling somewhat despondent, she picked up her knife and fork and began to slice into the lamb chop. A pungent taste assaulted her senses, and she fought back the urge to retch, concluding that the food here was indeed subpar, barely meeting even the most basic standards. The thought only deepened her sorrow. At that moment, an unexpected hand appeared before her. She looked up to find herself making eye contact with Malfoy. I am Draco Malfoy. I saw you on the stairs. You were with that wretched Potter. Yes, we met on the train. Harry is quite decent. Damn it. I've had my hand raised for ages. Why aren't you shaking it? Are you trying to mimic that wretched Potter? Seeking fame in Slytherin? Lin Shu shook her head, instinctively extending her hand to grasp his. She could sense that Malfoy had a touch of arrogance, a typical rich boy attitude. Yet he possessed commendable qualities. I apologize, I didn't realize you wanted to shake hands. Forget it. Perhaps you've been with that wretched Potter for too long, and your wits have dulled. I mean, you're not a mudblood, are you? Mudblood? What is that? Lin Shu racked her brain for a definition, but found none. She could only ask, what is a mudblood? Heavens, you don't even know what a mudblood is? Let me rephrase. Are you pure blood? Pure blood? What does that mean? Could it be that Draco was inquiring about her innate magical talent? It seemed the only feasible interpretation. Thus, she answered resolutely, of course. How could one cultivate without being pure? My master has stated that my talent is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Well, if that's the case, I shall permit you to be my friend, Shu. Lin Shu remained perplexed. Facing the pompous Malfoy, she found him overly arrogant and quite the klitsch. Yet surprisingly, she felt no aversion towards him, and instead listened patiently to his incessant chatter. By the way, Shu, what spell did you use during your sorting? Is it a family legacy? It's the Fhmen spell. Indeed, it is a well-guarded secret among your kind. It sounds impressive. When can you cast it again? I want to see it up close. Lin Shu could only smile helplessly when suddenly, a transparent head materialized at the Gryffindor table as Ron reached for a chicken leg. startling everyone present. Lin Shue's sole thought was ghost. Catch the ghost. How could a ghost coexist with the living? It was utterly outrageous. Soon, several ethereal figures emerged from the castle, all transparent and devoid of any life force, ushering chilling winds in their wake. Malfoy was understandably frightened. As one ghost swept by their table, he dove beneath it in terror. Lin Shu, initially disinclined to intervene, found herself unable to resist her compassionate instincts upon witnessing his pitiful demeanor. She slipped under the table, grasped Draco's hand, and pulled him out. Malfoy, don't be afraid. They're merely ghosts. If they dare approach, I'll send them fleeing. I'm not scared. I simply dropped my cutlery. Right. Malfoy is the bravest. If you can't find your cutlery, forget about it. Let us return to our seats. All right. Chapter 4. Exorcising Ghosts. A task I am well acquainted with. Once Malfoy and Lin Shu settled back into their seats, the ghosts Lin Shu had mentioned were already meandering through the hall, and students began to converse with them as if they were quite familiar. Sir Nicholas, did you enjoy your summer? Not at all. I wanted to participate in the Headless Horseman hunt, but once again, I was denied. As his words settled, Ron quickly recognized him. I see. You're that nearly headless Nick. I prefer it when others call me Sir Nicholas. Hermione joined the conversation, directly voicing what many were thinking. Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless? Well, like this. In the next moment, Sir Nicholas demonstrated his headless state, startling several first-year students. Lin Shu, seated at the Slytherin table, furrowed her brow. Why did the Western magical world coexist with ghosts? Ghosts are ethereal beings, meant to reside in their own realm. Prolonged exposure to the living could only jeopardize their health and fortune. It was utterly incomprehensible. Malfoy, why do these ghosts drift about freely? Why don't the headmaster and professors intervene? Do you know? God knows. They seem to have existed for centuries. What can be done? They nearly scared me out of my wits. They better not show up again. Lin Shu scoffed, thinking to herself that it was a straightforward matter. Why complicate it? It would be easy to send them off. Just chant a release spell, and it would be done. Are Western wizards so benevolent? Or is it that your skills are lacking? Lin Shu asked sincerely, leaving Malfoy at a loss for words. However, his pride as a young master prevented him from yielding, and he retorted defiantly, if you're so capable, why don't you do it? I will. Without further ado, Lin Shu positioned herself and began to chant the Tai Jiu-Ku Tianzun exorcism mantra, pinpointing the locations of several ghostly figures. Almost immediately, the ghosts gasped in unison, their bodies seemingly frozen in place. As Lin Shu continued to recite the incantation, their ethereal forms became increasingly transparent, as if losing all control. Dumbledore, save us! Sir Nicholas cried out in desperation. Dumbledore leapt from his seat, surveying the surroundings, initially fearing a return of the Death Eaters. Yet no trace of dark magic could be found, no matter how thoroughly he searched. Just as everyone was at a loss, Malfoy suddenly interrupted Lin Shu, pressing his small hand against hers, lowering his voice. Stop chanting. Don't tell me this is your doing. What else could it be? Ghosts ought to reside in the realms designated for them. Lingering in the mortal world for an extended period is perplexing, to say the least. I cannot fully comprehend the situation. Yet I am acutely aware that you may have attracted considerable trouble. Lin Shu blinked her large eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. In an instant, she turned to glance at the drifting, uncontrollable spirits, contemplating the continuation of their exorcism, when she noticed Professor Dumbledore striding purposefully toward her. The elderly gentleman moved with remarkable vigor, appearing as if he were in a frantic hurry. Oh, Miss Shulin, do not tell me that all of that was your doing? Lin Shu was puzzled. Was it truly such a grave matter to exorcise a ghost? One after another, they questioned whether it was she who was responsible. Was it not glaringly obvious? She had been weaving intricate hand signs, nearly conjuring shadows with her gestures. Anyone with eyes would surely not need to confirm repeatedly. Yes, Professor. I am merely capturing ghosts for the school, and sending them to where they belong. It could be considered a charitable act, no? Oh my goodness. Stop at once, Shulin. My dear child, I believe your intentions are noble. But you cannot act in such a manner. Spirits are our friends. They are part of our school community, and you cannot wield magic against your own friends. Do you understand? Lin Shu found herself at a loss. How could humans befriend ghosts? This was not a tale of unfulfilled love between the living and the departed. However, considering the differences between Eastern and Western cultures, she suppressed her myriad questions. After a moment of contemplation, she softly declared, very well. I shall refrain from exorcising them in the future. Good child, please release them, Dumbledore urged. Lin Shu promptly withdrew the seals encircling the spirits, and they fled as if they had encountered a monstrous beast, vanishing without a trace. Heavens! This year's new students include a demon. I was utterly terrified just now. Having lived for centuries, I nearly met my end. Indeed, that child, so young yet with a heart so wicked. We must steer clear of her, others remarked. As the uproar subsided, Lin Shu unwittingly became a sensation. She felt a sense of numbness, as if her good intentions had spiraled into mischief. She endured a rather unsavory dinner, filled with discomfort. Once the feast concluded, the first-year students, accompanied by their prefects, proceeded to their respective houses. Lin Shu, having an appointment with Professor Dumbledore, did not follow but instead awaited him in the hall to head to his office together. Throughout the journey, she felt an unusual tension. Upon finally arriving, Dumbledore invited her to take a seat and presented her with an assortment of candies, though their appearance failed to stimulate her appetite, for she distinctly observed confections shaped like cockroaches and bees. Could this be the legendary insect chronicles? Respectfully yet perplexed, Lin Shu smiled politely. Just as Dumbledore extended a cup of unknown fruit tea towards her, her smile cracked under the pressure. Please, Professor Dumbledore. Our customs differ. We do not consume insects back home. Ah, but my dear child, this is quite sweet. I assure you, you'll enjoy it after tasting. Are you certain you won't give it a try? No, thank you. I had my fill of pumpkin soup at dinner, and am quite full. Nonsense. The pumpkin soup was dreadful. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not linger on this topic, allowing Lin Shu to escape the ordeal of the insect feast. Well, my child, I had intended to greet you upon your arrival from the east, but by the time I reached there, you had already departed. Poor child. You must have had quite the arduous journey. Not at all. My master always says that traveling is a valuable experience. Lin Shu touched her nose, recalling her journey. Indeed, she had not encountered any troubles. In fact, due to her youth, she received much attention and care wherever she went. Yet, through Dumbledore's eyes, this transformed into an image of Lin Shu forcing a smile, leading him to believe she had suffered greatly, perhaps even in dire straits, envisioning her as a beggar weathered by life's hardships. My child, it is entirely my oversight for not collecting you on time. Let us not dwell on this somber topic any longer. Instead, take a look at this. See if it suits you. Dumbledore handed her a small package, and as Lin Shu opened it, she found it contained neatly arranged items from her enrollment list. At last, she was now equipped with a robe and a wand. Eagerly, she lifted the wand and waved it, witnessing a shimmering blend of lavender and blue emanate from its tip. Truly a marvel. It was remarkable that her mere gesture, without channeling her own magical energy, could produce any reaction at all. Lin Shu was as thrilled as a child with a delightful new toy, eager to explore its potential, while Dumbledore observed with a smile of satisfaction. It seems I have chosen the right wand for you, a holly wand with a phoenix feather. It certainly adores you, does it not? Thank you, Professor. I am grateful for your assistance in selecting the wand, for I would not have known where to procure one. However, I have yet to exchange currency since arriving here. May I purchase it with gold? With that, Lin Shu produced a hefty handful of gold coins, gleaming with high purity, and placed them on Dumbledore's desk. I do not know if this is sufficient. If not, I can retrieve more from my luggage. Good heavens, child. This is something I should have prepared. You are far too polite to even consider paying. Please take back your gold. You will need it for your life at school. Lin Shu remained undeterred, clearly unwilling to reclaim the gold. Her master had taught her that money opens doors. Regardless of circumstances, spending gold was never a mistake. Courtesy costs nothing. After all, we hail from a land known for its etiquette. My child, I had not intended to bring this up again, but please forgive my insistence. Sir Nicholas and his kind have existed for centuries. We ought to extend them some kindness, should we not? Perhaps your Eastern spells should be employed with careful consideration. Understood. Professor. Given Lin Shu's willingness to acknowledge her missteps, Dumbledore did not detain her further. She departed the office and was escorted back to the Slytherin dormitory by Filch. Upon her return, Lin Shu found that the dormitory assignments had already been made. Perhaps due to the psychological impact she left during the sorting ceremony, she found herself alone in her quarters, as no one wished to share a room with her. This was of no consequence. She relished her solitude. However, in the common room, Draco Malfoy remained seated on the sofa, his demeanor sulking. Even after she made her bed, he continued to glare as if the world owed him a great debt. Malfoy, are you feeling unwell? Has someone bullied you? Ha, what a joke. Look at what you've just said. Do you want to make me laugh to death? Who am I? I am Draco Malfoy. Who dares to bully me? Unless they wish to court death, I would certainly inform my father. Wow. That's quite impressive. Having connections is a form of power, she remarked. A lesson imparted by her master. TCH, let us hope you mean it. This is so annoying. Can you not fall behind in the future? Do you realize that when the first years returned with the prefects, you were the only one absent? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu beamed with genuine delight. The familiarity of his words resonated with her. She had a senior who shared a similar tough exterior, yet a tender heart. Sometimes, concern would be cloaked in barbed remarks. But the intent remained genuine. Intentions matter most. Malfoy, were you just worried about me? Malfoy nearly leaped from his seat in astonishment. Worry? Impossible. He was the sole heir of the esteemed Malfoy lineage. Why would he concern himself with an ordinary girl from the East? Yet as his gaze met Lin Shu's bright, expressive eyes, he found himself swallowing the retort he had prepared. Perhaps he had misjudged her after all. Lin Shu appeared to be far from an ordinary girl. She seemed more like an angel hailing from the East. The longer he gazed into her captivating eyes, the more he found himself inexplicably drawn toward their owner. It was only when he regained control over his own body that he stammered a retort, desperately attempting to salvage his lost dignity. Chapter 5. She exploded the professor. How is that possible? Can't you discern that I am lamenting your tardiness? It's entirely your fault for returning so late, causing the common room lights to remain perpetually illuminated. Very well. I apologize. I was with the headmaster, and since I came from the East, I didn't have time to procure the necessary supplies for new students. It was the headmaster who assisted me in acquiring my wand and such. The round trip took longer than expected. Are you a muggle? Not even aware of the supplies needed for the start of term? Malfoy continued his relentless tirade, his words firing off like a machine gun. Yet Lin Shu remained unperturbed. Seating herself on the sofa beside him, her demeanor cheerful as she patiently awaited the conclusion of his verbal onslaught before responding. Malfoy, you could be more gracious in expressing concern for me next time. I am unfamiliar with this place, and you are one of my few friends. I appreciate your care. It's getting late, so I'll chat with you tomorrow. Good night. With that, Lin Shu sauntered back to her room, leaving Malfoy in a state of exasperation, unable to find a suitable outlet for his frustration. I can't believe it. Shu Lin, how dare you leave in front of me? Do you have any idea who you are dismissing? You are dismissing Draco Malfoy. I even worried you might be expelled. I waited for you in vain. From now on, even if you beg me, I shan't spare you a glance. Just wait and see, Shu Lin. His words were met with a profound silence. Lin Shu had already returned to her dormitory, lying in bed, awaiting a peaceful night's sleep. This left Malfoy feeling as though he were striking a pillow. His frustration compounded by Lin Shu's effortless charm, which left him with no grounds for reproach. How utterly infuriating. On her first night at Hogwarts, Lin Shu slept exceptionally soundly, awakening at 4 the following morning to meditate. This was a habit she had cultivated over the years, and the timing was deliberate, for it was the moment of highest spiritual energy in the day. Once she completed her meditation and freshened up, she still had ample time. Carrying her books, she made her way to the Transfiguration classroom, which unsurprisingly was still empty. She felt a surge of anticipation for the Transfiguration class, as she had not previously delved into this area of study in her Eastern mystical practices. There were no mentors in her sect to impart this knowledge, nor was it mentioned in any ancient texts. Perhaps it had once existed but had long since been lost. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. What she most eagerly anticipated was how Western magic would approach transformation. As she pondered, she opened her book. After some time spent reading, she found herself at a loss. The text contained merely theoretical knowledge, leaving her worlds away from actual transformation. She raised her head, rotating her slightly sore neck, only to find a cat on the podium, staring at her with wide eyes. Wait, was this cat here just now? How strange, I didn't notice. But then a thought struck her. This cat seemed a tad unusual. If it were merely a cat, the energy it emanated was exceedingly potent. Could it be a cat demon? Had it cultivated some degree of power, and sought to use its form for training? Humph. Not on my watch. Regardless of where you come from or what sort of demon you are, I shall vanquish you. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, it was her duty to exorcise demons. With swift resolve, Lin Shu hurled an explosive charm, her left hand forming a complex gesture to weave a net of mystical binding, while her right hand readied the explosive charm, confident it would annihilate the threat before her. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the room, and Lin Shu closed her eyes, employing her celestial vision to ascertain the cat demon's location. After an extended silence, her curiosity grew, prompting her to open her eyes. To her astonishment, Professor McGonagall stood before her, her hair resembling an explosion, with wisps of smoke escaping her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Shu, as if trying to bore into her very soul. Lin Shu's heart sank. Could this cat demon actually be Professor McGonagall? But that didn't seem plausible. How could Professor McGonagall possibly be a cat demon? Maintaining a skeptical and cautious demeanor, Lin Shu retrieved the demon-revealing mirror bestowed upon her by her master before her journey. Bold cat demon, dare you impersonate Professor McGonagall? Let us see what my mirror reveals. To her shock, the reflection showed McGonagall's youthful visage, not a demon in disguise. Oh my goodness! She nearly dropped the mirror in fright. By the heavens! It truly is Professor McGonagall. She peered again into the mirror, her heart racing. Oh dear! Oh dear! This isn't an illusion. The cat is indeed Professor McGonagall. Oh no, I think I've landed myself in trouble. Who can tell me what I just did? I exploded the professor. Exploded? I might very well receive an expulsion package. Little did she know that Western professors might have such eccentricities, transforming into cats at random, all while failing to conceal their aura, leading her to believe she was confronting a formidable demon. Oh no, oh no. Is it too late for me to pretend to faint? As she spiraled into her thoughts, a sudden chill ran down her neck, the warmth of breath brushing against her. She turned, a sheepish smile plastered on her face, only to find Professor McGonagall standing behind her, looking as radiant as ever. I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation for your reckless use of dark spells in the classroom, particularly in the presence of your professor. Professor? May I claim it was unintentional? Would you believe me? Perhaps I should say it was a misunderstanding. Would you accept that? Lin Shu felt tears welling in her eyes. McGonagall's expression was stern, and after casting a cleaning charm on herself, she continued to scrutinize Lin Shu with a grave demeanor, as though demanding an explanation before she could move on from this incident. Recognizing her fault, Lin Shu rummaged through her small backpack and retrieved a bottle of a precious elixir, crafted by her master himself. The effects of this potion were nothing short of remarkable. This high-grade elixir could assist practitioners in breaking through barriers, rapidly accumulating spiritual energy, enhancing the strength and resilience of their meridians, and enabling them to hold more magical energy. She wondered if this would suffice as an apology, cautiously extending the bottle, while emphasizing the elixir's benefits. Seeing her take responsibility, McGonagall softened her stance, though she hesitated to accept the gift. Who knew what kind of trouble this girl from the East might conjure? Yet, as if compelled by an unseen force, she opened the bottle, and a rush of potent herbal energy surged forth, enveloping her senses and leaving her feeling invigorated and enchanted. What kind of potion is this? Given its fragrance and effects, she realized that merely inhaling it had already revealed its extraordinary nature. She wondered how potent it might be if actually consumed. Suppressing her intrigue, she maintained a neutral expression as she accepted the offering, allowing the matter to be settled. This piqued her interest in the girl from the East. From the sorting ceremony, where she had set the sorting hat ablaze, to the exorcism of a ghost, and now to her casting of dark spells, each incident declared her uniqueness. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Lin Shu's Eastern techniques did exhibit a resilience, and even a suppressive quality against their magic. This was an undeniable truth. Professor McGonagall fell into contemplation, while Lin Shu fidgeted, eager for class to commence and conclude swiftly, hoping the professor wouldn't cast her a glance. As time passed, the moment for class finally arrived, with students trickling into the classroom, allowing Lin Shu the opportunity to shift her position under McGonagall's watchful gaze. Although Professor McGonagall had just endured an unpleasant experience, she dutifully commenced her first Transfiguration class. Students, she began, when it comes to Transfiguration, I have several key requirements and points of caution to convey. If you wish to master this magical art flawlessly, you must firmly commit these instructions to memory. Firstly, before any transformation, it is imperative that you concentrate, wield your wand with precision, and articulate the incantation accurately. Furthermore, during the transformation process, it is essential to adhere to the fundamental laws of transfiguration. Magic cannot resurrect deceased beings, conjure magical objects, alter quantities or essence, nor create something from nothing. Now, let us embark on our first lesson. I trust you have all noticed the matchsticks on your desks. Today, you will transform one into a needle. Lin Shu listened intently, fearful of missing even a single detail of this extraordinary magic. Once Professor McGonagall had finished expounding all the necessary points, she began to demonstrate the deceptively simple transformation spell. With a flick of her wand, one matchstick instantaneously morphed into a needle. Seated in the front row, Lin Shu had the clearest view. The needle appeared utterly genuine, devoid of any flaw. It was simply magnificent. She was determined to learn it, to succeed. She could not afford to embarrass Dongxian. As the demonstration concluded, it was soon time for the students to attempt the spell themselves. Lin Shu diligently recalled the instructions, striving to maintain her focus and concentration. She then pronounced the incantation with precision. Vera Verto. A spark flickered at the tip of her wand, crackling audibly, yet the matchstick remained unchanged on the table. Professor McGonagall had been observing her closely and immediately remarked, "Your wand movements must harmonize with your mind and body. Additionally, you must vividly envision the form of the needle." Following her guidance, Lin Shu tried again. This time, as she brought her wand down, the matchstick successfully transformed into a needle, astonishing Lin Shu. She had not anticipated success. In other words, despite her eagerness, she was a practitioner of Dongxian, and feared she might struggle with Western magic. Prior to this successful transformation, she had felt adrift regarding her future, apprehensive that her years abroad might yield no accomplishments. Yet now her worries dissipated. She had succeeded. Moreover, she was the first in the class to do so. Immersed in joy and excitement, she remained momentarily lost in her triumph. While Professor McGonagall had already picked up the silver needle she had created, examining it closely before declaring, "Shu, you did wonderfully. The first to master the transformation spell. Slytherin earns 5 points for this flawless transfiguration." Her success was akin to a pebble cast into a lake, stirring the competitive spirits of her fellow Slytherins. She was also delighted, relieved that Professor McGonagall had not held a grudge against her. Indeed, she had encountered a truly exceptional teacher. In the remainder of the class, Draco Malfoy was the next to shine, repeatedly wielding his wand and reciting the incantation until he too succeeded in transforming the matchstick into a needle, earning Professor McGonagall's praise and contributing to Slytherin's point tally. Lin Shu genuinely felt happy for her good friend, discreetly giving him a thumbs up while wearing a beaming smile. This scene caught Malfoy's attention, and he instantly felt the warmth of her gaze, lifting his chin high like a proud peacock, basking in the admiration of Lin Shu. Indeed, he believed her gaze reflected admiration, a reverence for a hero, a genius. He was more than willing to bask in it. As the trials continued, many classmates successfully transformed their matchsticks into needles as well, and Professor McGonagall was visibly pleased, her affection for her students overflowing like a torrent. However, just at that moment, the classroom door swung open, and Harry and Ron hurried inside, their hair and robes slightly disheveled. They cast apologetic glances at Professor McGonagall, which immediately dampened her previously uplifted spirits. Late on the very first day of term, unbelievable, she surveyed Harry and Ron, along with Lin Shu, and mused that the three of them could form a trio of trolls. What is going on? This is quite possibly the worst class of students I have ever taught. Chapter 6. Senior, why do you look like you've been cursed with a short lifespan? Perhaps transforming you into pocket watches would be more effective. Maybe then you'd comprehend the value of punctuality. Harry felt a twinge of shame but managed to explain, "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, we got lost." "Then I should turn you into a map." "Never mind, take your seats quickly. I trust you can find your own places without a map." Harry and Ron slumped into their seats. Coincidentally, Harry's was situated directly to Lin Shu's left. Lin Shu generously offered her notes for him to peruse. "Thank you, Shu. I would have fallen behind in our first Transfiguration class without you," he exclaimed. "It's no trouble. This spell is quite simple. You'll surely succeed at your first attempt, don't worry." Taking a deep breath, Harry felt reassured by Lin Shu's words. He then began to attempt the transformation spell, waving his wand and reciting the incantation. The matchstick transformed halfway into a needle, while the other half remained unchanged. Lin Shu encouraged him, "You're almost there. Just one more try, and I know you'll succeed." Harry shared her optimism, gradually building confidence. He waved his wand once more, yet the matchstick remained obstinately unchanged. He tried several more times, but the matchstick stubbornly maintained its bisected form, leaving him perplexed. Casting a pleading glance at Lin Shu, she too appeared puzzled. From her perspective, Harry's incantation and wand movements were flawless. Why was the transformation eluding him? "Harry, how about I demonstrate it once more so you can observe closely? Perhaps it will help." "All right." Lin Shu approached Harry's matchstick, recalling the sensation she experienced during her own successful attempt. With a flourish of her wand, a brilliant aura erupted, and the matchstick instantly became a needle. Before she could even share insights with Harry, gasps of astonishment erupted from all directions of the classroom. Her single action had transformed every matchstick in the hands of her classmates into needles. While others were transforming one at a time, she had effectively engaged in mass production. "Oh no, it seems I inadvertently tapped into the flow of magical energy," she thought, frozen in place, unsure how to remedy the situation. However, she felt truly unjustly accused. Her prior experiences with drawing runes had conditioned her to channel her magical energy, and this had become an ingrained reflex. Suddenly, she forgot that simply waving her wand required no infusion of her magical prowess. Yet Professor McGonagall and her fellow students were unaware of the circumstances, and they turned to her with expressions of disbelief and admiration that they could not conceal. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and exclaimed, "My goodness! What a remarkable transformation spell! In all my years of teaching, I have never encountered anyone as gifted as you, Shu. I will award Slytherin an additional 20 points." The Slytherins erupted in joyous celebration, each one brimming with pride, practically eager to soar to the skies. "Did you see that? This is Shu's doing. She is one of us in Slytherin." A chorus of praise enveloped Lin Shu, who had entirely forgotten that they had previously ostracized her. This was Slytherin, forever revering strength and always in awe of extraordinary magic. As the class drew to a close, Harry successfully mastered the transformation spell, but it paled in comparison to Lin Shu's newfound fame. She was acutely aware of being placed upon a pedestal. Unsure who had spread the rumor that she was a genius among Slytherins, an unparalleled figure in the eyes of other houses. The burden of that reputation was overwhelming. "Please. No more rumors. I want no part of such envy-inducing statements," she thought to herself, wishing to distance herself from it all. But were there any benefits to this newfound notoriety? Certainly, there were. In the past, she always walked alone, with only Malfoy acknowledging her presence in Slytherin. However, times have changed. She has now become quite the sought-after individual, with numerous aspiring wizards eager to befriend her and learn the art of magic. She has been afforded special privileges, receiving an abundance of snacks, magazines, and various intriguing trinkets from her admirers, leaving her feeling both anxious and bewildered. After Transfiguration class, which precedes Potions class, also taught by their head of house, the little serpents place immense importance on this subject, with many flocking to the library to prepare in advance. Lin Shu is among them, though her focus lies not on potions, but rather on all things pertaining to transfiguration. After experiencing Professor McGonagall's enchanting lesson, she has come to appreciate the allure of this subject, and is determined to master it thoroughly. In fact, the ancient texts of Eastern mysticism once contained ambiguous references to similar arts, such as the ability to conceal oneself through alterations in form or attire, a means of obscuring identity and eluding pursuit. Some even claimed that one could change their very appearance. Well-known spells like turning beans into soldiers and turning grass into horses also originate from these mystical traditions. Yet, these arts have long been lost to time, with many preferring to believe them mere myths or superstitions, rather than accepting their historical existence. After all, who would truly believe that tossing a handful of beans could conjure an army, or that throwing grass could summon steeds? It seems utterly impossible. Yet, Lin Shu wholeheartedly believes in their existence, attributing their disappearance to the passage of time and the loss of tradition. Perhaps the changing eras have rendered the world devoid of magical prodigies, capable of grasping such profound arts. With an unknown path ahead, why should she not aspire to be the first? Lin Shu raised her gaze, her ambition emanating from her Slytherin lineage. She ventured to the innermost recesses of the library, having only retrieved the beginner's guide to Transfiguration, which was far from sufficient. She looked up at the higher shelves, eager to seize what she needed. Soon, her eyes fell upon Ultimate Transfiguration and Advanced Transfiguration Guide, but their lofty placement made them beyond her reach. Just as she prepared to cast a spell to retrieve the books, a tall figure obstructed her line of sight, his large hand deftly landing on the desired tome. "Do you need this book?" he inquired in a deep voice. Lin Shu nodded obediently, instantly recognizing Cedric Diggory, a prominent figure among Hufflepuff. She had glimpsed his handsome visage during the Sorting Hat ceremony and heard tales of his benevolence and charm, often deemed the dreamboat of many girls. Seeing him up close confirmed the rumors. His face, paired with his approachable demeanor, would have surely captivated her had she been a few years older. "Thank you, Senior. Could you also fetch me the Advanced Transfiguration Guide?" "I would be immensely grateful," she replied hastily. He appeared taken aback, questioning how someone of her youthful age could possibly be interested in advanced magic. His amber eyes scrutinized her, yet his gaze remained friendly, devoid of discomfort. His smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of the midday sun, seemingly possessing the power to dispel darkness and gloom. As a senior, he felt compelled to remind this first-year student of her limitations. He extracted the book from the shelf and handed it to Lin Shu, still smiling as he advised. "You are quite young. Intermediate and advanced transfiguration spells are not easily mastered. It would be wise to accomplish these under the guidance of a professor." "I understand, Senior. I was merely curious to see ahead," she replied. You truly are a rather exceptional little serpent, he remarked. Ha, she responded, perplexed. I mean, I've never heard a Slytherin express gratitude to a senior before. You are the first. I remember you from the sorting ceremony. You stood out. Lin Shu felt embarrassed. At a loss for words. Was the sorting hat incident truly inescapable? It loomed over her like a ticking time bomb, threatening to unearth her shortcomings at any moment. Don't worry, standing out is not a bad thing. On the contrary, everyone is filled with curiosity and goodwill towards you. Just relax and enjoy life, he reassured her. Lin Shu felt a surge of happiness at his comforting words. Their eyes met, and in that moment, she felt her decision to venture into this foreign land was undeniably correct. Had she remained within her old faction, life would have been stable and comfortable. But it would have resembled a path with a clear end, devoid of the desire for exploration. Here everything was novel, including the people. And they had treated her with kindness. Perhaps this was the path she was destined to tread, with fate guiding her, even through its inevitable challenges. The next moment, Cedric prepared to turn away, and Lin Shu intended to bid him farewell. However, unexpectedly, a dark mist surged from Cedric's neck, swirling around his face before vanishing. Lin Shu's brow furrowed. She immediately recognized it as the aura of death. In moments of impending doom, such energy is at its most intense. Yet, Cedric only bore a hint of it. Had they not spoken moments ago, she might have overlooked it entirely. But how could someone as radiant as Cedric possess such an aura? It would be an immense tragedy if he were indeed destined for an early demise. Without hesitation, Lin Shu grasped Cedric's wrist, causing him to halt in his tracks. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly cast a divination spell, her hands moving deftly as she calculated. Before long, a conclusion emerged. Lacking his precise birth details, she could only offer a rough estimation. The divination revealed a mixture of fortune and misfortune. With life and death shrouded in uncertainty, it seemed a variable had emerged, leading to an unpredictable outcome. This was the first time Lin Shu had encountered such a peculiar and ambiguous reading. Since she began divining at the age of 4, she had never faced an enigma she could not decipher, until now. Contemplating this, she rummaged through her small backpack, and finally retrieved a talisman for peace. No matter what, she could not bear the thought of such a luminous figure as Cedric meeting an untimely end. She hoped her talisman could offer even a modicum of protection. Cedric. Wait a moment. Thank you for helping me find the books earlier. Please accept this talisman. You can carry it with you. It is said to be effective in our Eastern traditions, capable of inviting good fortune and averting misfortune, safeguarding your heart in times of crisis. Cedric accepted the yellow paper, folded into a triangle, nodded, and placed it in his pocket. Lin Shu watched as he walked away, letting out a breath of exasperation. May it prove useful. She hoped her seemingly casual gesture could alter his fate of early demise. The following day, though delayed, their head of house's class commenced. 2 potions lessons sounded rather few. Yet the students approached them as if facing a formidable adversary. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Shu listened in on the gossip circulating among her peers. She learned that their head of house was a stern professor, known for his no-nonsense demeanor, who was notorious for deducting points from students, often making up rules on the spot to justify his actions. He memorized every student's name, house, and appearance, ensuring he would not mistake anyone, even if they were not in their house robes. Lin Shu found his memory remarkable, if somewhat intimidating. As the whispers continued, the classroom door swung open. A gust of wind sweeping through, causing Lin Shu to shut her eyes momentarily. When she opened them again, Professor Snape was already standing at the front of the class. Chapter 7, Potions Class. OMG, this presence, it was eerily reminiscent of her master. Without a mirror, Lin Shu could not see her own expression. But she could guess it was one of utter incredulity. Gazing upon Snape's countenance, she found herself transported back to the days of punishment administered by her master. Her master's most profound maxim was that the sect does not tolerate idlers. Therefore, the expectations for their disciples were exceedingly high. Should they fall short of his standards, they were denied sustenance and rest. The phrase extra practice had become a weary refrain in her ears. It was only upon arriving at Hogwarts that she believed she had attained her freedom. Yet fate had conspired to present her with a professor strikingly reminiscent of her master. In that moment, she comprehended that destiny had indeed never released its grip on her. She stifled a silent sob, fervently praying to the heavens that the professor's temperament might differ from that of her master. In the next heartbeat, Snape's voice echoed through the room. In my class, you are forbidden to wave your wands indiscriminately or utter spells carelessly. Personally, I harbor no expectations that the majority of you will grasp the intricacies and subtleties of potion making. However, for the select few endowed with talent, I can teach you how to bewilder the mind and ensnare the senses. I can instruct you in the art of crafting renown, brewing honor, and even concocting the elixir of immortality. Allow me to reiterate, some may presume that, due to their fame at Hogwarts, they need not pay attention. Snape deliberately paused, his gaze fixed intently upon a particular spot. Lin Shu dared not turn her head, yet instinctively sensed that someone was about to face the consequences. As anticipated, Snape resumed, Mr. Potter, the celebrity of the new generation. What would result from the addition of powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Potter shook his head, clearly at a loss. Yet Professor Snape had no intention of letting him off easily. You do not know? Let us change the question. If you were to seek Bezoar, where would you begin? I'm sorry, Professor, I do not know. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I still do not know, Professor. Snape remained impassive, delivering a cutting remark. A pity. Fame evidently does not equate to knowledge, does it, Mr. Potter? Lin Shu closed her eyes, her heart sinking into despair. Professor Snape was indeed a mirror image of her master, his words laced with venom, and his sarcasm barely scratching the surface. Should he be provoked, he could berate for days on end without repetition. Very well, let her close her eyes. Life is fleeting, and this too shall pass. She resigned herself to the winds of fate. Whether she opened or closed her eyes, she beheld the visage birthed from the union of her master and Snape. To her, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Yet those around her remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, fixated on the unfolding situation. Potter, inexplicably targeted, voiced his discontent. Professor, clearly, Hermione knows the answer. It is a pity she is not allowed to respond. Gryffindor students, take heed. Due to your classmate's insolence towards the professor, the house will lose 5 points. Now Miss Shu Lin, would you care to answer the question I posed earlier? Lin Shu felt as if she wished to evaporate on the spot. Because Snape bore such a striking resemblance to her master, she found herself devoid of rebelliousness or dissatisfaction. Rather, she felt an instinctive tension and fear. She thought, I am a student of Slytherin. Is it not said that this professor would not impose difficulties upon his own house? What does that make me? Is this professor guilty of prejudice? She felt tears welling up. I'm sorry, Professor, I do not know. It was my fault for not preparing. I shall rectify it next time. Snape regarded her with eyes that seemed to penetrate all veils, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. His expression remained inscrutable as he adjusted his black robes and, with lightning speed, approached her desk. Then his voice resonated, like an incantation. For your reference, Miss Shu Lin, daffodil root combined with mugwort produces a powerful sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death. Bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, capable of countering most poisons. Aconite and wolfsbane are names for the same plant, commonly referred to as aconite. Lin Shu nodded vigorously, fervently jotting down notes, her demeanor sufficiently pleasing to improve Snape's mood considerably. However, upon observing the other students aside from Lin Shu, who remained dazed and indifferent, his previously lifted spirits plummeted once more. Why are you not taking notes? As his words lingered, the sound of pages turning and quills scratching filled the air. Shu Lin, the lady from the East, due to your ignorance, you have earned yourself half a semester of detention. After class, report to my office. I trust this simple request will be remembered by your walnut-sized brain, yes? Yes, I understand, Professor. Lin Shu answered dejectedly, yet she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Ultimately, Professor Snape was merely placing her in detention. He was not subjecting her to relentless drills, and she felt a sense of gratitude. She mused. Anyone who has endured traditional Eastern education would comprehend the bittersweet nature of this predicament. Therefore, to be merely confined, without being starved or beaten, was already a remarkably mild approach. Lin Shu maintained a positive mindset, and soon cast this incident from her mind, eagerly listening as Professor Snape elucidated the potion-making process for treating carbuncles. She diligently took notes, perceiving much overlap between Western potion-making and Eastern alchemical practices. During her time in the sect, she had studied numerous formulas, and she could still recite the treatment for carbuncles from memory. However, in this magical world, the materials differed, and she was uncertain which would yield superior results. With this thought, she found herself yearning to plunge into practical application and test the efficacy of Western potions. Before long, the students paired off, and Snape did not intervene excessively, merely standing aloof at the lectern, observing as the young students hastily sought their preferred partners. As a prominent figure in Slytherin, Lin Shu naturally received numerous invitations. Just as she was about to accept an offer from a sweet girl to team up, Malfoy strode over with an imposing presence, casting a glare that sent the previously eager girl retreating swiftly to a distance of 10 meters. Clearly, With him standing there, Lin Shu would have no chance of finding a partner. However, she mused that being in a group by herself might be preferable. The pace would be dictated solely by her, allowing her to perform to her fullest potential. With that thought, she began her preliminary preparations. She donned gloves and goggles, methodically laying out materials and tools, such as a slug with tentacles, hedgehog quills, serpent fangs, mortar and pestle, cauldron and wand, across the table. Her movements were deft and aesthetically pleasing. As for Malfoy, had it not been for the inappropriate nature of the occasion, he might have erupted in fury. Shoo! Do you not see me standing beside you? I do. Malfoy found himself momentarily silenced by Lin Shu's assertive yet incomprehensible response, struggling to articulate a retort. After a prolonged silence, he finally inhaled deeply and donned his gloves and goggles, inching closer to Lin Shu until their robes brushed against each other. When Lin Shu turned her head, she was met with Malfoy's gaze, fraught with indignation. What is it, Malfoy? Why aren't you attending to potion making? Can't you see? This young master wishes to partner with you. Oh, I see. I thought you would team up with Goyle or Crabbe. I shall partner with whomever I choose. You are the one who stands beside me, yet you do not extend an invitation. Forget it. You're as foolish as a troll. I have lost all hope for your intellect. After Malfoy's proclamation, Lin Shu, while Snape was momentarily distracted, pinched Malfoy lightly. It wasn't a hard pinch, but it was enough to cause discomfort, especially for someone as high and mighty as Malfoy, who had never before experienced such audacity. He was both astonished and enraged, nearly shouting out. However, the moment he locked eyes with Lin Shu's displeased expression, he fell silent once more. Malfoy, you mustn't speak to me like that if you wish to remain my friend. I distinctly remember telling you that if you care for me, or wish to be kind, you should express it openly and without hesitation. I do not appreciate such awkwardness. The atmosphere between the two was taut. Clearly a standoff between two stubborn individuals, one bluntly presenting the issue while the other held his head high, resolutely refusing to acknowledge any fault. Yet, astonishingly, this discord did not impede their progress in potion brewing. Rather, their cooperation exhibited an uncanny synchronicity. Even without verbal communication, they deftly navigated each step of the potion-making process. First, Malfoy placed 6 snake fangs into the mortar, grinding them into a fine powder. Lin Shu then preheated the cauldron for a minute, adding 4 portions of the powdered fangs with a small spoon, and with a flick of her wand, turned up the heat to high for 10 seconds before reducing it to medium, bringing the mixture to a boiling haze. At this juncture, Malfoy re-entered the fray, extinguishing the flame once the potion reached a full boil, stirring to utilize the residual heat for cooling. Once the exterior of the cauldron was sufficiently warm, he added 4 slug specimens and 2 quills from a porcupine, stirring clockwise 5 times until the potion changed color. Finally, with a wave of his wand, they completed the concoction. Their initial collaboration could only be described as seamless, rendering them the first group in the room to finish brewing the potion. Snape approached them with swift strides, and after inspecting their potion for any faults, he proceeded to award points to Slytherin. The timing, temperature, and steps were executed flawlessly. Slytherin earns 10 points. Now let me see this potion of yours. It possesses a hue worthy of Sale and Hogsmeade. Perhaps this exemplifies the disparity between individuals. He turned to the rest of the class. What are you all staring at? Focus on your own potions. Potter, I'm addressing you. Your potion is on the brink of evaporation. If it explodes, I shall personally escort you from this classroom. Malfoy cast a triumphant glance toward Harry, his disdain openly displayed. Harry, caught in Malfoy's unfriendly gaze, instinctively returned the look, both boys locking eyes with hostility, sparks flying as if they were on the verge of casting hexes at one another. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, shattering the tension between Harry and Malfoy, and drawing the attention of the entire classroom. Snape closed his eyes momentarily. His thin lips pressed into a straight line as he strode over to the source of the disturbance, seizing the culprit by the collar. Excellent, Mr. Weasley. I presume you cannot differentiate between counterclockwise and clockwise, having wasted an entire cauldron. Or should I commend your loyalty? Seeing your dear friend Potter on the verge of ruining his cauldron, you heroically took the heat off him. What a touching display of camaraderie. Very well, leave my classroom. Until your pitiable brain comprehends the basics of this language, you shall remain absent from my lessons. Gryffindor loses 10 points. No, make that 20, due to your ludicrous classmate. Chapter 8. Are you 2 upperclassmen looking for me? After the conclusion of the potions class, Harry and Ron found themselves in the most unfortunate predicament. Coupled with Professor Snape's sarcastic remarks, their faces burned with embarrassment. In hindsight, Lin Shu's confinement seemed trivial in comparison. For the subsequent week, Lin Shu was confined to a strict routine: dormitory, dining hall, classroom, and then Snape's office. Initially, Lin Shu believed her detention would involve standing in reflection of her misdeeds. But upon arriving at Professor Snape's office, she quickly realized otherwise. Snape first assigned her a multitude of potion ingredients to sort, and once she completed that task, he directed her to clean the office. During this time he would intermittently quiz her. Should she fail to respond adequately, she risked additional detention. Consequently, she felt compelled to study diligently in preparation. As a result, her academic enthusiasm was forcibly heightened. While others indulged in leisure, she spent nearly all her time in the library, forging a profound friendship with Hermione. Truth be told, it was the first time Hermione encountered someone who loved learning more than she did, instilling in her a sense of urgency. She realized that, while she might not possess the pure bloodlines or influential connections of others, her only recourse lay in her own efforts. If even that were to be surpassed, she was at a loss as to what she could rely on. This realization drove Hermione to intensify her studies. During this period, Lin Shu sensed something amiss. Hermione seemed excessively tense, which was concerning. Her mentor had once said that placing too much pressure on oneself and remaining in a taut state for extended periods could lead to either an extraordinary breakthrough or a complete breakdown. The ancient wisdom of moderation rang true. One day, after completing the assignments given by Snape, Lin Shu sought out Hermione. She pondered for a moment before deciding to talk with her friend. Hermione, please forgive my intrusion. However, I feel that you are under considerable strain, and as a friend, I am genuinely worried about you. Do you understand what I mean? Can you grasp my intent? It was her first attempt at offering guidance, and she felt somewhat lost in how to articulate it. Hermione immediately comprehended Lin Shu's intentions. She raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond. Meeting Lin Shu's clear, bright gaze, she recognized that her friend had her best interests at heart. She felt fortunate to have Lin Shu as a friend at Hogwarts. Otherwise, given her background, few would have expressed a desire to befriend her. As for Ron and Harry, being boys, they were often oblivious to the sensitivities of their female peers. I believe I understand your concern. However, I simply wish to become a bit more accomplished. But you are already exceptional. Really? Hermione now resembled a child craving validation, as any remark could profoundly affect her. Listening to you, I cannot fathom what is causing your anxiety, but you are undoubtedly the most outstanding peer I have encountered. You should be our benchmark. So if anyone claims you are lacking, do not hesitate to stand your ground. A laugh escaped Hermione's lips, and she rubbed her tired eyes, recognizing her own disquiet. Yes, I am no less than anyone else. So what if my parents are muggles? I am Hermione Granger, a student formally invited to Hogwarts. This is the highest affirmation of my worth. After all, if I lacked the requisite qualifications and talents, I would not have crossed the threshold of Hogwarts. Having come to this realization, she resolved to be kinder to herself. Shu, thank you. Without you, I fear I might have spiraled into despair. I genuinely apologize for feeling pressured by your diligence. My base instincts drove me to wish to surpass you, only to find myself needing your reassurance in the end. I me diligent. Oh my, thank you, dear. Lin Shu's mind filtered the conversation, retaining only the most flattering remarks. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to label her as studious. I wish I could record this to share with my peers, especially with my mentor, who often criticizes me for not even turning a page. At least others know how to cram at the last minute. I can't even muster the effort to scribble down a cheat sheet. She had always believed she was not as negligent as her mentor claimed. Rather, her fellow students were simply too competitive, making her appear lethargic. Now with Hermione's praise, she felt enlightened. Without Hermione, I'd be entirely overshadowed by my peers. But if you see me as a target, there's truly no need. While you observe my studying, I am merely comparing Eastern and Western differences. Regarding the preparation of the carbuncle potion, are you aware of how it is concocted in our region? Hermione found herself on the threshold of a new world. Her and Lin Shu's heads huddled together, with Lin Shu revealing a clear carbuncle pill from her backpack. This pill is capable of treating various skin ailments, follicular disorders, as well as acute inflammations and allergies. It was prepared by her senior sister before their departure, fearing Lin Shu might suffer from local allergies. Hermione, behold this pill from our homeland. It serves a purpose akin to that of the carbuncle potion, and I have been studying the formulations from both sides these past few days, contemplating the possibility of their convergence. The materials required for Eastern alchemy are exceedingly rare and expensive, compounded by the changing environment, resulting in a diminishing availability of herbs in the mundane world, necessitating that most be cultivated by themselves. Thus, Alchemy cannot be pursued with abandon, nor can it be mass-produced. This remains an unsustainable approach. If the formula could be enhanced to amalgamate both traditions, it would not only alleviate the inconvenience of transporting potions, but also address the scarcity of Eastern herbs, an outcome that would be mutually beneficial. Wow, this is remarkable. So Shu, have you made any progress in your research? Lin Shu shook her head, having indeed drafted several formulations, but to validate them, experimentation is essential, which carries the risk of explosions. She had yet to find a suitable location for trials. The clear carbuncle pill requires 3 stalks of 10-year-old spirit herb, the purple flame flower, 5 ice spirit fruits, and an ounce of spirit crystal powder. First, the purple flame flower and ice spirit fruits are to be placed in the alchemical furnace and gently roasted for half an hour. Subsequently, the spirit crystal powder is added, and the heat is increased for a period equivalent to the burning of an incense stick. Finally, the pill is nurtured with spiritual energy until it takes shape and emits a soft glow. However, the success of a single formula necessitates multiple attempts, and I have yet to have an opportunity for practical application. Hermione nodded, comprehending Lin Shu's intent. However, while she grasped the essence of the formula, she felt she could assist with the practical endeavors. Shu, I believe I know where we can brew the potion. Where? You can't possibly mean the Forbidden Forest? Certainly not. The Forbidden Forest is far too perilous. It is wholly unsuitable for potion brewing. What I mean is the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor, where the myrtle resides. Lin Shu frowned, looking utterly perplexed. The girls' washroom for alchemy? That seems highly impractical. And who is Myrtle? Does she reside in the washroom? Was she bullied? Lin Shu's mind was awash with questions, unsure of where to begin. Hermione, evidently recognizing her confusion, promptly divulged all that she knew. In truth, Myrtle has passed away. She is now a ghost. Because she often weeps in the washroom and emits haunting wails, very few dare to enter, and it is seldom used. I have heard that only some upperclassmen venture there for clandestine activities. Lin Shu suddenly enlightened, realizing it could indeed be a fitting location. That sounds promising. Perhaps I should scout the area. I will accompany you. That works, but before we go, we must prepare some offerings. What offerings? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, feigning understanding. When borrowing someone else's space for our work, we ought to provide some form of compensation. As the saying goes, a short mouth cannot offend. And this applies to ghosts and spirits as well. But ghosts lack a physical form. They cannot touch our offerings. What can we possibly give them? Just watch me. This is right up my alley. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shu and Hermione returned to their respective houses. Upon reaching her dormitory, Lin Shu rummaged through her belongings and finally unearthed incense candles, talismans, paper money, and various paper-crafted items, predominantly clothing. Since the ghost was a girl, and would likely appreciate adornments. With everything in place, all that remained was the sacrificial offerings. Later that evening, during dinner, Lin Shu discreetly packed an assortment of food, including Cornish pasties, Yorkshire pudding, steak and kidney pie, roast beef, and roast chicken. She moved swiftly, completing her task in one fluid motion, and with so few diners present, she felt confident that no one had noticed her actions. Little did she know, in a hidden corner, a pair of keen eyes had locked onto her every movement. Oh George, did you see what our darling just did? She thinks she's being so subtle. It's utterly adorable. Fred, perhaps it's time for you to reconsider your focus. Clearly, that is far too much for one person to consume. What does she intend to do with all that? I don't know, but it's obviously a secret. Then we shouldn't miss out on this secret, should we? I concur. The two brothers swiftly reached a decision, and the moment Lin Shu left her seat, they too set down their utensils and trailed behind her. Throughout the journey, Lin Shu moved with great haste, estimating that Hermione had likely already arrived, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, she sensed that someone was following her, struggling to recall if she had offended anyone at school. What could their intentions possibly be? Impatiently, she licked her lips, and upon entering the magical teaching building, she executed a swift maneuver, scaling the wall to perch on the ceiling, her gaze fixed on the approaching figures. Meanwhile, Fred and George trailed behind, perplexed as they searched the lengthy corridor for any sign of Lin Shu, but the path was singular, and she could not have simply vanished. They found themselves utterly baffled. George, as much as I hate to admit it, we've truly lost her. Indeed. It's the first time we've encountered someone slipperier than ourselves. It's quite exhilarating. Lin Shu, eavesdropping from the ceiling, soon tired of the charade. Are you two looking for me? Chapter 9. She felt sullied. Lin Shu's agility genuinely astonished the Weasley twins. They could not fathom how she managed to cling to the ceiling as a normal person might. Was she some sort of spider, equipped with suction pads? The shock was unmistakable on George and Fred's faces, and Lin Shu could surmise some of their thoughts. To her, this was hardly remarkable. It merely illustrated that these foreigners had yet to witness the art of martial prowess. In the East, practitioners cultivate spells, but they never neglect their physical training. Otherwise, in a confrontation, relying solely on spells without genuine skill would inevitably lead to defeat. Thus, to her, such trivial displays of martial arts were hardly worthy of mention, especially in comparison to more practical techniques. Wow, Merlin, that was incredible. Sweetheart, with skills like yours, you can succeed at anything, George exclaimed, followed closely by Fred. Like evading Filch or sneaking into the headmaster's office to launch our pranking enterprise. Lin Shu pursed her lips, sensing that this did not paint them in a favorable light. So, dear seniors, what brings you along on my journey? Are we following you? Certainly not. The twins bantered back and forth, their exchanges resembling a comedic routine, each taking turns to respond, demonstrating perfect synchronicity. Lin Shu observed their playful antics, and once they finally quieted down, she smiled, though her expression bore an unmistakable hint of danger. Seniors, you are deceiving me, and that is not acceptable. Therefore, I have decided to administer a fitting punishment. Ha ha ha. Perhaps Lin Shu's innocent appearance rendered her threat inconsequential to George and Fred, who did not take her words seriously. According to their unwavering confidence, there exists no one at Hogwarts more adept at pranks and mischief than they are. The individual capable of administering any form of punishment to them has yet to be born. Sweetheart, you are truly delightful. If time permits, we would love to take you to a place filled with amusement. Come play with the older brothers, sweetheart. Lin Shu declined, resolutely refusing. She harbored a strong premonition that once they had set their sights on her, there would be no respite, and her school life would be anything but tranquil. When it came to troublesome affairs, she preferred to evade them whenever possible. However, she did feel it necessary to teach these two a lesson. And seizing this opportunity to extricate herself was indeed a splendid idea. In the next moment, she directed her gaze ahead, her eyes brimming with feigned terror and trepidation. Her voice trembling as she spoke. Professor Snape? George and Fred immediately turned their heads, only to be met with the interminable hallway, devoid of any trace of Professor Snape. Seizing this chance, Lin Shu deftly affixed a place-stepping charm to each of them. The charm was easy to inscribe, and as long as the parchment remained intact, its effects would not wane. Seniors, I shall take my leave first. You may continue your little dance here. Lin Shu flashed a mischievous smile as she observed George and Fred helplessly stepping in place, their struggles proving utterly futile. Sweetheart, be a good girl and release us quickly. No. Come now, sweetheart, we can't possibly keep stepping in place forever. It's utterly ridiculous. No, this is what you get for tailing me. Consider it a lesson learned. Lin Shu waved goodbye and departed with unwavering determination, leaving behind the resounding cries of George and Fred, who regrettably found no response from her. Having wasted considerable time, Lin Shu hastened to the second-floor lavatory, sprinting as she arrived, only to find Hermione already waiting outside. I sincerely apologize, Hermione. I encountered a small hiccup on the way and am late. In truth, I have only just arrived as well. Shall we enter now? I've heard that Moaning Myrtle is rather unstable in her moods. I wonder if she will allow us to use her space. Fear not, I have prepared everything required. Regardless of whether she is an Eastern spirit or a Western one, any ghost shall find it impossible to refuse me. Fortunately, she is not a malevolent spirit with a penchant for ghost hunting. Otherwise, with Myrtle and Sir Nicholas manifesting before us, none would escape the fate of becoming their servants. As the lavatory door swung open, it was accompanied by a soft, mournful sobbing, the sound long and hushed, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the night breeze. In an instant, Hermione clutched Lin Shu's arm, evidently unaccustomed to the sound, her body taut with an air of impending doom. In contrast, Lin Shu appeared remarkably calm, after all, as practitioners of their craft, who among them had not guided a few restless souls to rest. Such matters were second nature to her. Were it not for Dumbledore's explicit mention that these ghosts were also friends, she might have succumbed to her professional instincts, attempting to guide one after another to their eternal peace. With assured strides, she followed the sound of weeping until she halted before a stall, certain that the noise emanated from within. Her first thought was whether this Western ghost had no sense of propriety. Did she not mind the mess? My apologies, Miss Myrtle. I hope I am not intruding. Though it may be presumptuous, I would like to speak with you. Might you pause your weeping for a moment? No sooner had she spoken than a ghost appeared before Lin Shu and Hermione with lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, she had long, straight hair and wore thick glasses. Her large eyes conveyed an endless sorrow and solitude. She bore no disfigurements or ghastly wounds, nor did she lack any parts, Rather, her skin was pallid, and her form floated like a wisp of helpless smoke in the damp, chilly space. This was already quite an improvement, having bested 99 of ghosts. It is known that most individuals who die young have experienced significant tragedies. Their spectral forms often reflect the manner of their demise. Thus, Lin Shu had encountered many tormented souls in her past. Seeing Myrtle, who appeared relatively intact, she found her somewhat charming. Wow, Myrtle, seeing you in person surpasses all hearsay. You are quite an elegant and graceful young lady. Lin Shu sincerely complimented her, instantly rendering Myrtle speechless, her intended outburst stifled. What? She calls me graceful and even refers to me as a young lady. Merlin, this is utterly unbelievable. Myrtle momentarily froze, then dove down from the ceiling above the toilet, coming face to face with Lin Shu. Yet Lin Shu stood her ground unflinching. You are a Slytherin student. The little serpents of Slytherin are known for their venom. How could you genuinely praise me? Dear lady, such antiquated notions belong to a bygone era. The current Slytherins are quite amiable. We support one another. And even if we are indeed the venomous snakes you describe, we temper our fangs with care. Sharp-tongued. No wonder you hail from Slytherin. Now tell me, what brings you here? Lin Shu smiled but did not answer immediately, instead opting to tantalize her. She first laid out the array of food she had brought, neatly arranging them into a square formation. Subsequently, she produced a large bundle of gold ingots, paper money, ceremonial clothing, incense, and other offerings. Myrtle, perhaps genuinely lonely, watched with keen interest, refraining from interrupting or driving Lin Shu away, eager to see what this little serpent intended to do. Myrtle, how long has it been since you last tasted food? Do you miss it? Myrtle frowned. To her, Lin Shu's inquiry seemed absurd, replete with an air of absurdity. I am a ghost. I can no longer eat or taste anything. Are you intentionally pricking at my heart? She lamented, bursting into tears once more. Soon her tears overflowed, flooding the toilet and causing the filth to spill forth. Observing her unstable emotional state, Lin Shu quickly interjected, Myrtle, calm down. Hold back your tears. If you continue to cry, this place will be inundated. Moreover, I can help you taste again. Would you not wish to try? To a Western ghost, such a proposition sounded utterly fantastical. Yet, though Myrtle's heart was skeptical, her body was quite obedient, rapidly stifling her tears. Little serpent, I am already dead. Must I not even find respite in being a ghost? You wish to find amusement at my expense? I understand you may not believe me, but what do you have to lose by trying? If it fails, consider it merely an amusing diversion in your otherwise dull existence. Persuaded by Lin Shu's words, Myrtle nodded, albeit unconvinced. After all, as Lin Shu suggested, she stood to lose nothing. Even if the outcome proved disappointing, it could still serve as an entertaining interlude in her monotonous life. Then Lin Shu began her preparations in earnest. She entered the square formation, sitting cross-legged at its center, and lit 3 incense sticks, placing them in an incense burner, allowing the fragrant smoke to waft toward the ceiling. The aroma was rich and enduring, possessing an irresistible allure for ghosts. Upon inhaling the fragrance, Myrtle was nearly convinced by Lin Shu's claims. Even if those words were fanciful, what did it matter? It was the first time in years she had encountered a scent since her death. After all, once one dies, they lose all sensation, trapped in a purgatorial existence in the place of their demise, which in itself is a torment. Myrtle greedily inhaled the fragrance, initially floating close to it, but now lying on the ground beside the incense, inhaling deeply without regard for her appearance. She was utterly captivated by the fragrance, which not only tantalized her senses, but also enveloped her in a wave of exquisite comfort. As a spirit, an instinctual urge incessantly beckoned her to inhale more deeply, to savor every essence. Oh my Myrtle, you are truly a feast for the eyes. Lin Shu was on the verge of reciting an incantation when she glanced up to find Myrtle had thrust her nostrils directly into the incense. Goodness! Who understands this? Who could lend her a pair of eyes that had not witnessed such a spectacle? She felt sullied by the sight. Indeed, witnessing everything could only bring her misfortune. Don't mind me. You have no idea how delightful this fragrance is. Could you possibly light a few more sticks? The number of sticks lit was certainly limited. After shaking her head in resignation, Lin Shu began to chant her spell. When the moment arrived, she ignited the gold ingots, paper money, and paper garments. Watching as the fire surged, fueled by flammable materials, it took mere moments for those items to be reduced to ashes. Turning her gaze back to Myrtle, she beheld a veritable treasure trove of gold, silver, and silks, all of which had materialized before her, becoming tangible objects that dazzled the eyes. Oh my, phew. You truly did it. I can hardly believe my eyes. Hermione exclaimed, having observed the entire event yet still perplexed as to how those items had arrived with Myrtle. Seeing her success, Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction. It was evident that her skills were far from rusty. But that's not all. Myrtle, do indulge in the offerings I have brought for you. Though they were merely packed from the cafeteria, at least they bear a familiar taste. Chapter 10 Fred. Myrtle was nearly in tears, cradling countless treasures in her arms, possessions she had never had in life but had unexpectedly gained in death. Moreover, she was in awe of Lin Shu's prowess. She would swear that not a single professor from the academy could achieve such feats. With excitement, she lunged toward Lin Shu, only to have Lin Shu evade her. Oh my Shu, are you rejecting me? Do you disdain me for being merely a ghost? Boo-hoo. Lin Shu, exasperated, wondered if spirits could change their demeanor so swiftly in this day and age. She rubbed her temples, exhaling a deep sigh, and gently explained to the sensitive and fragile ghostly senior, "Of course not. If I were to disdain you for being a ghost, I wouldn't have come at all. However, I must keep my distance for your own good. You wouldn't want to collide with me, as it would only leave your spirit in turmoil. So let us maintain a beautiful distance." Myrtle nodded, half comprehending, before diving into the feast of offerings. After a long absence, she was truly savoring the flavors, no longer merely gazing longingly. Tears streamed down her face as she reflected, her emotions threatening to overflow once more. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu shifted her attention. "Myrtle, look. I have even burned gold ingots for you and brought offerings. Now that you've received your share, may I borrow your space for potion brewing?" Without lifting her gaze, Myrtle readily consented. Brewing potions was a trivial matter. Lin Shu, having achieved her objective, exchanged a glance with Hermione, both brimming with a sense of accomplishment. "Shu, that's wonderful. This way you can brew potions here anytime. I hope my alchemical endeavors proceed as smoothly as the recent summoning. Please, no more explosions." The dream was beautiful, yet reality proved less favorable. Lin Shu experimented with various methods of concoction, each time meeting with disastrous explosions. Had she not soundproofed the walls, the professors would have undoubtedly stormed in to reprimand her by now. After several attempts, her final batch of elixirs showed promise, seeming to take shape, and all that remained was to nurture them patiently until they were ready. Setting aside the efficacy for the moment, achieving a stable form was already a significant leap forward. It should be noted that the materials used were all potion ingredients. Even Professor Snape, a master of potion making, could only brew tinctures and could not transform them into pills without altering their properties. If she succeeded this time, she would truly deserve the title of genius. Filled with confidence, she gazed at the cauldron as if it were her soon-to-be-born child, maternal affection almost spilling from her eyes. In this exhilarating moment, even Hermione and Myrtle held their breaths, fearful of any misstep. Yet fate had other plans. Bang! The cauldron exploded, shattering into pieces. Lin Shu quickly formed a protective shield to shield Hermione from harm, averting yet another brewing disaster. Ah, I should have known it wouldn't be so simple. Though she remained unscathed, a hint of regret lingered. Meanwhile, Hermione, struggling to find comforting words, faltered, ultimately managing only a couple of meager sentences. "Don't be discouraged, Shu. You've done remarkably well. Perhaps the timing just isn't right. You must believe in yourself. You will surely succeed. Of course, in the realm of alchemy, I am a legitimate inner disciple of our sect. Explosions are clearly the fault of the cauldron, not a reflection on my genius." Hermione was left speechless, witnessing a side of Lin Shu she had never encountered before, vividly alive, brimming with vitality. After their tumultuous experience, as they tidied up the scene and bid farewell to Myrtle, they realized it was already quite late. Having spent so long in the washroom, they had lost track of time, and now stepping outside, they found the sky had turned dark. "Shu, I think we should hurry. If we miss the head boy's room check, we might face punishment." "No worries. Once we exit the classroom building, I'll carry you back." "Carry me back?" Hermione was puzzled. They hadn't brought brooms on this outing. How could she be carried? Was it yet another method of the Eastern arts she had never seen? Noticing Hermione's furrowed brow in deep contemplation, Lin Shu found her adorable. "Well, it's quite similar to riding a broomstick. We simply refer to it as sword flight where I come from. How about I take you for a spin?" "Okay." Hermione nodded vigorously, feeling rebellious for the first time. At that moment, the concerns of missing the room check and potential punishments became insignificant. All she desired was to follow Lin Shu into a world of exploration she had never known. As they descended the stairs and walked along the corridor, two familiar figures came into view. However, in the dimness, their movements appeared exceedingly peculiar, as if they were cursed, endlessly pacing in place without advancing or retreating. "What is that? It's terrifying." No need to panic. To my shame, this is indeed my doing. She quickly approached, tearing the talismans from George and Fred. What on earth are you two doing here, still pacing? Hasn't anyone passed by to help you remove those talismans? Thank goodness, heartless sweetheart, you finally returned. I thought you were going to torture us to death. God knows how much my legs hurt right now. My feet feel as if they belong to someone else. George and Fred immediately launched into their banter, each taking turns to speak without allowing the other a moment to interject. I apologize, but who told you to follow me? Consider this a lesson well learned. However, I didn't intend to keep you both here for so long. I thought someone would come along to help you remove the talismans. Alas, no one did. Fred's frustration flared. This afternoon, classes had been held outdoors for both lower and upper years, and they had been stuck in place for so long without encountering a single soul. They could only accept their misfortune. Yet, they were not ones to be easily bested, just as they contemplated how to turn the tables. An unexpected meow shattered the lingering tension. Fred immediately recognized the presence of Filch's cat. Truth be told, if they were caught, the consequences for everyone would be dire. What should we do now? It was already too late to run back. Hermione was utterly terrified. This situation was overwhelmingly beyond the bounds of her typically obedient demeanor. The corridor stretched long before them, and the noise of their fleeing would only attract Filch's attention for inspection. You two hide behind us. We are seasoned offenders. And he can't do much to us, George and Fred spoke in unison, their determination evident as they each took hold of Lin Shu and Hermione, pulling them behind. Though they were still young, their sense of responsibility was strikingly apparent. As Lin Shu observed Fred's back, her previous disdain for him began to wane. Glancing down at the hands that had gripped her so tightly, she felt an unsettling warmth radiating from them, akin to a branding iron, imprinting both on her skin and tugging at her heartstrings. Perhaps this was the essence of camaraderie. Yes, it must be so, she mused. In the next moment, she freed herself from Fred's grasp and stepped boldly in front of everyone, exuding an air of confidence tinged with cool detachment, a hint of mockery, and a dash of indifference. Why panic? We can just hide. Without waiting for further discussion, she began to weave intricate hand signs while muttering incantations. Nuo Gao, Grand General of the Moon, solely open the descendant Wang Jia, do not reveal to outsiders. Those who see Jia shall think it is mere firewood. Those who do not shall believe it to be non-human. In an instant, a faint luminescence enveloped them, shrouded in a mysterious mist, their forms becoming indistinct. George and Fred, unable to contain their astonishment, let their voices rise in excitement, their reactions oblivious to their precarious surroundings. Observing this, Lin Shu quickly covered their mouths. But it was too late. Simultaneously, Filch had heard the commotion and strode towards them. Who is there? Come out at once, or when I find you, I shall hang you in the basement and thrash you for 3 days and nights. Such brutality. Lin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Whether Filch's threat was a mere ruse or a grim reality, she held her breath, fearful of making a sound. However, George and Fred were far from compliant. With Fred leading the charge, he boldly yanked at Filch's hair, while George extinguished the oil lamp in Filch's hand. Lin Shu's heart sank at the sight. She and Hermione merely wished to evade this predicament and return to their dormitory in peace. Good heavens! What on earth were these two doing? A quick glance exchanged between her and Hermione solidified their resolve. They each exerted all their strength to pull the boys back, grasping their arms. Lin Shu even clung tightly to Fred's sleeve. Her gaze shot icy daggers at him, as if to say, if you do not comply, I shall cast you out. Fred found it amusing, but offered no resistance. When Filch returned in a fury, Fred pushed himself against the wall, creating ample space for Filch to unleash his wrath. Who is it? Who dares to mock the professor? You shall certainly be expelled. His furious shouts echoed incessantly, with Filch refusing to leave. The group dared not utter a sound. Lin Shu remained behind Fred, their faces mere inches apart, their warm breaths mingling in the air, creating a strangely intimate atmosphere. As they held their collective breath, hoping Filch would soon depart, his cat suddenly leapt from an unexpected corner, pouncing directly toward Lin Shu and Fred. An agile cat. With remarkable speed and jumping ability, Lin Shu managed to evade, but Fred was not so fortunate. In a split second, she yanked Fred down with her. Perhaps due to instinct, they both tumbled to the ground. As they landed, Fred instinctively shielded Lin Shu's waist, resulting in an exceedingly intimate position, with her sprawled atop him. Lin Shu's heart raced like never before. Perhaps she was unwell. She should administer a grand healing spell. Chapter 11. Divination and Sword Flight. Filch searched high and low but found no one. After a protracted frenzy, he eventually retreated elsewhere. Throughout this ordeal, the group maintained their positions, refraining from any further noise. Naturally, Lin Shu and Fred remained in that intimate pose for quite some time. Once Filch departed, Lin Shu exhaled in relief, believing they could finally rise. Yet, in the next moment, a dark mist emerged from Fred's neck. Lin Shu swiftly reached out to grasp it, but the shadow slipped through her fingers, retreating back into Fred's body. Another ominous sign. Another harbinger of doom. The last time it had been Cedric, and now it was Fred. Could there be a connection? Lin Shu furrowed her brow, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, murmuring, "How do you possess this as well?" Her voice was barely audible, and no one comprehended her words, especially since she had spoken in Chinese. Only Fred, closest to her, inquired, "What's wrong, sweetheart? What were you just saying?" "Nothing, just pondering some unresolved matters. I'll consult my divination upon returning to the dormitory," she replied casually. What should have been a benign statement elicited astonished expressions from Fred, George, and Hermione. Their intense gazes made her feel oddly exposed, as if something unsavory were lurking. "Why are you all staring at me like that? It's eerie at this hour. Am I summoning something sinister? I haven't seen a thing. Good heavens, Merlin. Shoo, do you realize what you just said? Divination? Are you a prophet capable of making numerous predictions?" Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had spent the most time with Lin Shu, and their bond had blossomed into one of complete openness. Having witnessed Lin Shu's extraordinary talents firsthand, Hermione was eager to satiate her curiosity about the subject. Seeing Hermione's enthusiasm, Lin Shu turned to Fred and George, who wore identical expressions of astonishment, and felt a twinge of apprehension. "It's just divination. Don't you study it?" "Sorry, I forgot. I'm also a student at Hogwarts. I meant to say, do upper year students not cover divination in their curriculum? Is it such a shock?" "Sweetheart, I think you are somewhat misinformed about our school's curriculum," George remarked, with Fred chiming in. "Indeed, while there is a divination course, it only becomes available for elective study in the 3rd year, with options to continue in the 4th and 5th years. Lin Shu nodded in understanding. And before she could speak, George added, "But you must know that divination requires considerable talent. Therefore, most students do not opt for it. After all, no one wishes to choose a subject they cannot grasp." After this explanation, Lin Shu nodded and shook her head, broadly categorizing Western magical divination as an innate talent of the wizard, devoid of extensive knowledge or techniques. Ultimately, it all boiled down to divine providence. Such a stark contrast exists between East and West. So that's how it is. In our culture, divination is also referred to as the art of Qi Men Dun Jia, capable of predicting various matters, and it is a fundamental course that everyone can learn. As a disciple belonging to a sect, it is imperative for me to master the intricate interplay of arts and techniques, for one cannot exist without the other. Upon concluding her statement, Lin Shu beckoned the 3 companions to the rooftop. There was no alternative. Filch had been loitering within the building, and departing through the front entrance would only lead them into a trap. However, it appeared that among those present, only she was preoccupied with the urgency of returning to their dormitory, while the other 3 remained captivated by the previous topic of discussion. "Lin, may I come to find you after class tomorrow? I am eager to delve deeper into the culture and techniques of the Eastern mystique," Hermione shyly inquired, casting a glance at Lin Shu's expression, apprehensive of potential offense. "Why ever not? If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. The art of Qi Men Dun Jia is not a closely guarded secret. If one possesses a good mind, one can learn it from books alone. It is accessible even to ordinary individuals." "Is that truly so?" "Indeed, indeed. Why would I deceive you?" By the time their conversation reached this point, they had ascended to the top floor. To be candid, they were uncertain why they had followed Lin Shu. Perhaps it was her air of strategic command that made them inclined to listen to her. Yet as the biting wind howled, brushing against their faces, an involuntary sense of trepidation began to creep in. At this height, a careless misstep could result in grievous injuries or even death. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths merely to evade Filch? George and Fred frowned, instinctively peering over the edge. They were not afraid of heights, but rather of placing their safety in the hands of others without their broomsticks. Noticing the apprehensive expressions on their faces, Lin Shu realized they were contemplating retreat. "Come now. Are you not both chasers for Gryffindor's Quidditch team? Surely flying at high altitudes should pose no challenge for you. Why the sudden fear of heights? Listen, sweetheart. If I were to bring my broomstick here, I would soar with you for 3 days and nights, demonstrating what true skill entails." "So would I," Fred chimed in, with George quickly echoing his agreement. Lin Shu discerned that their hesitation stemmed not from fear of heights, but from a lack of self-trust. Having begun her journey of sword riding at the tender age of 4, she had become quite the adept over the years, and she could not bear to have her abilities questioned. A gentleman may be slain but cannot endure humiliation. It was evident that she must once again enlighten these foreign companions. What of the broomstick? What harm could it cause to carry someone? You simply lack exposure to the world. Just watch closely. In the next moment, Lin Shu formed a hand seal, and a surge of crimson light erupted, coalescing into a grand Taiji Bagua diagram, inscribed with incomprehensible characters. This emblem rapidly expanded and transformed into a shield-like artifact. Heaven and earth, grant me your divine power. As I chant, let the form manifest. Expand in might, emerge from within. Swiftly magnify, reveal your grandeur. Command. Lin Shu commanded the shield to grow until it was large enough to accommodate 4 individuals. Once completed, she turned to her companions, apprehensive that they might still doubt her abilities and hesitate to try. Thus, she stepped onto the shield first. All right, come aboard. I've been doing this since I was 4, I assure you, my skills are impeccable. You won't fall. The other 3 immediately followed suit, having hesitated only because they were momentarily astonished, not due to a lack of faith in Lin Shu's prowess. As they stood atop the shield, they marveled at the surreal sensation beneath their feet. The word astonished had become a mere echo in their minds. Who would have thought it possible to fly in such a manner? Even without a broomstick, they could glide through the expanse of the heavens. There were indeed such artifacts in the world, far cooler than broomsticks. Once everyone had boarded, Lin Shu once more gestured, murmuring the incantation for the wind control technique. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the shield vibrated and lifted off the ground, soaring with remarkable steadiness. Hermione, initially standing beside Lin Shu and too timid to look down, eventually adapted and leaned over the edge of the shield to admire the breathtaking scenery below. Fred and George were equally captivated. The sensation differed from that experienced on broomsticks, leaving them at a loss for words to describe it. Having been astonished so many times in one night, the typically loquacious duo found themselves bereft of compliments for Lin Shu. Observing that her companions had acclimated and exhibited no signs of dizziness, Lin Shu waved her long sleeves and summoned her spiritual energy, propelling the shield to greater speeds. Would you like to soar higher? Perhaps I should ask. Have you ever touched the clouds? No, sweetheart, broomsticks have their limits. Flying higher would be perilous. Stay close to me, and there will be no danger. Fred's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her response. Though Lin Shu had not turned to face him, he could imagine the pride and confidence radiating from her profile. It was utterly enchanting. The fierce wind whipped past them, tousling their hair, yet it could not disperse their exhilaration. Below them, the buildings shrank into a dreamlike realm, while the vast sky above brimmed with the unknown and the extraordinary. Suddenly, Hermione felt a cool breeze graze her face. She reached out, and to her astonishment, she truly touched a cloud. The group paused amidst the swirling mist, rendered speechless by the wonders they beheld that night. How could one encapsulate the word awe? Alas! No matter how high they flew, they could not reach the moon. This would have to suffice. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Truth be told, there is nothing up here, just desolate emptiness. A couple of visits would soon lose their charm. The others unanimously disagreed, interpreting her words as mere modesty. As fleeting moments of joy inevitably come to an end, they would eventually need to return to the dormitory. Thus, when Lin Shu safely escorted the trio back to Gryffindor Tower, they met her gaze with reluctant eyes filled with longing. Do not look at me like that. I shall take you flying again next time. Promise, sweetheart. Next time, I'll let you try our newly developed candies. Lin Shu nodded, appreciating the good intentions of the Weasley twins. Lin, please be cautious on your way back. Of course. After a brief farewell, Lin Shu swiftly stepped onto her shield and soared into the night, vanishing from their sight. It was only then that the 3 realized the extent of Lin Shu's abilities. They had thought her earlier flight was rapid, only to discover it was but a fraction of her true speed. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can lead to feelings of inadequacy. In this light, Fred and George, the upperclassmen and Quidditch chasers, were left feeling rather embarrassed. That night, Lin Shu quietly returned to her dormitory without disturbing anyone. She sat cross-legged in meditation, struggling to find tranquility, her thoughts consumed by curiosity regarding Cedric and Fred's fateful brevity. After much contemplation, she resolved to delve into the mysteries of fate. With determination, she initiated a divination using Chimen Dunjia. The omens were straightforward. Both individuals faced a deathly calamity, realizing that further inquiry was unnecessary. As such calamities were typically inescapable, Lin Shu, undeterred, continued her calculations, seeking a glimmer of possibility within the seemingly impossible. As time passed, the pressure on her spiritual sight became quite painful. Indeed, Peering into forbidden realms often comes at a cost. Yet, she was not left disappointed. As she reached the conclusion of her divination, the outcome grew increasingly ambiguous. It seemed that the calamity of death had not yet sealed their fates, leaving room for potential change. This revelation mirrored her initial divination with Cedric, both foretelling an uncertain path ahead, with unforeseen twists yet to unfold. Lin Shu rubbed her forehead, where the pressure had been most intense, and revealed a gentle smile. Since I have become involved, perhaps I am the very change that is destined to occur. Those with extraordinary talents possess the right to be proud. Chapter 12. We are even now. In the ensuing period, Lin Shu's routine resumed its disciplined cadence. Rising at 4 in the morning to meditate, followed by a set of martial arts exercises in her dormitory, attending classes as per her schedule, and serving detention with Professor Snape, her life was undeniably structured. In her leisure moments, she could only find the time to visit the Myrtle to concoct a potion. However, the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. After a period of meticulous refinement and modification of the formula, she successfully crafted a solid pill from the magical ingredients. Not a liquid. Remarkably, the efficacy was not diminished in the slightest, but rather enhanced. During this time, she also corresponded with her sect, requesting her 4th senior sister to create several empty necklace settings for her magical talismans. This way, even if they got wet, the talismans would remain effective. She had long intended to arrange this for Fred and Cedric, even though she had previously given Cedric some talismans made of paper, which were fragile and would deteriorate if not preserved with care before they could take effect. She had anticipated this issue well in advance, a testament to her brilliance. On this particular day, there were no classes at school. Students from various houses gathered in small groups within the Great Hall, and Malfoy, unwilling to allow Lin Shu to mingle with that group of foolish Gryffindors, insisted she stay at the Slytherin table. Thus, Lin Shu could only gaze longingly at Hermione, Harry, and the others from a distance. Soon, however, the sound of owls filled the air, shattering the existing atmosphere. One after another, owls swooped in, each bearing various parcels and letters, precisely delivering their contents to their respective owners. Malfoy, unable to contain his excitement upon receiving a package, eagerly opened it to reveal a letter and 2 boxes of cookies. The moment the lid of one cookie box was lifted, a rich aroma wafted forth, a delightful blend of creamy sweetness that tantalized the senses. To be honest, Lin Shu had never tasted anything so delectable in this place. Such a fragrant scent was entirely unfamiliar to her. Just as her cravings were stirred, Malfoy pushed one of the unopened cookie boxes toward her. "Shu, this is for you." "For me?" Lin Shu was taken aback. Was it not a bit excessive to give her an entire box? "Yes. My mother made these specially for you. Of course you should have them." "Specially for me? But I don't think I've met your parents." At this, Malfoy wore a smug grin, as if every pore on his face was clamoring for praise. "Even though you haven't met them, I mentioned you in a letter to my dad. You're my friend in Slytherin, and they really like you." "Ah. Thank you to your uncle and aunt, and thank you, Malfoy. I want to be polite then." I could smell how delicious they were. With a joyful heart, Lin Shu opened the cookie box and selected a piece, finding it to be exquisite. Upon biting into it, she discovered a strawberry filling, the flavors complex and not overly sweet, truly one of the finest desserts she had ever encountered. "Delicious!" exclaimed Malfoy. The simple joy of childhood was evident as Lin Shu savored the treat, not forgetting to acknowledge Malfoy, the benefactor, by offering him the largest piece. In that moment, their camaraderie blossomed. This display did not go unnoticed by the Weasley twins, who had been sitting across from them with discontent. Though they had not interacted much with Lin Shu, that single moment lingered in their minds, captivating their thoughts. They found Lin Shu to be intriguing, unwittingly directing their attention to her, curious to see what surprising feats she might perform next. However, prolonged observation soon became a habit. They now instinctively noted every little thing Lin Shu did, even the way she scrunched her face at the taste of lamb with an overpowering flavor. Seeing her so comfortably interact with Malfoy stirred a tumult of emotions within them, a blend of envy and bitterness. Yet Lin Shu remained blissfully unaware of their troubled sentiments. Her focus had shifted to other matters. Neville received a memory orb, said to turn red if one forgot something. It was Lin Shu's first encounter with such a curious object. She fixated on the orb in Neville's hand, and indeed in the next moment, it transformed to a vivid red. "Wow. How fascinating. It's just a silly orb. If you like it, I'll buy it for you," Malfoy declared grandly, as if he were not merely purchasing a trinket, but rather acquiring an entire shop. "Enough, Malfoy, I don't need to spend your money. I have my own." Lin Shu retorted. "That's different. You can keep your money, but I want to spend mine on you." and that's my prerogative. What a domineering proclamation. Malfoy chuckled, leaning closer to Lin Shu, their heads nearly touching as they shared whispers. If you feel embarrassed, you could give me a talisman. I heard you gave one to a senior. Do you like him? Lin Shu was taken aback. Which senior was he talking about? Oh, so you meant Cedric. She realized. Rumors aren't reliable, Malfoy, but if you want a talisman, I can write you one anytime. Her ready agreement pleased Malfoy, who promptly selected a strawberry-filled cookie from his box to feed her. Here, it's strawberry-flavored. You like this, right? I'll feed you and you feed me. Then we're even. You two want to be even? How childish. Their banter continued, and while Lin Shu teased Malfoy about his immaturity, she herself was perhaps the most juvenile of all, persistently feeding him treats, determined to win at any cost. Enough, I'm a bit full now. Alright. Then I'll keep the rest for myself. My share is yours, all of it. And what about you? Lin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she appeared greedy. If I want to eat, I can have the house elf make me more anytime. Just enjoy this. It's rare to see you like something. Malfoy. You're truly the best. I could cry. I'll always be good to you. You're #1 in my book. Their camaraderie was so vivid that it seemed like a scene from a horror film. For neither Slytherin nor any other house had ever witnessed Malfoy display such warmth towards someone. In that moment, he shed the proud mantle of the Malfoy name, lowering his head. Yet, to the Weasley twins and Harry observing from across the hall, this scene was painfully glaring. Harry pressed his lips together and remarked to Hermione, Hermione, you spend the most time with Shu. If you can, you should inform her just how bad Malfoy truly is. A pure-hearted person like Shu must be bewitched by him. And as her friends, we ought to help her see his true nature. Harry, perhaps Shu doesn't need our concern. I mean, Slytherin values strength and talent, and clearly, she possesses both. Isn't it natural for her to be admired? Trust me, Malfoy won't stir any trouble in front of Shu. Harry fell silent, unable to refute her words, yet deep down he still worried for Lin Shu. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, unbeknownst to them, had already snapped their quills in silent frustration. A chilling aura surrounded them, dark and foreboding. At that moment, should anyone provoke them, it would ignite a tempest of fury. They found the unfolding scene before them utterly intolerable, yet lacked the justification to intervene. As everyone's thoughts diverged, a resounding eagle-esque cry pierced the air, echoing through the hall, impossible to ignore. As Lin Shu heard that familiar voice, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She could not ascertain whether she had misheard, but it seemed as if she had caught a glimpse of her fifth senior brother's magical beast. Just as she harbored hope mingled with doubt, a colossal eagle descended from the heavens, soaring towards her with powerful wing beats. This sight startled everyone present, yet Lin Shu was filled with elation. Xiao Yu. Is it truly you? You've come to see me. Who could fathom the joy of family, encountering a loved one in a foreign land? Even if it were merely an eagle, felt remarkably heartwarming. Lin Shu stifled the tears brimming in her eyes, and raised her hand to offer support to the giant eagle, which obediently retracted its sharp talons and perched atop her. After it discarded the cumbersome burden on its legs, it resumed its call. The seamless communication between the girl and the eagle left the onlookers astounded, their jaws agape in astonishment. However, the moments of reunion are always fleeting. Xiao Yu departed swiftly, soon vanishing from sight. Lin Shu gazed at its retreating form, until it was no longer visible before redirecting her attention to the package that had fallen to the ground. Upon opening it, she discovered an assortment of familiar items. Enchanted talisman papers, vermilion powder, a peachwood sword, a compass, bells, 5 emperor's coins, jujube wood and peachwood thunderstrike talismans, prayer beads, and more. These were all supplies she had deemed sufficient before leaving her sect. Yet here they were, sent to her in abundance. Ah! Such is the profound affection shared among fellow disciples. Notably, she also recalled that the necklace-based artifact she had informed her fourth senior sister about had arrived. It was a limited batch of only 6 pieces, but for Lin Shu, this was already more than adequate. This seemingly simple trinket was a moon-shaped pendant, adorned with intricate hollowed-out runes. At its base, it featured a clasp mechanism that allowed the moon to open, revealing a hollow compartment suitable for storing talisman papers. This truly resolved Lin Shu's pressing needs. Otherwise, she would have been continually preoccupied with the thought that Cedric and Fred might be in peril at any moment. Chapter 13. Perhaps your fates do not align. From the moment the pendant arrived courtesy of her senior sister, Lin Shu had promptly crafted talisman papers and placed them into the secret compartments of the pendant. 3 in total. 1 for Cedric, 1 for Fred, and 1 that Malfoy had requested, although she sensed he might not truly require it. Once she had arranged everything, she tucked the pendant into the pocket of her wizarding robe, planning to gift it to them when they met during class. Coincidentally, she had lessons that day. Specifically Madame Hooch's flying class. Having some familiarity with flying, she felt little of the new student's excitement for the subject. She mused that if there were a final exam for this class, she could effortlessly secure the top position with her eyes closed. No exaggeration whatsoever. In stark contrast, Malfoy appeared to harbor great enthusiasm for the flying class, his eagerness tinged with a confidence that suggested he was already well prepared. "Shoo, let me tell you. I mastered the art of flying on a broomstick at home long ago. You know I'm talented in everything I do, and flying is no exception. I even played Quidditch at home. The sensation is absolutely exhilarating, and even my father remarked on my exceptional flying skills. Wow. Impressive." As a listener, Lin Shu provided ample emotional support to Malfoy, who rambled on about his dashing exploits in Quidditch as they made their way to the classroom, nearly wearing her ears out with his incessant chatter. By the time he regaled her with his glorious tales, they had arrived at the class venue, though there remained a distance from the gathering crowd, allowing the students who were already there to observe them clearly. Just as Lin Shu was about to greet Hermione, Malfoy's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze fixated ahead, bearing an intensity that suggested he might devour someone whole. Without waiting for Lin Shu to inquire, Malfoy spoke up. "Do you see that insufferable Potter? I am certain he has never ridden a broomstick in his life. He will undoubtedly make a fool of himself in today's class." "Malfoy, perhaps your animosity towards Potter runs a bit too deep. Do you loathe him simply because he declined your offer of friendship?" "Not entirely. To be honest, I find this chosen one utterly pretentious. Everyone hails him as a savior, but why? Anyone could see that he lacks the ability to be a hero." Lin Shu nodded, grasping the underlying sentiments of Malfoy's disdain. In essence, this young master, long accustomed to adulation, found it difficult to accept that someone could be more famous and accomplished than he. Coupled with Potter's rather unremarkable demeanor, this only deepened Malfoy's contempt. It was a common facet of human nature. People often find themselves humbled only when confronted with someone vastly superior. When faced with peers of equal or slightly greater standing, their immediate reaction to witnessing success is often jealousy, if not outright hatred. Listening to Malfoy, Lin Shu thought, "Although I am unaware of the intricacies surrounding the so-called savior you speak of, I do know that this title was not something Harry sought or claimed for himself. It was an imposition from the outside world. And how could that be his fault? As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. His reputation may shine brightly in the eyes of the world, yet for him, it might not necessarily be a boon. Therefore, Malfoy, a gentleman of your caliber should be able to shine in your own right, without the need for comparison to others." Malfoy pressed his lips together, contemplating the profound truths he had never before encountered. Although he should have felt irked, upon reflection, he found Lin Shu's words to resonate deeply. After all, he was Draco Malfoy, entirely unworthy of comparison with others. Previously, he had been ensnared in his own stubbornness, believing himself to be above Potter, while simultaneously yearning to seize his spotlight and triumph over him. "So Shu, do you mean to say I was wrong?" "No. You are not wrong. All humans possess desires: greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, doubt. These are the frailties of our humanity. As long as you remain human, and live among the mundane, you cannot escape their grasp. In our culture there is a saying, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Regarding intentions, there are no perfect beings. Every heart harbors some malevolent thoughts. It merely depends on whether one chooses to act upon them. Shu, you seem incredibly wise, speaking truths I have never encountered before. Yet your words bring me a sense of calm. I find it quite comforting. However, I still despise that Potter. Intensely, I might add. I doubt I will ever reconcile with him." Lin Shu exhaled a deep breath, thinking to herself, "Well, that is acceptable. Each individual must traverse their unique path in life. Everyone is an independent entity, entitled to their own thoughts and choices. Yet in light of this, it seems that my previous words may have been in vain. Nevertheless, it is also quite delightful to indulge in idle chatter between friends. Oh Malfoy, look at my wretched memory. I nearly forgot." "What?" In the next moment, Lin Shu retrieved a necklace pendant from her pocket. As Malfoy glanced over, he caught a glimpse of a flicker of silver light dancing upon the pendant. "This is for you. Within the compartment lies the talisman papers I personally inscribed for your safety. You can carry it with you. This pendant is also an artifact, impervious to water, ensuring the talisman papers remain intact." "Really for me? That's so cool. Shu, you remembered everything I said." "Of course. We are the best of friends." Malfoy's happiness was palpable, his smile stretching wider despite his attempts to maintain composure. Were it not for his concern for appearance, his grin would likely rival the sun. Help me put it on. You can do it yourself. Madam Hooch will be here any moment. No, you do it for me, or I won't wear it. Suit yourself. Lin Shu teased, yet when it came to such a trivial matter, she willingly helped him fasten the pendant. Malfoy, momentarily invigorated, couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Harry's position, his chin held high, exuding an air of provocation. Potter, did you see that? This was gifted to me by Cho, and she personally helped me put it on. If your eyesight isn't failing you, I believe you should be able to see it. Enough, Malfoy. Deceiving Cho with your cunning tricks. What else are you capable of? The two were locked in a fierce standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a brawl was imminent. Lin Shu, witnessing the escalating situation, sighed in exasperation and hurriedly pulled Malfoy away, adopting the demeanor of a concerned adult mediating the quarrel of unruly children. Malfoy. Haven't I just told you not to target Harry? I couldn't help it. Wow. What a perfect response, leaving her speechless. Then just try to hold it in. I can't hold it in that much. Alright, fine, it's quite simple. Perhaps your energies are incompatible. Your fates are at odds. Lin Shu decided to relinquish her futile struggle. She could manage the chaos temporarily, but not indefinitely. At that moment, Madame Hooch strode purposefully towards them from a distance. Her short hair exuding a sense of efficiency, her presence commanding an almost imperious aura. Good afternoon, Madame Hooch. Good afternoon, students. Welcome to your first flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand by the left side of your broomsticks. Lin Shu was indeed correct. She was a no-nonsense professor. Upon hearing the command, the students promptly complied, quickly forming an orderly line and claiming their respective broomsticks. Place your right hand just above the broomstick and say up. A simple incantation, Lin Shu mused. Her demeanor remained calm and her emotions subdued. For her, summoning a broomstick was hardly of great significance. After all, she could fly on her own, and was confident her skills surpassed those of a broomstick. Thus, when she uttered the command, her voice bore a hint of nonchalance. Up. In an instant, the broomstick soared into her hand with precision, her success drawing the attention of many classmates. Meanwhile, Harry also succeeded on his first attempt, while Malfoy summoned his broomstick on the second try, demonstrating considerable talent. Malfoy raised an eyebrow in triumph towards Lin Shu, who returned the gesture with equal disdain. Isn't it just showing off? Who can't do that? After a while, once nearly all the students had successfully summoned their broomsticks, Madame Hooch spoke again. Students who have acquired their broomsticks, I now want you to mount them. Hold on tightly, and be careful not to fall off. When I blow my whistle, I want each of you to push off the ground with force, allowing your broomsticks to rise into the air for a moment. Then lean slightly forward to return to the ground. Lin Shu pondered, is it really that complicated? Must we push off the ground for leverage? And most importantly, do we have to ride them? Can't we just step on them? She mused aimlessly, just as Madame Hooch began to blow the whistle. 3-2. Unfortunately, before the countdown could finish, Madame Hooch abruptly paused. Lin Shu snapped back to reality, realizing that Neville was uncontrollably floating upwards. The broomstick he had chosen seemed particularly rebellious. Longbottom, come down quickly, Madame Hooch shouted, but her words were in vain. The broomstick wobbled, initially lifting just a little before swaying violently, and one could only imagine how jarring it must be for Neville to be perched atop it. Longbottom, listen to my command and come down. No, help me. I can't seem to get down. His voice trembled, clearly terrified. In the next moment, the broomstick darted erratically, tilting at a precarious angle as it soared into the air, leaving Neville to scream in sheer panic. Lin Shu was speechless, staring at Madame Hooch with a frown. Really? Neville's broomstick is out of control. And the teacher isn't intervening? Is she trying to challenge the students? Get me down. Madame Hooch called out again, and in that moment, Lin Shu understood. Madame Hooch truly was indifferent to the situation. Stepping out of the line, she spoke with exasperation. Madame Hooch, it's evident that Neville's broomstick is not responding to him. He wants to come down but cannot. As a professor, I believe it is your duty to assist your student at this moment. After all, we are only first years. Many of us are encountering broomsticks for the first time, and do not know how to fly. Her tone was less than courteous, and Madame Hooch seemed momentarily at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing in silence. Lin Shu fixed her gaze on Madame Hooch's eyes, showing no signs of retreat. Even if Madame Hooch chose to punish her for it, she remained unfazed. After all, she was a Slytherin, who always upheld the principle of strength. In her view, Madame Hooch's behavior either indicated a lack of concern for her students or a personal inability to regain control over the broomstick, resorting instead to impotent fury. Regardless of which possibility it was, Lin Shu could not abide by it. Chapter 14. I am just like Fred. At the very moment when Lin Shu and Madame Hooch were engaged in a verbal standoff, Neville's body resembled a kite with a severed string, swaying left and right in the air, his limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to stabilize himself. The howling wind rushed into his ears, stinging his cheeks. Classmates looked on in horror, some screaming, others calling out for Madame Hooch in helplessness. The situation was dire. However, Madame Hooch's frantic spellcasting proved ineffective. As Neville continued to be tossed about on the broomstick, at one moment headfirst towards the ground, and the next spinning at dizzying speeds, his face pale as a sheet, his hair standing on end, Lin Shu was utterly at a loss for words. Was this all? She could hardly contain her sarcasm. A professor so inept, surely unqualified to be even a junior disciple in their realm. In the next moment, she delivered a swift kick to the broomstick and, with a powerful leap, stood atop it. Indeed she stood. Riding was too uncomfortable for her. In the eyes of the onlookers, she surged forward in an unusually audacious manner, moving with incredible speed, akin to a shooting star. The broomstick beneath her resembled a tame dragon, soaring through the air with grace. Though she stood atop the broomstick, her flying skills were rooted in the art of sword flight from Dongxian. She stood tall, her long hair dancing wildly in the wind, leaning slightly, with one knee bent. She seemed to merge with the very essence of the sword, cutting through the clouds. As she maneuvered, the surrounding mist was cleaved apart by her sword-like energy, revealing the azure sky above. As Neville plummeted downwards, he felt utterly doomed, instinctively shutting his eyes, unable to bear the thought of the impending impact. Yet, to his astonishment, pain did not ensue. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Shu was effortlessly holding him aloft. "She's lifting me. Merlin, her strength is incredible." Lin Shu rolled her eyes, realizing Neville was completely stunned. She had already caught him, yet he was still hesitating to leap onto his broomstick. What was he waiting for? For the food to get cold? Her patience was wearing thin, and with a swift flick of her wrist, she tossed him aside to regain control over her broomstick and guide it back to the ground. "Shu, you were absolutely amazing just now. How did you come up with those moves? I want to try it too." Standing while flying looks way more stylish than riding. Malfoy was the first to approach, his admiration evident after witnessing Shu's impressive display of skill, completely transformed into a little fanboy. "Don't imitate me. I'm not using your flying technique. So while my moves may appear difficult, I assure you I am safe. I cannot guarantee that if you try to fly like me, your technique won't lead to a fall." The two exchanged whispers, and Neville slowly regained his composure. He had been genuinely frightened moments earlier, and upon landing, he remained seated on the ground for quite some time before recovering. Once Neville had regained his composure, the first thing he did was seek out Lin Shu to express his gratitude. "Shu, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I might have been left incomplete." Neville spoke with heartfelt sincerity, albeit his voice still trembled, perhaps a remnant of his prolonged exposure to the heights. This provided Draco Malfoy with an opportunity to launch his scathing remarks. "Who do you think you are, calling her Shu? Foolish lion, in times of peril, you can only rely on us Slytherins to save you, utterly useless." "Enough, Malfoy. Neville has done nothing to provoke you. Your ire is utterly misplaced," Lin Shu interjected swiftly, accepting Neville's thanks with a calm demeanor, stating that it was merely a trivial matter, and urging him not to dwell on it. Despite the commotion, the lesson had yet to conclude. Madame Hooch remained steadfast at the side, exuding an air of authority that brooked no disrespect. "Return to your seats and continue the lesson." As for Lin Shu, for defying a professor and using flying magic without permission, Slytherin loses 5 points. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, accompanied by murmurs of astonishment. Yet Lin Shu maintained her nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed, devoid of anger or regret, and oblivious to any sense of injustice. She licked her sharp teeth, a provocative gesture, and then chuckled lightly. "How dull. You all carry on with this lesson. I shall take my leave." With an effortless grace, Lin Shu turned to depart, finding little significance in the class. Her prowess in flying on a broom was already well honed. Mastering this inferior broom was hardly a challenge. She preferred to spend her time in detention with Professor Snape or concocting potions with Pomona, rather than squander it here. Her exit was smooth, leaving behind a flurry of astonished classmates, particularly the Slytherin snakes, who rallied to defend her honor. To them, Lin Shu's formidable strength was an emblem of aspiration and reverence. The notions of defying a professor or exhibiting her own temper and pride paled in comparison. After all, the strong possessed the right to be proud. Lin Shu had merely showcased her superiority over the professor, and in doing so, had become a target of scorn, which they could not tolerate. The Slytherin students, faces brimming with indignation, rallied behind Draco, who was the first to hurl his broom to the ground, shooting a venomous glare at Madame Hooch before charging after Lin Shu. Once one took the lead, others swiftly followed suit. Before long, most of the Slytherins had deserted the lesson, marking Madame Hooch's first encounter with a professional debacle. She seethed with frustration, her chest heaving in agitation, embodying a visage of indignation. Slytherins banding together to defy a professor and collectively ditching class. Slytherin lost 50 points. Hermione frowned, her petite frame seemingly radiating a colossal strength as she stepped forward, preempting Harry. Madame Hooch, Shu did not intend any disrespect. Please believe that. Furthermore, she saved Neville and should surely receive points for that. Her flying was exceptional. Many upperclassmen could not match her skill. I believe she deserves commendation. Harry nodded in agreement, echoing Hermione's sentiments. When Neville lost control of his broom, the situation was dire and no one else could help. It was Shu who stepped up. She did not disregard her fellow students from other houses because she is a Slytherin. She is the best kind of Slytherin. Madame Hooch was rendered speechless but remained obstinate. As the class concluded, the students departed, weariness etched on their faces. What was anticipated to be an exhilarating lesson had devolved into discontent. While many were concerned for Lin Shu, she herself harbored no internal turmoil. On her way from flying class, she encountered the Weasley twins, who without a word, seized her arms and dragged her to an unfrequented staircase. George, Fred, don't haul me around. I warn you, I'm formidable, she declared, playfully asserting her strength. Did I accidentally hurt my little sweetheart with my superior strength? George quipped, to which Fred chimed in. The banter between the two was a familiar rhythm to Lin Shu. Should a day come when only one of them remained, or when their playful exchanges ceased, then she would truly feel disoriented. But since fate had brought them together, she decided to hand the pendant to Fred, alleviating her mind of its presence. Speak. Why have you brought me here? Wait, don't answer. Let me speak first. The twins chuckled, but before they could respond, she swiftly covered their mouths. Little mouths, no talking. 3 seconds later, she released her grip and retrieved a necklace from her robe pocket, presenting it to Fred. For you, to ensure your safety. Carry it with you. And it may bring surprises. That's all I'll say. Further discussion incurs additional costs. Fred raised an eyebrow, examining the necklace closely, while George's expression shifted, gazing at Lin Shu as though attempting to awaken her conscience. Sweetheart, what about mine? Oh George, trust me, you don't need this. How do you know I don't need it? I want it. That's not how it works. No, you cannot have it, nor may you ask. Spare your lovely, kind-hearted and virtuous junior, or I might spill the beans, and then a great thunder might strike me. Fred erupted in laughter, but George remained stern. It was a rare moment of discord between the twins. I don't care, sweetheart. You cannot be biased. Fred and I are the same. Look into my eyes and tell me you have prepared a gift for me as well. Faced with George's hopeful gaze, Lin Shu found it hard to refuse. All right. I'll give you one. It's my oversight not to have considered this. It's no great matter. I'll arrange it. Having said that, she pulled another pendant from her pocket, originally intended for Cedric, but since she had yet to encounter him, it would be given to George instead, soothing his bruised spirit. Now you cannot claim I am biased. This pendant conceals the power of the talisman inside, crafted by my senior sister. I have plenty. Sweetheart, promise me you won't forget me in the future, okay? I'll treat this incident as if it never occurred. Lin Shu froze, meeting George's still hurt gaze, feeling an unexpected pang of guilt. I'm sorry, George. There's a reason behind my gifting this. Though I cannot speak it plainly, trust me. It is better if you do not need it. This was her subtle hint. Surely they could understand. Uncertain, she observed Fred and George exchanging glances, their expressions inscrutable, revealing nothing of their thoughts. When they turned back to Lin Shu, their smiles returned, showcasing their signature bright smiles. Lin Shu could not shake the feeling that their faces possessed an enchanting allure. In that moment, she found herself at a loss, neither looking down nor evading their gaze. Sweetheart, help us put them on. Chapter 15. Living Dolls, Truly Spectacular. As previously mentioned, Lin Shu believed the Weasley twins might be casting a spell on her. Otherwise, why did her heart race involuntarily every time she encountered them? It was quite uncanny. With this thought, Lin Shu adorned the Weasley twins with the necklaces. Their smiles grew even more enchanting. And then George produced a bag of candies from his pocket. Fred took one, skillfully unwrapping it with his slender fingers before presenting it to Lin Shu. Taste this. It's candy we made just for you. Lin Shu hesitated to speak. For during this period, she had come to understand that George and Fred were nothing short of masterminds of mischief. Their creations always imbued with a hint of peril. Please spare me, is this what you have concocted? Those prank candies? I've heard Ron mention that consuming anything from you could lead to dire consequences. Merlin. Sweetheart. Did you hear what that lad said? George scoffed, eager to expose his dear brother, and bestow upon him a lesson steeped in affection. Fred, however, remained resolute, continuing to offer Lin Shu the candy with a gentle demeanor, appearing far from the intention of ensnaring her. Sweetheart, trust us, this is crafted especially for you. There are no mischievous ingredients within, just sweetness that you will undoubtedly adore. Ever since Malfoy had cheered Lin Shu with a box of cookies, George and Fred had embarked on a quest to experiment with various candy cookies. Yet, their culinary skills were rather modest, rendering their cookies far from exquisite. Though the candy was tolerable, after much assurance from them, Lin Shu finally decided to taste it. However, as she savored the candy, her lips inadvertently brushed against Fred's fingers. Though fleeting, it clearly left Fred exhilarated. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, igniting a yearning for more. Meanwhile, Lin Shu reveled in the sweetness of the candy, her eyes squinting in delight. In an instant, an unusual sensation washed over her, as if something was striving to break free from within her. Yet this feeling was subtle, neither painful nor irritating, easily overlooked. Are you certain this candy is truly harmless? Lin Shu inquired uncertainly, but received no response. George and Fred gazed at her with gleaming eyes, and sensing something amiss, she instinctively reached to touch her face, only to witness her hand morphing into a claw at an alarming rate. In a panic, she felt her head, her cheeks, and soon realized 2 ears had sprouted atop her head, with a tail emerging behind her. Fred. George. I will have your heads. You assured me this candy was safe. Sweetheart, our words are the least trustworthy. Lin Shu closed her eyes, finding Fred's statement almost akin to a profound truth. She vowed to engrave it in her mind, never to trust them again. Now, I simply wish to ask, how do I revert back to my original form? Don't tell me you didn't concoct an antidote while creating these wretched concoctions. Well, we actually did not. Lin Shu pinched the bridge of her nose, stifling the impulse to unleash her wrath upon them, forcing a smile. Until the next moment, when she could no longer contain herself, she raised her hand to strike them. Fred, noticing her fury, swiftly restrained her flailing hands, leaving her no chance to retaliate. Thankfully, Lin Shu did not harbor any real intent to harm them. Otherwise, even with their greater height and strength, George and Fred would have been unable to withstand her wrath. Sweetheart, the effects last only 5 minutes. Do not be angry. Truth be told, your current appearance is utterly adorable. I find myself enchanted. If you find it adorable, why don't you transform yourself? Would you like to see? I can change. I am not opposed to it. Upon hearing this, George eagerly chimed in. Indeed, as long as our sweetheart desires, we can transform for your amusement. With their enthusiastic encouragement, Lin Shu found her irritation dissipating. Very well, let us make this a delightful agreement. Transform now. With affectionate smiles, Fred and George wasted no time, and promptly swallowed the candy. The effects manifested rapidly, and soon, both had sprouted ears and tails. Fred's tail was black, while George's was orange. Lin Shu exclaimed in delight, wow. Living dolls, this is splendid. She excitedly began to touch them, ensuring she lavished equal attention on both. Not only did she touch their ears, but she also petted their tails. Not satisfied with mere touches, she even began to stroke and nuzzle them. Fred and George found themselves breathless, teetering on the edge of losing control. Fred seized Lin Shu's mischievous hands, granting her no opportunity for resistance. Lin Shu stared wide-eyed at him, her gaze shimmering as they locked eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Sweetheart, a man's tail should not be touched. Hey, didn't you conjure them from thin air? They weren't originally like this. Lin Shu was indignant, her logic faltering. Who could resist the allure of something so soft and plush? To refrain from touching would be a disservice to such fluffiness. The more she pondered, the more determined she became, her hands continuing their mischief. After smoothing the fur of Fred's tail, she inhaled deeply, blowing the fur apart before smoothing it down again, repeating the process in endless delight. Fred and George could endure no longer. Disregarding their half-animal forms, they fled in haste, leaving Lin Shu bewildered by their abrupt departure. Wait. What's the rush? What's going on? Lin Shu was perplexed, yet she could hardly blame George and Fred. They had exerted immense restraint. Unable to bear it any longer, they preferred to escape rather than allow her to witness their flustered state, preserving a shred of dignity. With both of them gone, Lin Shu lost any desire to linger. Just as the effects wore off, she returned to her normal appearance. Striding confidently out of the stairwell, she headed towards the Slytherin dormitory. She had intended to take a nap, to rest a bit. However, fate had other plans. She encountered an imposing obstacle along the way, Professor Snape. He stood there with a grim countenance, resembling a shadowy bat, his gaze fixed intently upon her, causing a wave of panic to surge from her toes to her head. That giant-headed individual ahead should walk a bit faster. I should have anticipated it. If you're not in detention, you must be up to no good. How impressive. Leading a class in truancy. Defying a professor, resulting in a deduction of 50 points for Slytherin. Hogwarts ought to enshrine you in its annals, for talents like yours emerge only once a century. Truly worthy of remembrance. Lin Shu shuffled slowly closer to Professor Snape, fully aware of his earlier admonitions. It was no exaggeration to say that his ability to critique others was a rare talent, deserving of its own place in history. But she only dared to harbor such thoughts, never utter them aloud. Professor, perhaps I could explain the point deduction? Oh. Are you going to boast about how you heroically rescued your classmates while riding a broom? I have no interest in hearing that. Follow me. Let us see how well you've grasped the assignment I assigned last class. Lin Shu closed her eyes. Let it be over. Pop quizzes, yet another pop quiz. And with my own professor no less. I can only imagine the torment that awaits me. Yet, what was destined to happen could not be avoided. Reluctantly, she trudged behind her housemaster, despair mounting as he walked at an alarming pace, leaving her no time for even the slightest resistance. Upon their arrival in the office, Lin Shu lowered her gaze, bracing for the inevitable misfortune. Conversely, Snape remained remarkably calm, sitting at his desk, casually picking up an assignment to grade. After a long silence, he finally addressed Lin Shu. If you were to concoct a potion targeting dragonpox, one that acts swiftly within 3 hours, knowing that the standard formula requires gillyweed to be sun-dried under moonlight for 3 days, yet we are at month's end with faint moonlight, how would you adjust the drying duration and the subsequent brewing steps to ensure the stability of the potion's ingredients and its efficacy? Lin Shu swallowed hard, her mind racing, yet she could find no semblance of clarity. Was there truly such a question among the assignments Professor Snape had given? It seemed she had never encountered it before. Professor, since the moonlight is faint and unsuitable for potion making, shall we simply wait for a time when the moonlight is more favorable? This could be a viable solution. Wouldn't you agree? In the next moment, Professor Snape set down the assignments he had been grading. His movements were elegant yet exuded a chilling aura. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, the sound resembling a death knell. Apparently, he had finally spoken, his voice deep and gravelly, as though emanating from the very depths of hell. I truly underestimated the size of your brain, akin to that of a behemoth. This simple statement struck like a hammer, causing the air to resonate with its impact. Look at your response. It is nothing short of a calamity for the wizarding world. I can scarcely believe you hail from Slytherin. Perhaps you ought to tend to the thestrals at the magical creature's sanctuary, where intellect is not a prerequisite, and you would thrive. Wow. Such harsh words. I learned something today. Lin Shu listened in silence, bracing herself for the impending tirade. As the next question resounded, if one were to concoct a protective potion against the soul-sucking curse, and the conventional ingredient, powdered unicorn horn, has been tainted by dark magic and rendered unusable, how many alternative materials can you propose? Please detail their collection locations, processing methods, and compatibility ratios with the remaining ingredients. You have 1 minute. Begin. His gaze was piercing, unyielding, akin to a black serpent poised to deliver a fatal strike to any who faltered. Lin Shu pouted, still at a loss. I apologize, Professor, but I fear I still do not know the answer. She had prepared herself for a scathing reprimand, convinced that, given her understanding of Professor Snape, he would not refrain from thoroughly berating her. Yet, she waited, and the anticipated reprimand did not come. Instead, she heard Professor Snape speak calmly. Since you are aware of your shortcomings, why not seize the opportunity to rectify them? After all, you have already mastered flying. I hear your skills surpass those of your professor. You must be quite proud of that, yes? From now on, you shall forego flying lessons and spend all your free time here in detention, while also salvaging your empty mind. Thank you, Professor. Lin Shu did not perceive this as unfavorable. On the contrary, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Professor Snape. After all, this was a rare opportunity for focused learning, one not afforded to everyone. Moreover, her initial intention in coming here was to acquire knowledge in areas where she felt lacking. Potions and transfiguration were of utmost importance. Furthermore, while Professor Snape outwardly appeared aloof and unapproachable, his actions genuinely protected the students of his house. In Lin Shu's case, had Professor Snape not arranged for her detention, allowing her to avoid Madame Hooch's class, she suspected she would have had a far more difficult time. The enmity had already been established, It would be fortunate if Madame Hooch did not make her life more difficult. Thus, missing this class was preferable. And she was thankful for Professor Snape's thoughtful consideration. She felt a surge of admiration, gazing at Professor Snape with an expression full of reverence and docility, until Snape furrowed his brow in exasperation. He mused, could it be that this child has been rendered foolish by my scolding? At such a tender age. It was indeed possible for one's spirit to be fragile. Perhaps he should adopt a gentler approach in the future. Snape pondered this as he continued grading assignments, unaware of Lin Shu's oblivious gratitude. Suddenly, a plume of dark energy escaped from the professor's robes, which Lin Shu immediately perceived, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Heavens! More of that malevolent aura. Is there no end to this? Is the mortality rate in the Western magical world truly so high? She furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly perplexed by the situation. Chapter 16. If you fear death, do not pursue the path of cultivation. Ever since Lin Shu had witnessed the dark aura in Professor Snape's presence, her demeanor had taken a downturn. As she brewed the potion assigned by the professor, her mind began to wander. In fact, from the very moment she delved into the realm of cultivation, her master had imparted certain taboos to her. Take divination, for instance. The omens are ever-changing, each person has their own fate, and each must walk their own path. Interfering may lead to confusion and inner turmoil. Thus, for those who cultivate, the first lesson is to cultivate the heart. In simpler terms, it is about respecting others' destinies and relinquishing the urge to intervene. Lin Shu had thought this straightforward. Yet as she immersed herself in this environment and interacted with its inhabitants, she realized she had unwittingly stepped into the fray. She questioned herself. If faced with the sight of these individuals marching toward their fated doom, could she remain a mere spectator? She did not know. And her contemplations yielded no answers. Just then, a furious voice pierced through her reverie, jolting her chaotic thoughts back to reality. This cauldron is on the verge of weeping from your antics. Are you brewing potions or preparing porridge? Observe this color. It looks worse than a troll's snot. Smell this aroma. Even a Dementa would flee in disgust. Have you discarded all the knowledge I imparted? Or do you believe you can invent a new potion recipe without guidance? The familiar tone and the familiar reprimand snapped Lin Shu back to her senses. Indeed, where their essay will, their essay way. Why was I so entangled in my thoughts? If I could truly remain indifferent while watching those around me succumb to their fates, then I wouldn't be expending effort to create talismans. The essence of all things lies in the heart, more important than anything else. Furthermore, the path of cultivation is a defiance against the heavens. Ultimately, it is about contending with fate for a glimmer of survival. If one fears death, they should not pursue cultivation. If one is unafraid of death, what is there to fear in intervening with causality or facing retribution? Absurd. To contend with heaven, earth, humanity, and oneself is an exhilarating endeavor. Lin Shu suddenly felt enlightened, breaking free from her mental shackles in an instant. Her joy was palpable, yet Professor Snape was far from pleased. With a loud bang, the cauldron exploded. A pungent smoke instantly filled the entire office. Shards of the cauldron scattered across the floor, and potion ingredients were splattered everywhere. Professor Snape's expression darkened. His robes billowed as he strode swiftly to stand before Lin Shu, his usually indifferent eyes now ablaze with fury. Fool! He bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the classroom. Are you here to study potions or to engage in demolition? Look at this mess. It is a sacrilege to the art of potion making. The very trolls I have taught possess more sense than you. To waste precious materials in such a manner. Do you wield your hands for casting spells or merely to create chaos? If you continue to display such incompetence, get out of my office and cease to tarnish this noble craft. Lin Shu fell silent, too intimidated to meet the wrathful professor's gaze. Professor, headmaster, please calm down. It's merely an explosion. It's quite normal, just a small mishap. One gets used to it after a few more explosions. Snape was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. He could scarcely believe his ears. This student, who bore no difference from a troll, was suggesting that a few more explosions were acceptable. It was as if she were inoculating him against the absurdity of the situation. He inhaled deeply, wishing he could expel all the pent-up frustration. Are your eyes merely for decoration? Did you not see the precise measurements detailed in the potion book? Or do you disdain reading, preferring instead to blow my office to smithereens, showcasing to everyone how ignorant and reckless you truly are? Snape's forehead throbbed with anger as he paced the aisle, each step seeming to crush Lin Shu's spirit beneath his heel. I had hoped to teach someone with at least a modicum of learning ability, yet here you are, a dolt who cannot even execute the most basic operations. The shards of this cauldron are the clearest testament to your foolishness. He snatched a piece of cauldron debris and held it aloft. Are you truly a Slytherin? The Sorting Hat must have made a mistake, damn it. I genuinely worry for the future of our house. Lin Shu silently listened, occasionally nodding to acknowledge his words. This only served to amplify Snape's fury, akin to striking a fist into a pile of cotton, as the foolish student before him remained impervious to his ire. If one were to claim her attitude was poor, that would be an outright falsehood. On the contrary, Lin Shu responded to every remark without showing any disrespect to the professor. Yet, if one were to argue her demeanor was amiable, she could still infuriate him beyond measure. Snape felt as if he were on the verge of exploding. Much like the cauldron moments ago, after a long pause, he finally calmed himself, exhaling a breath of frustration as he gritted his teeth and said, "Should you commit another catastrophic blunder like this, prepare to be confined in the Forbidden Forest. Spending time with those perilous creatures may awaken your senses, and impress upon you the necessity of employing your intellect rather than your pitiful, reckless impulses." "Understood, Professor," she replied with a chuckle. "Do not smile. Your prominent teeth are positively blinding." "All right," Lin Shu acquiesced, her demeanor humble. Time swiftly passed, and during the subsequent potion brewing, she made no further mistakes, successfully concocting 2 batches of Scabious Potion, 1 batch of Forgetfulness Potion, and 1 batch of Wolfsbane Potion. This achievement was indeed commendable. It is worth noting that Lin Shu was merely a first-year student. The Forgetfulness Potion was typically a second-year subject, while the Wolfsbane Potion was covered in the 3rd year. The fact that she managed to replicate these concoctions solely based on the recipes in her textbooks, supplemented by Snape's rudimentary guidance, could only be described as genius. Upon witnessing the final potion safely brewed, Snape's previously anxious heart finally eased. "Did you intentionally sabotage the cauldron? Perhaps, in your Eastern philosophy, the cauldron and you are simply incompatible, and you are determined to procure a new one for me." Here it comes again, that sarcastic, almost petulant tone of his. At this point, Lin Shu could scarcely discern whether Professor Snape was being sardonic or speaking his genuine thoughts. Nevertheless, she maintained her meek demeanor and replied, "Professor, you seem quite knowledgeable about the concept of incompatibility." Snape's eyes darkened, feeling as though this child lacked all sense. "Enough, enough. Do not let your anger consume you. It is unhealthy. Leave. Get out of my office. I do not wish to see you any longer. Perhaps you and I are indeed incompatible." "That cannot be, Professor. As practitioners of our craft, we must adhere to science and not fall into superstition," Lin Shu exclaimed before darting out, leaving Snape to hurl a parchment at her retreating figure. One could only say that a little mischief brought great joy. That evening, upon returning to her dormitory, Lin Shu once again crafted 2 talismans, placing them into their respective pendants, one for Cedric and one for Professor Snape. Subsequently, she resumed her earlier study, diligently committing to memory the arcane and intricate potion recipes, some of which were perilous and sinister. Lin Shu eagerly awaited an opportunity to experiment with them at Myrtle's. It has been quite a while since I last sought out Myrtle." She recalled Hermione mentioning that once, while passing the 2nd-floor lavatory, Myrtle had emerged, calling out to her. The ghost appeared exceedingly awkward and shy, expressing a singular desire to see Lin Shu once more and experience her Eastern mystical arts. Lin Shu regarded this as a trivial matter, believing her abilities could provide solace to the departed, thus accumulating merit. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock echoed at her door. Glancing at the time, she noted it was quite late. For a first-year student, many would be preparing for bed at this hour. What could warrant a knock at such an hour? She hastened to the door and opened it to reveal a remarkably familiar face. However, this visage was now adorned with bruises, the left side of his lips distinctly swollen and discolored, presenting a woeful sight. "Good heavens, Malfoy. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight? Who did this? Is someone from a higher year bullying you?" As she spoke, her mind raced, and she felt a surge of indignation, resolutely deciding to seek vengeance for Malfoy. Regardless of the year of the assailant, she would ensure they would rue the day they crossed a Slytherin. She was adamant about upholding the house's honor, unafraid of the consequences. "Malfoy, why are you silent?" "Never mind, come in. I shall tend to your wounds." "No need. Madame Pomfrey has already treated me. Her healing magic is quite proficient. I expect this bruise will vanish shortly." Lin Shu guided him inside, meticulously inspecting Malfoy for any additional injuries. After a thorough examination, she noticed he struggled to lift his arm, causing her brow to furrow. She surmised that Malfoy had endured a severe beating, likely while attempting to shield himself. A common scenario for arm injuries arises when an individual protects their head with their arm, resulting in the arm absorbing a significant portion of the impact. "Malfoy, tell me immediately who did this." I will ensure they pay. It was Potter. I shall not let him off lightly. I will write to my father. Oh my. What? Harry did this? Surely not. Their frames are nearly identical. Even if they were to fight, neither should have the upper hand. Perhaps Harry was also injured. Lin Shu contemplated this, remaining silent. Shu, why are you not speaking? You do not believe me now that you have heard it was Harry? Malfoy accused. His emotions spiraling out of control. Do not be agitated, Malfoy. I am merely surprised. However, do tell me, why on earth did you two come to blows? Just speak, and I will believe you. Do not forget, we are both Slytherins. I shall not betray you. Humph, it is all that insufferable Potter's meddling, along with that annoying Neville. I truly despise those Gryffindors. They are all filthy mudbloods, worthless muggles. Chapter 17. She shares the blame. This situation even involves Neville? Lin Shu was even more perplexed. In her memory, Neville was timid and forgetful, often making mistakes in magical classes that resulted in laughter from his peers. How could someone like him possibly engage in a fight with Malfoy? She found it far more plausible that Malfoy had assaulted Neville. Malfoy. Do not tell me Neville actually threw a punch at you. He seems far too gentle for that. Of course, he would not dare strike me. It was Potter who initiated the altercation. Quickly, explain the entire situation to me. Malfoy, visibly agitated, winced in pain from making sudden movements. Observing this, Lin Shu swiftly formed healing spells with her hands, and soon after, the pain dissipated completely. Shu, the pain has vanished. Your magic works wonders. I truly adore you. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Thus, Malfoy suppressed his fury and recounted the events. It all began when Neville lost his crystal ball, and Malfoy, while retrieving a letter from the Ollery, happened to acquire a crystal ball that had been sent to him. Unbeknownst to Malfoy about Neville's loss, he swaggered around the school with the crystal ball in hand, intending to surprise Lin Shu. Unfortunately, Harry fortuitously encountered Malfoy and upon seeing the ball, assumed Malfoy had taken Neville's property and demanded its return. Malfoy, not one to cower or explain himself, engaged Harry in a heated confrontation. Ultimately, words were insufficient, and they resorted to blows. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, slapped her forehead in disbelief, unable to fathom how absurd the situation had escalated. Ultimately, this matter is merely a misunderstanding that could be clarified with a simple explanation. Yet fate has conspired to place two obstinate individuals in opposition. Harry is convinced that Malfoy has pilfered Neville's belongings, while Malfoy believes that Harry lacks the standing to question him, and he is far too disdainful to offer any explanations. Thus, a conflict seems inevitable. Upon finishing his account, Malfoy's eyes are tinged with red from anger, revealing the depth of his grievance. As the scion of a prestigious family, being falsely accused of theft and subjected to violence is an ordeal that anyone would find intolerable. Just as Lin Shu contemplates how to console him, he reaches into his pocket and presents the crystal ball to her, as if offering a treasured gift. I have always maintained that it's merely a trivial sphere. If you desire it, we can acquire one without envy for others. Thankfully, I preserved it from being ruined by that insufferable fool. Lin Shu finds herself at a loss for words. Confronted by such sincerity from a youth who is wholly devoted to her, she impulsively envelopes him in a warm embrace. Thank you, Malfoy. It is truly a joy to encounter you at Hogwarts. Malfoy reciprocates the embrace, instantly enveloped by a delightful aroma reminiscent of fresh greenery. A scent imbued with a soothing energy that calms his previously tumultuous emotions. He feels a surge of happiness, consumed by thoughts of how to further earn Lin Shu's affection, and perhaps secure a few more embraces. The altercation with Harry has already slipped from his mind. The two share a brief moment of warmth, yet the topic inevitably returns to the fight. In truth, Lin Shu had never considered that she bore some responsibility in this tangled affair. Had she not displayed surprise when Neville received the crystal ball, Malfoy would not have been fixated on it, nor would he have enlisted his father to procure it. Consequently, these misunderstandings could have been avoided. Alas, she must accept her share of the blame. Malfoy, I shall clarify this matter with Harry tomorrow. Clarify? Why should we offer him an explanation? That would diminish our stature. He is nothing but a conceited braggart, and ever since he was dubbed the Chosen One, he believes he must meddle in every situation. It is bothersome. We are merely teenagers. What malicious intent could we possibly harbor? Moreover, it is imperative to clarify this matter, not only to Harry but also to our peers. You cannot bear the stigma of having stolen from a classmate. Lin Shu understands better than most the lethal nature of public opinion. Even though Malfoy is the heir of the Malfoy lineage, it is evident that his family could easily afford a crystal ball. Yet people are swayed by rumors. And if the situation escalates, Malfoy's reputation could be irreparably damaged, making any attempts at clarification futile. As the saying goes, a rumor can spread with a single word, while refuting it requires a marathon. Malfoy, just trust me. I will set the record straight. For tonight, you should get a good night's sleep. And tomorrow we shall attend classes together. Very well. Malfoy acquiesces, his previously brash demeanor vanishing in an instant, now resembling a docile golden retriever. He flops onto Lin Shu's bed and rolls around playfully. This act is undeniably bold. Typically, his father would admonish him for such a lack of decorum. Yet, he finds himself unable to resist, as Lin Shu's scent is intoxicating, captivating him utterly. Unable to remain in her embrace, he instinctively seeks to absorb some of her essence by rolling on her bedding. It may sound peculiar, and he feels somewhat sheepish in Lin Shu's presence. His head lowered and cheeks flushed, as if they had been kissed by the sun. Lin Shu, observing this, harbors no ulterior thoughts. Her bedding is remarkably soft, enveloping her in a comforting cocoon that invites one to hibernate. It is no wonder Malfoy finds it appealing. Malfoy, do you fancy my blanket? If so, I shall gift you one. It is truly delightful to sleep under. I often find it difficult to rise after a night's rest. Malfoy clears his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. He does not genuinely covet the blanket, but since Lin Shu perceives it thus, he decides to let this charming misunderstanding persist. Indeed, Shu, your blanket is incredibly cozy. A youth of discerning taste, it seems heroes share similar tastes. With that, Malfoy finds no reason to linger further, and it is indeed time for slumber. Despite his reluctance to part, he bids Lin Shu farewell, reminding her to keep warm under her covers during the night to avoid catching a chill, before returning to his dormitory with a heavy heart. After pulling his own blanket over himself and closing his eyes, he finds no comfort in sleep. Something feels amiss. Tossing and turning throughout the night, he finally drifts into a light slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, after Malfoy's departure, swiftly consults her divination to ascertain the whereabouts of Neville's lost crystal ball. Generally, the day master represents the carent, while the day stem signifies the lost object. In a short time, she receives quite a bit of information indicating that the item likely lies on a patch of grass near some buildings. Lin Shu immediately recalls the location where they practice flying. It was during that lesson that Neville's broom had spiraled out of control, and the ball was likely lost amidst the chaos. With this thought in mind, she opens her window and, seizing the opportunity when others are distracted, summons her shield and speeds off. Initially, she anticipated the search would be arduous, and was prepared to consult her divination again if necessary. Yet, upon arriving at the site, her shield lands, and she inadvertently steps on something. Looking down, she discovers the crystal ball. What a stroke of luck! It was indeed a fortunate find, requiring little effort. Having gathered the item, she hastily departs, not lingering outside. With such time at her disposal, she would rather retire for the night. The following day, Lin Shu rises early as per her routine, and after completing her morning tasks, she waits by the Slytherin common room for Malfoy. He is among the last to emerge, and today his platinum hair is not styled as meticulously as usual. A rebellious tuft defiantly stands on end, despite Malfoy's attempts to tame it. Lin Shu finds this endearing, as it lends him a more charming demeanor. I apologize, Shu, for rising late. It is evident. Did you not rest well last night? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. Indeed, I had fallen asleep, but I dreamt of that insufferable Potter. In the dream, we fought again, and upon waking, I felt utterly exhausted. Lin Shu smiles, unsure of how to respond. It is clear that the animosity between these two has escalated significantly, to the point that Malfoy cannot escape even in his dreams. As they engage in casual conversation, they arrive at the classroom for their defense against the dark arts lesson. The instructor, Professor Quirrell, is not well known within the school, and in the meritocratic environment of Slytherin, he commands little respect. This is largely due to his stammering speech and timid demeanor, perpetually wrapped in a voluminous scarf that obscures his head. While other professors maintain a polished appearance, he opts for a peculiar and disheveled style. Lin Shu has not attended his class and refrains from hasty judgments. However, several upperclassmen have remarked on Professor Quirrell's mediocre abilities, suggesting he is not suited to teach effectively in this vital subject. Yet, while she takes heed of others' opinions, she does not accept them uncritically. Lin Shu has encountered Professor Quirrell on 2 occasions and sensed something unusual about him. A chaotic and sinister energy. If she were to characterize it, she would say he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, these observations are secondary. The primary concern remains to clarify the truth of the matter for Malfoy. Hand in hand with Malfoy, she rises from the Slytherin table and strides towards the Gryffindor table. She wears a friendly demeanor, her smile radiating warmth that draws others to her. Harry, I would like to clarify yesterday's events. Malfoy is not a thief. In fact, the crystal ball he possesses is his own. The one belonging to Neville was lost during flying class, but I retrieved it. And it has now been returned to its rightful owner. Lin Shu produced Neville's ball, and then revealed the one gifted to her by Malfoy, presenting both orbs to the gathered crowd, thereby clarifying a significant portion of the misunderstanding. Neville, this one fell onto the school's lawn. Here, take it. And do not lose it again. Thank you. Although I do not particularly need it, I would still feel quite saddened if it were lost. I appreciate your help in retrieving it, Shu. You're welcome. After her exchange with Neville, Lin Shu turned her attention to the other students from different houses. Thus, it is clear that Malfoy did not take anything that did not belong to him, and his upbringing would never permit him to engage in such disreputable acts. His inability to articulate himself effectively led to the initial misunderstanding, which in turn resulted in some unpleasant experiences thereafter. I hope everyone can comprehend this. Her eloquent words deftly untangled the misunderstanding, transforming Malfoy's image from that of a thief in the eyes of his peers. However, both Malfoy and Harry did not appear particularly pleased. Malfoy wore a sour expression, glaring at Harry as if declaring war, while Harry returned the glare with equal intensity, leaving Lin Shu feeling quite exasperated, caught in between the two, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Potter, now you realize how ridiculous you are, don't you? You fancy yourself on the side of justice, yet you have wronged me. You are unworthy of being a savior. Your mind is simple, your body strong, and your foolishness is nothing short of laughable. And where does that leave you? You possess a mouth yet fail to use it. In times of trouble, you resort to invoking your father or rely on Shu to resolve your issues. You are the one who ought to feel ashamed. Chapter 18. First Reason then Physics. Just as Harry and Malfoy were on the brink of another confrontation, Professor Quirrell arrived tardily, compelling both boys to reluctantly return to their seats as the other students quieted down. Professor Quirrell entered with a flustered and somewhat frantic gait, his thin frame enveloped in an oversized black robe that accentuated his frail appearance. His signature purple turban sat askew upon his head, appearing incongruous with the image of a professor. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, trembling slightly, and his eyes darted around the classroom in a manner reminiscent of a startled fawn. Good afternoon, students, Professor Quirrell began, his voice high-pitched and tremulous, tinged with a stutter. I am Quirrell, your defense against the dark arts professor. As he spoke, he adjusted his turban, as if it were his most vital bastion of safety. Lin Shu noted this gesture, licking her sharp teeth, and began to scrutinize this intriguing professor more closely. How curious! Is there a hidden secret concealed within that turban? Such carefulness! The other first-year students, however, were not as discerning as Lin Shu and were instead preoccupied with thoughts of how weak this professor appeared, contemplating how relaxed they could be in his class, perhaps even avoiding assignments altogether. Moments later, Professor Quirrell fumbled through his lesson plan, officially commencing this mysterious defense against the dark arts class. Lin Shu followed his rhythm, opening the corresponding textbook, the contents of which she had already thoroughly reviewed with Hermione, thus finding them quite familiar. Yet, she did not allow herself to be distracted. Rather, she was eager to hear what unique insights this enigmatic professor might share. Naturally, he began with foundational concepts, starting from the first page. What is dark magic? Dark magic is essentially a branch of magic driven by malevolent intentions, starkly contrasting with conventional magic, which is used to create a better life, heal wounds, and assist in learning. Take, for instance, the infamous killing curse, one of the unforgivable curses. When cast, a flash of green light appears, instantly taking a life without any chance of redemption, purely existing for the purpose of murder. The soul-sucking curse invades another's mind, manipulating their actions, rendering the victim a mere puppet devoid of consciousness. The cruciatus curse inflicts excruciating pain upon its victim, subjecting both body and mind to dual torment, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. These dark magics violate humanity and morality. Learning how to defend against them is crucial to safeguarding peace in the magical world. Professor Quirrell endeavored to distill the book's obscure and complex content into digestible pieces for the first-year students. Although he continued to stutter, his effectiveness in engaging the class was undeniable, and Lin Shu listened with keen interest. He cited numerous dark curses, instantly piquing the curiosity of his classmates. This was excellent, for who would not feel fear upon hearing of such curses, and wish to learn how to defend against them? After discussing the concept of dark magic, he seamlessly transitioned to the fundamental principles of defensive magic. Each student listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes with their quills. Defensive magic is cast based on the principle of magical energy balance. For instance, in the case of the shield charm, the caster concentrates, channels their internal magical power, and upon reciting the incantation, a semi-transparent barrier composed of magical energy materializes before them. This barrier's energy can counteract the force of incoming dark magic or the impact of dark creatures, consuming the magical flow, and, by virtue of the positive magical energy gathered, shielding the caster from direct harm. The successful execution of this spell requires not only precise pronunciation of the incantation, but also relies heavily on the caster's mastery of their magical power and their focus in the moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but frown in contemplation. Is the Western magical world so gentle? When others wield dark magic against you, you merely defend. It is akin to someone defecating on your head while you merely wear a helmet. The difference is negligible. Though the excrement may not land upon you, it is still quite bothersome. It is nothing like their Eastern philosophy, where life and death are taken lightly, and if one is wronged they retaliate. If a minor affront occurs, the elder must be confronted, grievances settled, and justice reclaimed. In short, if someone wrongs me, they shall be tracked down to the ends of the earth. The so-called nobleman seeks vengeance from dawn to dusk. If they do not make the perpetrator regret their existence, it is considered a personal failure. Perhaps Lin Shu's complex expression during her musings caught Professor Quirrell's attention, as he called upon her to answer a question. Shu Lin, please recapitulate the concept of the magical shield we just discussed. If you have been listening, I trust you can answer the question. If you do not wish to, you may sit down. Lin Shu clicked her tongue. Professor Quirrell was utterly lacking in authority, exhibiting none of the gravitas one might expect. Imagine if he had called upon a mischievous child to answer instead of her. The outcome would undoubtedly leave him embarrassed. Nevertheless, Lin Shu, holding a deep respect for her teachers, succinctly summarized the key points of the previous knowledge. The magical shield, as a crucial component of the defensive system, is highly valued. Much like the armor charm, as the caster silently recites the incantation, their magical energy expands outward from their center, weaving an almost imperceptible protective layer around their body. This shield effectively cushions the impact from external forces, whether from direct assaults of dark magic or physical attacks, thereby mitigating bodily harm. The durability of the shield is intrinsically tied to the caster's current level of magical power. The stronger the magic, the more resilient the shield. Additionally, the caster's focus while maintaining the shield will influence its duration. Distraction may lead to its dissolution. Lin Shu articulated her response with clarity, yet in her mind, this magical shield bore little difference to a turtle's shell. Of course, the Eastern system also possesses similar techniques, such as shields, barriers, and lightning-blocking spells that offer protective effects. Ultimately, however, these are merely means of self-preservation, not instruments of retaliation. After an entire lesson, Lin Shu had listened attentively for so long, yet had not encountered a single counter-curse, let alone a lethal spell. Here, lethal spells were referred to as dark magic. To practice dark magic was akin to becoming a natural antagonist, a rebel against societal norms, and utterly unaccepted by the world. Well, Shu Lin, your response was commendable. I shall award Slytherin 5 points. However, may I inquire why your expression appears so dismal? If you feel unwell, you are welcome to seek Madame Pomfrey, Professor Quirrell stated, prompting all eyes to turn towards Lin Shu. Given her notoriety among the first-year students, it was impossible for her peers to overlook her. Simultaneously, Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy gazed at her with concern, genuinely apprehensive about her well-being. Accepting their goodwill, Lin Shu took a deep breath and boldly spoke up. I believe I do not require Madame Pomfrey, Professor. I am not unwell. I merely find it puzzling that, after all our studies, we have only learned defensive spells without being taught any countermagic. Her words stirred a ripple of astonishment among the students, shifting their expressions from concern to shock. Some appeared contemplative, as if they found her reasoning compelling, while others deemed her remarks rather rebellious. Professor Quirrell seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing for a considerable time before responding. Actually, there are indeed counterattacking spells, but you are still first years and not yet ready to learn them. For instance, the disarming charm is a disarmament spell that can make an opponent's wand slip from their grasp, rendering their primary means of attack ineffective. It is frequently employed in magical duels. The stunning spell can inflict wounds akin to those caused by an invisible blade. It is a formidable offensive spell, albeit a perilous one. Moreover, the sleep charm emits a red light that can render the struck individual unconscious, thereby incapacitating the attacker and ensuring one's own protection. Professor Quirrell spoke with unexpected enthusiasm, his stammering absent as he articulated these spells. However, upon completing his explanation, Lin Shu remained silent, seemingly awaiting further elaboration. It was only after a prolonged pause from Professor Quirrell that she raised an eyebrow and interjected. Is that all? The most commonly used ones are merely these few, excluding others like the fiery armored charm, which not everyone can master. Lin Shu tilted her head, at a loss for words. Is this truly it? Indeed, Shu Lin. These are the essentials, but do not underestimate these spells. They are sufficient for a lifetime of study, he replied. Lin Shu felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. After processing the discussion, she finally found her voice. Forgive me, Professor. But am I correct in understanding that your implication is that if one were to be attacked with dark magic, such as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, or the Imperious Curse, those lethal spells capable of taking a life with a single incantation, our only recourse is to disarm the attacker or render them unconscious for self-preservation? Professor Quirrell paused again before answering. Theoretically, yes. Goodness, she exclaimed. This is utterly absurd. How can one be expected to defend against such formidable curses with merely these limited options? Lin Shu momentarily found herself at a loss for words, managing only an awkward yet polite smile. Just as she was about to return to her seat, a familiar voice resonated from the back, causing the class to fall silent. Lin Shu did not need to turn around to recognize it. It could only belong to Professor Snape. No one knew why their professor had come, but it was evidently of little consequence. Wherever Professor Snape wished to be, he could go unimpeded. Shu Lin, tell me, what would you do? Or rather, if someone were to cast a dark curse upon you, how would you respond? Lin Shu felt no trepidation simply because the question came from her professor. Instead, she remained calm and composed as she replied, Professor, if the situation is not urgent, I would first attempt to reason with them, then resort to physical means. If the situation is dire, then I would only have recourse to physicality. Professor Snape's brow furrowed deeply, clearly perplexed by the term physicality. What did it entail? It meant to incapacitate the assailant. If they were unwilling to heed reason, then I possess some understanding of martial arts. Lin Shu felt her answer was both objective and pragmatic. She perceived no impropriety in her statement. However, her classmates' expressions transformed dramatically, resembling a vivid palette of colors. She scratched her head, wondering if she had misspoken. At that moment, Professor Snape, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. It seems you advocate for a tit-for-tat approach. Yet, how do you differentiate yourself from those who wield dark magic? The distinction is profound, she asserted. One seeks to protect oneself, while the other intends to inflict harm. There exists an essential difference between the two. Moreover, learning offensive spells is crucial to equip oneself with the confidence to confront those who would attack me, ensuring that they think twice before acting. Individuals who are impervious to reason and resort to dark curses are beyond redemption. If I extend a helping hand, what wrong is there in that? After all, forgiveness is a divine matter. My task is merely to guide them to their reckoning. Lin Shu articulated her thoughts with clarity, prompting her classmates to ponder her perspective, many of whom found her reasoning entirely valid. Professor, we in the East believe in cause and effect. Their act of casting dark curses is the cause. Being countered is the effect. Blame can only be placed upon their own inadequacies. Professor Snape remained silent for an extended period, withholding judgment on her assertions, whether in agreement or dissent. Eventually, his formerly furrowed brow relaxed, and he simply uttered after class, "Meet me in my office," before departing the classroom. The Black Magic Defense class concluded swiftly, and Lin Shu promptly gathered her books and made her way to Professor Snape's office. Unsurprisingly, he was engrossed in grading assignments, his brow furrowed in concentration. His long, pale fingers grasped the next piece of parchment, his gaze piercing as he scanned for errors, his lips curling in dissatisfaction as he noted mistakes. The quill in his hand danced across the page, leaving bold annotations that spread like dark vines. His sharp remarks were merciless, leaving Lin Shu uncertain if he was speaking to himself or addressing her, making it difficult to respond. How can one produce such a chaotic potion? I cannot fathom the purpose of that fool's neck, he muttered. I dare say a troll could master it. Is this simpleton merely daydreaming during class? Gryffindor loses 5 points. Lin Shu chose not to respond to his outburst. Instead, she cautiously approached, glancing at the assignment that had garnered such ire. To her fortune, she spotted Ron's name on the paper. Oh dear, the poor soul, she thought, though it came as no surprise. After a considerable time had passed, and Professor Snape had corrected approximately half of the assignments, he finally resumed speaking. Regarding your statements in the Black Magic Defense class, did you formulate those opinions independently, or were they imparted to you by someone else? Lin Shu turned her head, pushing aside the task she had been working on, and replied naturally, of course. They were my own thoughts, Professor. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape halted the movement of his quill, seemingly deep in thought, leaving Lin Shu perplexed and unable to read his expression. Professor, did I err in my response? If so, please forgive me. Perhaps this reflects the differences between Eastern and Western perspectives. In our culture, studying dark magic is rather commonplace. Well, not exactly, Professor. In the East, we do not study magic. We cultivate our skills in the art of immortality. However, the path we pursue is by no means a mere defensive measure. Rather, it is imbued with a greater emphasis on offensive techniques. There exists a well-known adage among us: without the means of a diamond, do not adopt the heart of a bodhisattva. With the Buddha in one's heart and a blade in hand, one offers incense to the Buddha and draws the sword against malevolent spirits. Cultivate a compassionate heart in human interactions, while employing indomitable methods in one's endeavors. When one acts with sincerity, there is no reserve. When one draws the sword, there is no room for mercy. To be capable of kindness and cruelty alike is to truly embody righteousness. To avoid conflict, and yet fear nothing, is the path to tranquility. The profundity of Eastern culture is vast, allowing Professor Snape to slowly fathom its depths himself. Lin Shu was indeed correct in her thoughts, for upon hearing her words, Professor Snape fell once again into pensive silence. Long-buried memories resurfaced, transporting him back to the First Wizarding War. That conflict endured for an extended period, from 1970 until 1981, plunging the magical world into a state of terror and chaos, where fear became a constant companion for all. The streets were often marred by the remnants of battles, such as shattered buildings and the flickering dark mark. The Death Eaters launched their assaults indiscriminately, enveloping the entire magical realm in a shroud of darkness. Many wizarding families were caught in the turmoil, resulting in separation and devastation. During this period, the Death Eaters, in their madness, wielded the unforgivable curses to inflict torment upon the populace, employing the Cruciatus Curse to subjugate others, turning them into mere puppets to disrupt the operations of the Ministry of Magic and other institutions. The Avada Kedavra curse claimed the lives of countless innocent wizards and muggles alike. After each murder, they would cast the dark mark into the sky, not only as an affront to the victims, but also as a declaration of their gruesome achievements to the magical community. Although the war eventually subsided, the shadow of dark magic left an indelible mark on the hearts of the people. Dark magic was once reviled by wizards, mainstream society, and the authorities alike. Subsequently, the use of these unforgivable curses resulted in life imprisonment, confining offenders to Azkaban. Magic schools even relegated books related to dark magic to the restricted section of the library. Hogwarts henceforth initiated a curriculum focused solely on the defense against the dark arts, eschewing the teaching of dark magic to guide students away from its allure. Had Lin Shu heard this, she might have remarked that once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope for 10 years. Yet, mere avoidance does not resolve the issue. The cruelty of dark magic does not stem from the magic itself, but from those who wield it. We cannot cease our pursuit of such profound magic, simply out of fear that malevolent individuals may misuse it. Such an approach merely addresses superficial symptoms rather than the root cause. For those with benevolent intentions, even if they command dark magic, they would not employ it for slaughter. Conversely, those with malevolent thoughts will seek alternative means to acquire such knowledge regardless. A most pragmatic concern arises. If one day someone continues to wield dark magic for murder, and the magical community possesses no means of resistance, relying solely on defense, how then can they repel their foes? Indeed, for all these years, Snape has lived in a state of regret and anguish. In that battle, he lost the love of his life. Subsequently, he developed an aversion to the dark magic he once revered. Yet he is not one to remain oblivious to the realities at hand. Concerning the current educational framework within the magical community, he harbors genuine worries for its future. Had it not been for Lin Shu's audacious remarks during class today, he would have assumed he was the only one harboring such thoughts. Shu, perhaps you are right. To confront evil forces, one must indeed employ extraordinary measures. Indeed, Lin Shu was unfazed, perceiving this as a trivial matter, merely a commonplace issue. However, not long after, Professor Snape spoke again, this time lifting his head, his expression more grave than usual. In the magical realm, dark magic is an abomination, universally reviled as a tool of harm. Your advocacy for the study of offensive techniques suggests an endorsement of the practice of malevolent curses, does it not? Have you considered that if everyone were to master such curses, the magical world might one day find itself shrouded in darkness? Although addressing the root of the problem may seem simplistic, one cannot deny its efficacy. Snape's words were deliberately dogmatic, seeking to ensnare Lin Shu in a trap, as well as to test her character. He anticipated that Lin Shu would ponder for a time or concede defeat. Yet to his surprise, she responded almost instantaneously. This question has been posed by the master before. I am well acquainted with it. Professor, allow me to elaborate. At its core, humanity delineates the boundary between good and evil with excessive clarity. However, the world is not merely black and white. It is replete with shades of gray. Moreover, the definition of evil is often overly simplistic. What constitutes evil? Is harming another truly evil? What if it is done in self-defense? Or in the name of protecting loved ones? Does harming another still qualify as evil? For instance, if someone has endured years of abuse and finally retaliates, killing their assailant, is that not a complex moral quandary? To the perpetrator, her actions may be deemed evil. Yet to herself, they might represent justice. The distinction between good and evil is but a fleeting thought. To reduce a person to a single, superficial label is fundamentally shallow. The master once imparted to us disciples that flowers bloom with duality. Life exists between the Buddha and the demon. The essence of the Buddha is to cause no harm to the virtuous, while the essence of the demon is to spare no wicked soul. Lin Shu articulated this lengthy discourse, feeling a slight thirst afterward. Yet she refrained from drinking the water here, uncertain if it might be a potion concocted by Professor Snape. Quite alarming indeed. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, during Lin Shu's exposition, had undergone a transformation in demeanor, from an initial testing attitude to one of scrutiny, and then to rapt attention, as though he were spellbound. His expression evolving into one of profound appreciation for the potential he perceived in her. Lin Shu felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense gaze, rendering her somewhat apprehensive. Very well, you should return to rest early today. Prolonged study can adversely affect your health, especially at your age when you are still growing. Oh, my goodness, what is this? Professor Snape's demeanor was surprisingly gentle. I do not care who you are, but you should quickly dismount from our professor. Lin Shu would rather believe that Snape had been possessed by an unseemly entity than accept that such tender words could emanate from him. What is it? Still standing there. As if you are experiencing low blood sugar? With that, Professor Snape opened his drawer and produced a jar of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a jar of Honeydukes, pushing them toward Lin Shu. I believe you could use these. Do not look at me like that. I confiscated them from other students. Yet, they have finally found their purpose, have they not? Lin Shu tugged at the corners of her stiff mouth, unsure how to respond. Could it be that her earlier soliloquy had struck a chord? Were these foreign students truly so easy to persuade? No, Professor. I do not have low blood sugar. It would be better to leave them for someone else. Upon saying this, Lin Shu suddenly remembered something. She retrieved a crafted pendant from her pocket and placed it on Professor Snape's desk. Having missed the opportunity to present it before, now seemed the perfect moment. Professor, this amulet is for you. It can withstand a single fatal attack. However, it is a one-time use, so it is best to keep it on your person at all times. After delivering these words, Lin Shu genuinely departed, not looking back, and ran off. Today, Professor Snape was quite intimidating. Compared to the newly softened professor, she preferred him to maintain a more stable demeanor. Even a stable indifference was preferable to an abrupt change in attitude. For when Snape smiled, Lin Shu felt an unsettling sense that he had concealed something significant, and she was unwittingly ensnared in his schemes. After leaving Professor Snape's office, Lin Shu intended to return to her dormitory early for some rest. However, she encountered Hermione along the way, who was cradling a thick tome, evidently having immersed herself in her studies once again. Harry and Ron were also present, accompanying her. 3 individuals walked side by side, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a look of melancholy on Harry's face, while Ron appeared to be filled with exuberance. Lin Shu quickened her pace to catch up with them, engaging in a brief conversation, only to discover that Harry had made it onto the Quidditch team. A dream come true for many. She genuinely felt happiness for Harry, yet she was acutely aware that first-year students were typically prohibited from participating in Quidditch tryouts. It seemed that Harry's recent days were destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 20, A Three-Headed Dog? How adorable. Ever since Harry excelled in his flying class, it would be an understatement to describe him as merely gifted. Madam Hooch praised him highly, and on one occasion, Professor McGonagall happened to notice his flying skills and made an exception, allowing him to join the Quidditch team. Ordinarily, this would be an extraordinary stroke of luck that others would long for in vain. However, Harry was plagued by doubts about his own capabilities. I don't really believe I'm that good at flying, you know? Ever since I witnessed your flying skills, no matter how hard I practice, I always feel like I'm lacking something. Harry, take it easy. While you may not compare favorably to me, you are truly impressive when compared to others. What was intended to be a comforting remark only served to pierce Harry's heart, as Lin Shu's words, though factual, resonated painfully with him. Lin Shu was not mindlessly flattering Harry. Rather, she believed that recognizing one's shortcomings was a valuable trait. Everyone possesses their own strengths. And Lin Shu excelled at flying without needing to be overly modest. At their age, it was paramount to grasp the truth and possess the courage to face it. Ultimately, Harry, I want to be competing in Quidditch. I am not your rival. With your abilities, defeating others is certainly within your reach, isn't it? But I still worry, fearing that I might disappoint everyone. I've never played before. What if I make a fool of myself? At that moment, Hermione chimed in, Harry, you won't embarrass yourself. You have family talent. Hermione's words were somewhat vague, creating an air of mystery. Yet she hurriedly led everyone up to the 4th floor of the castle. There lay a trophy display room filled with crystal glass cabinets, showcasing various trophies, shields, medals, and statues, along with a list of past student council presidents. Among these treasures was Harry's father's Quidditch trophy. As the setting sun cast its golden rays through the stained glass windows, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the room, wrapping the artifacts in a dreamlike veil. The trophy shimmered in the light, inscribed with the name James Potter. The familiar yet foreign handwriting acted as a magical key, unlocking a torrent of memories. Harry envisioned his father in his youth, clad in the Gryffindor Quidditch robes, soaring through the air on a broomstick. As the golden snitch darted by, and his father reached out to catch it, his black hair tousled by the wind amidst the thunderous applause. Harry's hand instinctively pressed against the glass, his fingertips trembling slightly, as a complex swirl of emotions welled up within him. Pride, longing, and a profound sense of wistfulness for the moments he had missed. In that instant, the trophy became an invisible link, transcending time and space, allowing him a soulful connection with the father he had never met. In that tranquil display room, past and present intertwined, and with the warmth of bittersweet memories, he silently vowed to continue the family legacy in Quidditch. Ron was the first to speak, his carefree and adoring demeanor shattering the moment's atmosphere. Wow, Harry. You never mentioned your dad was a seeker. I genuinely had no idea. After lingering in the display room for quite some time, they departed as the sun had long set. The 4 of them ascended the staircase, their familiarity with the route evident from countless trips between classes. Yet they forgot that the staircase had a mind of its own. Lost in their conversation about Quidditch seekers, Ron and Harry were oblivious to the subtle shifts around them. While Lin Shu and Hermione noticed, they deemed it inconsequential. It was merely a staircase, after all, moving as it pleased. They could always return. Before long, the staircase, which had initially moved slowly, began to shift violently, its pace quickening. With a loud clatter, it merged into an unknown door. Hermione grasped Lin Shu's arm tightly, while Harry and Ron clung to the banister. Once they confirmed the staircase would no longer lurch, they hurriedly exited onto the nearest door. We should move quickly, otherwise the staircase will change again, Harry urged, leading the way. However, as they opened the unfamiliar door, a musty odor of dust assaulted their senses. Lin Shu immediately conjured a protective barrier around them. Otherwise, every breath would have been laden with grime. Ron sensed something amiss, as the room was shrouded in darkness, and he could barely make out his surroundings. An ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to voice his concerns. Do you guys feel like we've wandered into the wrong place? I don't think we should be here. Hermione quickly echoed his sentiments. Ron is absolutely right. We should turn back. Remember? The 3rd floor is off limits. Then let's leave quickly, Harry agreed, and Lin Shu sighed in resignation. Truth be told, she was quite curious about the forbidden area. Having spent her time either confined or burdened with homework, she had long since dismissed the allure of the forbidden forest, and had not had the opportunity to explore it properly. It was indeed a regret. However, since Harry, Ron, and Hermione wished to leave, she would acquiesce. She couldn't endanger them if there were dangers within. As for her, she could always return at another time. Their plans, however, were thwarted by fate. Just as they intended to depart, the wall sconces in the corridor ignited spontaneously, and upon glancing back, they spotted Filch's cat unexpectedly emerging behind them. It's Filch's cat. We mustn't let it catch us. Run. The group quickly made their decision, and Lin Shu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Throughout the ordeal, she remained silent. To evade Filch, she could have easily cast an invisibility spell, yet her curiosity about what lay in the forbidden zone was too great to ignore, so she refrained from mentioning it. Soon, they dashed down the lengthy corridor, and Lin Shu took note of her surroundings. Every so often a wall sconce flickered, casting dancing shadows that rendered the environment ethereal. Portraits from bygone eras adorned the walls, and the subject's eyes seemed to follow the intruder's movements. At the corridor's end stood an entrance barred by iron grating, rusted and cold to the touch. Seeing that the door was locked, Lin Shu struck it with a powerful fist, disregarding whether it was a gold lock, silver lock, iron lock, or copper lock. It all had to shatter. Harry watched in awe as Lin Shu's swift and decisive action left him speechless. His gaze shifted to her hand, which bore no injury, not even a sign of redness. Yet she had effortlessly reduced the iron lock to dust. Was this even plausible? Harry had not seen Lin Shu wield a wand or utter a spell, indicating that her incredible prowess stemmed solely from her innate abilities. It was undeniably impressive. As they rushed inside and shut the door behind them, Filch's voice echoed through the corridor. After calling out inquiringly for anyone present, he departed. The group exhaled in relief and began to speak animatedly. However, in the next moment, upon witnessing the colossal creature before them, they found themselves utterly speechless. Goodness! How adorable! Is it kawaii, despite its enormous frame and 3 grotesque heads? TSK, TSK. TSK, if only the 5th senior brother could see this, he would be overjoyed. Lin Shu approached it cautiously, her fingers stroking her chin in contemplation. Initially, she had anticipated encountering something terrifying in this forbidden zone. Yet it turned out to be merely a 3-headed dog. Such a charming creature hardly qualifies as a great terror. Although it was indeed larger, more robust, and somewhat intimidating, it could not mask the overwhelming aura of cuteness that enveloped it. In any case, Lin Shu harbored a fondness for these little animals and felt no fear whatsoever. She mused to herself, is this truly worth being classified as a forbidden area? As she pondered this, her 3 companions remained frozen in place, their breaths held in trepidation, fearful that any movement might awaken this formidable beast. Relax. It's just a little dog, Lin Shu reassured herself. Shu, do you even hear what you're saying? Harry gazed at the enormous, fierce-looking creature that struck terror in their hearts, struggling to reconcile it with Lin Shu's description of a gentle, lovable dog. The trio trembled with fear, their legs quaking, their minds racing with a singular desire to flee. Noticing their pale faces, Lin Shu decided to stop teasing them. She rummaged through her small backpack and produced a delicate porcelain vial containing various elixirs that would surely delight any great beast. Additionally, she revealed 3 precious spirit mushrooms, the worth of which was beyond measure. Lin Shu felt an inexplicable connection with the 3-headed dog, believing it to be utterly endearing, and thus felt generous in her offerings. In her sect, she often envied the 5th senior brother, who was surrounded by an assortment of spirit beasts, each one heartwarming and obedient, making him look impressive when taken into battle. She wished she could bond with one herself. As she uncorked the vial, a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air. The slumbering 3-headed dog opened its eyes abruptly, beholding the 3 unfamiliar intruders. Holding food in her hand, Lin Shu was naturally not considered an intruder by the creature. In the next instant, the dog shifted into a defensive stance, snarling at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Unsatisfied after the initial growl, it seemed eager to rend them apart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Shu swiftly conjured an invisible barrier, rendering the dog's claws harmless against her friends. Meanwhile, she raised the spirit mushroom, treating the situation as if she were training a dog. Would you like a treat? What must you do to earn it? Perhaps you should sit nicely? Let us see which dog is the most obedient. Only the most obedient can receive a spirit mushroom. Lin Shu was uncertain if the 3-headed dog comprehended her words, but it had calmed down, its gaze fixed on the mushroom in her hand. Saliva dripped from its mouth, pooling on the ground. Woof woof woof. Each of you gets one, no stealing. You eat your own, and if you behave, I'll bring more next time. If you misbehave, there will be none left. Lin Shu placed the spirit mushrooms on the ground, and indeed, the 3-headed dog began to eat without dispute. Each had consumed its own portion, and afterward, they rolled on the ground, exposing their bellies, tongues lolling to one side, as if they were showing off their cuteness. Lin Shu was delighted to see them so relaxed. She hadn't anticipated such an immediate bond. She had previously heard the 5th senior brother speak of beast taming techniques. There were 3 main methods. The first was the contract method, involving a special spell to bind a beast. The second was the taming method, requiring exceptional training skills, such as enticing with food and understanding animal behavior. The third was the soul control method, using powerful spiritual energy to dominate a beast's soul. Lin Shu was only adept at the second method. She hadn't expected the creatures to respond so favorably to her offerings. After all, the resources she provided were excellent for their cultivation. What beast could refuse such gifts? Subsequently, she extracted 3 special pills from the vial meant for beast cultivation breakthroughs, offering one to each head. In no time, the 3-headed dog had seemingly pledged loyalty to Lin Shu, rolling about and exposing its belly, even emitting soft, contented sounds. Truly, a nurturing hand yields devoted followers. They were evidently captivated by her. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Chapter 21. Innocent Words. Harry and Ron could hardly believe their eyes. They had been astonished too many times that night, and one more surprise seemed inconsequential. Hermione, however, felt differently, though she was equally astonished. Her emotions leaned more toward admiration for Lin Shu. She thought that whatever remarkable feats Lin Shu accomplished seemed entirely plausible. In this world, how many could rival Lin Shu's talent and strength? It was merely a three-headed dog. After all, bowing to her was a mundane occurrence. Once the trio regained their composure, Lin Shu had already spent some time playing with the three-headed dog, establishing a nascent bond. While it did not immediately recognize her as its master, it no longer posed a threat to them. Even as Harry and his friends drew nearer, the creature merely snorted dismissively, turning its head away from them, aware that they were Lin Shu's companions. If it were to harm them, it might risk losing the treats and elixirs she provided. In this regard, it demonstrated a remarkable intelligence for a beast, almost as if the word cunning could be inscribed upon its brow. After a moment, Hermione gathered her courage to break the peculiar silence. "Phew. I think it really likes you. You two seem destined for each other. Perhaps you should name it." Lin Shu scratched her chin, finding Hermione's suggestion quite sensible. She had a premonition that this would not be her last visit. If this three-headed dog indeed had a special connection with her, and she were fortunate enough to make it her steed, it would need a name. It simply wouldn't do for her own dog to remain nameless. Let us come up with a powerful, commanding name, something that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it. Lin Shu pondered deeply, racking her brain for an appropriate name. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, Hermione spoke up again. "Shu, I have thought of a great name." "Oh, what is it?" Lin Shu asked eagerly. Hermione smiled, a hint of mystery in her expression. Lin Shu, unable to contain her excitement, urged her to continue. "How about Neza? Remember the book you lent me? There is a deity with 3 heads and 6 arms, a celestial being from your Eastern mythology. This 3-headed dog has 3 heads too. Doesn't it sound fitting?" Hermione felt her reasoning was sound, but Lin Shu's eyes widened in alarm. Hermione's bold suggestion struck Lin Shu like a bolt from the blue. In a flash, Lin Shu rushed over and covered Hermione's mouth with her hand, then began to bow reverently, murmuring, innocent words, great God of the 3 realms, please do not take offense. I shall immediately set up an altar and offer incense upon my return. Please do not hold this against us." After exhaling a sigh of relief, Lin Shu turned serious, saying, "Hermione, such words should not be uttered again. In our Eastern culture, we place great faith in deities. Neza, the 3rd prince, serves as a divine figure in the heavenly court, overseeing the realms of heaven, earth, and water, combating various demons and threats to maintain order and peace across the 3 realms. How could he possibly be compared to a mere 3-headed dog on this earthly plane?" Hermione nodded eagerly, for it was the first time she had seen Lin Shu so solemn, and she realized that she had inadvertently trespassed on a taboo. Mimicking Lin Shu's demeanor, she offered a respectful gesture towards the sky. "Shu, I am unaware of the customs from your side. It was not my intention. I trust that the deities are magnanimous and will not hold our ignorance against us. Upon my return, I shall sincerely apologize to the great God of the 3 altars and the Sea Assembly. As for the name of this 3-headed dog, let us call it Mimi." Ultimately, Lin Shu resolved to bestow this unpretentious name upon the creature. As the saying goes, a humble name ensures a good livelihood, and Mimi perfectly fit the description, adorable and charming. Harry and Ron exchanged glances at the 3-headed dog, contemplating the name Mimi. Well, they concluded, Lin Shu certainly has a knack for naming. After this incident, the group unanimously decided to leave, for if they lingered any longer, they would risk being caught during the inspection. They were quite obedient, not wishing to incur points off their house due to their own mischief. Lin Shu said nothing further, gently petting Mimi's head before following the others out. As they departed, she cast one last glance at the stone slab beneath Mimi's massive paw, distinctly recognizing it as a concealed entrance. She surmised that something must be hidden within. Initially, she had believed that the terror of this forbidden 3rd floor was embodied by Mimi, but upon noticing the hidden panel, she immediately revised her assumptions. Something lay beneath that panel, and evidently, someone was intent on keeping it from the eyes of the world, going so far as to keep Mimi as a guardian beast. What a cunning plan. Naturally, this only fueled her desire to investigate further, though she decided that tonight was not the time. She could not involve Harry, Ron, or Hermione in her pursuit. Additionally, she needed to prepare an offering table upon her return, so she resolved to return another day. Feeling a twinge of regret as she left, A sense of disappointment crept into her heart. Walking behind the others, Lin Shu found Hermione matching her pace. It must be said that Hermione was truly an astute observer. At least Harry and Ron remained oblivious, lost in the shock of the evening's revelations, while Hermione remarked, "Shu, did you notice the hidden door beneath Mimi's paw?" Before Lin Shu could respond, Ron, as if struck by a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "Hidden door? What hidden door?" "I was too focused on its head to notice its feet. Did you not see it has 3 heads?" Lin Shu and Hermione exchanged a glance, then turned their gaze towards Ron with a mix of incredulity and amusement. It was inevitable. Children could be so naïve. Their simplicity tinged with a hint of endearing folly. They had long accepted that they should not harbor any grand illusions regarding Ron's intellect. "All right, Ron. You make a valid point," Lin Shu remarked, and Hermione quickly chimed in, "Shu, please refrain from flattering him too much. He might just float away." Returning to the matter at hand, Hermione continued, "Mimi standing atop the hidden panel cannot be mere coincidence. I believe it is guarding something." Lin Shu silently applauded Hermione's insight. She appreciated having intelligent companions, for it made life much easier. It is entirely normal for something to be guarded. Recall when we first entered the school. The headmaster mentioned that the 3rd floor is a forbidden zone, so it is only natural that something is concealed there. Having calmly stated her thoughts, Lin Shu intended to part ways with the group, as her dormitory was not in this direction, and continuing on would lead her astray. However, the phrase "something is hidden" acted like a stimulant, igniting Harry's curiosity to its zenith. His desire to explore the unknown tugged at his small frame. And had it not been for the presence of reason, he would have rushed back to embark on a bold and reckless adventure. "Wait a moment, hidden something? Guarding what? Shu, are you heading back already?" Harry's voice carried a note of urgency, tinged with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. "Yes, Harry, let's return to the dormitory," Lin Shu replied. "If there indeed lies something of significance, that secret is likely fraught with danger." Hermione interjected, her tone more severe than Lin Shu's calm demeanor. "What Shu says is absolutely correct. Let us not forget that if it weren't for Shu, we might have perished at the paws of that 3-headed beast. And we certainly cannot imagine the trials that would follow, perhaps even more deadly. In any case, I am going to sleep to avoid the 2 of you concocting some scheme that endangers our lives, or worse, leads to our expulsion." Hermione's words doused Harry's curiosity like a bucket of cold water. The group returned to their respective dormitories, and Lin Shu gathered all the necessary items and materials, even trading gold with several classmates for an assortment of new snacks. After discarding the Holy Grail and receiving permission for the sacrificial offering, she meticulously arranged the offering table, adhering to all protocols, and subsequently offered a sincere apology for the transgression committed earlier. In truth, the deities were indifferent to such matters, however. Witnessing Lin Shu's adherence to rules and her earnestness was indeed appreciated. As the saying goes, excessive courtesy is seldom met with disdain. Above our heads, the divine watches. Especially for cultivators such as themselves, who aspired toward transcendence, it was essential not to offend the celestial beings. This situation is akin to an intern striving for full-time employment. One would certainly not thoughtlessly offend the key members of the company. In the mortal realm, people favor those who are tactful and emotionally intelligent. And the same principle applies in the heavens. The following day, Lin Shu awoke a bit later than usual, having experienced a dream, though dream may not be entirely accurate. It was more an encounter with the great god of the 3 altars and the sea assembly, where her diminutive self was brought into the celestial realm, listening attentively. "The offerings of cakes and candies you presented, I find distasteful. They are overly sweet. I took a bite and felt as if I had been punched by sugar. And as for those meat cans, they reek terribly. You ought to remove them promptly." Lin Shu smiled awkwardly. She had no choice in the matter. There was simply nothing palatable in this place, and since arriving, she had lost weight. Moreover, she could not fathom why the people here had an insatiable craving for sugar, even dipping eggs in it. She had even witnessed a classmate pouring half a bottle of coconut oil into their bowl, followed by several spoonfuls of sugar. She had called it a culinary abomination, yet the individual savored it with delight. "You go ahead and enjoy your Western fare." Upon waking, Lin Shu lit 3 sticks of incense, pledging to the great god of the 3 altars and the sea assembly that upon her return to the east, she would prepare a fresh offering. She then followed the instructions to remove the previous offerings. Having completed these tasks, she proceeded to her classes as usual. Today was a lesson in charms, taught by Professor Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. He was of fairy descent, and reputed to be an expert in various spells. Known for his friendly demeanor, intelligence, and talent, his classroom atmosphere was relaxed and inviting. Students were allowed to chat and play, and failures in exams were rare. Lin Shu held a favorable impression of this professor, sitting close to the podium as she entered the classroom, though she remained seated at the Slytherin table. Her classmates arrived in succession, and the professor began the lesson punctually. He hurried to the podium, and the students soon noticed that due to the height of the podium, he had to skillfully stack several thick books on the floor and carefully stand upon them. Even then, he barely reached the tabletop, revealing only his eyes and a portion of his face. Today, they were to learn the levitation charm, one of the fundamental spells. Students, today's charms lesson promises to be exhilarating. Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice conveyed excitement as he waved his short wand, its tip shimmering with a soft glow. With his movements, the model wands and crystal balls on the podium began to levitate, arranging themselves in orderly formation in the air. With a subtle lift of the wand and a gentle flick of her wrist, one must not overlook the importance of the proper wand-waving gestures. A flourish and a flick, accompanied by the clear incantation of Wingardium Leviosa. Chapter 22. The Innate Art of Magical Practice. The spell itself is rather straightforward, and Lin Shu grasped its essence immediately. It merely entails levitating objects, a task she could accomplish with but a simple gesture, even without her wand. However, she preferred to blend into the rhythm of her peers, practicing the wand movements and pronunciation alongside them. When Professor Flitwick finally permitted the students to practice with their wands, she picked hers up and nonchalantly uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, the tip of her wand erupted in brilliance, akin to the stars bursting in the night sky. What followed was a wondrous spectacle. The books on the desk began to stir, breaking free from the shackles of gravity, and they lazily ascended, their pages rustling as if to cheer for the magic. The quill of her desk partner also rose in defiance, its nib shimmering with ink, tracing enchanting arcs in the air. Nearby, other students' notebooks and parchment fluttered, ascending one by one like a flock of doves unfurling their wings. The hourglass suspended in the classroom hung upside down, the crystalline grains of sand flowing in an orderly manner, recording each precious moment of this magical occurrence. The portraits of past wizards adorning the walls were equally affected, their frames trembling slightly as the figures within widened their eyes in astonishment at the dramatic transformation unfolding in the room. Even the broomstick in the corner stood upright, bristles quivering as if poised to soar forth and sweep the skies. Wow! Gasps erupted around her, countless gazes directed at Lin Shu, causing her to swallow hard, wishing to vanish into the nearest crevice. Amazing! Lin Shu panicked, wondering why this was happening. She racked her brain, contemplating each movement she had just executed. But after much deliberation, she could not fathom the reason. She had adhered strictly to the professor's instructions, replicating every step without deviation. Yet the outcome was distinctly different from her classmates. It was ludicrous, even to her own eyes. Was it due to her innate talent for magical practice? How embarrassing! Gazing at the floating objects, she hastily waved her hand, forgoing the wand, channeling her magical energy to bring everything back down to the ground. Malfoy, seated behind her, repeatedly nudged her shoulder, exclaiming loudly, Shu, that was you, right? I knew it had to be you. Only you possess such ability. Shu, ha ha ha, look everyone. Shu is from Slytherin. We Slytherins are indomitable and undefeated. Shu, teach me that trick when we get back. Lin Shu buried her head low, wishing she could cover Malfoy's mouth. All right, enough already. Everyone heard. Please stop, I might actually faint. She felt as though her toes were digging a villa into the floor, wishing Malfoy would cease emphasizing her moment in front of the crowd. She had just declared her desire to avoid the spotlight, only to find herself in the very situation she wished to evade. Thus, she became the first student to hide within her robes during class. Thankfully, her small face allowed her to bury most of it as she muttered, You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Just as she fervently prayed for invisibility, she heard Professor Flitwick's voice announcing points for Slytherin, his tone brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. How to describe it? It was as if a master of craft had finally discovered their worthy successor after a lifetime of searching. He sprang from his desk, his short legs carrying him swiftly to Lin Shu's side, his eyes gleaming with fervor that nearly overwhelmed her. Please don't come any closer, Professor. Shu Lin, listen to the professor. Would you mind demonstrating your spell once more? His hand rested on Lin Shu's desk, his voice tinged with barely restrained excitement. Gradually, Lin Shu collected her composure. After all, what was fame but another chapter in her story? She had experienced it many times before. What was one more instance? With that thought, she performed the levitation spell again before the eager eyes of her classmates. The effect was identical to the first. Observations from her peers and the professor revealed that Lin Shu's wand movements and pronunciation mirrored theirs. Yet, she uniquely managed to levitate all the objects. After a lengthy pause, Professor Flitwick regained his composure. Child, listen to the professor. You are truly a prodigy. You performed exceedingly well, and Slytherin deserves additional points. However, let us not rush. Dear child, while you can levitate all items, let us now try to levitate a single object. I believe you can accomplish this, as sometimes we must focus on precision. Wouldn't you agree? Professor Flitwick's reasoning was sound, and he coaxed Lin Shu with an almost persuasive tone. Lin Shu's toes twitched again, and this time, instead of merely scratching the floor, she felt as if she might unearth a planet. She glanced left and right, meeting the unwavering gazes of her classmates and the expectant eyes of the professor. Could she refuse? Did she have the luxury of refusal? She did not. Internally lamenting, she steadied her mindset, concentrating on the object she wished to levitate, and recited the incantation once more. Success! The feather on her desk floated gracefully in the air, while the other items remained still. She had done it. Excellent, child! Professor Flitwick's eyes shimmered with tears of joy, his hands clasped fervently at his chest. Your talent is truly astounding. Your perception and control of magic far exceed that of your peers. Continue this path, and your future is boundless. He extended his hand, lightly patting Lin Shu's shoulder, the gesture filled with immense hope and encouragement. Lin Shu felt her cheeks flush, and she vigorously nodded in response to Professor Flitwick. Her classmates cast envious and admiring glances her way, and after this incident, the lesson continued. Other students poured their efforts into mastering the spell, with Hermione being the first after Lin Shu to succeed, earning praise from Professor Flitwick. Malfoy and Harry were neck and neck, each achieving success almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ron's attempts were rather amusing, as he waved his wand with exaggerated motions, much to Hermione's chagrin. Stop, stop. You're going to poke someone's eye out. And your incantation is incorrect. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron, upon hearing this, wore a distinctly defiant expression. Yet, with Hermione being the second to master the levitation spell, he had no grounds for complaint. Thus he sulked alone at his desk. The class swiftly passed, and Professor Flitwick dismissed them punctually, calling Lin Shu aside to remind her that she could seek him out for any spells she did not understand. This was an implicit offer of additional guidance. Lin Shu gratefully accepted the professor's kindness, fully aware that not everyone had the fortune or opportunity to receive such personalized instruction in advanced magic. She thanked him profusely, her words dripping with honeyed admiration, expressing her awe for the professor's accomplishments, which made him beam with delight, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick felt an even greater sense of satisfaction when he regarded Lin Shu, his proud protégé. After bidding farewell to the professor, Lin Shu and Hermione made their way outside, having agreed to visit the library together. Lin Shu had previously promised Hermione to teach her some rudimentary divination techniques. While the more complex methods could wait, she believed Hermione could certainly master simple inquiries. Upon exiting the classroom building, they immediately spotted Harry and Ron and rushed to catch up with them. However, as they drew near, they overheard Ron exclaiming, "It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. To be frank, she is nothing short of a nightmare. No wonder she struggles to make friends." Hermione and Lin Shu, who were trailing behind, heard every word distinctly, and Lin Shu's brow immediately furrowed upon observing Hermione's changing expression. She too felt a surge of anger. What was wrong with Ron? Were they not all friends? Was it customary to mock a friend so? Moreover, why did Harry not say a word in Hermione's defense? She could no longer contain herself. Grasping Hermione's hand, they hastened to catch up with Ron, Lin Shu's expression darkening as she addressed him. "All right, Ron, we all heard you. I believe you owe Hermione an apology. Your behavior was far from gentlemanly. And who says Hermione has no friends? Am I not a person?" After voicing her thoughts, Ron fell silent, pursing his lips and lowering his head in contemplation. Hermione tugged at Lin Shu's sleeve. "Forget it, Shu, we're running out of time. There's no need to waste it here on him. I suppose I shouldn't meddle in matters that don't concern me. If he fails to learn the spell later, I won't utter another word." The two turned away, leaving. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Shu calmed down, her anger dissipating and reason returning. "Hermione, I think Ron meant no malice. When we usually hang out, he is quite decent and holds strong values. I believe it's just a phase of adolescence. Young boys can be quite twisted and rebellious at this age. Perhaps his hormones are clouding his judgment. Once we all cool off, maybe we can talk things over and mend our friendship." Hermione nodded, feeling immensely grateful for Lin Shu's presence. If what Ron had said were true, and she truly had no friends, how much more heartbroken would she be? Would she not spiral into self-doubt and anxiety? She thought she would. She would question whether there was something inherently wrong with her, thus plunging into an endless cycle of self-denial and worry. Shoo, thank you. Having you by my side makes me feel much better. Ron's words wounded me. Well, as long as you can see through it and not be swayed by emotions, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Today, I'll begin teaching you the fundamentals of Duanjia. Sounds good, Shoo? To be honest, I can hardly wait. During this time, Lin Shu had lent Hermione numerous books on Eastern myths and legends, intending to provide her with a vague yet foundational understanding of Eastern metaphysics. The origins of Duanjia itself are steeped in legend, its veracity remaining unverified. Lin Shu recounted that over 600 years ago, during the Battle of Zhuelu, the Yellow Emperor faced off against Qiyu, enduring a prolonged stalemate. It was then that the Nine Heavens mystical maiden imparted the Dragon Armor Divine chapter to the Yellow Emperor in a dream, which encompassed not only the methods of weapon crafting, but also military strategies. Upon awakening, the Yellow Emperor meticulously recorded the contents he could recall, which his Chancellor Feng Ho later elaborated into 13 military chapters, 12 solitary methods, and 80 formations of Duanjia. Ultimately, the Yellow Emperor employed these techniques to create the guiding chariot and vanquish Qiyu. Later, during the Zhou dynasty, Jiang Taigong condensed these into 72 formations for military arrangements. During the Han dynasty, Zhang Liang reformed them after receiving teachings from the Yellowstone Master, resulting in the now utilized 9 Yin formations and 9 Yang formations, totaling 18. Hermione, this is a general overview of the origins of Duanjia. Today, I will explain to you the concepts of the 1, 2 instruments and 4 symbols. There is a mnemonic that states, the 1 gives rise to the 2 instruments, the 2 instruments give rise to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams. Chapter 23, Shocking. Trending on social media. After a period of study, Hermione had made a modest entry into Duanjia. Initially, she required Lin Shu's guidance, but eventually, Lin Shu handed her translated notes for self-study. For Hermione, being a top scholar, independent learning posed no challenge. Throughout her studies, she documented any questions or uncertainties on parchment, waiting until she had filled a page before presenting them to Lin Shu for clarification. This method significantly enhanced her efficiency. During this time, Lin Shu found herself exceedingly busy, often feeling as though she were being pulled in 2 directions. Not only did she have to attend detention with Professor Snape, but she also had to advance her studies on spells with Professor Flitwick. The extent of her preemptive learning was boundless. It was only limited by her imagination, and there was nothing Professor Flitwick could not teach. Initially, Professor Flitwick had merely intended to instruct Lin Shu in some basic first-year spells, such as the Levitation Charm, Unlocking Charm, Repairing Charm, and Leglocker Curse. However, to his astonishment, Lin Shu managed to master each spell perfectly after just 1 demonstration. This led to Professor Flitwick needing to cover an entire semester's worth of material, which Lin Shu absorbed in less than 15 minutes. He could hardly remain seated. He stormed into Professor Snape's office, intent on claiming Lin Shu's tutelage. He had heard that Lin Shu spent all her free time in detention with Snape. Such a promising talent should not be monopolized by that old bat. He refused to allow it. Thus, he barged into Snape's dimly lit office, his demeanor brimming with indignation. Lin Shu vividly recalled that day. The weather was pleasantly warm, and Professor Flitwick's diminutive figure was charged with an unusual fury as he stormed into Professor Snape's shadowy office. The door slammed against the wall, startling the various bottles and jars within. Snape raised his gaze from a pile of parchment, his expression icy, eyebrows arched, and forehead creased in confusion over what had provoked such a disturbance. You better have a good reason. If a single vial of my potion spills, I will hold you accountable. Flitwick's face flushed crimson, his normally gentle eyes now wide with indignation. He leaped onto a chair to bring himself to Snape's eye level, brandishing his tiny wand as he spoke. All right, Snape, it's my fault for not being clear about my intentions. However, you truly cannot be so unreasonable. Look at how this child Lin Shu has been exploited. She spends all her free time under your thumb, wasted in this potion-scented laboratory. Snape set down his quill, rising with deliberate calmness, his black robes rustling ominously. Clearly he was perplexed. Had Lin Shu not been in his detention since the beginning of the term? Flitwick was not new to this arrangement. What had prompted him to come now? So, what is your point? Seeing the incredulous expression on Snape's face, Professor Flitwick ceased to beat around the bush and spoke directly. I believe that child possesses extraordinary talent in spellcasting, and thus I wish to privately clarify some concepts she finds challenging. I have also inquired and found that the child did nothing wrong initially. You should not have kept her in detention for so long. Do you understand, Snape? My statement is concluded. I will be taking over her instruction from now on. and she will no longer come to you. Flitwick grew increasingly confident as he articulated his demands, preparing to leap off the chair and depart. He truly did not expect Snape to deny him. However, just as he turned to leave, Snape's cold voice resonated. "Humph. I was wondering what wind had blown you in today. It appears you have ulterior motives. The child possesses an extraordinary talent in potion making. It is only under my tutelage that she can truly acquire the genuine skills, unlike certain individuals who merely regale children with tricks in the classroom." Professor Snape, in his typical acerbic manner, delivered this remark with a sting that was undeniably harsh, ultimately conveying one clear message: no release. Professor Flitwick, witnessing this, was equally incensed. His words acted as a fuse, igniting Flitwick's fury. He sprang into the air, the tip of his wand flickering erratically. "Tricks for children? My classes are equally rigorous and substantial. Do not presume that you possess unique insight. Shulin's aptitude for spells is also commendable. If you continue to grind her down, her future accomplishments in the field of magic will surely be hindered. She deserves the freedom to grow without being constantly confined here." Snape's countenance darkened, his demeanor radiating an increasing sense of oppression as he approached with heavy strides. "Freedom? In the realm of magic, strength is the foundation of true liberty. I am acting in her best interest, guiding her to avoid unnecessary detours, so she can master potion making early and reap boundless benefits in the future." Flitwick, undeterred, held his ground, his petite frame standing tall. "Do not attempt to deceive me with such rhetoric. The child is not your experiment. Her holistic development is far more crucial than excelling in a singular subject. If you persist in your obstinacy, I will seek the headmaster's judgment to ascertain who is truly in the right." With that, he crossed his arms defiantly, glaring at Snape, exuding an air of determination to achieve his goal. Flitwick thought this would compel Snape to relent, yet Snape merely snorted dismissively, a look of disdain intensifying on his face as he declared, "Then go ahead. I am eager to see how Albus will judge this patently obvious matter." Flitwick, undaunted, waved his wand to restore the chair to its place, following closely behind Snape as they both strode purposefully toward the headmaster's office. Inside the office, Headmaster Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers interlaced, gazing through his half-moon spectacles with an air of inquiry. As soon as the two entered, a cacophony of argument erupted. "Albus, you must dispense justice. Snape is torturing students. You have no idea. Shulin, that poor child, has lost all her free time. At her age she is growing, and this relentless pressure is nearly extinguishing her spirit." Flitwick exclaimed, his voice sharp with agitation. In response, Snape turned his head away with a scoff, slightly shifting his body, the black cloak swirling about him as he spoke in a low, frigid tone. "Everything I do is for this child's future. Her potential in potion making is limitless. If I do not refine her skills now, how will she ever achieve greatness? It is others who meddle without cause. Do you truly believe no one sees through your intentions? Accusing me of exploiting the child, while you secretly wish to take her under your wing and overload her with additional lessons. How utterly shameless, to cast yourself as the virtuous one. It is laughable." Neither party yielded, as if on the verge of drawing their wands. Witnessing this, Dumbledore wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. The intensity of their dispute was causing his temples to throb. The usual tranquility of the headmaster's office had been utterly shattered. Reluctantly, Dumbledore intervened, his gaze shifting between the two professors, filled with perplexity. In his understanding, these two were typically of divergent personalities and had distinct roles in teaching, rarely exhibiting such irreconcilable discord. Was it really normal for such a quarrel to arise over a single student? Though he was familiar with Shulin's name, having noted her remarkable presence at the freshman assembly, he had become rather preoccupied with Potter of late, and had somewhat neglected to learn more about this exchange student. It seemed he had indeed missed much of the excitement. "Gentlemen, let us take a moment to calm ourselves. I appreciate your concern for the student, but such bickering is unproductive in resolving this issue. Severus, I recognize your intentions, yet a child's growth should not be solely about potions. She also needs time to explore other areas." Upon hearing this, Snape rolled his eyes dramatically. Though he refrained from verbalizing his dissent, he remained unyielding, convinced of his righteousness. Dumbledore then turned his attention to Flitwick, a smile gracing his lips. "Phileas, your eagerness stems from a desire for the student's multifaceted development, which is commendable. However, forcibly obstructing her learning with Severus may not be the best approach." Flitwick gripped his wand tightly, casting a glance at Snape, and upon witnessing the latter's foul demeanor, promptly abandoned any thoughts of compromise. At this juncture, only the headmaster remained striving for resolution. "I propose this. Let us establish a flexible learning plan for the child. Severus, Allocate specific free periods each week for her to participate in spell practice or other activities. Filius, allow her more autonomy in her choices beyond potion studies. How does that sound to both of you? Professor Flitwick had no objections, as his demands aligned with this proposal. His primary grievance had been Snape monopolizing Shuline's extracurricular time. If Snape was willing to concede even a little, Flitwick would not need to argue his case in the headmaster's office. With Flitwick's agreement, all eyes turned to Professor Snape. He rolled his eyes once more, his face betraying a reluctance to comply, yet ultimately said nothing further and strode away with purposeful steps. That was simply his temperament. And it was not the first time such a scene had unfolded. Dumbledore understood him well, and was not angered by his unreasonable behavior. On the contrary, once Snape departed, Dumbledore smiled at Flitwick, stating, "Then it is settled." Thus, the tempest abated. Throughout this ordeal, Shuline remained blissfully unaware of the chaos she had inadvertently instigated, only learning of it through whispers from others. By the time she heard of it, the incident had already become a trending topic at Hogwarts, with headlines reading, "Shocking! 2 professors engaged in a fierce dispute over a first-year student," and a stunning showdown. The mysterious Eastern student sparks a professorial battle. Those professors you never knew were competing. Is it a distortion of humanity or a lapse in morals over that singular student? Undoubtedly, during this period, Shuline was often seen walking with her head down. After grasping the full extent of the situation, she could only feel exasperated. She truly wished to express that, as the person at the center of it all, she had never consented to any additional lessons. Yet her professors had happily made decisions on her behalf. Did she dare voice her opinion? She did not. Did she dare take action? She did not. Well then, it seemed she had to accept her fate. Learning more was quite beneficial after all. Shuline repeatedly engaged in self-reassurance. Yet every time faced with her overflowing schedule, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The most amusing part was that she had never experienced such pressure in her own realm. Yet upon entering the magical world, the demands became insurmountable. Nevertheless, she was immensely grateful to the professors for offering her private lessons. After a period of intensive study, the results were exceedingly gratifying. Even she found herself in awe of her own progress. How remarkable! How impressive! This was by no means self-indulgent. She had genuinely advanced to the 4th-year spells curriculum and the 5th-year potions content. To ensure she retained what she learned in the present and did not forget later, the professors had thoughtfully devised a system of frequent assessments. Small tests every 3 days, major tests every 5 days, and weekly, monthly, and annual examinations, all to firmly ingrain knowledge in her mind, allowing it to take root and blossom, never to be forgotten. Chapter 24. Big Guy, Your Opponent Is Me. On this day, Halloween arrived, and Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement as all students and professors gathered in the Great Hall. The long tables were draped in dark black cloths, and thousands of bats flew, swirling beneath the ceiling like a cloud of inverted shadows. The table was laden with an extravagant feast. Roasted pumpkin exuded a sweet aroma, caramel apples gleamed enticingly, and the oddly shaped bloody jelly quivered slightly in the candlelight. The students, clad in black robes and adorned with various whimsical wizard hats, sported faces painted with either playful or horrifying designs, their laughter resonating throughout the hall. Lin Shu finally had a moment to breathe. On this day, both Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick had granted her a reprieve, exempting her not only from extra classes, but also from any assignments. Who could truly comprehend such bliss? She felt as if she were floating, as though she had fallen into the clouds, experiencing happiness like never before. In her delight, she shared her joy with Malfoy, who, upon learning of the heavy daily workload Lin Shu faced, exclaimed in surprise, feeling that she had borne too much. "Shu, you must be exhausted. Eat more. After exerting your mind, your belly will surely grow hungry. At such a time, it is essential to fill up, lest you be tormented by the grumbling of your stomach throughout the night." As he spoke, Malfoy placed a piece of roasted duck leg onto her plate. Lin Shu took a couple of hurried bites, sipped a bit of pumpkin soup, and nibbled on an apple before stopping. She dared not touch the overly sweet cakes and pastries, fearing they would overwhelm her with their saccharine intensity. She consumed her meal quickly, soon setting down her knife and fork. Her gaze then drifted to the Gryffindor table, where Harry and Ron were happily eating, with Hermione joining them. But in the next moment, Hermione stood up and turned towards the restroom. Lin Shu thought nothing of it, assuming Hermione merely needed to relieve herself. Soon, however, boredom crept in, and a sudden unease washed over her as she found herself unaccustomed to idleness. Perhaps it was the tension of her usual life that had conditioned her. When she paused, a sense of wasting time enveloped her. This was unacceptable. Such thoughts were unwarranted. She had witnessed the pressure others faced, but never had she imposed it upon herself. She could not afford to be like a wild boar, incapable of savoring the finer things. Just as these thoughts danced in her mind, the grand doors of the hall burst open with a resounding bang. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his turban askew, his face as pale as parchment, eyes wide with terror. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, soaking the already wrinkled collar of his robe. A troll! In the dungeon classroom. There's a troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to be informed. Quirrell's voice quivered violently, edged with a high-pitched tremor, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, his words exploding in the now silent hall. He collapsed immediately afterward, whether from fright or exhaustion, no one could say. In an instant, the joyful laughter ceased, and the air seemed to freeze. The smiles on the students' faces faded, replaced by expressions of sheer terror. Some dropped their utensils with a clatter, while others stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes fixed on Professor Quirrell, as if unable to believe their ears. Panic spread like a tidal wave. The students' expressions turned from joy to abject fear. Soon, screams and cries echoed throughout the hall. Lin Shu grasped Malfoy's arm tightly, feeling his fear as his palm became slick with perspiration. Malfoy, do not be afraid. And do not run. In such chaos, accidents can easily occur. All right. I will heed your words, Shu. I will follow your lead, Malfoy replied, though his inner dread was palpable. That was a troll, a genuine troll. He had never encountered a real one before, only knowing that they stood a staggering 12 feet tall. To call them a small mountain would not be an exaggeration. With such a size, who could remain unafraid? Just then, as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Professor Dumbledore stood up with a swift motion. His tall figure loomed majestically in the candlelight, exuding authority and calm. He raised his wand, sending a brilliant light soaring towards the ceiling, instantly illuminating the entire hall. The light imbued with a soothing magical aura. Students, please remain calm. Do not panic. Head students, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Faculty, follow me to the dungeon. His voice resonated powerfully, like a bell tolling, penetrating the students' frantic minds. The head students responded promptly, and in that moment of chaos, the students seemed to regain their composure, following their respective head students in an orderly retreat. Lin Shu was also in the process of retreating, yet she felt an unsettling sense of neglect. After some contemplation, she recalled that Hermione had left the long table for the restroom. Oh no. Hermione doesn't seem to know about the troll's arrival. If she tries to leave alone, she could be in danger. Resolute, she decided she must return for Hermione. However, at that moment, Malfoy still held her hand tightly, making it difficult to break free. Malfoy, you must follow the head student. You will be safe. I have to go back for Hermione. She hasn't come out of the restroom yet. Malfoy frowned, discontent and objection evident on his face. Shu, I will not allow you to go. She's just a mudblood. Why do you care? Besides, she's a Gryffindor. If anyone should help her, it should be her own house, not a Slytherin's. That is not acceptable, Malfoy. She is my friend. I will never abandon a friend to face hardship alone. And what about me? Am I not your friend? You just promised to protect me. If a troll is coming, even if I follow the head student, we still risk encountering it, don't we? Can you not stay with me? Lin Shu found herself in a difficult position. She wished for a solution that satisfied both sides, but there was none. Just moments ago, Professor Quirrell had mentioned the troll was in the dungeon. But in the time that had passed, who could say whether the troll had moved or where it had gone? She could not guarantee that Malfoy would safely follow the head student back to the dormitory without encountering the troll. Nor could she assure that the troll would not head towards the restroom. If only she could split herself in two. Time was running short, leaving her little room for indecision. Ultimately, she broke free from Malfoy's grip. Malfoy, I will catch up with you quickly. No more than 5 minutes. I am fast. With that, Lin Shu dashed against the tide of fleeing students. Pushing through to the back, she spotted Harry and Ron, who were also running in the opposite direction, making them quite conspicuous. Lin Shu hurried to catch up with them. Are you also looking for Hermione? Yes, Shu. Hermione has been in the restroom for quite a while. She hasn't returned, so she has no idea about the troll, Harry panted in reply. Just as his words left his mouth, Lin Shu immediately gestured for silence, her ears picking up some noise. Sure enough, a moment later, heavy and slow footsteps echoed, growing clearer, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if a moving mountain were approaching. Soon, a pungent, suffocating stench filled the air, nearly choking them. Lin Shu, Harry, and Ron hid behind a pillar, staring intently ahead. In the dim light, the silhouette of the troll slowly emerged. It truly towered like a mountain, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. In its hand, It wielded a wooden club covered in knots and spikes, dragging it across the ground and leaving a sinister trail, as if heralding a forthcoming bloodbath. Harry and Ron trembled in fear, their calves quaking, yet none dared to step back. Meanwhile, Lin Shu licked her lips, hands forming seals as she conjured her weapon. Wasn't this just a fight? This was her forte. Though the creature was fearsome in appearance, she was not one to back down easily. Harry, Ron, go find the professors. Leave the task of rescuing Hermione to me. Lin Shu's words were devoid of emotion. Yet they conveyed a hint of ruthlessness and an undercurrent of menace, a side of her that Harry and Ron had never witnessed before. To be honest, it was somewhat intimidating. As they glanced back, they clearly discerned the long spear slung across Lin Shu's back. They struggled to articulate the essence of this weapon. Merely a glance sent shivers down their spines. The spear glinted ominously, its tip shimmering like shards of a cold moon, radiating a light that pierced the very depths of the abyss. The shaft, over a zhang in length, appeared to be forged from some dark iron, absorbing the essence of countless spilled blood. Adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, their forms vividly alive, exuding a noble yet fierce aura. The tassels, crimson as blood, danced wildly in the wind, each movement seemingly whispering tales of ancient battlegrounds and fierce skirmishes. The grip, perfectly molded to fit a hand, bore a texture that was both natural and coarse, as if narrating the saga of a conqueror's arduous journey through thorns and muck. Raising the spear evoked an overwhelming sense of dominance, as though it could compress the heavens and instill dread in the mountains, transforming the winds and clouds. Lin Shu charged toward the giant, leaving Harry and Ron dumbfounded in her wake. Merlin, who on earth is Shu? Just a glance at her weapon makes me feel like I've been marked by something terrifying. It truly frightens me. Ron's lips trembled involuntarily, his teeth clattering with a soft, nervous sound. Harry fared slightly better. Though momentarily stunned, he managed to maintain his composure. He compelled himself to think clearly, realizing he hadn't had the chance to discuss a plan with Lin Shu before she dashed off. Although she had instructed them to seek out the professors, they were torn about whether to leave. What if Lin Shu could not handle the giant alone? Wouldn't they need to assist her? What to do? What to do? What on earth should they do? Ron, why don't you go find the professors while I help Lin Shu? Doing that would only make me look useless. Am I a coward? I too can fight for my friends. Ron was resolute, refusing to budge. Ultimately, Harry found himself with no other option but to gamble, deciding to join Ron in aiding Lin Shu. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, moving with remarkable speed, had already caught up to the giant. Before engaging, she cast a spell to obscure her sense of smell. The stench was unbearable, and she feared that she might faint before the battle even commenced. Or worse, she might vomit mid-fight, which would severely tarnish her imposing image. At that moment, Lin Shu stood behind the giant, which was attempting to enter the washroom. She shouted, "Hey, big guy, your opponent is me." Chapter 25. The Spear of the Western Chu Overlord. Lin Shu's voice was remarkably penetrating, and she did not restrain her volume, causing Hermione, who had just washed her hands, and Harry, who was rushing to help, to hear her clearly. Recognizing Lin Shu's voice, Hermione rushed out, only to be startled by the sight before her. Merlin, a giant. This hideous creature is terrifying. She gasped. Lin Shu merely touched her nose and calmly replied, "Hermione, go hide inside. Shu, run. Don't worry about me." Hermione's voice trembled with fear, but despite her terror, she wished that it would be her facing death rather than Lin Shu. She hoped Lin Shu would have a chance to escape. "Hermione, have you ever seen me fight? Honestly, I think your Western magical practices are far too gentle. This giant's appearance is quite fortuitous. I've been itching for a fight." Lin Shu's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for argument. Hermione bit her lip and ultimately complied, hiding beneath the wash basin. Although the giant could not comprehend human speech, it sensed that it was being underestimated and grew exceedingly enraged. In the next moment, it swung a spiked wooden club toward Lin Shu with a force that seemed capable of obliterating her. When Harry and Ron arrived, they were met with a scene so shocking that they held their breath and shut their eyes, fearing that the next moment would reveal Lin Shu's broken form. However, after a long pause without any sound of defeat from Lin Shu, they dared to open their eyes. There stood Lin Shu, her posture as straight as a pine tree, her feet firmly planted, raising the Western Chu Overlord spear with its tip aimed skyward. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and like a bolt of lightning, chilling light coursed down the spear, infusing its tip with power. This was Lin Shu channeling the force of her magical veins. In the next moment, she surged forward like a specter, the spear striking with the force of 1,000 tons, its tip slicing through the air with a crackling sound as it bore down on the giant's throat. The giant's eyes widened in terror as it hastily raised its club in defense. A thunderous crack echoed as the club was pierced, creating a deep hole. Splintering wood flying everywhere. This maneuver was named breaking the clouds and piercing the sun. Not only did Lin Shu strike, but she also proclaimed the name of her technique with remarkable bravado, embodying an aura of grandeur. Harry and Ron gaped, their mouths forming an astonished "Oh Merlin! Lin Shu is extraordinarily powerful." They marveled, tears of admiration welling up in their eyes. From that moment on, Lin Shu became their idol, the light they chased after. They were on the verge of shouting cheers for her, but after a moment, they realized something. Their brave determination to rush over seemed redundant. The spotlight returned to Lin Shu, who pivoted sharply, sweeping the spear horizontally to accurately blind the giant. The creature staggered back in pain, and Lin Shu seized the opportunity. Soaring into the air, holding the spear with both hands, tracing a perfect arc. This move was termed tearing the sky apart. The spear's tip descended like a colossal axe, striking fiercely at her opponent. The Western Chu Overlord spear blazed with brilliance. Wherever its cold light reached, the floor cracked, dirt flew, and the scent of blood hung heavily in the air. She successfully breached the giant's granite-like skin. In her studies, she had learned that the giant's hide could withstand certain magical attacks, yet in this battle, it proved utterly insignificant. This technique was called breaking the wind and startling the thunder. For some reason, as Harry and Ron watched, they couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Shu could have ended the giant in one move, yet she was deliberately toying with it. Nevertheless, they hoped that the battle would last a little longer. They were clearly not ready for it to end. They were engrossed in the spectacle, nearly drooling over Lin Shu's prowess, oblivious to the chaotic footsteps approaching from behind. When they finally snapped back to reality and noticed the professors standing beside them, they realized the headmaster and several faculty members had hastily arrived. In truth, the professors had rushed over in a frenzy. Upon learning that the giant was in the basement, they had thoroughly scoured the area to ensure safety before emerging. To their astonishment, they were met with a scene that would leave them in awe for a lifetime. Lin Shu, holding the spear with one hand, pointed its tip toward the ground, spinning rapidly around her heel, conjuring a whirlwind of dust. The spear shimmered in and out of view within the vortex, its tassels dancing like bloodied serpents, each rotation seeming to draw in the very essence of the giant's soul, as if to strangle it. This technique was called the Overlord Spear, shattering the heavens. To perish by this strike would be no injustice. With this final blow, the giant fell, utterly lifeless. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness. Amidst the dim ruins of the ancient castle, dust still swirled furiously, silently affirming to the professors that all that lay before them was no illusion. Lin Shu stood tall, still gripping the Western Chu Overlord spear with an air of defiance. The cold gleam of the gun flickered in the haze, as drops of monstrous blood slowly slid down the barrel, pooling on the ground into a shocking purple puddle. Lin Shu was pondering how to clean such viscous blood when she spotted the principal and professors in the distance. However, the normally composed and authoritative professors did not approach her. Instead, they stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Professor McGonagall's tightly pressed lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with shock and bewilderment, the gaze from behind her single lens filled with astonishment. Her wand hung limply in her hand, and her usually neat bun appeared somewhat disheveled. She could hardly fathom that a student possessed such terrifying power. Professor Snape's countenance was ominously dark, yet beneath his tightly furrowed brows, a tide of astonishment surged within his eyes. He fixated intently on the formidable weapon, radiating an air of lethal intent, his mind tumultuous with conflicting thoughts. This extraordinary display of force shattered his previous perceptions of student capabilities, leaving him momentarily speechless. Professor Flitwick's diminutive figure trembled as he hopped about, eager to catch every detail, his eyes nearly brimming with disbelief. His wand swayed unconsciously in his grasp, murmuring to himself as though questioning whether all this was merely an illusion. Yet the acrid scent of blood was undeniably real. After a long pause, Headmaster Dumbledore finally managed to regain his voice, though it bore a dryness and tremor. "Good child. Facing a troll alone is truly a formidable challenge. Are you injured? Please let us see. Oh, perhaps it is the troll that was put to the test." Lin Shu thought to herself, bemused by the headmaster's ability to speak with such disingenuousness. "Well, I'm fine without you, headmaster." The other professors remained silent, their thoughts ensnared in a chaotic whirlpool. On one hand, they marveled at the extraordinary strength displayed by the student, recognizing that if properly guided, such power could lead to greatness. On the other hand, they worried about the origins and potential dangers of this power. Should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be unthinkable. Amidst this tangle of emotions, they could only stand transfixed, gazing at Lin Shu and the formidable weapon as if faced with an inscrutable enigma. In the next moment, Lin Shu sheathed her weapon, and Hermione burst forth from the restroom. Her eyes reddened and tears cascading down her cheeks as she tightly embraced Lin Shu, clinging with all her might. Didn't I tell you not to worry about me? You're so powerful, but what if? What if the troll was stronger than you? Would you not risk your life for me? Oh, do not fret over what has yet to occur. This troll? Confronting it was merely a matter of seizing it by the throat. I initially thought it would be a formidable opponent, and even contemplated ways to subdue it for practice. Yet who would have imagined it would succumb so easily? Its level of strength is utterly pathetic. What are you so worried about? Why the tears? Lin Shu said, wiping Hermione's tears away, soothing her in the most casual tone to calm her emotions. Witnessing this scene, the previously petrified professors gradually relaxed their tense expressions. The complexity of emotions in their eyes softened into a semblance of warmth, their lips curving into involuntary smiles. They reflected on how narrow-minded they had been, to harbor such unfounded suspicions towards a child. Soon, the professors gathered around, their eyes filled with reassurance. They patted Lin Shu's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Child, you have done exceptionally well. Defeating a troll single-handedly. I believe your talent and strength will send ripples throughout the entire magical world." Lin Shu felt somewhat bashful, scratching her head, and responded with utmost politeness and formality, "Thank you, professors. I merely did what I was supposed to." Yet internally she mused, "Really? Just this? Slaying a troll and the magical world is in an uproar? Must it be so exaggerated?" However, upon further reflection, she grasped the situation. The children here studied magic, but paid little heed to the cultivation of external strength, which explained their astonishment. Well, one might say it is all relative. In their circle, the techniques I employed would be deemed elementary, yet she refrained from voicing such demoralizing thoughts. Before long, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its warm glow upon the ruins. The figures of those present elongated, the earlier tension and barriers dissipating, leaving only a scene filled with hope and warmth. In the aftermath, Lin Shu, Hermione, Harry, and Ron were summoned to the headmaster's office to recount the entire sequence of events. Hermione spoke first, shouldering all the blame. "It is my fault, professors. I went to find the troll alone, thinking I could handle it. I was wrong. Had it not been for Shu, Harry, and Ron's timely arrival, I might have perished." Lin Shu furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She genuinely did not understand why Hermione would lie. This incident had no relation to them. Could the troll not control its own legs and choose where to go? Lin Shu contemplated, then spoke up. "Headmaster, professors, that is not how it unfolded. The truth is, Hermione left for the restroom during dinner, and I noticed. She still had not returned when Professor Quirrell informed everyone about the troll. I worried she might be unaware of the troll's presence and could be in danger, so I went to find her." Once Lin Shu finished speaking, the headmaster and professors grasped the general situation. They found themselves at a loss for words of reproach, and having witnessed Lin Shu's prowess, they could not dismiss it as mere luck. Ultimately, they were all left speechless, with only reassurances to offer, unable to lecture further. In the end, everyone received points, and all was well. After leaving the headmaster's office, Harry and Ron transformed into adoring fans, showering Lin Shu with effusive praise, leaving her with goosebumps and an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "Stop. I really can't handle this. Can you not act normally? Isn't it better to be as you were before? I truly cannot endure this. Thank you for your understanding." "Alright, Harry, Ron. Shu has had a long day. I understand how you feel, but please do not disturb her. Let her rest, alright?" Hermione stepped in to rescue Lin Shu. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron indeed quieted down, though their eyes remained glistening, fixated on her. This made Lin Shu feel as if she were a delectable pudding, and these two were salivating over her. It was utterly terrifying. "Oh no, please don't come any closer." Lin Shu was so repulsed by her own imagined scenario that she sprinted away from the peculiar duo. But when she returned to the dormitory and saw Malfoy still seated on the sofa in the common room, she suddenly realized that she might have another trouble awaiting her. Chapter 26, Alienation. As Lin Shu stepped into the common room, her gaze collided directly with Malfoy's shadowy gray-blue eyes. At that moment, Malfoy leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his usual elegance replaced by a dark scowl. Although still a child, one could already faintly perceive the future aura of the head of the Draco family emanating from him. He fixed his gaze on Lin Shu, his thin lips pressed into a stubborn line, and his normally fair complexion now tinged with a slight flush, as if anger was scorching his reason. Lin Shu swallowed hard. Earlier, when facing the troll, her legs had not turned to jelly, yet now, for some inexplicable reason, they felt as if they were leaden and could not move an inch. She licked her dry lips, contemplating breaking the awkward silence with some words. But what could she say? That she still cared for him the most and had not given him up because of Hermione? That her delay in returning was due to battling the troll and ensuring his safety? Or that she would not let it happen again? However, these words seemed to echo the sentiments of that unscrupulous woman. Lin Shu offered a rueful smile, refraining from speaking, fearful of exacerbating the situation. In stark contrast, Malfoy, noticing Lin Shu's silence, tensed visibly, maintaining his posture yet appearing on the verge of confronting her. This sight caused Lin Shu's heart to race, her guilt flooding over her like a surging tide. You've been standing there. Are you not planning to return to Slytherin? Abandoning your friends is not enough. Now you wish to forsake your own house. Ha! That is simply untrue. Do not speak so recklessly. Upon hearing Malfoy speak, Lin Shu summoned her courage and gradually moved closer to him. With each step, she felt the intensity of Malfoy's piercing gaze as if it could burn a hole through her. When she was mere inches away, she observed his trembling hands gripping the armrest of the sofa, knuckles whitening, as if he were brewing a tempest of emotions. Lin Shu realized that if she failed to soothe him this time, Malfoy's ire would likely linger. Malfoy, I am truly sorry. I should not have left you. It will not happen again. I still remember how you once claimed I was your best friend in the world. Were those just lies? Or do you say such things to everyone? You deceived me, relishing in my trust, didn't you? To manipulate someone as esteemed as Draco, you must feel quite pleased. Do you not? I did not. Lin Shu retorted, her thoughts clear. My intention tonight was simple, to find Hermione and bring her back. I flew swiftly, believing I would not be long away, which is why I acted as I did. Malfoy remained unconvinced, his frustration causing his chest to rise and fall violently. In an instant, tears threatened to spill, and he loathed Lin Shu for her lack of understanding. Did she truly care whether he was concerned about her speed? Even if she had only taken 5 minutes to find Hermione, he would still be furious. His concerns were never about the time. They were about whether she would choose him steadfastly. In a moment of crisis, Lin Shu had released his hand, letting him go, to seek another. How dare she? Just a mudblood, and she dared compete with him. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, his eyes smoldering with a fiery despair. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Do not come near. I can no longer trust you. You are just as hypocritical as the rest. He shouted, his voice shattering. Malfoy, you know I'm hurting too. The troll was not wandering the dungeons. When I went to find Hermione, it was but a few steps away from the washroom. I care about you. But had I not gone to find Hermione tonight, she would have been in grave danger, and the consequences would have been dire. And what if things had unfolded differently? What if you went to find that mudblood, and the troll appeared here? What then? In any case, you abandoned me. You left me without knowing where the troll would strike. By making that choice, you left the danger on my side. That is not true, Malfoy. Everyone followed the upperclassmen back to the dormitory. The older students would protect everyone. Compared to Hermione, she is far more vulnerable. Malfoy covered his ears, unwilling to hear more. Witnessing the depth of his despair unsettled Lin Shu as well, like a heavy stone pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Seeing Malfoy turn to leave, she instinctively grasped his arm and quickly spoke. Do not be like this, Malfoy. You are my best friend in Slytherin. I have never lied to you. I genuinely value our friendship. This time I was wrong. I acted ungratefully. Please grant me another chance. I promise I will never again abandon you. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand unconditionally by your side, alright? Her words carried a hint of pleading, yet Malfoy ignored her, pulling his hand away from hers as if she were nothing more than a fleeting shadow. In that moment, Lin Shu acutely felt Malfoy's disappointment and despair. She opened her mouth, struggling to speak further, but found her voice faltering. Malfoy turned and dashed into the dormitory, his black robe billowing in the wind, his departure resolute and unhesitant. The sound of the door slamming shut coincided with the sound of Lin Shu's tears hitting the ground. That night, she had played the hero. Yet her heart was heavy with sorrow. The following day, Lin Shu rose early, her eyes bearing the weight of dark circles, a clear indication of her restless night. Thoughts had plagued her throughout, spiraling into a whirlwind of what-ifs. If she had steadfastly chosen Malfoy and not gone to the washroom, would Hermione have escaped unharmed? She was uncertain. However, she believed that had she made that choice and later discovered the troll was headed for Hermione, she would have been engulfed in profound regret and confusion. Thus, if given a second chance, she would still choose to save Hermione. Yet, these reflections were rooted in a perspective of omniscience. As Malfoy had pointed out, had the troll not gone to the washroom, but instead appeared where he was, and she had not been present, what then? She would find herself once again ensnared in regret and self-reproach. It seemed an unsolvable conundrum, a dilemma without a satisfactory resolution. unless she learned to be in two places at once. As the ancients said, in this world, how can one achieve both desires without forsaking either? She had come to truly understand this sentiment. She stood at the dormitory entrance, clutching her books, her eyes brightening upon spotting Malfoy's figure. She hurried to follow him. But he merely cast her a glance before resolutely ignoring her. Accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, he strode ahead, quickening his pace, rendering Lin Shu's attempts at conversation futile, as he treated her, as though she were merely a wisp of air. Malfoy, do not ignore me. I was wrong. Let us reconcile. I have deeply reflected on my actions. Lin Shu pleaded, but her words fell upon deaf ears. Malfoy quickened his pace, leaving her with nothing but a gust of wind in his wake. Lin Shu felt utterly powerless. She had no experience in mending a rift with a friend. Back in her former sect, when conflicts arose with her peers, they would usually resolve themselves by the next day. Despite any quarrels, everyone seemed to forget and return to normalcy as if they had amnesia. Thus, no one had ever taught her how to navigate such a precarious situation. In the following days, Lin Shu continued her routine, attending classes and diligently pursuing her studies, yet a shadow of worry lingered upon her countenance. Each day, she waited outside the dormitory, hoping to exchange a few words with Malfoy. Upon witnessing his continued refusal to forgive her, she would retreat. And thus a week passed in this manner. During this time, Lin Shu managed to find a moment to visit the girls' washroom on the second floor of the teaching building to seek advice from Moaning Myrtle. She brought along a plethora of snacks, even including cakes and pastries she usually wouldn't touch, ensuring Myrtle would be thoroughly satisfied. In truth, Myrtle had been eagerly anticipating her visit, and had sent Hermione several messages, though she learned from Hermione that Lin Shu was quite busy. To be honest, when Myrtle heard about Lin Shu's class schedule, she felt somewhat reluctant to impose upon her. Today, however, upon finally having Lin Shu visit, she twirled around in delight, even dancing in the air. Lin, you came. You remember me. This is wonderful. I heard your studies have been quite burdensome. Honestly, I worry you might be overwhelmed. Oh, I'm managing, Myrtle. My workload is still within my limits. Nonsense. Your spirit is clearly diminished. You were not like this last time you visited. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu sighed. Myrtle, you've seen right through me. I actually have a question I would like to ask you. Would you be willing to answer? Myrtle perked up at this, eager to assist. She is also a ghost who values her dignity and is grateful, mind you. Having consumed so much incense from Lin Shu and taken numerous gold ingots and offerings, she was quite perplexed about what she could possibly do in return for Lin Shu. At that moment when Lin Shu thought of her joy was indescribable. The feeling of being needed and trusted was something she hadn't experienced in ages. Just speak your mind. As long as I am aware, I will undoubtedly share everything I know with you. It was merely a misunderstanding with a friend. She admitted her fault, yet he had yet to forgive her. She was uncertain whether her approach was flawed, or if he had truly decided to sever their friendship. Regardless, she had been mulling over this matter for days, feeling both distressed and guilty. Upon hearing this, Tao Jinyang immediately covered her mouth in shock. Who is it? Which ungrateful soul is so picky about being friends with Shu? What on earth do they want? She was ready to explode. She wanted to weep so fiercely that the person would drown in her tears. Though she lacked the full details, her admiration for Lin Shu was pure and unfiltered. In her eyes, Shu could do no wrong. If that person disregarded Shu, it could only mean he was utterly oblivious to the treasure he had. All right, Shu. Perhaps my thoughts differ from yours. I feel he is lacking in appreciation. Perhaps you should find another friend. Lin Shu shook her head, clearly disapproving of such a notion. However, in the next moment, Tao Jinyang conceived a splendid idea. While she couldn't alleviate Lin Shu's worries, she could certainly take her to a splendid place. Surely, once there, it would ease some of Lin Shu's sorrow. Tao Jinyang instantly regained her enthusiasm, teasingly withholding the details of where she intended to take Lin Shu, merely stating it was a most delightful place where all worries could be forgotten. Given Lin Shu's current mood, she decided to follow along. Stay close, my dear. I dare say, this will undoubtedly be a place you have never encountered before, one that will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. Just one glance, and all your troubles will vanish. Is it truly that miraculous? Naturally, trust me. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu followed Tao Jinyang to the statue of the befuddled ghost, Bao Rue. Lin Shu had never been here before. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced around. She once again asked Tao Jinyang what kind of place this was, but Tao Jinyang remained tight-lipped, vaguely declaring it a paradise on earth. Shortly thereafter, Tao Jinyang walked straight through a wall, and after a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu steeled herself to follow. Little did she anticipate that upon entering, a wave of humid warmth would envelop her. Reacting instinctively, she opened her eyes wide and peered ahead. Through the misty vapor, she glimpsed several naked figures. In that instant, Lin Shu felt her head explode, her cheeks instantly ablaze. As if struck by a paralysis curse, her feet seemed anchored to the ground. Oh heavens, oh divine beings! Tao Jinyang has set me up. She was utterly at a loss, unsure how to respond, and even more uncertain where to direct her gaze. In her flustered state, she caught a glimpse of the rippling water in the pool, which only heightened her embarrassment to the point of suffocation. Her lips trembled, attempting to articulate something. Yet her throat felt parched, unable to utter a single word. Her heart raced like thunder, reverberating painfully in her ears, as she stood frozen for 3 seconds, allowing the tide of embarrassment to engulf her. At that moment, the Weasley twins were playfully splashing water at each other, droplets rolling down their muscular arms, while Cedric, with his back turned, just happened to turn around, revealing his honey-colored skin and robust physique in full view. He stood in the center of the vast bath, his posture regal, resembling a statue from ancient Greece. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the fine droplets to cascade from his silky golden hair, flowing down his broad, chiseled shoulders, pooling at his firm chest, and tracing the defined contours of his abdomen, disappearing beneath a white towel. Having witnessed such an inappropriate sight, Lin Shu, still a child at heart, felt as though she might explode. Her face turned an intense shade of crimson, and a scream erupted in her throat, prompting her to turn and flee in panic. Who would have thought that she would stumble, knocking over various bottles and jars in the washroom? The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed piercingly in the silence, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The Weasley twins widened their eyes in shock. Cedric looked equally astonished, while Tao Jinyang stood aside, cackling with laughter, her mirth reverberating off the washroom walls. George hastily attempted to cover his lower half with a towel, but alas, it was too small to provide adequate cover, causing his ears to flush crimson. His arms flailed in a state of confusion, reaching for a nearby bathrobe, only to accidentally knock over a shelf, sending bath supplies crashing to the floor. Fred was no better off, clutching a bottle of shampoo like a shield while frantically trying to retrieve floating clothes from the water, splashing water all over himself. As droplets mingled with embarrassment cascaded down his flushed cheeks, Lin Shu managed to escape relatively quickly. Aside from the Weasley twins who spotted her, the others merely saw a fleeting glimpse of a Slytherin robe. Once she finally escaped that mortifying scene, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. This was utterly devastating. Her once reputable name was now tarnished. She was certainly not a pervert who enjoyed spying on boys while they bathed. Wailing inwardly, she sprinted away, seemingly hearing Tao Jinyang's calls in the background, but at that moment, she couldn't care less. She returned to her dormitory and locked herself away, opting to take a sick day from Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick. This was not a lie in her eyes. She genuinely felt unwell. Her cheeks burned as if on fire, and her mind felt foggy. Even after reciting several incantations, she couldn't calm herself. Whether her eyes were open or closed, all she could envision were unspeakable, blurred scenes, and to her horror, she found herself bleeding from her nose. She feared she had been afflicted by some profound magic, one that could invade the mind. How terrifying. Indeed, her innocent heart had taken 1,000 blows. She realized that there were always greater powers beyond her own, and she had underestimated the capabilities of the magical world. It seemed there were indeed formidable figures within this realm, and she had unwittingly fallen victim to their silent schemes. Incredible. She leaned against her desk and rummaged through numerous potions, most of which were life-saving remedies. She didn't care whether they were suitable or not. She downed them anyway. She was certain that if she didn't take action soon, her mind would no longer be her own. After much ado, she finally collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, she felt a profound emptiness in her mind and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Ah, finally some peace. Attempt to control her? In your dreams. Today, this body will learn who truly holds dominion. Lin Shu's fainting spell plunged her into an abyss of darkness, leaving her unaware of the passage of time. When she finally regained consciousness, the overwhelming and acrid scent of disinfectant assailed her senses. She attempted to move her limbs, surveying her surroundings, only to discover she was lying in Madame Pomfrey's immaculate infirmary. The white curtains hung softly, and when she tried to sit up, she found herself utterly weak and her head heavy. Ugh! She gasped, and almost simultaneously, a flurry of people emerged from behind the white drapes. Lin Shu looked over, and to her astonishment, all the notable figures were present. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, along with Harry, Hermione, Ron, Draco, and the Weasley twins. What had she done to deserve this? But why was she in the infirmary? Her head throbbed painfully, and despite her deep reflections, She couldn't find an answer. She turned her gaze back to the crowd, and honestly, she was surprised to see Draco there. However, what were George and Fred doing here? Just the sight of their faces brought forth vivid memories of inappropriate images. She closed her eyes, thinking that perhaps her method of opening them was amiss. Indeed, perhaps everything before her is but a dream. She is still ensconced in slumber. With a sigh, she reclines once more, pulling the covers over herself. After a few moments of bewilderment, she opens her eyes again to survey her surroundings, only to find the same familiar faces before her. Very well. Let destruction come. Life is fleeting and will pass in an instant. The onlookers, puzzled by her peculiar demeanor, were first approached by Hermione, who rushed forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she grasped Lin Shu's hand tightly. Shu, thank heavens, you've finally awakened. What has happened to you? Lin Shu, still confounded, wondered how she had transitioned from her dormitory slumber to the infirmary. Severus Snape, observing her dazed expression, pressed his lips into a thin line, his brow furrowed in concern. He called out to Madame Pomfrey in the inner room. Pomfrey, I believe this child is still in a stupor. It appears that the antidote administered was insufficient. Perhaps we should give her another dose. Hearing Snape, Lin Shu recalled that she had already received 1.5 doses, a considerable amount for her. I think we should observe her a while longer. Let us not distress this poor child further. Lin Shu exhaled a sigh of frustration, quietly absorbing the chatter of those around her. After a lengthy pause, she finally pieced together a coherent account of events. It seemed that she had ingested a potion last night, leading to her poisoning. How embarrassing it was for her, a practitioner of potion making, to have poisoned herself. This would undoubtedly become a permanent stain on her history. Moreover, she had to face an uncomfortable truth. The symptoms of feverishness and confusion she experienced were not the result of a curse, but rather her body's natural response to having seen something she ought not to have. Oh dear. She felt utterly mortified. Covering her head with the blankets, she dared not meet George and Fred's gaze. Concerned by her continued odd behavior, everyone drew closer, and Hermione gently pulled the covers down. Shu, are you all right? The professor said you were poisoned. Can you understand us? Lin Shu thought to herself that she must confront reality. Evasion would not resolve her predicament. Thus, she responded weakly. Yes, don't worry, Hermione. I believe I am all right. A collective sigh of relief washed over her companions, and Harry and Ron finally found the courage to speak up, having been apprehensive of startling her due to her earlier peculiar behavior. Shu, you scared everyone terribly. Shu, why did you take so many potions? Was someone forcing you? Harry's words hinted at his unspoken fears of Lin Shu being bullied in Slytherin, and his gaze inadvertently flitted towards Malfoy, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Lin Shu, sensing the shift, quickly interjected. Thank you for your concern, Harry. I merely had a headache last night and in my dazed state, sought out some medicine. I was not fully aware of what I was consuming. Having addressed Harry, she was soon confronted by George and Fred. Truth be told, Lin Shu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Despite their attire, they appeared almost indecent in her eyes. Dear girl, you mustn't do this again. We were all quite worried about you. Indeed, seeing you carried out of the dormitory, pale as a ghost, made my heart skip a beat. Lin Shu nodded vigorously, offering a polite yet awkward smile. In her mind, she silently urged the Weasley twins to depart, hoping they wouldn't linger too close, for her cheeks felt as if they were ablaze. Good heavens, her composure was faltering. Avoiding their gaze, Lin Shu cast her eyes around nervously, but inadvertently caught sight of Malfoy lingering at the back of the group. He remained unmoved as others jostled past, standing with arms crossed, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression tinged with impatience. Fool, you cannot even take care of your own body, he murmured before turning on his heel and departing without a second glance. Lin Shu felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped his presence signified forgiveness. Yet it seemed there was still much ground to cover before mending their relationship. Following this incident, Lin Shu received considerable attention from the professors, who granted her a 3-day reprieve to recuperate. Gradually, her life returned to normalcy, free from further drama, until the day she returned to class, when the Weasley twins intercepted her. Chapter 28. You like us? In the afternoon at Hogwarts, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting playful shadows on the cobblestone path. Having recovered, Lin Shu resumed her studies, recently concluding a lengthy potions class. With books clutched to her chest, she hurried forward, her mind occupied with thoughts of whether the complex potion recipes discussed in class could be refined into elixirs. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared before her, accompanied by a gust of wind. When Lin Shu regained her senses, she found Fred, with his signature mischievous grin, blocking her path with his tall frame. Her heart raced. Even though days had passed since the incident involving their bathing, she still felt the urge to evade them whenever possible. After all, it was nearly impossible to avoid the vivid imagery that assaulted her mind. As the saying goes, if one cannot provoke, one should evade. She resolved to take the high road. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a means to fortify her resolve, to prevent her heart from being sullied by the worldly distractions surrounding her. Yes, indeed. In a flurry of panic, she turned on her heel, as though she had never encountered Fred, and seamlessly chose an alternate route. After all, as long as she remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to them. However, after only a couple of steps, her path was once again obstructed. It was George, equally smiling. She could only lament how well these brothers coordinated, effectively sealing off her escape. "What's the rush, sweetheart?" Fred tilted his head, his gaze pinning her like a hunter stalking prey, his signature red hair gleaming in the sunlight. "Aren't you going to greet us?" George crossed his arms, leaning closer, invading her personal space. With no way out, Lin Shu was compelled to face the two of them. Resolutely, she glanced from Fred to George, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. "I'm not running away. I just have to report to Professor Snape for detention, and I'm rather pressed for time. Goodbye, upperclassmen." She continued onward, secretly hoping they would not try to stop her again. Yet, she had underestimated Fred and George's tenacity. Fred's long legs once again crossed her path, a sly smile dancing on his lips. "Detention? I think you're trying to avoid us. What's this? You had the audacity to peek at us bathing but now feel shy?" He had touched a nerve. Lin Shu knew she was in the wrong, and for reasons unknown. Her body would betray her every time the topic of her own physicality arose. Now her cheeks flushed crimson, her mind short-circuited. This lack of control was disconcerting. She felt both humiliated and infuriated. "I didn't mean to. I can explain about that incident." Lin Shu managed to secure 3 minutes to present her case, as Fred and George expertly led her to a secluded staircase, ready to listen. The reality was simple. She recounted how she had been feeling rather down that day, and sought out moaning Myrtle for a conversation. Little did she know, Myrtle had earnestly promised to show her something that would lift her spirits, and her Navette had led her astray. She had believed every word, which resulted in her stumbling into the boys' lavatory. A lifetime of reputation was shattered in an instant. Oh, how she regretted it. If only she could relive that moment. She would surely keep her distance from the men's restroom. Such was the unfortunate circumstance, and as you are already aware, ha ha ha. With the misunderstanding resolved, I shall take my leave. You may take your time to process this. Lin Shu was determined to flee, resolutely intent on escape. Forget everything else. She needed to run. For her heart thundered, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. She realized she was utterly helpless when it came to George and Fred. Perhaps their very fates were cursed against her. Whenever she encountered them, even in the most casual of meetings, her face would instinctively flush, her heart racing. It was all quite uncanny. Were it not for her confidence in her own health, she might have suspected some form of enchantment had been cast upon her. Lin Shu steeled herself to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Her unease had not gone unnoticed by George and Fred. Just as she was about to set off, Fred exchanged a glance with George, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, Fred seized Lin Shu's arm with a grip that was both assertive and impossible to refuse. He pulled her toward a corner, and after a brief struggle, she surrendered. Curious to see what mischief these two tricksters had in store, George trailed behind, his face adorned with a fond smile. "Sweetheart, we wouldn't bite. What are you so afraid of?" "Afraid? Nonsense." Was she afraid? Just as she opened her mouth to retort, she found Fred leaning in, gazing into her eyes. His expression filled with mirth and a hint of intrigue. The proximity was so intimate that Lin Shu could distinctly see the fine hairs on his face, feel the warmth of his breath, and catch a whiff of the citrus scent he exuded. Instantly, her cheeks flared crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She bit her lip in self-reproach, lamenting her lack of composure, berating herself for not consulting the almanac before venturing out, and blaming George and Fred for unsettling her heart. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a surge of irritation. In the face of George and Fred's playful teasing, she feigned indifference, even refraining from uttering a single word to them. Those who disrupted her peace of mind were utterly intolerable. She had to remain steadfast. With a haughty expression, she cast them a mournful glance. Before long, George leaned in, his fingers gently twirling a strand of hair near her ear, his voice soft and teasing. "Your face is positively glowing. It's not warm in this corridor. Are you embarrassed by us?" At his words, Lin Shu instinctively raised her hand to touch her cheek. She had felt a flush of heat but had no idea just how vividly red her face had become. She seized the opportunity to confirm it. Indeed, it felt overwhelmingly hot. She thought to herself that this body was truly outrageous, prone to such embarrassing displays without warning, as if it had forgotten who its true master was. Though she was fuming, she could not conceal the rapid beating of her heart, feeling her breath quicken. She looked up, gazing blankly at George, and this time she did not shy away. I don't believe I'm embarrassed. You two must tell me what is happening to me. Speak the truth. Have you placed something on yourselves to disrupt my senses? Or have you truly cast some sort of spell on me? Upon hearing this, Fred and George exchanged glances and burst into laughter, amused by her naivety and charm. Fred's fingers grazed Lin Shu's cheek, his touch cool, akin to a refreshing balm. Yet he withdrew his hand almost immediately, leaving her even more agitated. Just as Lin Shu's discontent began to brew, Fred's hand suddenly found its way to her chin, applying a gentle pressure to tilt her face upward, forcing her to meet his gaze. His eyes sparkled with mischief and flirtation. Sweetheart, could it be that you have developed a liking for us? Could such feelings wield such power? Yet she had feelings for Hermione, Draco, Harry, Ron, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick, and none had ever elicited such a response from her. Ridiculous. She had many people she admired, enough to fill a list from here to France. They certainly ranked low on her list. Oh, my dear little sweetheart. Such words pierce your elder brother's heart. You shall be punished. Fred produced a candy from his pocket, and promptly placed it into Lin Shu's mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, her mouth erupted with saliva, for it was overwhelmingly sour. Ugh, yuck. She quickly spat out the candy, taking a moment to recover. I feel as though I've been struck by a lemon. Truly, you two are incorrigible. Two debts settled, then? George queried, puzzled. What do you mean? Is this truly settled? So swiftly? We showed you our bodies, and it's worth so little? Lin Shu felt exasperated. George was even more reserved than Fred. What else could it be? If we don't settle it, are you suggesting we should show them again? Not a chance. Don't think you've gained an advantage over me. I didn't want to see, and I had nightmares afterward. I haven't even sought retribution for disrupting my peace of mind, so be grateful. Let us turn the page for both our sakes, shall we? Such a heartless little sweetheart, George muttered, just after Fred stepped closer. He pinned Lin Shu against the wall, preventing her from escaping mid-conversation. His gaze softened and deepened. Sweetheart, we've been aware of you for quite some time. You unknowingly capture our attention. George quickly chimed in. Indeed, you are like a little son, always bringing us warmth and joy. Their words flowed in harmonious rhythm, leaving Lin Shu bewildered, her mind clouded with confusion and curiosity. Just as she anticipated their next words, Fred leaned in close, his lips nearly brushing against her ear. Do you know? Sweetheart, we truly wish to be friends with you, and even more. He paused deliberately, leaving Lin Shu in a state of anxious anticipation. Even more what? Fred, do tell. Fred locked eyes with Lin Shu, and George smirked beside him. After a prolonged moment, they both finally uttered, We'll tell you next time. Very well, that sounds splendid. Lin Shu forced a smile, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, as if trying to suppress the fiery indignation bubbling within her. She had realized that Fred and George were clearly toying with her. Oh dear, these two are insufferably mischievous. Fred and George, astutely aware of her rising ire, quickly interjected, All right, we won't tease you any longer. Let us escort you to Professor Snape. Haha, no need for that, thank you. She declined politely. No refusaos. Grant us an opportunity, sweetheart. Lin Shu could not withstand their insistence and reluctantly agreed. The three of them exited the corridor, walking through the campus. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a distance, with many students rushing toward the source of the commotion. As if drawn to some spectacle, Lin Shu felt no interest and continued on her way. But in the next moment, two brooms appeared in the sky, their erratic flight path dangerously chaotic. Lin Shu recognized at once that the riders were none other than Harry and Draco. Chapter 29. Are you out of your minds? Lin Shu could hardly believe her eyes. The cacophony surging from the direction of the Quidditch pitch resounded like an overwhelming tide. A tangible testament that none of this was mere illusion. That platinum blonde head was unmistakable. Lin Shu could hardly misidentify it. High above, Harry and Malfoy soared through the sky like two agile and furious hawks, racing on their broomsticks. Harry's raven hair danced wildly in the wind, his jaw clenched, his eyes radiating determination and courage. He leaned forward, pressing closely against his broom, gripping the handle tightly as he deftly maneuvered through the air, attempting to evade Malfoy's relentless pursuit while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, Malfoy's signature platinum locks were now disheveled, his pale face twisted with a warped exhilaration. His eyes fixated on Harry, as if he were a predator stalking its prey. He furiously spun his broom, charging at Harry time and again, displaying an unwavering resolve to unseat his rival. The two brooms zipped through the air at breakneck speed, leaving behind trails of blurred light, each perilous near miss eliciting gasps and screams from the spectators below. Their flight patterns were unpredictable, at times shooting upwards like a released arrow, and at others plummeting down like a falling star, carving chilling arcs through the sky. The fierce wind generated by their high-speed flight caused their robes to billow dramatically, resembling flags of impending danger flailing wildly. In the midst of this fierce clash, the tails of their brooms occasionally collided, sparking dazzling flashes of light that flickered ominously, reminiscent of ghostly will-o'-the-wisps, sending shivers down Lin Shu's spine. She felt as if these two were playing with fire, and considering they were friends who shared daily life, they were all too aware of each other's capabilities. Although Harry and Malfoy were among the more skilled flyers of their age, they were not yet at a level where they could recklessly gamble with their lives. This was sheer folly. Watching the two figures tracing parabolic arcs in the distance, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for them, her heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand, rising to her throat. This was madness. Had they lost their minds? It was as if they were mocking death itself. She couldn't shake the thought that she must intervene immediately. The consequences of inaction were too dire to contemplate. In that moment, she disregarded George and Fred entirely, thrusting the book she had been holding into their arms. With her hands forming a spell, she summoned her protective shield. Arise! The incantation was uttered, and the shield shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the Quidditch pitch. The wind howled in her ears, her hair whipped about chaotically, and the gales stung her cheeks, yet she paid it no mind. Her gaze was fixed intently on the two precarious figures above, her heart racing as she urged her broom to accelerate, desperate to reach them and halt this dangerously reckless contest, ensuring Harry and Malfoy could land safely. Meanwhile, Fred and George watched her soar away, lost in admiration. As they beheld Lin Shu skillfully navigate the skies, their eyes filled with wonder and appreciation. They were transported back to the first time she had taken them flying to evade Filch, a night filled with thrilling cleverness, when she had guided them through the clouds, unveiling their mysteries. Those memories were so delightful that they brought smiles to their faces. Fred's gaze remained steadfastly on Lin Shu, his eyes glowing with a fervent intensity, as if a fire had ignited within him. George, did you see that? I dare say her flying skills could easily claim the title of the best at Hogwarts. Even those in Quidditch can't compare. Indeed, she descended like a legendary figure from the magical realm. George, equally enthused, could see nothing else, his focus solely on the enchanting figure soaring through the air. Lin Shu appeared ethereal, gracefully poised upon her broom, her hair flowing in the wind, seeming to merge with the very air around her. Her speed left them in awe, as if she were leaving trails of resplendent light in her wake. She always brings us surprises, doesn't she? Her magical prowess exceeds our wildest imaginations. Fred mused softly, his admiration for Lin Shu deepening, his heart pounding fiercely, as though it might leap from his throat. Indeed, her abilities are truly remarkable. I would wager that there are few at Hogwarts who can match her. She is a veritable prodigy of magic. George nodded vigorously, his admiration evident, his expression bordering on reverence. I knew she was extraordinary. Her courage and wisdom have always captivated me. I never imagined her magical talents would be so exceptional. She is the embodiment of perfection. Fred's eyes sparkled with affection, his heart racing as an unseen force drew him into a profound infatuation with Lin Shu. Haha, Fred, you're in too deep. Yet I must admit, she is undeniably charming. I find myself utterly enchanted by her, George teased, patting Fred's shoulder. But no matter how much they joked, neither could escape the fate of being marked by Lin Shu's presence. They exchanged knowing smiles before hastening towards the Quidditch training grounds. By that time, Lin Shu had already arrived. However, the situation for the two combatants was far from favorable. The fierce battle showed no signs of abating, with each vying to unseat the other. Lin Shu, now closer, saw the scene in clearer detail. Harry gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and resolve, beads of sweat flying from his brow with every intense movement. The sharp whistle of his broom cutting through the air as he narrowly avoided Malfoy's charges, waiting for the perfect moment to retaliate. Malfoy, pale yet twisted with excitement, had his damp golden hair clinging to his forehead, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he maneuvered his broom like a cunning serpent, determined to strike Harry down, his grip on the broom handle white-knuckled. At that moment, Lin Shu could no longer be concerned with appearances. She shouted anxiously from the ground, "You two, stop this at once! Are you trying to throw away your lives? Broomsticks are not meant to be used this way." We are all classmates, there's no need for such enmity. Malfoy Harry. Can you please just pause? Any misunderstandings can be clarified on the ground. Lin Shu's cries fell on deaf ears, as she should have anticipated. The two above were consumed by their fray, and could hardly hear her pleas. Yet, she knew that allowing this to continue was untenable. Their clash had escalated to a life-or-death contest, causing the audience surrounding the field to hold their breath in tense anticipation, eyes glued to the perilous spectacle above, erupting in gasps and shouts. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Lin Shu resolved to take action. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her magic once more, her legs bending slightly as she stood upon her shield, soaring gracefully into the sky. The wind roared past her like a wild beast, her gaze unwavering as she focused on the two figures aloft, continuously adjusting her speed and trajectory. As she approached, Harry and Malfoy's brooms, caught in their fierce struggle, veered dangerously towards her. Lin Shu deftly sidestepped, easily avoiding the collision, though a few strands of her hair were swept away by the broom's edge, dancing in the wind. She paid no heed to her surroundings. Seizing the fleeting moment when the two parted, she abruptly reached out, grasping the hem of Harry's garment and yanking him back with considerable force. The sudden pull threw Harry off balance, nearly causing him to tumble from his broom. He turned his head, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lin Shu. "Fear not, for I am here. I shall not let you fall." Yet before Harry could process her words, Draco seized the opportunity to charge at them once more, his gaze ablaze with wild abandon. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shu hastily summoned her sword to shield them from Draco's onslaught, her voice ringing out, "Draco, halt!" However, Draco paid her no mind, his eyes narrowing with palpable malice as he barreled towards them. Lin Shu swiftly sidestepped, forcefully pushing Harry away, but in her haste, she was grazed by Draco's broomstick. A sharp pain radiating through her arm, prompting a muffled groan to escape her lips. "Draco, are you a wretched cur? Must you hold such a grudge, demanding a reckoning?" Draco, originally intent on colliding with Harry, felt a pang of remorse at Lin Shu's injury, yet her words reignited his fury. "Why is it only him you speak of? And why must you protect Harry? Why did you not stand by my side at the first opportunity?" His thoughts spiraled into a vortex of resentment, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue as he continued his reckless charge. "I am unforgiving in your eyes? Am I truly so wicked? You cling to that filthy Gryffindor while I am left in the shadows. Do not forget, we are Slytherins. He is the outsider." His roar echoed through the air. Lin Shu caught a glimpse of tears glistening in his eyes, and disregarding her pain, she sprinted after the unhinged Draco. After a fierce pursuit, she approached him, hoping to coax this unruly tempest to safety. However, calamity struck as Draco's broom began to violently tremble. His eyes widened in terror, hands flailing in a futile attempt to regain control. But it was all in vain. The broom resembled a frenzied stallion, twisting and turning in the air, first soaring upwards, causing Draco to lean back dangerously, and then plummeting downward, threatening to hurl him off entirely. He clung desperately to the broom, his fingers turning pale from exertion as cold sweat trickled down his brow, the wind chilling him to the bone. Seeing this, Lin Shu rushed closer to Draco, and just as she was about to reach him, the rogue broom veered towards the stands. Realizing that casting a spell would be futile, Lin Shu made a split-second decision. Without a second thought, she accelerated towards him. At the critical moment, as the broom was about to crash into the stands, she sidestepped and grasped Draco's arm with all her might. The tremendous impact caused both to sway, nearly unbalancing her protective shield. Draco's face turned ashen with fear, his eyes reflecting despair and helplessness as he continued to sway uncontrollably with the broom. Lin Shu exerted every ounce of strength to pull him toward her, urgently commanding, "Hold on to me." In that precarious instant, Draco clutched her waist as if it were a lifeline, allowing her to draw him onto the shield while his broom plummeted from the sky. At that moment, he felt utterly aggrieved and terrified. His hands gripped Lin Shu tightly, his nails digging into her clothing. As she comforted him, maneuvering the shield, she thought the crisis had passed, but to her dismay, the fallen broom returned, propelled by some malevolent force, hurtling towards them. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened. Even she, in her naivete, understood that the broom was being manipulated. If they aimed to harm her and her friends, they would face dire consequences. She deftly evaded the broom's assault, casting a binding spell to temporarily halt the broom midair. Then, she uttered a particularly malevolent counterattack curse. This incantation could cause one to bleed from every orifice, shatter their essence, and after enduring unspeakable torment, vanish into oblivion. Of course, the effectiveness was not absolute. If the opponent were a formidable foe, the most they would suffer would be a bout of nausea or a few days of misfortune. However, if the adversary's power was inferior, they would be subject to severe backlash, unable to escape unscathed. Lin Shu's desire to protect her friends had ignited a fierce resolve within her. She was no saint. Nor did she adhere to the belief that one should remain untainted by bloodshed. In this world, she lived unapologetically. As the adage goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall ensure they repay 100-fold. Ethereal spirits of the abyss, celestial deities and demons, with my blood, I summon your essence. Should you defy my will, may your spirit be extinguished, cursed, and condemned to eternal suffering. The incantation complete. Should her target be successfully tracked, a horrendous fate awaited them. After executing the spell, Lin Shu turned her gaze to the broom she had immobilized. With a mere glance, she ignited its destruction, leaving only a cloud of dust to drift downwards. Yet her anger lingered, and a sense of dread crept in. What if she hadn't intervened today? What would have been the outcome? If something had truly gone awry, whether it was Draco or Harry, she would have been heartbroken. With a tumultuous mix of emotions, she guided the shield to the ground, gripping Draco's icy hand to instill a semblance of safety. Her eyes then fell upon Harry, and seeing him unharmed, she finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she prepared to offer Draco some comfort, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, followed by resounding applause. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the crowd surged towards her like a tidal wave, encircling her in a tight embrace. My goodness! You were so brave. I have never witnessed such incredible magic. You are truly our hero. The accolades poured in from every direction. Lin Shu stood stunned, observing the admiration etched on their faces, her own eyes sparkling with excitement. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she instinctively recoiled. Yet the crowd's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning, instead tightening their grip around her. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. Who could come to her rescue? Really, she was in urgent need of assistance. As seconds ticked by, the throng showed no sign of letting up. In that instant, she resembled a brilliant star, radiating dazzling light amidst the crowd, becoming the focal point of the Quidditch pitch. Finally, a familiar voice broke through, liberating her from the throng. What are you all doing? Cramping her in here. As if the chaos of today's Quidditch match isn't enough. You must showcase your unruly enthusiasm? Do you wish to suffocate her, depriving Hogwarts of someone far more capable than you? Chapter 31. Conspiracy. Oh, the familiar cadence, the tone, and the voice she adored most. It was undoubtedly her beloved Professor Snape. She had been saved at last. Professor Snape approached, effortlessly embodying his acerbic demeanor, as he strolled towards Lin Shu. His black robes whispered against the ground, each step exuding an air of authority. The students instinctively parted, creating a pathway as if he were parting the sea. Upon reaching Lin Shu, he cast a frosty glare over the assembled students, snorting disdainfully, disperse. Do not embarrass yourselves here. If you have time to waste, you might as well study potion making. I assure you, the next potion exam will provide a true understanding of what it means to feel genuine passion. The students exchanged glances, hesitant to utter another word, and dispersed in a dejected manner. It was then that Snape turned his attention back to Lin Shu, his gaze still bearing the customary sternness, yet subtly flickering with a hint of concern. Ah, look who we have here. Our little hero, believing himself to be the golden snitch of Quidditch, drawing attention everywhere. Such a penchant for showboating, darting hither and thither on your broom. Do you think this is merely a dangerous game? Do not assume that a modicum of skill grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Danger lurks in every corner of Hogwarts, and you shan't always enjoy such fortuitous luck. Lin Shu, reprimanded, could only manage an awkward smile. Oh well, she had long anticipated that Professor Snape, beneath his cold exterior, possessed a warm heart. After all, what did it matter to be scolded a little? It wouldn't cost her a piece of flesh. She resolved to stand there and endure his tirade until he grew weary of his own words. Lin Shu maintained an admirable composure, adhering to the principle of letting words enter through one ear and exit through the other, remaining unscathed by Snape's sharp tongue, which only served to infuriate him further. Seeing this, Snape felt an overwhelming frustration boiling within him, as if he might faint from the sheer pressure of it all. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy, who had been standing by, could no longer contain themselves. To their eyes, Snape's tirade against Lin Shu was nothing short of an unfair reprimand. Failing to acknowledge the significant contribution she had made, their anger simmered, watching Lin Shu suffer, and they rushed forward in her defense. Professor! Harry raised his voice, trembling slightly with urgency. How can you blame Lin Shu? You are entirely unaware of the situation. It was Malfoy and I who were hexed mid-flight, causing our brooms to spiral out of control. Lin Shu bravely risked her life to save us. Harry's gaze was unwavering, filled with resolute determination. Despite the chill that Snape's icy stare sent through him, the fervent desire to defend Lin Shu straightened his spine. Malfoy stepped forward as well, his complexion somewhat pale. His usually neat blonde hair disheveled, beads of sweat dampening the strands that clung to his forehead. Yet his expression was notably serious. "Professor, I can swear that I distinctly felt the malevolent force controlling my broom. This was no mere accident. Someone harbored ill intentions, seeking to harm us. Perhaps with even darker motives." Lin Shu intervened at a critical moment, preventing a dreadful calamity. Malfoy slightly raised his chin, his gaze towards Snape imbued with a defiant stubbornness. His previous grievances with Lin Shu forgotten as his focus was solely on seeking justice for her. Listening to their words, Snape's countenance darkened ominously. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. In Hogwarts, a place he regarded as his domain, there were individuals openly casting dark curses upon students. Moreover, targeting representatives from two different houses in plain sight was an undeniable affront to the safety of Hogwarts. Yet the greater the danger, the more he felt the need to admonish his students. Otherwise, what would happen if everyone aspired to be a hero, recklessly disregarding their own safety? "Enough!" Snape interrupted sharply, his voice as cold and hard as ice clashing against ice. "All of you, follow me to the headmaster's office. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." With that, he turned on his heel and strode forward, followed by a gaggle of students. Though the atmosphere was serious, Lin Shu could not help but recall a childhood game of eagle-catching chicks. At that moment, Snape resembled an eagle, shielding all the students behind him, instilling a profound sense of security. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Snape forcefully pushed open the heavy door. Lin Shu, having visited a few times, was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. At that moment, Headmaster Dumbledore sat behind his desk, which was cluttered with papers. Upon seeing the visitors, he instinctively looked up, his gaze penetrating yet gentle, peering through his crescent-shaped glasses. "Albus," Snape's voice sounded particularly low and oppressive in the quiet office. These two behemoths of students engaged in a foolish flying contest on the Quidditch pitch, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that they were subjected to a dark curse. Had it not been for an overly meddlesome giant, the consequences could have been dire. This is a blatant challenge to the order of the school. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, could only smile in disbelief. What was this? Had she earned herself a nickname? The overly meddlesome giant was hardly flattering, and she protested earnestly. Truly, Professor Snape was commendable in many ways, but his sharp tongue was a flaw. One could hardly expect anything nice to emerge from his lips. Indeed, Lin Shu had become the first victim of his caustic words. Yet none of this mattered as much as the dark curse. Who dared to commit such an act in plain view? What was their purpose? Was it a mere accident concerning Harry and Malfoy, or was it premeditated? These questions remained unanswered, and the atmosphere in the headmaster's office grew tense, with the involved parties becoming the focus of scrutiny. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he slowly set down his quill, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. This matter could not be rushed. As headmaster, he had to maintain control over the situation. "Please elaborate on what transpired," he requested, directing his gaze towards Lin Shu, Harry, and Malfoy, with Lin Shu receiving the most attention, likely due to her propensity for being involved in such situations. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Lin Shu wondered why they were looking at her. After all, she had merely acted as a savior. She was not one for verbal sparring. Thus, she resolutely joined the ranks of professors and the headmaster, maintaining her composure as she observed Harry and Malfoy intently. Harry and Malfoy, recognizing the need to clarify the situation, recounted the entire sequence of events. It all began when Malfoy noticed Harry training with the Quidditch team, which puzzled him since first-year students were not permitted to participate in Quidditch. Why then was Harry among the team? Driven by curiosity, Malfoy sought to uncover the truth. Little did he know, Harry had displayed exceptional talent during flying lessons, leading to his exceptional recruitment. This revelation ignited a fire within Malfoy. After all, he did not consider himself inferior to Harry. Why should Harry be allowed to join Quidditch while he could not? Consumed by frustration, he confronted Harry. What began as a competition of flying skills escalated into a heated exchange, culminating in their brooms spiraling out of control. Each recounted their perspective, piecing together the truth of the matter, while also highlighting Lin Shu's brave intervention at every critical juncture. Dumbledore listened attentively, his hands crossed over his chest, occasionally nodding, the tip of his wand rhythmically tapping against the desk as he pondered the complex conspiracy hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 32. The Urgency. He was agitated. As Harry and Malfoy concluded their recounting, Dumbledore ceased his contemplation, the atmosphere in the office once more thickening with tension. It appears Dumbledore finally spoke. His tone steady yet laden with gravity, that our school is facing unsettling and nefarious elements. His gaze swept across the room. This matter requires meticulous investigation. No detail must be overlooked. We must identify the individual who cast the curse to ensure the safety of every student. Though he had formed a strategy in his mind, he refrained from voicing his deeper, more terrifying suspicions in front of the students, fearful of inciting unnecessary panic. However, once Lin Shu and the others departed, he would convene a large meeting with the professors to investigate this matter. Lin Shu, observing the furrowed brows of the principal and her professors, felt an overwhelming urge to interject. It's not that serious. Although the incident had severe repercussions, unearthing the mastermind behind it would not prove overly challenging. There was truly no need for such furrowed brows, especially since the deep lines etched on their foreheads made her professor, who was barely in his 30s, appear as though he were nearing 40. It was maddening. Every time she saw him like this, she wished to concoct some elixir to stave off the signs of aging for her professor. Indeed, the teaching profession, regardless of the nation, was a draining endeavor. As her thoughts began to wander further astray, she resolutely cast aside the extraneous musings in her mind and, after a moment's contemplation, silently raised her hand. Severus Snape was the first to meet her innocent gaze, immediately feeling a twinge of headache. He was well aware of Lin Shu's patterns. Whenever she wore such an expression, no matter how innocent her demeanor, something significant was brewing beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself mentally before finally speaking. What is it this time? Surely you aren't about to spring another surprise on us? I warn you, if it's not of paramount importance, you would do well to remain silent. Those mischievous ideas of yours should be reserved for dealing with trolls. Kehe, haha. Lin Shu couldn't help but indulge in a bit of mischief. And only after witnessing the customary eye roll from her headmaster, did she finally rein herself in and address the matter at hand. Actually, I wish to inform you that I have a lead on the individual responsible for casting the dark curses. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he regarded Lin Shu with utmost seriousness. Snape, however, had grown accustomed to her antics and did not expect her to divulge any vital information. Oh, wow, quite impressive. Let us take a moment to acknowledge our great benefactor, whose ideas seem to overflow, threatening to engulf the entire school. Well then, Snape, do listen to what the child has to say. Dumbledore took on the role of stabilizing the situation, genuinely hopeful that Lin Shu might indeed possess a clue that could expedite the identification of the culprit. Headmaster, Professor, I have cast a tracking backlash curse on the perpetrator. He will undoubtedly suffer the repercussions and cannot escape, unless his abilities far surpass mine, allowing him to break my spell. Otherwise, he shall await the torment of purgatory. Upon concluding her statement, all eyes turned to her. Among them, Snape felt particularly speechless, discreetly stepping back a bit. Fearful that others might discover this eccentricity was his prized pupil. While Lin Shu's words left everyone astonished, they were also filled with numerous questions. But Lin Shu, as a member of a reputable faction, could you refrain from emitting a villainous laugh? It's rather unsettling. Speak properly, otherwise, one might mistakenly think you are the one weaving those dark curses. Your recent demeanor surpasses that of a villain. Do not declare yourself a Slytherin when you step outside. Then where should I claim to be from, Professor? Just say you hail from Gryffindor. Alright then. Just expel me from Slytherin. Is she truly that unremarkable? Without her, let us see where Snape finds another student as clever, gifted, and exceptional as she is. He must be regretting this. Genius is universally acknowledged. As Lin Shu reveled in her own cleverness, a sudden thud resonated above her head. Looking up, she saw Snape's fist retracting from just above her, his dark eyes piercing into her. Do not tell me you were genuinely considering the possibility of joining Gryffindor. TCH, he's anxious. Haha. Yet. Lin Shu only dared to mock him internally, maintaining a polite smile as she replied, Not at all, I am quite content in Slytherin. I have no intention of going anywhere. You had better be. Snape withdrew his fist, and Lin Shu silently rolled her eyes, relieved to have preserved her skull intact. Petty professor. Inconsistent professor. Calculating professor. Grudge-holding professor. Always criticizing me. Once I truly decide to leave, he will be the unwilling one. Once Snape's complaints subsided, Dumbledore finally had the opportunity to speak, having been filled with questions that awaited Lin Shu's clarification. Child, you mentioned you placed a backlash curse on that individual? To my knowledge, such magic does not exist in our wizarding world. Where did you hear of it, and will it truly be effective? The backlash tracking spell is a technique from our Eastern mysticism, and its efficacy is beyond doubt. However, I previously mentioned that if the opponent's abilities are significantly superior to mine, he may be able to break my spell, which would render my magic ineffective against him. I see. If the curse does take effect, what kind of reaction can we expect? This will help us in our investigation. Lin Shu clicked her tongue and stroked her chin thoughtfully before uncertainly responding, That's difficult to say. It varies from person to person, depending on their abilities. The stronger the individual, the lesser the backlash they would experience. Conversely, for someone whose abilities fall below mine, the backlash could be fatal. For instance, there could be issues like reverse blood flow, meridian damage, regression in cultivation, soul fragmentation, hemorrhaging from the 7 orifices, and even death. I did not mention that when I cast this spell, I had no intention of allowing the opponent to survive. Though it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility that her opponent was a masterful wizard, Lin Shu was confident that within the wizarding world, there were very few who could significantly surpass her abilities. This spell of hers, even if it did not claim the opponent's life, would certainly cause them considerable distress. The meeting in the headmaster's office concluded swiftly, with Dumbledore and Professor Snape having asked all their questions, allowing the students to return to their dormitories. What plans and investigations the headmaster and professors would undertake thereafter was no longer a concern for the students. Lin Shu, Harry, and Malfoy soon exited the headmaster's office. The atmosphere among the three was decidedly tense. Harry expressed his gratitude to Lin Shu for coming to his rescue, but as she was about to respond politely, Malfoy assertively pulled her aside, confronting Harry with an air of superiority. Listen here, Potter, Lin Shu is one of us in Slytherin. You should recognize your place. You have no right to be so familiar with her. Besides, she came to save me too, not you the Gryffindor. Chapter 33, A Battlefield. Lin Shu was reluctant to acknowledge it, but the reality was undeniable. It was painfully evident that yet another clash between Harry and Malfoy was on the verge of erupting. Unfortunately for her, she had unwittingly become the catalyst for their confrontation. Oh heavens! Why is there never a moment of peace? Malfoy erupted with a tirade against Harry. And just as he concluded his verbal assault, Harry inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed, the flames of anger igniting within him as he fixed his gaze on Malfoy. His eyes filled with venomous resentment, as if he were accusing Malfoy of desecrating his family tomb. Malfoy, you are going too far. You have isolated her in Slytherin, ignoring her existence as if she were air. Now she has saved us, and yet here you are, sulking with jealousy, trying to claim all the credit. How dare you? You selfish brat do not deserve her assistance. Harry's cheeks flushed with emotion, his fists trembling at his sides. His eyes radiating not only anger but a hint of concern for Lin Shu. Touched by his sentiment, Lin Shu felt compelled to clarify. For Malfoy was not as terrible as Harry portrayed him. He had not isolated her in any meaningful way. Their conflicts were personal, and other classmates had remained uninvolved. So it hardly rose to the level of isolation. Hey Harry, you've misunderstood. There was no isolation involved. Before she could finish, Malfoy, as if struck at his core, turned pale and red, raising his voice in vehement rebuttal. Potter, stop spouting nonsense. She is a Slytherin, and how I should treat her, as well as the entanglements and misunderstandings between him and me, are matters that do not concern you, a meddlesome Gryffindor. Should you dare to utter one more word, I shall brandish my wand and bestow upon you a rather unwelcome fate. Malfoy approached with relentless provocation, closing the distance until their noses nearly touched, their chests heaving with intensity, neither willing to yield. Lin Shu, observing their silence, seized the moment to interject. Malfoy, we cannot be so absolute. We are all part of the same school. Mutual assistance is commonplace. We cannot harbor animosity toward Harry simply because he belongs to Gryffindor. History has a peculiar way of repeating itself. Yet again, before she could finish her thought, the conversation was snatched away. This time it was Harry who spoke. Malfoy, you truly are a vile and despicable little man. Even now you attempt to exert control over Shu. I dare say her experience in Slytherin must have been utterly dismal. Not at all. I've been doing quite well. Thank you very much. She retorted. Ah, you self-righteous fool. It's laughable to hear you speak of virtue. As a standout among the new students, my time in Slytherin has been nothing short of splendid. What's the matter? Are you upset? Jealous that Shu is not one of your precious Gryffindors? It's understandable. Your house is full of foolish lions, and it seems unlikely that you could find even one with a semblance of intellect. Forgive my candor. But do you really think you can recover the points you've lost? It's well known that Professor Snape deducts points from Gryffindor with relentless regularity. It has become an ironclad rule. Whether those lost points can ever be regained is truly debatable. However, setting that aside, Lin Shu had come to realize that this was a battle that belonged solely to the two of them. It would be prudent for her to remain silent. Just as she reached this conclusion, for reasons unknown, the battlefield unexpectedly erupted around her once more. She watched as Harry turned to her, his gaze soft and expectant, filled with warmth. "Shoo, you need not fear Malfoy. You simply must speak your truth. You're unhappy in Slytherin, aren't you? We could approach the headmaster to discuss transferring you to another house." Infuriated, Malfoy seized Lin Shu's arm, pulling her to his side and proclaiming loudly, "She is a Slytherin in life, and a Slytherin in death. To undermine me in my presence? You truly have a death wish. Don't you understand? Shu came here to save me. Did you not see her rush to my side? You're merely a side note, Malfoy. Stop deluding yourself." Lin Shu felt a buzzing in her ears as Malfoy's grip nearly caused her to stumble. Harry, witnessing this, felt a surge of compassion and rushed forward, attempting to pry Malfoy's hand away while shouting, "Malfoy, let her go. Can't you see you're hurting her?" But Malfoy remained relentless, forcefully shaking off Harry's hand and retorting, "Potter, don't you dare touch her. She's mine. You cannot steal her away." Once more, Harry and Malfoy were entangled in a struggle, their wands slipping from their robes and clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Lin Shu cradled her head, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of helplessness. Finally unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Enough! Please stop fighting." Her voice was laced with despair and resignation. Soon after, the two boys reluctantly pulled apart, rushing to Lin Shu in an attempt to sway her to their respective sides. At that moment, Lin Shu could no longer maintain her composure. She extended her delicate hand, placing it beside her ear, and as Harry and Malfoy looked on in confusion, she began to speak while walking away. "Hello? Professor Snape? What? The office is on fire? All right, I'll be there right away." After a short distance, she cautiously glanced back, relieved to find no one in pursuit, and exhaled slowly. In that instant, she felt as if her very essence had been drained. At last, she had escaped. Oh, how arduous it had been. Such battlegrounds should never occur again. They were simply unbearable. She hurried back to her dormitory, locking the doors and windows behind her, collapsing onto her bed and pulling the covers over herself in one swift motion. The clamor outside ceased to concern her. It was only at that moment that she felt she had finally regained her freedom, that she had truly come back to life. As she gradually relaxed into a deep slumber, the one affected by her retaliatory tracking spell found himself far less fortunate. In a dim, shadowy chamber, suffused with a stench of decay, a figure lurked in the darkness. This person swayed like a fragile candle in a tempest. His body stiffened, as if petrified in an instant, or as though struck by an invisible bolt of lightning from the depths of hell. His eyes bulged bloodshot and wide, pupils constricting to pinpricks, deeply sunken in their sockets, fear and agony surging within him like a relentless tide. His mouth gaped open, yet the sheer intensity of his suffering rendered him incapable of producing coherent sounds. Only fragmented whimpers and low growls escaped his throat, as though countless heated needles were piercing his nerves, each inch of his soul crying out in torment beneath the assault of this malevolent force. Had Lin Shu been there, she would have recognized the familiar visage of Professor Quirrell, a realization she should have anticipated. Chapter 34, Voldemort. What is happening? How could this be? The muffled voice struggled to emerge, fragmented and disjointed, as the speaker endured a torment that defied description. Quirrell clutched his head, fingers clawing deeply into his hair, pulling with such ferocity that several strands were uprooted, mingled with droplets of blood, yet he remained oblivious. His body trembled violently, legs giving way as he fell to his knees, crashing against the cold, hard ground with a splash. A cold, clammy sweat erupted from his forehead, nose and cheeks, forming rivulets that trailed down his pallid, bloodless face, dripping into the fetid puddle below, sending up small ripples. At that moment, a putrid stench began to emanate from beneath his robes, a harbinger of the decay festering within his body. It felt as though countless venomous serpents writhed beneath his skin, rising and falling in a grotesque rhythm. Occasionally, patches of skin would inexplicably sink, as if devoured from within, only to swell grotesquely, as if a cruel and violent force were gnawing at him from the inside out. His lips were torn, bloodied, teeth chattering, and in the depths of his anguish, his consciousness began to blur, yet the deep-seated fear clung to him like a shadow. Tendrils of thick, inky darkness coiled around him, as if cursed spirits were desperately striving to escape the decaying shell of his body. His breath quickened, labored, each inhale akin to inhaling toxic smoke, searing pain igniting in his lungs. Each exhale was accompanied by violent tremors, as if he might expel the last vestiges of his vitality. With the last vestiges of his strength, he staggered backward, his back colliding heavily with the moss-laden walls of the chamber, small stones cascading down upon him. Yet he was numb to any sensation of pain. He resembled a wretched creature dragged into an endless abyss by a malevolent force, his soul mercilessly torn asunder and crushed beneath the backlash of evil energy. His body, too, succumbed to the insidious encroachment of this dark power, inching ever closer to collapse and dissolution, poised to transform into a fetid mass of decaying flesh, dissipating within this chamber rife with sin and despair, destined to become yet another victim consumed by the shadows of dark magic. Simultaneously, the entity that dwelled within him was equally assailed by this formidable backlash, a force potent enough to overturn the very fabric of existence. It felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible net woven from the deepest recesses of hell, interlaced with boundless resentment and malevolence. The wicked soul writhed in his mind, seething with rage. "Chilo, you insufferable fool! What on earth is happening? Where did this power come from?" The voice belonged to none other than the infamous Voldemort, a spectre who should have long since perished. Yet here he was, a shocking presence. Indeed, should he be discovered, the initial reaction would likely be disbelief that the formidable Voldemort had been reduced to existing as a parasite. Yet, such concerns were trivial. What truly mattered was that his painstakingly devised schemes for resurrection and immortality were now on the brink of ruin due to a mere spell. Could this be considered a premature demise before the battle had even commenced? Confronted by his fury, Professor Chilo's eyes widened, bloodshot with fear and despair. Trembling, he stammered, "Master, I truly do not know. It was that girl. She cast some sort of curse." "Girl? What girl?" Voldemort's voice grew sharper, tinged with confusion and ire. "Are you suggesting a student from Hogwarts has outsmarted you?" "Yes, the girl from Slytherin," Chilo gasped, struggling to articulate, desperate to present himself as less inept. "I intended to follow your instructions and cause some trouble for Potter. But unexpectedly, the spell was cast upon Draco's broom, and then she appeared out of nowhere, saving them both and wielding such formidable magic." "A Slytherin girl?" Voldemort's tone was now laced with surprise and contemplation. I did not anticipate Hogwarts would harbor such a capable student." Professor Chilo, face contorted with anguish, pleaded, "Master, I cannot endure this any longer. The spell is too fierce. I feel my very soul is being torn apart." Voldemort roared in Chilo's mind, "Silence! If you perish now, I shall suffer as well. I have yet to regain my strength. I cannot allow your uselessness to drag me into utter oblivion." With that, Voldemort, enduring the soul-rending agony, summoned the remnants of his magical power, laboriously forming a feeble, yet resilient barrier within Chilo's body, striving to counteract the relentless tide of backlash. Wisps of shadowy essence, akin to black smoke, traversed Chilo's veins, with each passage offering a slight reprieve from the searing pain. However, in the face of the overwhelming force of retaliation, this relief was but a drop in the ocean. As his magical energy waned, Voldemort's parasitic soul grew increasingly feeble. The once venomous and commanding voice in Chilo's mind now reduced to a faint, hoarse whisper, as if emanating from an abyss of eternal darkness. "Foolish creature, how could you attract such trouble? If I did not still require this wretched vessel, I would ensure you tasted a fate far worse than death." With that, Voldemort fell silent, too weak to utter another word, while Chilo let out a sigh of relief, the excruciating torment finally subdued, if only temporarily. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed his own demise. This girl from the East was indeed a formidable challenge, possessing not only skill but instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Whereas he had previously dismissed her, from that day forth, he could only regard her with trepidation. After all, no one could predict what other formidable talents she might wield. If only he could devise a plan to expel her from Hogwarts. Without such a threat, dealing with Harry Potter would become significantly easier. Chilo's mind raced with countless schemes to oust Lin Shu from Hogwarts, yet each was summarily dismissed. The reason was simple: Lin Shu was too renowned, beloved by her classmates and favored by professors alike. Expelling such a commendable student would be a Herculean challenge. What was he to do? What indeed was he to do? Chapter 35, Do Not Push Me. The turmoil Chilo faced in the basement went unnoticed. Lin Shu, blissfully unaware, awoke from a restful slumber and diligently prepared for class. Notably, Malfoy's ostentatious confrontation with Harry had indeed yielded results, as he successfully secured a spot on the Quidditch team. Lin Shu was not the least bit surprised. Given Lucius's penchant for indulging his son, it was hardly surprising that Malfoy would have his modest wish of joining the Quidditch team fulfilled, regardless of the circumstances. Whether Lucius had orchestrated it or not, the outcome was now a foregone conclusion. The young master had achieved his desire. As Malfoy himself would put it, he had finally avoided being outshone by that insufferable Potter. On this day, the afternoon sun poured over the expansive Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, where Malfoy donned a pristine Quidditch uniform, his silver hair gleaming with a cold brilliance. exuding an air of arrogance and charm. He unyieldingly dragged Lin Shu to watch their entire training session, leaving no room for dissent. Lin Shu was perplexed by his sudden insistence. Since she had saved Malfoy, their previous discord had evaporated, and he had taken to clinging to her once more. If there was any distinction, it was that he had grown even more demanding and petulant. Any hint of dissatisfaction provoked a prolonged display of his displeasure, and Lin Shu found herself growing weary of him. Perhaps it was merely the rebellious phase of adolescence, rendering him incomprehensible by conventional reasoning. Lin Shu resigned herself to his whims. If he wished to cling, so be it. If he chose to act spoiled, then so be it. It was certainly preferable to the time when he had resolutely sought to sever ties with her. She endured. Thus, she found herself reluctantly seated in the audience, seeking a secluded corner to observe their Quidditch practice. One could not deny that Quidditch was truly a phenomenon in the Western magical world. Even routine training attracted throngs of Quidditch enthusiasts from various houses and year groups, all eagerly anticipating the proceedings. Lin Shu's gaze remained fixated on Malfoy, who, after attentively absorbing the captain's instructions, swiftly transitioned into the practice with remarkable poise. It was as if he had been born for this sport. He mounted his meticulously polished broomstick with effortless grace, propelling himself into the air, where he hovered amidst a gentle breeze, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, as if the sky were his dominion. With a sharp whistle slicing through the air, the training commenced. In an instant, Malfoy shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, a flash of white lightning darting across the pitch. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the elusive golden snitch, which glimmered enticingly in the sunlight, soaring high and skimming low, as if engaging him in a thrilling game of hide and seek. Malfoy deftly maneuvered his broom, his body gracefully tilting in accordance with its turns, each movement executed with fluidity and ease, a seamless display of skill. As a bludger hurtled towards him with a fierce rush, he remained unperturbed, a glimmer of disdain and determination flashing in his eyes. With a swift clench of his legs around the broom, he executed a sudden sidestep, narrowly evading the oncoming ball. A heart-stopping moment that left onlookers, students and teammates alike, gasping in suspense, before erupting into cheers and applause. Yet, Malfoy merely allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, a satisfied smile that suggested this was all within his expectations, merely a minor interlude in showcasing his extraordinary talent. Oh wow. Malfoy is amazing. Malfoy is the best. Go Malfoy. Lin Shu transformed into a cheerleader, her enthusiasm radiating towards him. She had observed that the upperclassmen all had their dedicated fanbases, while Malfoy was a recent addition. Regardless of ability, maintaining a commanding presence was paramount. Fortunately, rallying the crowd was second nature to Lin Shu. She could amplify the energy of 10 voices single-handedly, ensuring Malfoy would not lose face. She was determined to protect her friend. Before long, inspiration struck her, and she retrieved a snapstone from her backpack, deftly tossing it into the air to capture the ensuing spectacle. She then called out, "Malfoy, don't worry, the camera's on me. I'll get some great shots. Yes, give me a 45-degree profile, that's perfect, so handsome." Her voice boomed, and with her innovative equipment, she quickly outshone the other enthusiastic fans. Curious gazes turned towards her, though it was unclear whether it was Lin Shu's fame or the astonishing spectacle of facing a giant that had piqued their interest. Nonetheless, none dared approach her to inquire about the snapstone. Fortunately, no one interrupted her, allowing Lin Shu to capture many pivotal moments of Malfoy's life. Throughout the training, Malfoy's gaze would occasionally drift towards the stands, their eyes meeting briefly before quickly averting. Finally, the whistle signaling the end of training sounded, and Malfoy, undeterred by the sweat soaking his uniform, strode purposefully towards Lin Shu. "What were you shouting from the stands? I couldn't quite catch it," he inquired. "Not hearing it is no matter. We shouldn't dwell on such trivialities. Regardless, I recorded all your impressive moves. I promise to show you when we get back to the dorm," Lin Shu replied, secretly impressed with her own filming skills. In the next moment, Malfoy grasped her slender wrist with an undeniable force, exuding an air of authority. "Come with me. Today you shall witness what a true Quidditch genius is like." His voice was low and magnetic, imbued with confidence and a tone that brooked no argument. The warmth of his breath brushed against Lin Shu's ear, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race involuntarily. Lin Shu thought, what is he up to now? Everyone around her seemed fine, yet they all seemed intent on stirring her composure. This simply would not do. She would not permit it. But in an instant, Malfoy elegantly mounted his broom again, insisting on taking her along, and with a squeeze of his legs, the broom obeyed, lifting them into the air. He soared gracefully in a circle above the pitch, and a new round of dazzling performance commenced. He accelerated, at times leaping high into the air to simulate catching the golden snitch, and at others he skimmed low, showcasing his agility and striking form, using his actions to convey to her that he was the singular, most radiant presence on the field. In that moment, it seemed as though the world around him faded into mere backdrop, all to accentuate his brilliance. Lin Shu was momentarily captivated by his splendor, but then felt a sudden jolt of discomfort beneath her. Oh no, she thought, unable to reject Malfoy's goodwill. Yet, she truly wanted to express that the broom was rather uncomfortable. Given the choice, she would prefer to fly standing. She mentally noted not to be summoned for such ostentatious moments in the future, politely declining. Malfoy, enough. This is too bumpy, let us land. We're bound to become the talk of the school. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cover your face on the way back. With that, Malfoy brought the broom down, turning to her with a raised eyebrow, patiently awaiting her next words. Yet, she refrained from mentioning that his earlier display had left her speechless. Instead, they exchanged gazes until Lin Shu finally broke the silence, poking his eyelid playfully. Are your eyes bothering you? Malfoy was left speechless and visibly irritated. Forget it. You lack appreciation for the finer things, he retorted, pulling away from her touch. Why are you upset again? Weren't we fine just a moment ago? Chapter 36. Harry. You're quite brave. Having spent considerable time with Malfoy, Lin Shu had come to discern certain patterns in his behavior, primarily that he was capricious. In response to such volatility, she had devised a strategy. Allow Malfoy to stew in his own frustration until he was ready to move on, at which point she would re-emerge. This approach effectively minimized unnecessary conflicts. Thus, she handed the snapstone to Malfoy and dashed away. Where are you going? Aren't you coming back to the dorm with me? Little horse. One must learn independence. I'll pamper you another day, she called back teasingly. You're insane. A roar echoed from afar, and Lin Shu noted his impatience. He is emotionally unstable. He should drink some chrysanthemum tea to cool off. She ran faster, denying him any chance to catch up. Soon, she found herself in the castle, unexpectedly encountering Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The three were huddled together, heads close, leaving no space between them. What are they discussing? She wondered. I want in on this. In a flash, a mischievous gleam sparkled in her eyes. She tiptoed closer, trying to relax her breath to avoid making a sound, much like a cat preparing to pounce on its prey. When she was nearly upon them, Lin Shu suddenly thrust her hands forward and shouted, "Hey!" Instantly, Harry leaped like a startled rabbit, nearly toppling from his seat, almost dropping his wand. Ron spun around in a panic, mouth agape in shock, his face a portrait of terror, instinctively recoiling. Hermione was equally startled, dropping the parchment she had been holding, and, clutching her chest, glared at Lin Shu. What are you doing? You scared us half to death. Lin Shu doubled over with laughter, finding their reactions utterly hilarious. With her hands on her hips, she surveyed their disheveled appearances and triumphantly declared, "Who told you to whisper conspiratorially over here? Planning something fun without inviting me?" Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, then turned their mournful gazes towards Lin Shu. She felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if she had betrayed their trust, like a heartless villain. This was absurd. Why are you looking at me like that? Shu, you can't be serious. When was the last time you spent quality time with us? Hermione pressed, followed closely by Harry. Indeed, you've been monopolized by that Malfoy. Several times we tried to reach out, but the Slytherins blocked us at every turn. Shu, if I may say, you have been excessively tolerant towards that Malfoy. Why should you compromise your own dignity to associate with someone so utterly devoid of understanding and compassion for others? Harry and Hermione could not contain their frustration, engaging in an unrelenting tirade against him. Lin Shu noticed that their disdain for Malfoy ran deep, and being caught in the middle left her feeling rather uncomfortable. Consequently, she hastily redirected the conversation. All right, my friends, let us not discuss me for now. What were you two conspiring about earlier, with your heads huddled together? Skipping class or school? Count me in. The three exchanged incredulous glances, utterly speechless. After all, Lin Shu had the audacity to utter such words under the nose of Professor Snape. Was she not concerned for her own well-being? Perhaps she craved some excitement after too long of a tranquil existence. Shu, do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of your head of house? Hermione inquired casually, only to be taken aback when Lin Shu genuinely contemplated it. Perhaps I could try that on April Fool's Day, but not any other time. I fear he might thrash me. Well, that is quite evident. But then again, you are currently his prized pupil. He is unlikely to harm you severely. Thank you. No need for that. Lin Shu had never realized how abstract Hermione could be. Soon, the small talk concluded, and Harry successfully shifted the atmosphere back to matters of importance. With Lin Shu joining the fray, the four of them resumed their unfinished discussion. Listen, Shu, before I proceed with what I am about to say, I need you to mentally prepare yourself. All right, speak away. I assure you, I will be thoroughly prepared. Harry took a deep breath and voiced his suspicions. I suspect that Professor Snape is quite dubious. Perhaps he is the one intent on our demise. Wow. Harry. You are quite brave, truly. Lin Shu genuinely commended him. Regardless of the truth, Harry's willingness to confront Snape head-on revealed a courage that others could scarcely match. Bravo. 3 cheers for you. She applauded him, adding 3 metaphorical incense sticks. To be honest, Harry, if you were to be severely punished by Snape one day, as a good friend, I would surely burn incense to summon your spirit back. Harry grew anxious, feeling that Lin Shu's reaction was one of disbelief, compelling him to present an array of evidence. Shu, my suspicions are certainly not baseless. Do you remember the day you faced that troll alone? When Professor Snape arrived, he bore blood on his leg and was limping. I believe that evening, Snape was creating a diversion with the troll to sneak past the 3-headed dog, but evidently, he failed and got bitten. But why would he provoke the 3-headed dog in the first place? Hagrid retrieved something from Gringotts. He mentioned it was a Hogwarts official document of utmost secrecy. So are you implying that the item Hagrid retrieved is what the 3-headed dog is guarding? And Snape intended to steal it? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's expression morphed into one of disgust, akin to having swallowed a fly. Harry then dropped another bombshell. Moreover, on the day my broom went haywire, he was the first to arrive. I suspect he was lurking in the shadows, casting curses upon us. That is impossible. My backfire tracking spell would have shown some effect. If it truly was Professor Snape casting the curse, he would not have acted as if nothing was amiss. Lin Shu spoke with unwavering confidence, stemming from her self-assurance in her abilities. Harry could not retort, his lips parting slightly before forming a straight line. Yet, he remained a child, unable to conceal his thoughts. After a brief struggle, he finally voiced his concerns. Shu, are you certain your spells will truly be effective? I recall you mentioning in the headmaster's office that if the opponent's power far exceeds yours, they could negate your spell's effects, correct? Lin Shu nodded. Indeed. For those whose abilities surpass mine, suppressing or negating my spells is not a daunting task. However, I must emphasize that once a spell is cast, it leaves a trace. Regardless of how powerful the opponent may be, as long as they are not exceedingly far from me, I can sense whether there are remnants of my magic upon them. Clearly, there are none on Professor Snape. I spend every day confined with him, yet I have never sensed any trace of my magic on him. Upon hearing this, Harry fell silent. With Lin Shu's assurance, Snape's suspicion diminished somewhat, albeit only marginally, merely indicating that he was not the one who cursed the broom. It did not absolve him of the fact that he had ventured into the forbidden third-floor corridor to pilfer. Harry harbored doubts but remained obstinate. Unwilling to let go of the search for truth, Lin Shu observed him, perplexed. Why were these children overthinking matters that were hardly their concern? Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up, wouldn't there? Moreover, when the time was right, the truth would inevitably surface. Harry, I mean no offense, but I must point out that all of this stems from your conjecture. Does it not? Perhaps we should relax and live our lives. These machinations do not significantly concern us. Shu, I understand that Professor Snape holds exceptional significance for you as a member of Slytherin, and you likely do not wish to believe that a conspiracy bears his mark. However, regardless of the circumstances, I will persist in my investigation to uncover any incriminating evidence against him. Sigh. Lin Shu clicked her tongue, thinking to herself how stubborn he was, more stubborn than anyone else. Could it be that Professor Snape had deducted too many points from Gryffindor, thus creating a deep-seated animosity in Harry? Chapter 37. Did Snape desecrate your ancestors' graves? Harry was resolute in his quest to investigate Snape, leaving Lin Shu with little recourse. Suspicion is like a seed that grows in the wind. If not allowed to explore its own conclusions, it will inevitably burgeon into a towering tree, leading to even graver consequences. However, Lin Shu, while not obstructing Harry's pursuit of Snape, did not harbor much hope for its success. In her view, it would be more prudent to devote time to investigating Professor Quirrell. This timid, suspicious, and somewhat stuttering professor had often given her an unusual feeling. She trusted her instincts more. Harry, since you wish to investigate, I can offer you a direction. Perhaps you could start with Professor Quirrell. I have always found him odd. If Hogwarts must unearth a villain, I would cast my vote for him. Upon saying this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at her wide-eyed. Professor Quirrell? How is that possible? Lin Shu anticipated their reaction. Remaining unperturbed, and allowing them a moment to digest her words. Soon, Harry closed his mouth in disbelief, instinctively pushing up his glasses. After some deliberation, he finally spoke. "Shoo? Are you mistaken? Are you certain it is Professor Quirrell and not another professor? This is utterly unbelievable. How could it be him? He always seems so timid, even struggling to hold his own cauldron steady. Once, he turned pale when a house elf frightened him in class." Following his remarks, Ron chimed in. "Professor Quirrell's class is one of the few where I can truly relax. There is no homework or questions to answer. It's simply delightful. Yet, to think that such a harmless professor could be a suspect. This world has truly gone mad. If even the headmaster has suspicions, how could Professor Quirrell possibly be implicated?" "Shoo, you must be mistaken. He stutters just speaking, and I believe his greatest conspiracy is to secretly snag a few extra Honeydukes chocolates." Lin Shu shrugged, casting an expectant glance at Hermione, curious about the conclusion she might draw. Hermione pondered deeply. For her, the complexity of this question was even greater than the essay assigned by Professor Snape. Logic dictated that Professor Quirrell could not possibly be linked to any conspiracy. However, her faith in Lin Shu was unwavering, convinced that his insights were undoubtedly correct. Thus, she found herself entangled in contemplation for quite some time before finally speaking. "Logically speaking, we have no substantial evidence pointing to Professor Quirrell. His usual demeanor is that of a timid, fearful individual, far removed from the archetype of a schemer. But what if?" Lin Shu would never speak without reason, and she trusted his intuition. After all, her divination skills were among the finest, and she believed that those deemed suspicious could not escape scrutiny. Prompted by Hermione's insights, Harry and Ron suddenly recalled this crucial point. Right. Shu can predict. If she senses something amiss, perhaps it's based on her readings. Maybe she refrained from voicing her concerns to avoid revealing too much, instead hinting at them subtly. Merlin. The more Harry pondered, the more he revered Lin Shu, gazing at her with the veneration one reserves for the divine. In a short span, his imagination ran wild. They had to investigate Professor Quirrell thoroughly, and as for Professor Snape, he should not be overlooked either. Harry still believed that Snape's leg injury was inflicted by the three-headed dog. Regardless of Snape's reasons for provoking such a creature, it must conceal a secret worth uncovering. Surely, it would not be excessive to dig a little deeper. What if they could expose a malevolent professor at the school? Before long, Harry had set his sights in direction. Unfortunately, Lin Shu was unaware of his train of thought. Seeing him lost in silence, she assumed he was merely daydreaming. Thus, she interrupted decisively. "Snap out of it, Harry. I actually suspect that Professor Quirrell isn't relying solely on intuition. You know, he hasn't attended class even once in the past few days, claiming he was on leave. How convenient. Just after I cast the backfire curse, he disappears from sight. Even a ghost would sense something amiss. Let us begin our inquiries with Professor Quirrell, and also take a look into Professor Snape." Harry's decision was resolute, and Ron, being his steadfast friend, always echoed whatever Harry proposed, and this time was no exception. This left Hermione and Lin Shu exchanging glances, their expressions clearly conveying disbelief. "Seriously? Harry, did Snape dig up your family tomb? Why is this personal? Must you involve Snape?" Moreover, to put it bluntly, it was quite burdensome for Gryffindor to have Harry on their roster. Their points were nearly in the negatives as it was, and now the savior of the wizarding world wanted to stir up a storm. Professor McGonagall would likely need to swallow a couple of antihypertensive pills overnight if she found out. Who could possibly manage this? Just as the atmosphere among the four grew delicate, the sound of an owl echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively look up, curious about the source of the package. Strangely, this time there was only one owl. Clutched in its beak was a long object, circling as it approached. It was evident that the package was heavy, as the owl struggled to fly. Subsequently, amidst the curious gazes of all, it deftly landed on the desk in front of Harry, scratching its claws lightly against the wooden surface, producing a faint sound. Then, with an elegant shake of its body, it placed the package steadily before Harry. Tilting its head, it examined him with its lively eyes for a moment, as though expressing a sense of accomplishment, before unfurling its wings and soaring out the window, vanishing into the azure sky. "Wow, is this for me? But who would send me a package? No one has ever sent me anything since I enrolled." Harry was equally perplexed, while Ron was bubbling with excitement. The size of the package suggested that its contents would surely not disappoint. "Let us open it." Harry nodded, extending his hand to skillfully untie the twine. Ron and Hermione eagerly joined in, and as the twine and paper fell away, the contents of the package gradually revealed themselves. It was a brand new broomstick. The handle was crafted from smooth wood, shimmering with a warm, enchanting glow under the sunlight streaming through the window. As if it had been touched by a faint golden spell, intricate patterns adorned one end of the handle. Upon closer inspection, they resembled ancient magical runes, mysterious and unique, seemingly imbued with formidable magic. The bristles were neatly arranged and dense, exhibiting a profound black hue, with each bristle standing tall and resilient, as if meticulously groomed. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze brimming with joy and excitement, the radiance of the broomstick outshining even the sunlight outside. His heart raced, as though a jubilant little sprite were dancing within his chest. He slowly extended his trembling hands, cautiously grasping the broomstick's handle, and lifting it gently. "Merlin. This isn't just any broom, Harry. This is a Nimbus 2000. Once Ron had expressed his astonishment, he found himself met with several bewildered stares. Hermione was unfamiliar with it as her interests lay elsewhere, and Lin Shu, not being a native of the Western magical world, was equally in the dark. Harry had heard of it only in passing and remained in a state of confusion. Seeing their reactions, Ron couldn't wait to enlighten them. In the magical community, the Nimbus 2000 was immensely renowned. Chapter 38, Nimbus 2000. First and foremost, the Nimbus 2000 is currently the most sought-after broomstick for competitive play, a coveted piece of equipment for virtually every Quidditch player. It is a flagship product in various Quidditch supply stores, holding a status in the magical sports realm akin to that of elite sporting brands in the Muggle world. Its performance is what truly sets it apart. Speed is a given. It allows the user to zip across the Quidditch pitch with remarkable swiftness, whether in pursuit of the golden snitch or evading bludgers. Its velocity provides a significant advantage. The broomstick's balance is also exceptional, offering stability during flight, enabling the rider to easily control direction and perform a variety of complex aerial maneuvers, such as sharp turns, dives, and ascents. Its craftsmanship is exquisite. The handle is designed to fit comfortably in hand, and the overall material is of high quality, sturdy and durable. Harry, with such a fine broomstick, you're bound to excel in the Quidditch matches. Ron recounted all of this, his throat dry from excitement, yet he could hardly contain his exhilaration, feeling as if it were he who was about to take the field rather than Harry. "Merlin, my brother is a first year and has made the Quidditch team, using a Nimbus 2000 in his first year to play. Oh, I am just so thrilled." A sharp, piercing voice broke through, causing everyone to instinctively turn their heads or cover their ears. Yet, no one moved to silence Ron. Let him revel in his excitement for a moment. It was rare to see him so enamored with something besides wizardess chess. Setting aside Ron's exuberance, Harry too was enveloped in the allure of the broomstick. Gently, he caressed its surface, savoring every detail, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. In that moment, visions of soaring through the vast Quidditch pitch on his Nimbus 2000 flooded his mind. The wind whistled past his ears as he deftly navigated between the goalposts. The jubilant crowd below cheering wildly, their roars crashing like waves, one after another. He soared through the skies like a free and radiant star, reveling in the expanse of his domain, in pursuit of the golden snitch that symbolized glory and dreams. But who could have sent this to him? For a fleeting moment, Harry pondered, and his thoughts immediately turned to his headmaster, Professor McGonagall. Almost instantaneously, the image of Professor McGonagall, usually stern yet occasionally betraying a gentle demeanor, emerged vividly in his mind. He reminisced about those days in Transfiguration class, where she would stand at the front of the classroom, her wand gracefully waving to conjure wondrous creatures. Whenever he struggled with the incantation, causing his transformations to go awry, she never chastised him harshly. Instead, she would approach his side, slightly bending down to focus intently on his movements, patiently correcting his gestures and pronunciation, softly saying, "Potter, concentrate. The power of magic comes from within. You must feel it with your heart." Her encouraging gaze was akin to the warm sun in winter, invigorating and powerful, allowing him to rise anew after each failure. Moreover, it was she who championed his entry into Quidditch, where others merely attributed his admission to his demonstration of talent in flying lessons. In truth, it was Professor McGonagall who recognized the passion and dedication in his eyes, steadfastly recommending him amidst a sea of skepticism. He vividly recalled that day when he secretly soared into the sky on his broom, embracing the freedom and exhilaration of the descent. When McGonagall spotted him, she did not scold him. Rather, she offered words of praise. In that moment, Harry felt as though he had been bestowed with wings, ready to glide through the skies of Quidditch. Slowly, Harry's gaze shifted away from the broom, as if an invisible force beckoned him to seek out Professor McGonagall's presence within the classroom. He turned his head slightly, directing his gaze toward her, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety flickering in his eyes, his breath quickening. Amidst the chatter and laughter of his fellow students, he felt as though he were ensconced in a silent world, with only her potential silhouette in focus. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's gaze fortuitously drifted toward him, revealing a blend of satisfaction, affection, and an almost imperceptible glimmer of expectation. A surge of warmth coursed through him, radiating from his heart to the very tips of his fingers, akin to being enveloped in the softest of blankets on a frigid winter night. He perceived the answer in her eyes. In that instant, the cacophony of the castle faded away, leaving only the profound connection of their gazes locked in mutual understanding. A smile, radiant and blissful, graced Harry's lips as he firmly grasped his broom, as if holding the most precious treasure in existence. With the arrival of the Firebolt 2000, the days leading up to the Quidditch match loomed like a fierce lightning bolt, swiftly descending upon Hogwarts, enveloping the entire campus in an aura of palpable tension. Armed with his new weapon, Harry's enthusiasm for training surged to new heights. Each day after classes, he dashed to the training grounds, brimming with determination and unbridled energy, unsure of how to channel it. Fortunately, Quidditch proved to be a physically demanding endeavor, and after each training session, Harry would emerge drenched in sweat, yet immensely satisfied and exhilarated. However, competition invariably breeds conflict, as if it were an unbreakable law. Even within the magical realm, one could not escape this truth. On this day, Harry arrived for practice as usual. He walked in the midst of the team, his Firebolt 2000 polished to perfection, glistening in the sunlight, its sleek lines and shining components radiating an irresistible allure, akin to a rare treasure from the magical world. His eyes sparkled with pride and affection for the broom, his fingers delicately caressing the handle, as if whispering to a cherished companion. Yet, just as this tender moment unfolded, a raucous commotion erupted at the entrance of the pitch. A cacophony reminiscent of the shrill screech of a night owl, shattering the previous harmony and tranquility. The Gryffindor players turned to see Malfoy striding confidently ahead, his impeccably tailored black robes billowing in the wind, a twisted smirk gracing his pale face, his meticulously styled hair glinting coldly in the sunlight. Behind him, the Slytherin Quidditch team lined up, each player brandishing a brand new Firebolt 2000, the scene resembling a well-equipped army parading their spoils. "Ah, is this not our famed St. Potter?" Malfoy bellowed, his voice dripping with derision and disdain, the shrill tone echoing across the pitch as if attempting to rend the tranquil sky. "Look at your precious broom. Do you think possessing a Firebolt 2000 makes you a hero on the Quidditch field?" As he spoke, he carelessly toyed with his own broom, his eyes piercing like daggers aimed directly at Harry. A surge of anger ignited within Harry, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles whitening from the force, his face flushing crimson like a ripe tomato. "Malfoy, what do you want?" Harry's voice was low and strained, akin to a lion on the brink of roaring its final warning. Malfoy let out a cold chuckle, the sound chilling like a winter's breeze, sending shivers down one's spine. He then gestured sharply to his teammates, an action reminiscent of a general commanding an army to advance. The Slytherin players promptly raised their Firebolt 2000s in unison, the row of gleaming brooms shimmering under the sun, their metallic sheen blinding. "Do you see this, Potter?" Malfoy's voice brimmed with arrogance and pride. "I simply believe someone like you does not deserve to be the first to own a Firebolt 2000. But fret not. For now, every Slytherin player possesses one. What do you have to be smug about?" His gaze exuded a near-manic satisfaction, as if in this contest over brooms, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, triumphantly trampling Harry beneath his feet. The Slytherin players erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing as they exaggeratedly waved their brooms, the whooshing sound mocking Harry and the Gryffindor team mercilessly. "Malfoy, do not go too far!" Harry roared in fury, his face a deep shade of purple, veins protruding from his neck. "Do you think having a few brooms will secure victory in the match? You are merely flaunting your family's wealth, not showcasing true Quidditch prowess. Such behavior only invites more disdain." With that, Harry took a deep breath, closing his eyes to temper the boiling emotions within him. He understood that Malfoy sought to provoke him, aiming to humiliate him and Gryffindor in front of everyone. He could not allow Malfoy to succeed, absolutely not. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, relaxing his clenched fists, straightening his posture, his gaze becoming resolute and calm, akin to the depths of a tranquil lake, quietly observing Malfoy. "Malfoy, one cannot win a Quidditch match solely on the basis of brooms. We Gryffindors will demonstrate through our skills who the true champions are." Upon hearing this, Malfoy scoffed twice. Yet, that smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Harry, as if he intended to swallow him whole. Then he abruptly turned around, storming towards the other side of the pitch with the Slytherin team, his voice ringing out in a furious shout. "Just wait and see, Potter. In this Quidditch match, Slytherin will undoubtedly emerge victorious. And then we'll see how smug you can be. The Gryffindor players, witnessing the departure of the Slytherins, finally seized the opportunity to console the new first year. They swiftly gathered around Harry, their faces etched with indignation, defiance, and determination. Ignore them, Harry. Let's focus on our training and let our skills speak for us. They may have brooms, but we have courage, technique, and team spirit. These are the true keys to victory. Upon hearing the upperclassman's words, Harry nodded resolutely. To be honest, he had felt a twinge of discouragement when he saw that the opposing team was equipped with Nimbus 2000s. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, he had trained on a Nimbus 2000 himself and knew just how exceptional it was. It is no exaggeration to say that a reliable broom is crucial for winning a Quidditch match. Yet, individuals like Malfoy, with their wealth, were few and far between. Equipping the entire team with Nimbus 2000s was no small financial burden. Therefore, the thought of Gryffindor being able to outfit their entire squad with Nimbus 2000s seemed almost impossible. Since this path was closed off, they had no choice but to train harder. Harry quickly came to terms with this, although anger still simmered within him. He understood that such fury was futile at the moment. Only through exceptional performance and victory in the match could they silence Malfoy and the Slytherin team. Thus, they picked up their brooms, filled with fighting spirit, and followed their teammates onto the field, ready to resume their diligent training. However, they were taken aback to find that Slytherin had already claimed their previous training ground. For heaven's sake, they had merely entered the field a little late. Yet the area had been seized. The audacity of the Slytherins was simply intolerable. Upon witnessing Slytherin's occupation of the pitch, the Gryffindor players exploded in outrage. And the two factions quickly found themselves like two swarms of agitated hornets, their shouts echoing loudly, attracting many students who gathered to watch like butterflies drawn to nectar. Given the recent unpleasantness between the two sides, tensions still ran high, and insults flew, igniting a potential confrontation. There was no way around it. Everyone sought to utilize the pitch for last-minute training, and they were like a tightly wound clock, poised to explode at any moment. Under normal circumstances, there might have been room for negotiation or compromise, but the current situation made that impossible. The upperclassmen from both Slytherin and Gryffindor stood defiantly against each other. The atmosphere charged with hostility, with some even showing signs of readiness to engage in physical confrontation. As newcomers, both Malfoy and Harry found themselves embroiled in this animosity. The two, who were natural adversaries, seized upon this opportunity for a proper showdown, each determined to best the other. This pitch has been Slytherin's domain since we set foot in Hogwarts, and you reckless Gryffindors should just find somewhere else to stay, Malfoy declared. Positioned at the forefront of the Slytherin ranks, a twisted smirk on his pale face resembling a cat that had caught a mouse, his gaze as venomous as a scorpion's, fixed intently on the Gryffindors. Provoked by his words, Harry transformed into a lion ablaze with fury, stepping forward from the Gryffindor ranks. His eyes burned like embers, locked onto Malfoy as he bellowed, "Malfoy, cease your baseless taunts. The match is imminent, and we all require the pitch for practice. Do you think Hogwarts is your personal playground?" Malfoy scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully, emitting a harsh, mocking snort. "Ha, Potter, do you truly believe you can challenge me? You're nothing but a pitiful orphan, stumbling through the wizarding world on a stroke of luck." Struck at the core of his most hidden pain, Harry could no longer contain himself. How dare he use his lack of parents against him? Did he not wish for their presence? Did he not long to bask in their love? Was it not that wretched battle years ago that had robbed him of his parents and extinguished his hopes and desires for family? His face flushed crimson, his fists clenched in fury, his body trembling slightly as he spat. "Malfoy, you despicable wretch. If you have the guts, let us settle this with our fists." The surrounding teammates, ignited like barrels of gunpowder, gripped their brooms tightly, their eyes alight with the thirst for battle. And the air was thick with tension, as if a single spark could ignite a conflagration. "What's the matter, Potter? A mere exchange of words has you riled up? Are you eager to get pummeled?" Malfoy taunted, swiftly drawing his wand, its tip shimmering ominously, his gaze betraying a hint of madness and resolve. "You are the one courting death, Malfoy," Harry retorted, equally unyielding as he brandished his own wand, his expression resolute and frigid, akin to a blade poised to strike. The tension between the two factions reached a boiling point, and in the next moment, Malfoy's focused glare pierced through the air as he shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa." Chapter 40, A Fight to the Finish. Malfoy expertly cast the levitation charm, and a crate soared into the air, hovering momentarily before being ruthlessly hurled towards Harry. Sensing the impending danger, Harry immediately sidestepped and deftly waved his wand, exclaiming, "Immobulus." The crate wobbled in midair before plummeting to the ground. Their confrontation was like opening a floodgate. and soon others joined in, drawing their wands and plunging into chaos. The scene erupting into utter bedlam. Fortunately, as first-year students, Harry and Malfoy had only a limited repertoire of spells at their disposal. Otherwise, in their blind rage, it might have escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Yet, even without spells, the situation for both was far from favorable. The two discarded their wands, tearing at their robes, resorting to the most primal form of combat. Blow for blow, kick for kick, their hair disheveled, their clothing askew. It was only when the astonished students in the distance realized the commotion and reported it to the professors that the melee began to subside. However, to their surprise, while the upperclassmen ceased their hostilities, Harry and Malfoy were still locked in a fierce struggle. Even the arrival of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape proved insufficient to quell the chaos. Malfoy lunged at Harry like a frenzied beast, his tightly clenched fist slicing through the air with a whoosh, aimed directly at Harry's face. Yet Harry, his gaze unwavering and resolute, leaned slightly to the side, easily evading the blow. In an instant he raised his right hand, delivering a swift punch to Malfoy's abdomen. Malfoy let out a yelp, instinctively curling up, but he quickly straightened and launched a kick at Harry's leg. Harry nimbly leaped back, but Malfoy seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms tightly around Harry's waist, attempting to throw him to the ground. Harry struggled fiercely, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the spot. He drove his elbow into Malfoy's back, causing him to loosen his grip. Seizing the chance, Harry broke free, the two glaring at each other, their chests heaving and breaths ragged, their eyes ablaze with fury. After a brief moment, they charged at each other once more, grappling fiercely. The scene was one of raw aggression, a battle where only one could emerge victorious, leaving professors and upperclassmen alike in stunned disbelief. Enough. You two, I'm speaking to you, Harry and Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, booming across the pitch like a tolling bell. She waved her wand, and a powerful surge of magic spread forth like a tumultuous tide, forcibly separating the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. This magical force resembled an invisible hand. Though devoid of lethal intent, it instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. Reluctantly, Harry and Malfoy were pulled apart, their altercation yielding no victor. Both bore bruises upon their faces, panting heavily, their former decorum and gentlemanly demeanor entirely vanished, leaving only a display of dishevelment and hostility. They glared at each other, their mouths continuing to hurl insults. Enough! Professor Snape's voice, cold and biting, pierced the air like a chilling serpent, sending shivers down the spines of all present. He strode swiftly before Harry and Malfoy, his gaze sharp as daggers, piercing into them with palpable disappointment. Look at what you've become. Students of Hogwarts sprawling like street thugs. Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with anger, her chest heaving as she cast a stern glance at each member of the team. Using magic to attack one another within the school is a grievous violation of our regulations. You have brought disgrace upon this institution. Each of you will lose 50 points. With that, Professor Snape's voice, low and menacing, pronounced the penalty, each word resonating like a heavy incantation, darkening the expressions of the team members further. The Quidditch practice privileges for Slytherin and Gryffindor are hereby revoked for this week. Upon hearing this punishment, the Quidditch players stood as dejected as frostbitten vegetables, their spirits dampened by frustration and regret. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy were escorted to the office. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the portraits of past headmasters, the figures within seemingly casting disapproving glances at the unfolding scene. The two professors stood beside a grand desk, arms crossed over their chests, their eyes filled with sorrow and disappointment as they scrutinized the two disheveled and unruly youths before them. It must be said, Harry and Malfoy's conduct today was far beyond acceptable, leaving the professors astounded and grappling with the challenge of their education. The professors' demands were simple. They sought not love between the two, but at the very least, a cessation of their violent encounters within the school. However, given the current state of affairs, with the two standing in opposing houses and camps, compounded by their considerable grievances, achieving a peaceful coexistence seemed a daunting task. Professor McGonagall spoke first, seeing both as good children. Though Malfoy often exhibited arrogance, he could hardly be deemed a bad seed. If she could guide these two boys onto the right path, she could not bear to witness their moral decline. You two have deeply disappointed me, publicly brawling within the school, using magic to harm one another. Have you completely forgotten the rules? Hogwarts is a place for learning the art of magic and cultivating moral character, not a venue for you to vent your emotions like ruffians on the streets. With that, Professor Snape joined the admonition, his imposing figure cloaked in dark robes, his countenance as grim as ink. He scoffed, utterly foolish. The recklessness of Gryffindor and the arrogance of Slytherin are vividly manifest in your actions. Do you consider yourselves great duelists? You are nothing but two impetuous children, embarrassing yourselves. Yet, despite the heartfelt and blunt admonitions from both professors, their words fell on deaf ears. Harry and Malfoy stood defiantly, necks stiff, refusing to meet each other's gaze, their faces still etched with lingering anger and obstinacy. Harry's hair was disheveled, his clothes smeared with dust, a bruise adorning his cheek. He clenched his fists, his body quivering slightly, ready to pounce should Malfoy cast another provoking glance. Malfoy was no better off, his tie askew, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, muttering under his breath, "Just you wait. This isn't over." The animosity between them loomed like an insurmountable chasm, rendering them incapable of hearing one another. Witnessing this, Professor McGonagall's frustration mounted. She felt dizzy, barely maintaining her composure. Had it not been for her generally robust constitution, she might have been overcome by her anger. She was pained and incredulous, struggling to comprehend how her once promising students had devolved into this state. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself emotionally and softened her tone slightly, asking, "Very well. Since you seem unwilling to listen, perhaps you might share what led to this violent confrontation? I cannot believe you are inherently combative children. Perhaps there is a deeper issue at play. Tell me the truth now." Professor McGonagall's warm words washed over Harry like a gentle spring breeze, instantly softening his hardened heart. He had not felt this vulnerable before, but the presence of someone to confide in and trust rendered him unable to maintain his composure. He yearned to pour out his grievances and sorrow, biting his lip. His hands involuntarily clenched, his body trembling slightly as he fought to suppress the turmoil within. After a moment's resolve, he finally lifted his head, prepared to unveil his anguish. Tears of anger and frustration shimmering in his eyes as he struggled to articulate, "It was Malfoy. He mocked me for not having parents." Before he could finish, the dam broke, and tears streamed down his face, his shoulders shaking as he emitted suppressed sobs. Chapter 41. You deserve to dwell in the gutter with rats. Harry's weeping became uncontrollable, a culmination of years spent enduring countless hardships alone, each moment steeped in the hope that if only his parents were by his side, things might be different. He believed it must indeed be different. With parents, he would have been a cherished child, able to confide in them during trying times, protected from bullies. He could allow himself moments of weakness, be less resolute, indulge in vulnerability, and live carefree like other children, even boasting the pride of a Malfoy. The more he reflected, the more unjustly he felt, his cries escalating from muffled sobs to a full-blown wail, as if he sought to expel the pent-up grievances of years gone by. Witnessing his anguish, the two professors felt a pang of sorrow. Professor McGonagall swiftly approached Harry, enveloping him in a warm embrace, offering the solace of a maternal figure. Meanwhile, Professor Snape stood as if rooted to the spot, the words "no parents" striking him like a hammer, reverberating deep within his core. His gaze turned vacant and distant, lost in a sea of memories. The recollections of his time with Harry's mother surged forth, emotions long buried now flooding his consciousness. Once the floodgates of memory opened, they could not be closed again. He recalled his childhood self, withdrawn and solitary, living in a Muggle town, often bullied, only to be shielded by Lily, who stood brave and defiant before him. Her red hair shimmered in the sunlight, her youthful voice firm yet gentle as she reprimanded the bullies, her unwavering support, the sole beacon of light in his childhood. Later, they both received their acceptance letters to Hogwarts. On the train bound for the magical school, Lily's eyes sparkled with dreams and curiosity about the future, while he silently vowed to protect her in this brand new world. However, fate did not align with their wishes. As the Sorting Hat placed them in separate houses, Lily was sorted into Gryffindor, a place emblematic of bravery and passion, while he found himself in Slytherin. Thus, an invisible chasm began to form between them, increasingly perceptible with time. During their initial days at school, despite their differing houses, they would still gather during breaks, sharing their joys and sorrows by the lakeside. He would secretly concoct small potions for Lily, aiding her in achieving commendable results in potions class. Lily, in turn, would drag him to watch Gryffindor's Quidditch matches, cheering fervently for her house's team. In those moments, the wind would tousle her hair, brushing against his cheek, a sensation both ticklish and warm. Yet as time passed, the mounting pressures and misunderstandings began to erode their friendship. Some Slytherin students mockingly derided Lily for her Muggle heritage, while Gryffindor students harbored suspicions regarding Snape's identity and his complex Slytherin compatriots. Their quarrels grew more frequent, each argument like a knife carving deep wounds in his heart. Nevertheless, whenever he beheld Lily's smile or heard her laughter, those wounds would miraculously mend. He knew he could never cease to love her. The scene shifts to the eve of their graduation. It was a night shrouded in dim starlight when Lily sought him out beneath the moon's glow. Her eyes filled with confusion and concern. They spoke of the future, the encroaching shadows of war looming over the magical realm, and their individual choices and stances. He gazed at Lily, yearning to confess the depths of his love, to convey his willingness to stand against the world for her. Yet those words remained lodged in his throat. Ultimately, they parted in silence, the moonlight that night chillingly stark. Then came that dreadful day. Upon hearing the prophecy and learning of the threat to Lily's life, he knelt before Dumbledore, tears streaming down his face as he implored the headmaster to protect her, willing to sacrifice everything for her safety. Yet, fate proved merciless, and he lost her. The person he cherished most dearly was ultimately claimed by Voldemort's malicious hand, her life forever frozen on October 31st, 1981. It became his lifelong anguish, the day he most wished to forget. People often say that losing a loved one is the most excruciating ordeal. Yet he endured this torment year after year, unable to find solace. Every smile from Lily, every glance, was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul, serving as his sole redemption and support in this darkened world. Countless silent nights. He drowned in memories of Lily, the bittersweet intertwining of past joys and pains causing his heart to wrestle endlessly in the abyss of love and regret. In truth, he had long known he would lose her. Yet he had never fathomed that she would die. How could there be no regrets? When he had embraced Lily with the utmost honesty and fervor, he had instead held her lifeless form. As his thoughts faltered, a single tear slipped down his cheek, falling to the floor, while he discreetly stifled his tears in a forgotten corner. Once more, he turned to the weeping Harry, and his feelings of guilt and love surged forth. Regardless of his feelings towards Harry's father, his mother was Lily. He could not allow Harry to suffer further, otherwise, even in death he would be unable to face Lily. He abruptly pivoted, fixing his gaze upon Malfoy, flames of unprecedented fury igniting in his eyes, his lips quivering as he struggled to contain his emotions. Suddenly, like a volcano erupting, he bellowed at Malfoy. "You wretched little worm! What gives you the right to mock others' parents? You merely rely on your so-called pure-blood lineage, living like a parasite with no real talent, only capable of inflicting harm with your venomous tongue. Look at your pitiful self now, like a plucked chicken, thinking yourself grand. Do you truly believe everything you possess is deserved? You are squandering your family's reputation, you inept fool. Is this what you learned in Slytherin? To derive pleasure from the suffering of others? You are a disgrace to the wizarding world. You are unworthy of being at Hogwarts, unworthy of possessing magic. You deserve to dwell in the sewers alongside rats, never to raise your head again." Chapter 42. Apologizing to Harry. Malfoy turned ashen at Snape's sudden tempest of reproach, his lips quivering as he wished to retort, but was silenced by Snape's oppressive gaze. His eyes grew red, tears welling up, and he could no longer contain them. They fell as he sobbed, his body trembling, completely devoid of his usual arrogance. Yet Snape did not relent, continuing to glare as he scolded. "Crying? You have the audacity to cry? Now you're afraid? Where was this fear before? You despicable wretch, your soul is as filthy as the sludge in the Black Lake. Do you think you can harm others and simply walk away? You are woefully naive. I will be watching you, Malfoy. Should you dare to breach any school rules or bully your classmates again, I will expel you from Hogwarts, and you shall never return. Do you not relish mocking others? From now on, reflect on how detestable you truly are." At this moment, Malfoy was reduced to inconsolable sobs, unwilling to accept that his professor had turned against him, not only failing to defend him, but siding with that wretched Potter. He covered his eyes with his hands, his cries echoing throughout the office. Yet, those tears were ultimately in vain, failing to elicit even a shred of pity from Snape. The entire office reverberated with Snape's furious tirade, each word striking like poisoned arrows. The atmosphere was stifling, as if a storm raged within the room. "Malfoy, from this day forth, you had better keep your head down. If I hear of you gossiping or bullying classmates again, I will toss you into the Forbidden Forest to be fed to werewolves. Let you experience what it feels like to be bullied and isolated, and see if you can still laugh." Finally, apologized to Harry. With those words, Malfoy could bear the overwhelming tide of humiliation no longer. "No, I will never apologize to that filthy Potter," he shouted, attempting to regain his dignity that had been trampled into the dirt. In the next moment, he turned and stumbled out the door, his steps frantic and disordered, like a frightened bird fleeing from a relentless hunter. In his haste, he accidentally knocked over a small sculpture in the corridor, the sound resounding with a crash. Yet he showed no inclination to stop, desperately fleeing the place that had so thoroughly humiliated him. The pitiful sobs gradually faded down the long corridor, Yet they echoed in every corner of the office, lingering like a haunting specter that refused to dissipate. Inside the office, a profound silence fell, broken only by Snape's heavy breathing. He remained rooted in place, his chest heaving as if he had just emerged from an intense physical struggle. His eyes were still red, fixed intently on the doorway, as though Malfoy still lingered there. Meanwhile, his hands were clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening with exertion, emitting a series of cracking sounds. The fury etched upon his face resembled molten lava, no longer erupting but still radiating an oppressive heat that instilled dread in those who beheld it. It seemed that even though Malfoy had fled, he could not quell the raging tempest within, yearning to pursue him with an insatiable desire to exact vengeance. Professor McGonagall was the first to emerge from her state of shock, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with worry and profound perplexity. She let out a soft sigh, heavy with the weight of helplessness regarding the chaotic scene before her, as if it bore the burden of all the disorder. She approached Snape with deliberate slowness, her footsteps gentle and cautious, as though afraid of further agitating him. Her lips trembled slightly as she chose her words carefully, speaking softly. "Severus, enough. Your behavior today has been utterly unbecoming. While Malfoy is indeed at fault, he is but a child. Such punishment and reprimand are excessively cruel and harsh for him. We are educators, meant to guide them towards the right path, not to inflict harm upon their spirits in such an extreme manner." McGonagall's tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of reproach, yet it was overshadowed by sorrow and regret. Upon hearing her words, Snape appeared as though struck by an electric current, his body quivering slightly. A fleeting glimpse of panic and remorse flickered in his eyes, as if he had momentarily awakened from the haze of anger and recognized his own loss of control. His lips moved as if to articulate a defense, but ultimately, he merely closed his mouth in defeat. Gradually, he loosened his tightly clenched fists, gazing at his trembling hands as if they belonged to the frenzied version of himself he had just witnessed, his heart brimming with self-reproach and guilt. He turned his head, avoiding McGonagall's gaze, his expression reflecting a twinge of pain and inner turmoil. He realized that his recent utterance had indeed been excessively malicious. For a child, it was undoubtedly a nightmarish psychological torment. This turmoil stemmed from the unfathomable complexities of his emotions, and a profound guilt concerning Harry's mother, which interwove at this moment, breaching the defenses of his rationality, and leading to such an uncharacteristic outburst. On the other side, Harry stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Feeling lost and disoriented, his eyes widened in terror and confusion, as if he were ensnared in a dreadful nightmare. His mouth parted slightly, yet no sound emerged. His mind was a blank slate, too overwhelmed to even cry, as he stood there, mechanically observing Snape and McGonagall. A tumult of emotions churned within him, and unexpectedly, he felt a flicker of pity and sympathy for Malfoy, realizing that the immense suffering Malfoy had just endured was something few could truly comprehend. Such anguish could shatter a young master accustomed to privilege and fiercely protective of his pride. As for Professor Snape, Harry felt a profound confusion and fear. The professor, typically cold and stern towards him, now appeared as a stranger, wholly consumed by rage. He could not grasp why Snape would erupt in such fury merely because of his own mockery regarding his lack of parents. Though Harry was grateful for Snape's defense, the professor's unusually intense reaction left him with lingering doubts. Harry could not recall when he exited that office, only remembering McGonagall taking his hand and guiding him step by step back to Gryffindor's dormitory. The events of that night were overwhelmingly complex, leaving him with a sense of incomprehension. Particularly, Snape's loss of control lent an air of hidden secrets that loomed over him. Secrets that he suspected were intertwined with his own existence. The conflict of the day had merely hinted at the existence of this secret, and he could not fathom when he might unveil its entirety. That night, slumber eluded Harry. Even as he drifted into a restless sleep, he found himself ensnared in deep confusion and unease. In his dreams, he returned to that office, reliving the tumultuous events, his brow furrowed without respite throughout the night. Conversely, Malfoy's situation was even graver. After his escape, he sought refuge in a corner, unwilling to let anyone witness his disheveled state, for his pride would not permit it. Yet, in solitude, he was incessantly surrounded by the echoes of insults and oppression. Those venomous taunts inundated his mind, refusing to dissipate despite his desperate efforts. As night deepened and others returned to their dormitories, he wandered the campus like a lost soul, aimlessly drifting. Unbeknownst to him, this aimless wandering led him into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 43. The Forbidden Forest. Time passed quietly, the night descending like a vast black satin curtain, slowly enveloping all of Hogwarts. The campus gradually fell silent as students returned to the warmth of their dormitories, sinking into slumber. In this stillness, Malfoy rose slowly, his expression vacant and confused, moving aimlessly through the corridors and staircases like a mere shell of himself. Before long, he found himself at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The ominous woods appeared particularly menacing beneath the cloak of night, with towering trees resembling monstrous beasts, casting eerie shadows. Yet in his inner turmoil, Malfoy remained oblivious to the perils surrounding him, his feet seemingly guided by an invisible force, leading him deeper into this forbidden realm. Occasional unsettling cries and the rustling of unknown creatures navigating the underbrush brushed past him, but he remained unresponsive, mechanically advancing, his form gradually disappearing into the shadowy depths of the forest, as if consumed by the endless darkness, leaving only an eerie silence in his wake. Suddenly, a branch snapped beneath his foot. The sharp crack resonated through the stillness of the forbidden forest, piercing through his muddled consciousness like a bolt of lightning. He halted abruptly, surveying his surroundings, only then realizing he had ventured into uncharted territory. Fear gripped his heart, and he widened his eyes, attempting to retrace his steps. But the area was filled with identical towering trees and dense thickets, the darkness impenetrable, as if it sought to engulf him entirely. Every whisper of wind and rustle of leaves magnified in his ears, morphing into the low murmurs and footsteps of unseen creatures. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding down his pale cheeks, as his breath quickened and became erratic, his chest heaving. He was panicking. He was terrified, and filled with regret. He longed to return to the dormitory, even if it meant facing Snape's scorn once more. He could not bear to remain in this haunted place. Where on earth was he? Was there anyone around? He wanted to go home. He didn't want to attend school anymore. His lips trembled as he mumbled incoherently. His voice was hoarse and dry, resembling the feeble gasps from a worn-out bellows, echoing hauntingly through the desolate woods, only to be mercilessly swallowed by the encompassing darkness, devoid of any echo, as if he were the sole forsaken spirit in this terrifying abyss. "Help! Help! Father!" he cried out, his voice laden with fear and helplessness, sounding so diminutive and insignificant in the stillness of the forbidden forest. With no other recourse, he could only run. In his frenzy, he dashed left and right, utterly disoriented. Just as he desperately sought a glimmer of hope, his foot was abruptly ensnared by a stout, unyielding root. His body lost balance, and he tumbled forward. In the midst of his panic, his hands instinctively reached forward, attempting to brace himself against the ground to mitigate the impact of his fall, only to encounter a cold, viscous substance, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. The sensation was akin to icy, putrid mud entwined with writhing flesh. Malfoy let out a piercing scream, a sound that shattered the suffocating silence of the night, yet it seemed to be muffled by an invisible barrier, unable to escape the terrifying forbidden forest. Desperately, he flailed his hands, striving to rid himself of that revolting substance. His facial muscles contorted in fear, features nearly collapsing into one another, his eyes wide with terror and revulsion. Before he could regain his composure, a thick vine, resembling a long-hidden venomous serpent, suddenly coiled around his ankle and yanked him forcefully. Malfoy fell to the ground once more, this time scraping his elbow, the sting of pain searing through him, while thorns shredded his clothing, leaving tatters clinging to his form. At that moment, Malfoy appeared utterly disheveled. His hair fell in disarray across his forehead, dampened by sweat and tears, clinging to his face in disheveled strands. His eyes were swollen, vacant, and filled with despair, his lips bitten until they bled, crimson droplets trickling down to stain his filthy collar. Crouched on the ground, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he wept loudly, a cry laden with boundless anguish. What a nuisance! Who would have thought that students would dare venture into the forbidden forest tonight? Perhaps I should indulge myself. As the thought crossed his mind, Malfoy felt as though he had been frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, too terrified to move or utter another sound. He had desperately hoped someone would pass by, discover him, and escort him back to safety. Yet now he regretted that wish. He should have anticipated that anyone wandering this forsaken place at such an ungodly hour could hardly be a benevolent soul. And what had that voice just said? Was it intending to consume him? Fear surged within him, urging him to flee. But as he cast his gaze around in the moonlight for an escape route, he was met with a sight that froze his blood. A tall, ominous figure loomed, silently bending over a unicorn. The once pristine white coat of the unicorn, shimmering with an ethereal silver glow, now lay dull and lifeless, blood gushing from its neck, pooling into a grotesque crimson puddle on the ground, the acrid scent of blood saturating the air, threatening to induce nausea. Malfoy soon grasped a horrifying truth. This figure, cloaked in black, was draining the unicorn's blood. From the words just spoken, it was evident that this creature had long since noticed him. Perhaps deeming him a mere child, a non-threat, It continued its sanguinary feast. But blood must eventually run dry, and when that time came, what would become of him? Would he perish? Malfoy was engulfed in terror. His eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, his hands instinctively covering his mouth. Yet he was still but a child, his spirit fragile. Accustomed to a life of privilege, utterly unaccustomed to such horrific scenes. Despite his desperate efforts to restrain himself, trembling sobs escaped uncontrollably from his fingertips. Voldemort had already caught wind of this desperate struggle. He scarcely regarded Malfoy as more than a child. After draining the unicorn's blood, he slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, his withered hands dripped with blood, glistening ominously in the darkness with a chilling red hue. The unicorn lay dead, its life essence consumed. Yet Voldemort was not yet satiated. He yearned to sample the blood of the young wizard, to discover if it was as exquisite as that of the unicorn. Perhaps even more nourishing. His gaze fixed intently on Malfoy, he began to approach, step by deliberate step. Each footfall seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, crushing the brittle twigs and leaves beneath him. The sound echoing like the grinding of teeth from a malevolent spirit, reverberating through the silent woods. Each noise striking at the fraying nerves of Malfoy. As Voldemort drew closer, Malfoy could distinctly hear the chilling sound of his chewing, as though savoring the taste of the unicorn's blood, or perhaps relishing in the anticipation of terror that enveloped him. Malfoy attempted to struggle and flee, but his legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, weak and powerless. His lips trembled, trying to form a cry for help, but only pitiful whimpers escaped. Suddenly, Voldemort raised his wand, and in an instant, an unseen force yanked Malfoy's body into the air, suspending him helplessly. His limbs were bound tightly, rendering him immobile. As he writhed in vain, the chains conjured by the spell sank deeply into his flesh. Though they were intangible, they inflicted excruciating pain. Poor little creature. You have only yourself to blame for trespassing into a place you should not have, witnessing things you should not have seen. Voldemort's voice resonated, deep and raspy, followed by a low, sinister laugh that seemed to crawl from the very depths of hell, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a glimpse of his blood-stained, ghastly chin beneath the hood. Malfoy, terrified, squeezed his eyes shut, feeling as if he had resigned himself to fate. In his final moments, thoughts of his father, mother, and his pet, along with the peacock at home, flashed through his mind. It seemed he would not return tonight. He would never see his parents again, perhaps forcing them to endure the anguish of losing a child, a thought that twisted painfully in his heart. As for his pet, perhaps without his usual antics, it would find life much easier. Yet he wondered, when boredom struck, would it miss its companion? Cold tears fell once more into the soil. His body taut, awaiting the arrival of death. Little did he know that the deadly voice would return. The creature before him, previously silent, seemed to relish in his desperate plight. How amusing! Just moments ago, you wept inconsolably, and now you have ceased. Are you prepared for your demise? But I have suddenly changed my mind. I do not wish for your death to be so swift. Before you meet your end, I want to see if the blood of a young wizard is more delectable than that of a unicorn. What? Malfoy could scarcely believe his ears. He could not fathom that such cruelty would one day befall him. What was this demon before him uttering? Not only did it intend to kill him, but it also wished to torment him? Would it drain him as it had the unicorn? No, absolutely not. He began to struggle, summoning every last ounce of strength to shout, "You cannot kill me. My father is Lucius Malfoy. He is powerful. If you kill me, he will not let you go. He will pursue you to the ends of the earth, and you will find no refuge in the wizarding world." Voldemort listened quietly to these words. His malevolent laughter momentarily stilled, only to be replaced by a mocking arch of his brow. Malfoy, seeing the fiend before him silent, mistakenly believed he had intimidated him. Little did he know that Voldemort was not one to be threatened by anyone in the wizarding world, much less a mere child. As for Lucius Malfoy, he recalled vaguely, another Death Eater, a follower of his. Since this child was the offspring of a follower, he decided to extend a semblance of mercy, offering the unfortunate boy a swift end, while ensuring his parents would have their child's remains intact. How considerate of him! Truly, he was a compassionate leader who cared for his subordinates. With this thought, Voldemort abandoned any intention of tormenting the boy further, raising his wand to grant this unfortunate child a quick demise. Soon, an evil green light flickered from the tip of his wand, resembling a wraith of death. Consider yourself fortunate, little one. In truth, to perish at my hands would be quite a stroke of fortune. Avada Kedavra. His voice was cold and cruel, and as the words left his lips, the green light of death surged forth, aimed directly at Malfoy's heart. Malfoy gazed at the approaching emerald light, his eyes widening in terror, the shadow of death reflecting in his pupils. He thought to himself it was over. This time he was undoubtedly doomed. The killing curse was not unfamiliar to him. As a scion of a pureblood wizarding family, he was all too aware of its formidable power. It was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a potent spell of slaughter. However, in a twist of misfortune, should this curse strike its target, death would come instantaneously and without pain. He thought that at least he would not suffer before his demise. His breaths came in rapid, desperate gasps, his heart pounding wildly within his chest as he awaited the end. Yet, unexpectedly, a turn of events unfolded. Just as the unforgivable curse was about to make contact with Malfoy's body, the once brilliant green light dimmed abruptly, as if it had collided with an invisible, indestructible barrier. Before Voldemort could comprehend what was transpiring, the pendant on Malfoy's chest erupted into a blinding radiance, far surpassing the glow emitted when he cast the killing curse. Within that light flickered mysterious and ancient runes of magic, swirling with a life of their own, steadfastly repelling the once invincible killing curse. The clash of spells and runes produced a deafening roar, and powerful energy rippled outward from the two, uprooting trees and sending debris swirling through the air. Malfoy, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, now opened them, surrender replaced by a fierce will to survive. He beheld the amulet radiating an extraordinary light before him. It was the gift from Shu. It was Shu. Shu had saved him. Overcome with emotion, he stammered incoherently, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, his heart brimmed with gratitude and reliance upon Lin Shu, and he began to shout recklessly, "Shu! Shu, help me! I'm here! Shu!" His voice echoed through the forbidden forest, filled with the exhilaration of survival and madness. Meanwhile, Voldemort was rendered speechless. He stood like a statue, frozen in disbelief, his eyes hidden beneath his hood, widened with incredulity and rage. The killing curse had never failed him. In his understanding, it was the ultimate dark magic, unstoppable. Yet the scene before him shattered that perception. Impossible. This cannot be. Who is it? Who dares to defy me? Is it Dumbledore? No, even Dumbledore could not wield such power. So who is it? He let out a piercing howl, his voice rife with fury and resentment. His body trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. He could not accept that a mere wizard's protective charm could withstand his lethal strike, nor could he fathom the power of the mysterious runes. Who are you? What kind of sorcery is this? Voldemort's voice was deep and hoarse, as if forced through gritted teeth. His gaze was fixed on the amulet around Malfoy's neck, his eyes burning with intent to see through it, to obliterate it. He silently vowed that anyone who dared challenge his authority, who obstructed his path, would face utter destruction. Chapter 45. Avada Kedavra. The life or death race within the Forbidden Forest remained unknown, its turmoil unable to penetrate the walls of Hogwarts Castle. Meanwhile, Lin Shu sat quietly, eyes closed in meditation. The air around her seemingly suspended. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease surged within her chest, prompting her to open her eyes, a grave expression flashing across her face. She recognized the disturbance as emanating from the protective amulet she had crafted herself, and the only circumstance that could trigger it was if the bearer faced mortal peril. As long as their life was not endangered, the rune's power within the amulet would lie dormant. Yet the very fact that it had activated indicated grave danger. She could scarcely imagine what kind of lethal threat could arise within the confines of the school. Moreover, the recipients of her amulets were few: Malfoy, Fred, George, and Professor Snape. She had long intended to gift one to Cedric, but their encounters had been rare, and over time, she had forgotten about it. Now, with the runes vibrating and the magic within the amulet awakened, she dreaded the thought of anyone experiencing a moment of deadly crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand, forming a sigil and murmuring incantations. As the spell took shape, her consciousness swiftly established a connection with the protective runes she had left behind. In the next instant, she leaped from the window without hesitation, conjuring a shield midair as she sped toward the location where the amulet had last been activated. Simultaneously, the professors at the school were not idle. While conducting dormitory inspections, the heads of houses discovered that Malfoy was missing from his room. Given Malfoy's esteemed lineage and unique status as a scion of a pureblood family, any mishap involving him would carry consequences too grave for anyone to bear. Thus, the heads acted with urgency, promptly reporting Malfoy's absence. Upon learning of his disappearance, the professors set aside their tasks, their expressions grave as they sprang into action. An atmosphere of tension enveloped Hogwarts Castle, as if a storm were about to break. Professor Snape's countenance was as dark as night, a flicker of regret and guilt flashing in his eyes. He repeatedly replayed the scene from that afternoon when he had harshly reprimanded Malfoy, filled with remorse. "It's my fault. If only I had controlled my emotions better," he whispered, his voice hoarse, fists clenched tightly, nails embedding deeply into his palms, leaving marks of distress. Professor McGonagall's expression was equally anxious. Her brow furrowed, deepening the lines on her face. As she hurried along, she attempted to reassure her fellow professors, "Don't worry. We will find Malfoy." Though her voice remained steady, her trembling lips betrayed her inner turmoil. The professors scattered, initiating a thorough search throughout the school. Their figures flitted through corridors, classrooms, and the Great Hall, leaving no room or corner unchecked. Some professors whispered incantations, attempting to magically trace Malfoy's whereabouts, while others meticulously examined every potential hiding place, their eyes filled with urgency and hope. As night fell over Hogwarts, each professor bore a heavy heart. Professor McGonagall, too, stood in the castle courtyard, exhaustion and anxiety etched upon her features. She had just concluded a search within the castle, yet yielded no results, and was preparing to continue her search in another direction when a whistling sound sliced through the air above. Instinctively, McGonagall looked up to see Lin Shu, riding upon a shield, streaking through the night sky like a shooting star. Her robes billowed behind her, revealing her undeniable urgency and determination. The shield emitted a soft glow, standing out starkly against the darkness, and Lin Shu's silhouette, illuminated by the light, seemed to carry an aura of mysterious and formidable power. A wave of alarm surged within McGonagall as she watched Lin Shu dart away. She anxiously pondered, "Merlin, why is this child not in her dormitory? Why is she flying at such a time? We just lost one Malfoy. We cannot afford to lose another child." Professor McGonagall's heart raced, her voice rising in desperate shouts, yet the evening wind howled mercilessly, consuming her cries entirely. Realizing she could not summon Lin Shu back, her anxiety intensified. However, her thoughts swiftly pivoted to another possibility. Could it be that Lin was in such a hurry because she had knowledge of Malfoy's whereabouts? Professor McGonagall steadied her mind, contemplating the situation. Given Lin Shu's typically composed demeanor, it was improbable she would recklessly fly across the school grounds without a significant reason. Whatever had compelled Lin Shu to act with such urgency and disregard for school regulations must be of great consequence. Presently, the pressing matter at Hogwarts undoubtedly revolved around Malfoy's predicament. With this realization, Professor McGonagall felt a surge of urgency. She swiftly retrieved her wand from the folds of her robes, and with a gentle flick, a silver owl soared from its tip. The owl circled in the air, and Professor McGonagall whispered to it, "Go inform the other professors that I've seen Lin fly towards the Forbidden Forest. It may relate to Malfoy's disappearance. Urge them to gather immediately." The owl seemed to comprehend her command, promptly spreading its wings and vanishing into the night sky. Meanwhile, Lin Shu hastened toward the source of the protective charm's unleashed power. She flew with remarkable speed, reaching the skies above the Forbidden Forest in an instant. Below, the darkness within the forest churned thick as ink, as if it sought to devour all remnants of hope from the world. Voldemort gazed at his wand in disbelief, his chest heaving with each breath, saturated with uncontainable rage and resentment. Amidst this fury lay a flicker of confusion. Just moments ago, his seemingly invincible killing curse had been effortlessly repelled by an unknown force. Although he was currently parasitically inhabiting Quirrell's feeble body, his power was but a fraction of its former glory. He remained the Dark Lord. Dark magic was alive in his hands, and he had never faltered before. He could not fathom that any magic could surpass the might of dark sorcery. This was an outright affront to his supreme authority, a disgrace his pride could not bear. Dark magic was the most powerful, always would be. Everyone must submit. He would not allow any unforeseen events to unfold. Voldemort rumbled softly, his voice laced with madness and fury, his eyes glinting with a terrifying crimson light as he fixed his gaze upon Malfoy, hanging before him, as if he intended to devour him whole. In his mind, his dark magic was supreme, an absolute force over life and death. How could he falter against this insignificant little wizard? His hand trembled violently with anger, clutching his wand tightly, knuckles turning white. "I shall see what you're truly capable of." Voldemort gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. The flames of rage within him blazed, obliterating his patience. He waved his wand once more, and a light more brilliant and vicious than before erupted from its tip. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 46. Old Grudges and New Vengeance. As the incantation of the killing curse spilled forth, a green light as fierce as a predatory serpent shot towards Malfoy with the force of a thunderclap. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to slice open, emitting a hissing sound, and the very fabric of space twisted under the pressure of this formidable dark power. This time, Voldemort unleashed the full might of this body, convinced that even Dumbledore would struggle to withstand this onslaught. He cackled, his laughter echoing ominously within the Forbidden Forest. As if he could already envision Malfoy's gruesome demise. He envisioned his dark magic triumphing over all sorcery, ascending to the pinnacle of power in the world. At that moment, Malfoy found himself engulfed by the distorted sound, the blinding green light extinguishing all hope of survival. His complexion was ashen, lips quivering yet silent. He acutely felt the approaching force of death like a raging tide, nearly freezing his very soul. He wished to struggle, to flee from this terrifying shadow of death. But his limbs felt weak, as if fear had drained him of all strength. Despair and helplessness flooded his heart, leaving him to watch helplessly as the lethal green light drew ever closer. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a flash of light descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. "Halt! Who dares to harm my friend? I shall rend you limb from limb, and make you regret ever stepping into this world." Lin Shu appeared, graceful as a meteor streaking through the night. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, resembling flames, and her eyes burned with unwavering resolve, embodying her commitment to justice and her fearless stance against evil. She had summoned her weapon in that fleeting moment, and now the gleaming Shichu Overlord spear shimmered with a cold radiance, exuding the authority of an ancient war god. Standing out brilliantly in the darkness, she landed firmly, swinging the spear fiercely forward. The tip met the fatal green light in a clash that sent forth a dazzling explosion of light, powerful energy waves radiating outward like surging tides. The surrounding trees trembled violently from the impact, the sound of snapping branches rising like a mournful requiem. Leaves fluttered like snowflakes, caught in the powerful energy surge, spiraling into the sky before crashing down once more. Lin Shu's body jolted as an immense force traveled through the spear, numbing her arms and splitting her palms, blood trickling down the shaft of the weapon. Yet her expression remained steadfast, her feet rooted firmly to the ground. There was no trace of retreat in her gaze, only determination and resolve. Her spear standing like a majestic mountain, staunchly resisting the encroaching evil force, preventing it from advancing even a fraction further. "Oh, you possess some merit. I underestimated you. My apologies for my long absence from battle. It seems I became complacent. Now the fight truly begins. Let me reiterate, your pitiful trick is insufficient. If that is all you can muster, then prepare to meet your end." With that, Lin Shu gripped the spear tightly with one hand, its quivering suggesting the accumulation of boundless power. Suddenly, she unleashed her strength, shouting fiercely as she raised the spear high, then slashed downward toward Voldemort with the force of a tempest. This strike held all her rage and strength. As the tip passed through the air, it seemed as though an invisible giant hand tore through reality, producing hissing sounds, and the very space contorted under the weight of her power, visible cracks appearing as if the world might collapse at any moment. In that same instant the strike was unleashed. Lin Shu moved like lightning, reaching Malfoy's side before Voldemort could react. She swung the spear, a flash of cold light slicing through the invisible ropes that bound Malfoy, severing them instantly. With his body deprived of support, Malfoy plummeted downward, but Lin Shu's reflexes were swift, and she caught him securely. "Malfoy, are you alright?" she asked anxiously, her voice trembling. She gazed at the myriad of wounds adorning Malfoy's body, a pang of pain striking her heart, tears welling in her eyes. These wounds were like sharp blades, cutting into her soul, igniting her hatred for the dark-robed monster to a fever pitch. "Shu, you finally arrived. I knew you would come. It was your protective charm that saved me just now. You did not deceive me. What you gave me truly is a blessing for safety." Tears streamed down Lin Shu's face, as she could no longer bear to see Malfoy in such a state. Now he lay there, breathless and devoid of his former pride, resembling a fragile leaf adrift in the air, vulnerable as if he would shatter at the slightest touch. "It is entirely my fault. In the past, you were always the one waiting for me in the public lounge. Yet I have never waited for you. Had I discovered your absence sooner, you would not have endured such suffering. Do not blame you, Shu. It was I who concealed myself, ensuring no one noticed my presence. Thus, when I faced danger, I hold no one accountable. Please refrain from speaking for now. Conserve your strength. Once I have avenged those who have harmed you, we shall seek Madame Pomfrey to tend to your wounds." After their brief exchange, Lin Shu turned her gaze towards the ominous figure cloaked in black robes. From their earlier skirmish, she sensed the foul stench emanating from his being, a consequence of her magic's backlash. Now both old grievances and new vendettas could be reckoned with. With this thought, she tenderly reached out to loosen Malfoy's tie. Her movements were gentle and cautious, as though handling an exquisite treasure. Slowly, she wrapped the tie around Malfoy's eyes and tied a knot. "Do not fear, Malfoy. I am here. Close your eyes for a moment." And I promise you shall have your revenge. Malfoy was reluctant to have his eyes covered and instinctively reached to remove it, but Lin Shu stayed his hand. Malfoy, please promise me you won't look. I fear you may have nightmares. Her voice was soft yet resolute, akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing warmth and comfort to Malfoy. After a slight nod of acquiescence, he complied and did not attempt to unveil the tie further. With this completed, Lin Shu's demeanor shifted entirely. The tenderness vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference. As she stood, the tip of her gun scraped the ground, producing a sound that pierced the air, each echo challenging the nerves of those present. You are unfortunate to have crossed paths with someone under my protection. You may not know me well, but though I am a practitioner of the arcane, I am no benevolent savior. Once, a sect stained their hands with the lives of our disciples, and at the tender age of 6, I led my fellow apprentices to annihilate their stronghold, penetrating directly into their main hall. Killing you now is but a trifle. Chapter 47. The True Fire of Samadhi. Lin Shu exuded an overwhelming presence, entirely uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old child. Her gaze was icy, and Voldemort sensed a kinship in their shared darkness. In an instant he comprehended the truth. Lin Shu had taken lives, just as he had, her hands stained with blood, her innocence tarnished. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. He was more concerned with the incantations she wielded, capable of shattering his dark magic. The shot she had just fired was unlike any spell he had encountered in the magical realm. Her weapon possessed incredible power. Even he had exerted considerable effort to catch it. Were it not for his recent consumption of unicorn blood, which had restored some of his strength and energy, he would have likely faltered. Voldemort was now genuinely serious, treating Lin Shu as a true adversary, albeit one whose youth was a slight disadvantage. Ah, you are a remarkable talent, meant to be nurtured in the right environment. I can wait for you to mature. I will grant you any condition you desire, and I will offer you infinite opportunities to realize your potential, as long as you pledge your loyalty to me. Voldemort spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his exaggerated gestures betraying his intentions. Lin Shu felt a wave of nausea wash over her at his words. Have you suffered a blow to your head? I am sincerely trying to recruit you. Think it over. Genius girl, I assure you if you follow me, you shall never regret this decision. What nonsense is this? Before you speak to me, could you perhaps drain the water from your brain? You wish for me to follow you? With your caliber, I wouldn't even let you serve me footbath water. Listen closely, your fate today is singular. To meet your demise beneath my gun. With that, Lin Shu disregarded any further ramblings from her opponent. She gripped her long gun tightly and closed her eyes. The gun spun in a circle, and upon opening her eyes, a blaze erupted forth, illuminating the dark expanse around her like 2 radiant fireballs. Powerful deity of the 3 altars, I beseech your assistance. Grant me the true fire of Samadhi. Voldemort was bewildered by Lin Shu's antics, but when he witnessed flames erupting from her eyes, he was rendered speechless. He swallowed hard. Gripping his wand tightly, a silent trepidation coursed through him. He could hardly fathom the strength emanating from a child. As the saying goes, why allow both you and Liang to coexist? If this child were to grow unimpeded, his grand ambitions would surely falter. Who in the future could rival her? Realizing this, Voldemort steeled himself, resolutely deciding to fight to the death. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate Lin Shu, he would rid himself of a significant torment. However, little did he know that as soon as this decision crystallized, Lin Shu was enveloped in flames. The fire was a mesmerizing blend of blue, red, and yellow, intertwining like serpentine flames, exuding a fierce and potent aura that escalated the temperature around them. Merlin, what manner of creature are you? You are the true monster. Remember to explore the world more in your next life. Otherwise, you may die without even knowing the nature of your demise, becoming a laughingstock among the spirits. With that, Lin Shu gripped her Western Chu Overlord spear and sprang into action, raising it high with the force of thunder, aiming it at Voldemort with tremendous might. For the first time, panic flickered across Voldemort's face. His eyes, once filled with malice and arrogance, now widened in sheer terror and disbelief. Faced with Lin Shu's fierce assault, he dared not show even the slightest negligence. Rapidly, he waved his wand and recited incantations. In an instant, beams of darkness erupted from the tip of his wand, resembling a horde of clawing demons, charging towards Lin Shu's spear. These dark spells coalesced into a power that exuded a repugnant, putrid stench. As if from the abyss of hell, attempting to thwart Lin Shu's advance. The aura they radiated was chilling. Wherever they passed, flora and fauna withered and decayed, their life force drained in an instant. Yet Lin Shu's onslaught was akin to a surging tsunami, relentless and unforgiving, leaving her opponent no respite. The clash between her spear and the dark magic sparked a blinding brilliance, as if the very heavens dimmed in response. A thunderous roar echoed through the forbidden forest, the immense energy rippling outward like a tidal wave. Trees in the vicinity were toppled, their sturdy trunks snapping like fragile twigs, and branches rained down like snowflakes, plunging the entire forest into a cataclysmic calamity. Seizing upon this momentum, Lin Shu executed a graceful somersault in midair, launching herself like a meteor once more towards Voldemort. The spear in her grasp shimmered with lethal brilliance, its edge gleaming in the darkness as it bore down upon Voldemort's vital points. Panic etched itself on Voldemort's face as he contorted his body in a desperate attempt to evade Lin Shu's strike. The spear grazed his arm, slicing through flesh and unleashing a torrent of blood. Simultaneously, the flames of Samadhi surged forth, enveloping Voldemort. In horror, he realized that the flames possessed a life of their own. Once they made contact, they clung to him relentlessly, refusing to be shaken off. His wand inadvertently brushed against a flicker of flame, and in that fleeting moment, the true fire of Samadhi consumed it hungrily. The wand emitted a tortured hiss as black smoke billowed forth, releasing a noxious, charred odor. How is this possible? Who are you? Are you human or monster? How can your flames even incinerate a wand? Voldemort emitted a desperate howl, his voice saturated with terror and despair. He watched helplessly as his wand succumbed to the insatiable grasp of the mysterious flames, swiftly reducing to ash, leaving him with merely a half-smoldering, charred remnant. It was only at this moment that Voldemort truly comprehended the terrifying nature of the child before him. It was also at this juncture that he recognized the foolishness of his earlier intentions to recruit the boy. A talent of such caliber could easily reign as a sovereign. How could he ever expect such a one to willingly submit to another's dominion? It was laughable how he had deluded himself into believing he could offer a better life and superior choices. Unbeknownst to him, the child genuinely lacked the need for such offerings, possessing the means to disdain them. At this instant, he felt a long-forgotten fear wash over him, his body trembling uncontrollably, his gaze rife with hopelessness and helplessness. Regret consumed him. How he wished he had never provoked this child. If only he had fled the moment Lin Shu arrived. If only he could reassess their strengths and make the most rational choice. Chapter 48. Do you have a brother? Voldemort gazed at the half-smoldering, utterly ruined wand in his hand, and the terror etched upon his face was swiftly supplanted by madness. He unleashed a monstrous roar, a sound that seemed to emanate from the deepest abyss of hell, imbued with bitterness and resolve. Though his wand lay in ruins, he would not surrender easily. As the foremost master of dark magic, he resolved to cast his final desperate spells without a wand. With swiftness, Voldemort's hands danced, his fingers twisting like serpents, as he muttered an incomprehensible incantation that oozed from between his clenched teeth. In an instant, the surrounding air appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, thickening and becoming oppressive. A plume of black mist rose from beneath his feet, surging towards Lin Shu like a raging tide. This noxious fog was suffused with a repugnant stench, and wherever it spread, the grass beneath withered instantly, turning to black dust. Lin Shu, perceiving this, felt a flicker of caution in her eyes. Gripping her Shichu overlord spear tightly, she lightly tapped the ground with its tip, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the swirling black mist. With the spear whirling rapidly before her, she crafted an intricate barrier, successfully repelling the encroaching darkness. Each collision of the spear's tip with the mist emitted a dull thud, reminiscent of an intense tug-of-war with the forces of darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Voldemort continued to chant, thrusting his hands forward with a violent push. Instantly, the mist coalesced into several enormous black serpents, their gaping maws poised to strike at Lin Shu. The serpents' eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, their bodies adorned with malevolent scales that exuded an icy chill. Unfazed, Lin Shu shouted defiantly, her spear lunging forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing the head of one serpent with precision. The creature let out a piercing wail, instantly dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. However, the remaining serpents seized the opportunity to advance. Merely a trivial display. Do you think you're engaging me in a mere game? Show me some genuine skill. Do not make me ridicule you. They say one should die with dignity. I hope you can at least earn a modicum of respect in your final moments. Her words dripped with scorn, as she clearly regarded Voldemort with disdain. She darted through the throng of serpents like lightning, her spear flashing with cold brilliance, striking down serpent after serpent, each vanishing into smoke. After 2 rounds of fierce combat, Voldemort's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His breathing became rapid and labored, as casting spells without a wand proved to be an exhausting endeavor. In contrast, while Lin Shu's breath was also somewhat hurried, her gaze remained steadfast and confident. Warm-up concluded. Truthfully, I need not test your few tricks. I expected more from you. How mundane, your life is now forfeit. Voldemort, sensing Lin Shu's advancing presence, yearned to make one last stand, yet he felt utterly drained. At that moment, even he succumbed to despair. A piercing wolf howl echoed from afar, reverberating hauntingly through the silent forbidden forest. In an instant, a pack of agile werewolves surged forth from all directions. Towering and robust, their fur bristled like steel needles, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. These werewolves moved with agility, their powerful limbs thundering against the ground, swiftly encircling Lin Shu like a shadowy tempest. Each werewolf exuded a primal, rancid scent that mingled with decay, permeating the air and inducing revulsion. Their eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps, radiating unbridled savagery and greed. The leader of the werewolves was immensely larger than the others, its muscles rippling beneath its fur, exuding an aura of strength. Its claws were sharp as daggers, leaving deep gouges in the earth as it approached Voldemort, kneeling before him with a low, reverent growl. "Master, we have arrived late." Without a moment's hesitation, it hoisted Voldemort onto its shoulder with a robust arm. "Excellent, Fenrir Greyback. You shall receive due credit. My magic has yet to be restored, and I can only rely on this inferior vessel to cast spells. This young girl is quite peculiar. Make haste and take me away from here." "Yes, master. I vow to carry you to safety, even at the cost of my life." Lin Shu observed the heartfelt drama between master and servant with a smirk, unfazed by the werewolves encircling her. "I have heard from professors in my magical studies that werewolves are quite fearsome. Seeing them today is indeed an eye-opener. However, none of you shall escape. You are all to remain here." "Hey, I'm speaking to you, the dark-robed fiend. Is your face so unsightly that you dare not reveal it? After battling for so long, you must be on your last legs. Where do you think you can flee now? Ha, little girl, do not be so arrogant. Perhaps you have never heard my tale or my name, which emboldens you to speak so brazenly. My departure today is merely a temporary reprieve for you, not born of fear. Let me tell you, should we meet again, your luck will not hold." Lin Shu, incredulous, dug at her ears, unable to believe what she had heard. She had seen defeated foes leave final words, but never had she witnessed one flaunt bravado in defeat. Who spared whom? This is amusing. Oh my, please do continue. Have you devised this strategy to amuse me, hoping to reclaim some dignity? Once you finish your jests, what shall I watch during the new year? How about I keep you all as pets to perform for me during the festive season? Lin Shu's taunts were unabashed, and although many of Voldemort's minions barely grasped her words, they understood the implication of being kept as pets. Such audacity! Should I reveal my name? You would surely regret your actions today. Pray tell. I am Voldemort. As the words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Voldemort assumed Lin Shu was struck with fear, unaware that her mind was busy translating. Fudimo. What an odd name. Thus, in the next moment, she sincerely inquired, "Do you have a brother?" At her question, Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. A brother? Where would he have gotten a brother? No. Oh, then why do you go by Fudimo? Voldemort was once again bewildered, utterly lost in Lin Shu's cryptic words. The conversation between the two individuals was utterly disjointed, a cacophony of mismatched words. Yet in an instant, Voldemort came to the realization that he could no longer linger in that place. It was not solely the formidable power of Lin Shu that instilled fear within him, but also the dread of Albus Dumbledore potentially arriving with reinforcements. In the next moment, he issued a command to the werewolves. Upon receiving his orders, the werewolves erupted into a frenzy, recklessly launching themselves at Lin Shu, sacrificing their bodies to buy Voldemort precious time for his escape. "You truly underestimate me. My fifth senior brother is a beast master. I have witnessed countless creatures since childhood. A mere handful of wolf cubs think they can impede me? What a delusion." Chapter 49. Did I permit you to leave? Faced with the pack of werewolves, Lin Shu transformed into a merciless instrument of slaughter. The spear in her hands sliced through the air with a fierce momentum. With each swing, a storm of blood and carnage was unleashed. Wherever the spear struck, the werewolves' bodies were effortlessly torn apart, as fragile as mere straw. In no time, the area was filled with the anguished cries and furious howls of the werewolves. Lin Shu navigated through the chaos with graceful agility, her eyes devoid of fear or pity, only resolute killing intent. Her movements were fluid and ethereal, the spear in her grasp appearing almost sentient under her control. Each action flowed seamlessly, as if weightless, the spear's tip gleaming with a deadly light, striking precisely at the werewolves' vital points. Those once fierce and brutal werewolves crumpled before her like paper, falling beneath her spear with no capacity to retaliate. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with their lifeless bodies, blood pooling ominously, creating a gruesome tableau. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback stood anxiously beside Voldemort, his powerful limbs coiled and taut, ready to respond to any impending threat. In the shrouded darkness, Voldemort gazed at Lin Shu with a mix of terror and admiration, soon replaced by a profound sense of dread. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful girl, who had battled him for so long, possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly decimating a pack of werewolves with each fluid motion. Her commanding presence akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. If he had attributed his defeat to his own weakened form, unable to wield high-level dark magic, then what of these werewolves? They were also beings capable of instilling fear in the foolish wizards of the magical realm. Yet they were so easily dispatched by her spear. This was irrational, utterly absurd. What manner of monster was she? Voldemort murmured to himself, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. He understood that if the werewolves had not arrived in time, he would likely have met his demise that day. And this girl before him was undoubtedly one of the most formidable adversaries he had ever encountered. A torrent of thoughts surged through Voldemort's mind as he began to reassess his plans and his attitude towards Lin Shu. He recognized how foolish and perilous his previous underestimation of her had been. Her existence posed a significant threat to his ambitions and schemes. He must recalibrate his strategies, seeking more powerful allies and effective methods to confront Lin Shu. I absolutely cannot allow her to continue growing stronger. Voldemort gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He knew that unless he swiftly eliminated Lin Shu, once she spread her wings fully, he would have no chance of resurgence. However, for the moment, he could only retreat, conserving his strength and awaiting another confrontation with Lin Shu. Soon, the werewolves began chanting incantations, activating a teleportation spell. In an instant, the surrounding space appeared to warp under a mysterious force, the air thickening and oppressive. A surge of black mist erupted from the ground, akin to a tide of demons emerging from the abyss, swiftly enveloping the two of them. Within the mist flickered strange electric patterns, writhing like living creatures and exuding a chilling aura. Concurrently, Voldemort and Fenrir Greyback began to vanish rapidly, having dispatched the last werewolf. Lin Shu keenly sensed the abnormality at Voldemort's side. Her gaze darted toward the swirling black mist, her beautiful eyes widening, ablaze with fierce indignation. Attempting to flee? Absolutely not. You shall not escape with your life, she exclaimed, her voice ringing clear yet imbued with an unyielding authority. In the blink of an eye, she propelled herself from the ground like a cannonball, hurtling toward Voldemort. Her speed was astonishing, creating a powerful gust of wind that caused branches to snap and leaves to flutter like snowflakes. However, she was still a moment too late. When she arrived, the dark magic had already taken effect. Voldemort's body gradually became transparent within the mist, like a vanishing specter. Lin Shu's heart raced with urgency. She could not allow this dark-robed monster to escape, for she had promised Malfoy vengeance. Without hesitation, she thrust out her right hand, reaching desperately for Voldemort. Her arm sliced through the air, producing a sharp rush of wind, and as her fingertips brushed the black mist, a searing pain shot through her. Yet she did not falter. Leave me with something. Did I permit you to depart? You think you can injure my friend and escape unscathed? Do you believe fortune falls from the sky? I shall not allow you to take all the good fortune. In that critical moment, her hand gripped Voldemort's right arm with precision, gritting her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, her eyes filled with determination. She exerted all her strength, disregarding the agony inflicted by the dark magic. Voldemort would not leave empty-handed. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ah! Accompanied by that wail, Voldemort's face drained of color, turning as pale as a corpse. He writhed in a frenzy, attempting to disengage from Lin Shu's grip, hurling curses as he could distinctly hear the sound of his bones fracturing, and the feeling of flesh being torn apart. Yet Lin Shu's grip was like iron, steadfastly binding his arm, no matter how desperately he struggled. You cannot escape. Come down here. Lin Shu's voice was cold and resolute as she summoned every ounce of her strength and yanked fiercely. With a spine-chilling crack, reminiscent of fate shattering in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort's right arm was forcibly torn from his body. Blood gushed forth from the severed limb, splattering into the black mist. Voldemort nearly lost consciousness from the excruciating pain, his body convulsing violently. Before Lin Shu could strike again, the black mist swiftly enveloped him and the werewolf leader, vanishing without a trace. Lin Shu, breathless and furious, glared at the spot where they had vanished, still clutching the severed arm in her hand, her heart filled with disdain. They could indeed flee, akin to a lizard shedding its tail. It seemed they had been fortunate. Next time I encounter you, I shall strike you down without mercy. Voldemort's escape had been entirely unexpected, yet Lin Shu had more pressing matters at hand. She rushed back to Malfoy's side, only to find him pale and shaken. A pang of concern gripping her heart, instantly replacing her earlier fury. Upon nearing him, she noticed Malfoy grasping the tie that had once been used to blindfold him. His gaze fixed and intense. It turned out he had witnessed the entire bloody and tumultuous battle. Lin Shu's heart raced violently, a flutter of anxiety coursing through her, as she feared that Malfoy might be intimidated by her fierce demeanor. She was apprehensive that the fragile bond they had painstakingly forged might be jeopardized. Her gaze bore a hint of trepidation and unease as she lowered her head slightly, her voice unconsciously softening, lest she disturb Malfoy. Malfoy, are you frightened? Her words reverberated gently in the stillness of the Forbidden Forest, imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. Chapter 50. Slytherin never makes promises lightly. Every recent occurrence, from how Lin Shu had confronted their foes with ferocity to her effortless dispatching of werewolves and the brutal tearing off of a monster's arm, was etched vividly in Malfoy's mind. Yet he felt no fear, for this was Shu, his most trusted friend. She was saving him, exacting vengeance on his behalf. To harbor even the slightest fear or hesitation would be a profound disservice to her. Moreover, he was Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of a pureblood family destined to inherit the family legacy. He could permit himself transient moments of fear, but he would never allow himself to emerge from such fear without growth. Thus, he resolutely lifted his gaze to meet Lin Shu's. His eyes were clear and deep, filled with concern and tenderness, devoid of the slightest trace of dread that she feared he might possess. He spoke not a word but dragged his battered body forward a fraction, then opened his arms, embracing Lin Shu in a gentle yet irresistible manner. In that instant, Lin Shu's body stiffened, her mind blank, as if time itself had come to a standstill. She could vividly feel Malfoy's heartbeat, its powerful rhythm thudding against her own heart like a drum. Gradually, her taut form relaxed, and she tilted her head back, resting against Malfoy's shoulder, her arms instinctively encircling his waist. In this embrace, they both experienced an unprecedented sense of security. They seemed to forget everything around them. The bloody battlefield and the acrid smoke faded into insignificance. In this moment, their world encompassed only one another, as if wrapped in a warm, gentle glow. Malfoy's embrace enveloped Lin Shu in an unprecedented warmth and comfort, while her closeness bestowed upon him the tranquility and connection he had long desired. After a considerable time, Lin Shu gently pushed Malfoy away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, though her eyes still reflected concern for his injuries. Biting her lip, she softly declared, "Malfoy, I know this is not an ideal place, but I must tend to your wounds first." With that, Lin Shu invoked the healing techniques from the magical arts, channeling her spirit energy into Malfoy's body. As she recited her incantation, a peculiar light began to swirl around him, soft and enigmatic, gradually coalescing into ethereal runes. These runes then began to rotate gracefully in the air, intertwining before drifting towards Malfoy. The moment the runes made contact with him, they seemed to find their rightful home, swiftly merging into his skin. A miraculous transformation unfolded. Malfoy's pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color, and the furrowed lines of his brow slowly unfurled. Seeing this, Lin Shu felt a measure of relief, yet she knew it was far from sufficient. She clasped her hands together once more, closed her eyes, and summoned forth a more potent force from within her. This time, the light no longer merely enveloped Malfoy's exterior, but penetrated deeply into his very marrow, as if exploring every injured part of him. Under the nourishment of this power, Malfoy's damaged meridians began to mend gradually, and the torn tissues healed at a visible pace. Lin Shu's forehead soon glistened with beads of sweat that trickled down her cheeks, yet she remained unwavering, wholly focused on controlling her magic. Time passed steadily until, at last, Lin Shu slowly opened her eyes, revealing a weary yet satisfied expression. She gazed upon Malfoy's progressively revitalized visage, and a great weight lifted from her heart. "There. I dare say that even Madame Pomfrey herself would not detect that you had ever been injured." Malfoy, upon hearing this, eagerly moved his limbs. Indeed, feeling no trace of pain, his once heavy body now felt light. He had always known that Lin Shu's healing prowess was unparalleled, surpassing even Madame Pomfrey's. "Thank you for coming. You saved my life, and I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." "Ah, we are friends. Have you forgotten what I told you? You and I are the best of companions. There's no need for thanks, that would be too formal." With that, Malfoy stood and enveloped Lin Shu in his arms once more. This time he was invigorated, no longer the frail figure of before, but rather more assertive, filled with possessiveness. "Listen, Shu, Slytherin never makes promises lightly. But conversely, Slytherin also forever honors commitments. I, Draco Malfoy, vow today to always heed your words, to stand by your side, and to come to your aid whenever you may need me. Do you really mean it? Malfoy was taken aback by Lin Shu's playful tone at such a solemn moment, and he lightly flicked her forehead in a mock reprimand. Malfoy, is this how you treat your savior? Be quiet. Why should I? Because your chatter spoils the mood. You are a lovely young lady, yet you insist on speaking. Oh, you think your words are charming? Are you really disparaging me? We're both guilty of it. As they bickered and jested, the night deepened. Lin Shu, realizing the time, decided to lead Malfoy swiftly back to the school. However, as they prepared to leave, she took note of the battlefield surrounding them. The bloodstains were a grim testament, but more significantly, the vegetation had been ravaged by dark magic, leaving only a desolate wasteland. Shaking her head, she resolved to perform a good deed before their departure. With a graceful twist of her wrist, the bracelet she wore began to emit a soft glow. This was a storage bracelet, a rare artifact of considerable value. As she murmured an incantation, the scattered werewolf corpses around them seemed to be guided by an invisible hand, rising gently one by one, orderly floating into the storage bracelet. In the blink of an eye, the previously chaotic ground was now marred only by pools of blood, stark reminders of the brutal battle that had just unfolded. Though these werewolves were detestable, they represented a rare species in the East. If their bodies could be utilized for potions or crafted into tools, it would allow them to serve a purpose beyond their demise. Upholding her principle of never leaving empty-handed, Lin Shu collected whatever she could find, for one never knew when it might be needed. Once she completed this task, she then invoked the Great Rebirth spell from her magical repertoire. With a deep breath, she slowly closed her eyes, sensing the air around her becoming still in tandem with her inhalation. Then, parting her ruby lips, she began to recite her incantation, her voice initially soft yet resonant, echoing through the silent expanse. In the primordial chaos, the universe awakens. The essence of spirit flows. Life is infinite. Decay and renewal, vitality returns. All things revive. The great path intertwines. As she uttered these words, a gentle, pale green luminescence enveloped her, forming a halo around her, pure and mysterious. The light intensified, gradually expanding outward, whereupon the dust and debris seemed to yield to an unseen power, settling down. Lin Shu then slowly raised her hands, palms upward, and the light surged forth from her hands like a fountain, coalescing into tendrils of green that spread toward the withered trees, the unicorn carcasses, and the parched earth. Miracles began to unfold wherever the light touched. The withered trees, once devoid of vitality, gradually began to exhibit a hint of verdant hues upon their parched bark. Soon after, tender green shoots emerged from the branches, swiftly growing and unfurling, transforming into a lush canopy in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the lifeless unicorns saw their wounds slowly mend, their emaciated bodies gradually regaining fullness, and their tightly shut eyes slowly opened, rekindling the spark of life within. Chapter 51. The most expensive things are free. Lin Shu had indeed expended a considerable amount of stamina and magical energy this evening. Had she not been diligent in her daily practice, accomplishing these feats would have been far beyond her reach. The adage that effort yields reward rings true, encapsulating the essence of her arduous training. As she beheld this place rejuvenated with life, a satisfied smile graced her lips. She then hastened to Malfoy's side, grasping his hand to conjure a protective shield. Let us return. Last time you guided me through the skies during Quidditch practice. This time I shall showcase my flying prowess. All right, Malfoy replied, clinging to Lin Shu's robes, obediently standing atop the shield. In the next moment, the shield surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling skyward with astonishing speed, stirring a fierce gale in its wake. However, fate had other plans. A massive ominous cloud loomed ahead, resembling a moving mountain of darkness. Within the cloud, flashes of lightning flickered ominously, accompanied by a low, rumbling thunder, as if warning intruders of their impending doom. Malfoy, it seems we have stumbled upon a hidden surprise. Thunderclouds are a rarity. Do you think a strike from it would elevate us to immortality? Enough, Shu. The thundercloud is perilous beyond measure. I barely escaped the clutches of that hooded monster, and now you wish to scare me to death. Very well, no more games. With that, Lin Shu hesitated not for a moment. She took a deep breath, firmly grasped the sword's hilt, her gaze resolute, and began to chant incantations. As her words resonated, the shield accelerated dramatically, akin to a cannonball, charging directly towards the dark cloud. At the brink of contact with the cloud, Lin Shu deftly twisted her wrist, maneuvering the flying sword skillfully to glide alongside the cloud's edge like a nimble swallow. Lightning crackled beside them, and thunder roared in their ears, Yet Lin Shue's eyes remained unwavering as she expertly navigated the shield, skillfully evading the perilous bolts of lightning. Such maneuvers had become second nature to her. Unbeknownst to her that directly below, Headmaster Dumbledore and the professors had just arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Upon looking up, they were instantly stricken with fear, their faces paling, hearts racing in their chests. To them, Lin Shu's actions were akin to flirting with death. Professor McGonagall instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror and concern. Goodness, this is far too dangerous. These children are recklessly disregarding their own safety. I believe the school ought to implement a course dedicated to teaching them the value of preserving their own lives. Professor Snape's countenance darkened ominously. Yet the tension in his eyes betrayed his anxiety. His hands clenched into fists, seemingly poised to rush forth to assist. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shu and Malfoy. A blend of deep concern for their safety and admiration for Lin Shu's composure in the face of danger evident in his expression. He quickly raised his wand, murmuring incantations in an attempt to dispel some of the lurking threats. Yet the distance proved too great for his magic to reach them effectively. Amidst the anxious scrutiny of those on the ground, Lin Shu and Malfoy pressed onward through the gaps in the lightning, every second feeling like a brush with death. Yet Lin Shu reveled in the thrill of the experience. Shu, no more games. I barely escaped that dark-robed monster, and now I may die from fright thanks to you. Malfoy finally succumbed to Lin Shu's audacity, expressing his grievances, tightly clutching her robes, yet feeling it insufficient, he ultimately wrapped his arms around her waist. Just think of it as a workout, Malfoy. Don't you feel the exhilarating rush akin to a roller coaster? Most importantly, it's free. My father once told me that the things that are free are often the most costly. Indeed, that statement rings true. Your mere mention of free nearly makes my heart leap from my chest. Lin Shu pouted, clearly unconvinced. However, she chose not to further provoke Malfoy's sensibilities, gradually stabilizing their flight. Before long, they descended safely onto the school grounds. Lin Shu insisted that Malfoy visit Madame Pomfrey for a checkup, despite his adamant claims of being perfectly fine. Yet Lin Shu remained unconvinced of his robustness, believing that even if his injuries had healed, he still required rest and recuperation. Reluctantly, Malfoy acquiesced to her insistence. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and the professors faced a far less leisurely situation. Upon witnessing Lin Shu and Malfoy soaring through the air, they had contemplated a swift return to the school. However, just as they prepared to retrace their steps, a refreshing breeze swept through, carrying an overwhelming scent of blood, as though it could be wrung from the very air. The group instantly turned pale, and Dumbledore's previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of vigilance and gravity flashing in his deep-set eyes. I believe we should investigate this scent, he murmured, his voice imbued with the sharp instinct honed through years of battling dark forces. Behind this sanguine aroma must lie secrets yet to be unveiled. Professor McGonagall instinctively tightened her grip on her wand, her eyes filled with unease. As a professor, she had witnessed countless perilous scenarios. Yet the current scent of blood stirred an inexplicable chill within her. Professor Snape's expression remained as inscrutable as ever. Yet the slight tremor in his fingers revealed his inner turmoil. His gaze swept the surroundings, poised to confront any potential dangers. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the group cautiously advanced in the direction of the blood scent. The Forbidden Forest enveloped them in an eerie stillness, interrupted only by the soft sound of their footsteps and the occasional crack of twigs beneath their weight. Each step was taken with utmost caution, as if fearing to disturb the secrets concealed within this land. Not far into their journey, a harrowing scene unfolded before their eyes, unmasked and unrestrained. Bloodstains saturated the earth, and traces of dark magic marred the ground. Dumbledore slowly knelt, his long, weathered fingers lightly grazing the bloodstains on the ground. The blood had not yet fully dried, still retaining a faint warmth. He closed his eyes and murmured incantations, his voice low and mysterious. The tip of his wand glowed with a gentle blue light, radiating outward in ripples, conducting a meticulous magical analysis of the area. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, sending forth beams of golden light to illuminate the battlefield, attempting to reconstruct the remnants of the conflict. Meanwhile, Professor Snape stood aside, his dark eyes gleaming with an eerie light, quietly chanting spells, employing his expertise in dark magic detection to unearth clues hidden in the shadows. As their inquiries deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. From the remnants of battle, they could almost visualize the harrowing clash that had transpired. The interplay of magical lights and the echoes of battle cries seemed to linger in the air, each trace narrating the intensity and brutality of the confrontation. However, the professors soon discerned some perplexing anomalies. Unlike previous encounters with areas ravaged by dark magic, which were always shrouded in an air of desolation, Devoid of any signs of life, this sight was starkly different. Amidst the charred earth tainted by dark magic, resilient green shoots defiantly sprouted, scattered like stars across this blood-soaked battlefield. Once ravaged by dark forces, the trees, reduced to mere stumps, began to sprout new branches. Tender green leaves gently swaying in the breeze, as if showcasing the tenacity of life to all. Just as they were filled with curiosity and prepared to delve deeper into the mystery, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Instantly, the group became alert, swiftly turning around with their wands firmly in hand. Before them strode Firenze, the centaur, with an elegant and vigorous gait, his towering figure casting a long shadow under the moonlight. Chapter 52. Age brings restlessness. In Firenze's gaze resided profound gratitude and respect. He slightly bowed his head, his forelegs bending in a gesture of the highest reverence customary to his kind, addressing Professor Dumbledore and the esteemed professors. Honorable Professor Dumbledore, and esteemed professors, I believe I understand the purpose of your visit. I can recount to you all that has transpired here moments ago, and on behalf of all the creatures within this forest, I extend our deepest gratitude to your students. Firenze's voice was deep and rich, imbued with the solemnity characteristic of centaurs. As his words resonated, a wave of confusion washed over the group. It is well known that centaurs are generally wary of wizards. They hold their freedom and territory in high regard, belonging to a proud and independent race, rich in wisdom and unique ways of life. While they harbor a certain degree of respect for an astute and powerful wizard like Dumbledore, such respect is often akin to a subtle friendship. Thus, Firenze's recent demeanor seemed somewhat contrary to expectation, and the professor's doubts were entirely justifiable. However, their uncertainties were swiftly dispelled as Firenze began to fervently recount the events that had just unfolded on this land. His voice oscillated between fervor and solemnity, vividly reenacting the heart-stopping battle before their eyes. He narrated how Lin Shu, in the face of dire peril, repeatedly repelled Voldemort's assaults through her formidable strength and dauntless courage. He spoke of how, in the interstices of battle, she never faltered in her mission to rescue the injured. Those unicorns are among the guardians of our centaur kin, and their demise plunged our entire community into profound sorrow. Yet did you know? That kind-hearted lady, with a spell whose nature I cannot fathom, managed to save a vibrant life. Tears shimmered in Firenze's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. But that courageous lady is the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and the best being I have ever encountered. Her incantations not only resisted foes but also embraced all living beings. Her love, a blessing to the world, her grace, will forever be etched in the memory of our centaur tribe. The professors listened intently, initially wearing expressions of disbelief. After all, the battle Lin Shu had endured was so harrowing that the descriptions surpassed their wildest imaginations. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, her lips parting as if to speak, only to be momentarily rendered speechless by the shocking tale. Professor Snape furrowed his brow tightly, skepticism flickering in his gaze. He could hardly fathom that a student could possess such immense power and courage. Yet, as Firenze's narrative unfolded, their expressions began to shift. Shock gradually crept across their faces, their eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. Professor Dumbledore slightly raised his head, an unusual light glimmering in his eyes, deeply moved by the account. He understood the formidable challenges of the battle and the immense pressure Lin Shu had faced, yet she had managed to safeguard everything with her indomitable spirit and exceptional abilities. Her strength was akin to the dawn's light piercing through the darkness of the forbidden forest, her bravery as steadfast as a towering mountain, unyielding. In that most perilous moment, she did not waver but instead erected a bulwark against the encroaching darkness with her very being. Firenze's voice resonated through the forbidden forest, his impassioned tone seemingly proclaiming Lin Shu's greatness to the world. When he finally concluded, a profound sense of pride surged within the hearts of the professors. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of shared glory. For Lin Shu was indeed a student of Hogwarts, her bravery and kindness, her selflessness and love, epitomizing the spirit of their esteemed institution. A smile of satisfaction graced Professor Dumbledore's face as he gazed toward the direction of the school, envisioning Lin Shu's safe return. She had exemplified what true courage and justice entail. She is the pride of Hogwarts, a beacon for all students, Dumbledore proclaimed proudly, a sentiment echoed by the other professors. They understood that with such a brave student, the future of Hogwarts would undoubtedly be filled with hope. With this brief yet weighty conclusion, Professor Dumbledore and the professors departed the Forbidden Forest, their hearts laden with complex emotions. Though the events of the night had not resulted in casualties or irreversible consequences, they unequivocally heralded a grim reality. Voldemort had returned. This news loomed like a lurking beast in the darkness, casting a relentless shadow of fear over each individual. The name Voldemort struck like a sharp dagger, embedding itself deep within the souls of every wizard, each recollection accompanied by searing pain. The horrific calamities of the past, vivid as nightmarish visions, lingered in the minds of all, refusing to fade. I fear we must prepare ourselves thoroughly. Dumbledore's deep, resonant voice shattered the oppressive silence, his words echoing like a tolling bell in the forbidden forest. He slowly raised his head, his gaze profound and resolute, akin to a guiding light striving to pierce the encroaching darkness. His eyes swept over each professor, imbued not only with keen insight into the impending crisis, but also an undeniable authority, and a sense of shared mission to navigate the impending tribulation together. The group nodded silently, their expressions solemn and grave, as if in that moment they could feel the specter of war drawing ever closer. With heavy hearts, they moved forward, their steps slow and burdened as they made their way toward the school. Along the path, silence enveloped them, only their footsteps reverberating in the vast emptiness of the forbidden forest, each step resonating like a thud against their hearts, evoking a profound sense of oppression. Upon returning to the school, urgency gripped them as they hastened toward the infirmary. The door stood firmly shut, as if sealing the world inside from the outside. Dumbledore gently pushed it open, the hinges creaking sharply in the stillness, a sound that seemed jarring. They beheld Malfoy resting quietly on the sickbed. Fortunately, Lin Shu had treated him earlier, and his complexion appeared healthy, with no visible wounds on his exposed skin, allowing the professors to exhale in relief. Meanwhile, Malfoy had long since succumbed to slumber, and Lin Shu, having chosen to remain by his side, sat cross-legged on the bed adjacent to him. Upon hearing the door creak open, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze meeting that of the gathering. Although fatigue had begun to weigh on her, the sight of so many individuals caused her drowsiness to evaporate instantly, her eyes widening in astonishment, as if silently questioning their presence. What brings such a grand assembly here at this hour? Have the headmaster and professors become so weary with age that they find themselves losing sleep? This thought flickered through her mind. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. After all, who among the esteemed headmaster and professors would venture out at night in such numbers? It was quite unsettling. Internally, Lin Shu couldn't help but tease this notion, yet outwardly, she maintained a demeanor of utmost decorum and respect, raising her hand in a polite wave, her face adorned with a perfectly timed smile. Greetings, esteemed headmaster and professors. At such a late hour, are you still conducting dormitory checks? You must be quite diligent, but do remember to take care of your health. Chapter 53. He summoned reinforcements. How unceremonious. Headmaster Dumbledore approached with a measured gait, his gaze filled with warmth and affection, reminiscent of a nurturing elder tenderly observing a wounded child. My dear child, you have endured much. You have accomplished what seemed impossible. You are our pride. His voice was imbued with compassion, each word flowing like a gentle stream of warmth. Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall hurried forward, grasping Lin Shu's hand with a warmth and strength that radiated concern, as if she were on the verge of enveloping Lin Shu in an embrace. Indeed, dear child, you must take care of yourself. Should you feel even the slightest discomfort, even if it is merely an itch in your toe, you must inform us at once. Do you understand? As she spoke, her eyes scrutinized Lin Shu as if examining a rare and precious treasure for any signs of damage. Lin Shu was utterly bewildered by this sudden outpouring of affection, her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth slightly agape, resembling a fish out of water. She attempted to speak several times, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her mute. Inside, it felt as though a multitude of ants were scurrying about, incessantly murmuring. What is going on here? How could it be that these normally austere professors had transformed into such warm and affectionate figures? Had they fallen under some peculiar enchantment? Her eyes brimmed with confusion, darting around in search of clues upon the professors' faces. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, she discerned no trace of any hex upon them. Their expressions remained unchanged, their gentle demeanor almost palpable, with admiration shimmering in their eyes, threatening to spill over. This was utterly perplexing. What is happening? Lin Shu thought, torn between the desire to preserve the cozy atmosphere and the urge to voice her confusion. Why this sudden display of warmth? What is going on? The headmaster and professors were collectively awake at this late hour, behaving quite uncharacteristically. It wasn't an exaggeration on her part. In the stillness of the night, the headmaster and professors had all appeared before her, with the headmaster speaking to her in such a gentle tone. The scene felt like an unwitting intrusion into a bizarre tale. She truly could not comprehend their behavior. Could it be that they were collectively sleepwalking? It certainly seemed plausible. The more she pondered, the more absurd it became, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions, furrowing brows, twitching lips, her features contorting as if she had unwittingly consumed a foul sock. To an uninformed observer, she might have appeared to be suffering from the torment of constipation. Professor Snape stood silently to the side, observing Lin Shu with the stoicism of a statue, his hawkish nose casting a long shadow under the light, rendering his expression even more somber. Witnessing her distress, he pursed his thin lips, realizing she was spiraling into unfounded thoughts once more. Thus he stepped forward and, with a quick motion, delivered a light rap upon her head. Ouch! Lin Shu yelped, jumping as if startled, clutching her head and casting a plaintive look at Professor Snape, her big, tearful eyes brimming with confusion and grievance. Regardless of the pain, she maintained her characteristic stance of being the aggrieved party, a hallmark of her demeanor. What have I done to deserve this, Professor? Professor Snape shot her a glare, his eyes capable of piercing ice. Stop indulging in fanciful thoughts. What occupies your mind daily? A heap of useless weeds? Listen well, if your limbs are in working order, accompany us to the headmaster's office. There are matters we must discuss with you in detail. Reluctantly, Lin Shu resembled a child coerced into doing homework. Yet, under Snape's frostbitten gaze, she had no choice but to comply. She pouted, muttering under her breath. You all may be getting on in years and require less sleep, but I am utterly exhausted. If the sky were to fall, can it not wait until tomorrow? Despite her myriad protests, she eventually followed the professors to the headmaster's office, a place she was intimately familiar with. Dumbledore, with his steady gait, seated himself at the expansive desk, raising a hand to gesture towards the chairs opposite him, his expression warm as he addressed Lin Shu in a deep, magnetic voice that exuded a sense of reassurance. Please sit, my child. Do not be overly formal. Lin Shu nodded, offering a polite smile. She was far from formal. After all, how many times had she visited? In this office, she had become a regular. While other students might not be summoned even once a year, she found herself here every few days. It was a source of exasperation for her, a burden of genius, perhaps. Her thoughts spiraled until Dumbledore's voice broke through once more. We sought you out at this late hour to gain a detailed understanding of what transpired in the Forbidden Forest tonight. This is of utmost importance, perhaps even critical for the entire wizarding world. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu paused momentarily, then a realization dawned upon her. The reason for her late-night summons was indeed related to the events in the Forbidden Forest. Everything began to make sense. Yet, she was soon engulfed by another wave of confusion. Why did Dumbledore imply that this matter was of such grave concern for the entire magical community? Headmaster, I do not fully grasp this. To be honest, I was merely searching for Malfoy, who had gone missing. To my surprise, I encountered a cloaked figure intent on harming him. Naturally, I could not stand by idly. Anyone who dares to bully my friend is courting death. So I acted decisively. And it was quite straightforward in the end. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Lin Shu's candidness. What has become of this child? How did she come to possess such a bold tongue? He was unsure how to proceed with his inquiry. Furthermore, Lin Shu's nonchalant tone gave him the erroneous impression that Voldemort was easily dealt with. But was it truly so simple? It must be noted that Lin Shu was merely an 11-year-old child, while Voldemort was a figure that instilled fear in every witch and wizard. Despite the groundwork laid by the Centaur Forenza, Dumbledore and the other professors were reluctant to believe that Lin Shu could have prevailed so effortlessly. Not that they were unwilling. Perhaps Voldemort's notorious name had cast a long shadow, influencing their perceptions for far too long. The memories of past battles loomed large, making it impossible for them to underestimate anything related to Voldemort. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally spoke again. So, my child, if I understand correctly, you single-handedly repelled that cloaked figure? How can you phrase it so, Headmaster? Your description lacks precision. In truth, as the encounter progressed, he summoned reinforcements, which was quite unrefined. I assure you, in the Western magical community, he would never dare to summon help against me. If it were in our territory, I would summon aid, and he would be powerless to counter it. Chapter 54. A question for the public at large. Silence. An oppressive silence. Stillness. A deathly stillness. As Lin Shu's words hung in the air, Dumbledore and the professors found themselves once again rendered speechless. Could it truly have been so effortless? They have all begun to question the very essence of life. How could it be that, in Lin Shu's words, Voldemort appears so utterly contemptible? Perhaps he is not merely despicable, but rather a fighter among the refuse. The crowd remained silent, their lips pursed, while Lin Shu was left bewildered by their reaction, entirely unaware of their thoughts. Yet in that fleeting moment, a sudden idea struck her. Consequently, she casually brushed her fingers over her storage bracelet and, without any forewarning or concealment, retrieved a severed arm of Voldemort that she had previously torn off. Her demeanor was remarkably nonchalant, and as the dismembered limb came into view, the onlookers could distinctly observe the lingering traces of dark magical energy clinging to it, casting an eerie and sinister aura under the dim light. Ah! How shameful it is to have let him escape. Yet, I have retained a part of him. She spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the weather. In an instant, the entire headmaster's office seemed to have been cast under a silencing spell, enveloped in a profound and suffocating silence. The air felt as though it had solidified, making it almost impossible to draw a breath. Dumbledore's typically gentle and profound eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His usually steady hands trembled slightly, nearly causing his wand to slip from his grasp. The calm demeanor he was known for faltered, and his mouth parted slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening in astonishment. The other professors were not in a much better state. After all, this was Voldemort. In the entire magical realm, few wizards dared to utter his name. Yet here was a first-year student boldly asserting that she had kept a severed arm of Voldemort. How utterly astonishing! Professor McGonagall, leading the other professors, reacted most clearly. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her hand trembling with shock, her fingertips turning pale. Her expression mirrored that of someone who had just witnessed the most unbelievable occurrence, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if they might burst from their sockets. Her gaze was locked onto the severed arm, an amalgamation of terror and disbelief flickering in her eyes, as if unwilling to trust her own vision. Her lips parted slightly, but only fragmented, incoherent sounds emerged, clearly at a loss for words in the face of such an unexpected revelation. Lin Shu observed for a moment, puzzled by the professor's expressions. Could it be that they had never encountered dismembered human parts before, thus finding the scene too gruesome? She speculated wildly, yet felt that the truth of the situation was far more complex. Turning her gaze to the one professor she trusted most, Severus Snape, she was taken aback by his intense reaction. He stood as if petrified, his body slightly leaning forward, as if compelled to investigate closely, yet an inexplicable fear held him in place. His eyes fixated on the severed arm, his breath becoming rapid and labored beneath his hooked nose, while the muscles in his face twitched, revealing his inner turmoil. His expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, fear, astonishment, and a barely perceptible admiration. What is happening? Is there anyone who can elucidate the situation for her? Is there no one to provide her with the necessary context? Lin Shu awaited patiently, but for a long while. The others remained in a daze, utterly unresponsive. At a loss, she resolved to seek answers herself. Thus she raised her hand, akin to a student in class seeking clarification on a perplexing question. She appeared exceedingly well-behaved, if one were to disregard the severed arm beside her. "Excuse me, headmaster, professors. Are you all well? Have I perhaps committed some taboo? Is it forbidden to dismember parts of others during a skirmish here? I mean, is even self-defense not permissible? You see, I'm generally quite amiable towards my classmates. I certainly do not imply that I would dismember anyone in a fight. I merely wish to suggest that, when confronted with villainous individuals, dismemberment might not be so grave." Lin Shu inquired timidly, fearing that her brief exchange program abroad might inadvertently lead her to breach the law. It took a considerable amount of time before Dumbledore gradually regained his composure. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself, his chest heaving, clearly still tumultuous within. Then, he gazed at Lin Shu with an expression laden with complexity, and spoke slowly. "Child, do you understand what this signifies?" Lin Shu squinted suspiciously, awaiting the headmaster's final verdict. "Headmaster, please be frank with me. If I have indeed trespassed upon your taboos, I will hastily pack my belongings and depart. Or I shall summon my mentors for immediate retrieval." Dumbledore found himself both amused and exasperated, as the two were clearly operating on vastly different wavelengths. And it was precisely this disconnect that dissipated the previously tense atmosphere. "Very well, child, I shall clarify for you. The concerns you harbor are not concerns at all. Our earlier tension stemmed from the remarkable identity of the individual in question. Since you have become embroiled in this affair, there is no longer any need for concealment. You must understand that this person is a notorious dark wizard in the magical community, a figure that all fear and seek to vanquish. The fact that you have harmed him and escaped from his clutches is exceedingly fortunate. Should your deeds be made known, you would undoubtedly become a celebrated hero in the magical world. However, you shall also face many dangers, such as reprisals from dark forces." Lin Shu pouted, her previously relieved expression suddenly frozen, her face a canvas of confusion. Her lively eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with incredulity as if she had just heard the most absurd joke. "What? A dark wizard? Dark forces? Am I hallucinating due to a lack of sleep? How is it that anyone can be deemed a dark wizard these days? What are the criteria for such a designation? If that robed creature can be labeled a dark wizard, then surely I can too, perhaps even usurp his position. Surely, this dark force must be devoid of candidates. Did he bestow that title upon himself? I'm simply perplexed and wish to inquire on behalf of the masses. Well, truthfully, I am merely curious myself. Chapter 55. We seem to be on different wavelengths. Lin Shu spoke with a tone rife with skepticism and disdain, shaking her head as she did so. Her expression conveying that this was the most ridiculous and ludicrous thing she had ever heard. Meanwhile, Dumbledore nodded slightly, his brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his face appearing more pronounced in his concern. Yes, child, his mastery of dark magic is profound, far surpassing your imagination. He is adept in the use of various dark arts, employing exceedingly cruel methods without scruple to achieve his ends. The headmaster's gaze was tinged with the pain of recollection, as though the calamities wrought by Voldemort were vividly present before him. However, Lin Shu appeared utterly speechless, ensnared in her own thoughts, deaf to the headmaster's words. In her mind, the scenes of her battle with Voldemort replayed incessantly. The figure who had retreated under her assault, ultimately losing an arm to her grasp, could in no way be reconciled with the fearsome dark wizard Dumbledore described. Headmaster, are you certain? Are we perhaps speaking of the wrong person? Surely we are not on the same wavelength. The individual you describe cannot be the same one I confronted. I am absolutely certain. Lin Shu's mind raced with conviction. There must be some misunderstanding. Surely the headmaster had mistaken her for someone else. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of defiance and indignation. I had encountered this cloaked figure face to face, and I was acutely aware of his capabilities. While he possessed certain skills, they were not formidable by any means. I could effortlessly evade his attacks and retaliate, leaving him in a state of disarray. How could such a person be the feared Dark Lord of the entire magical realm? There must be some mistake, without a doubt. Lin Shu's tone was laden with confusion. As she endeavored to unravel this perplexing conundrum, Headmaster Dumbledore listened intently to Lin Shu's words, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. He understood that Lin was still too young, having not experienced the darkest era of Voldemort's reign, and lacked a profound comprehension of his terror. Child, when you confronted him, did he reveal his name to you? Indeed, this is quite memorable. I have never heard anyone bear such a name. The brother-helping demon. What an atrocious moniker. What good person would be named thus? Upon uttering this, the headmaster's office fell into a profound silence once more. Lin Shu had grown accustomed to this. The lack of response left her somewhat disheartened. It seemed no one in the West understood this reference. Headmaster, professors. Based on my conjecture, I suspect his parents intended to have another child, likely a brother, and he must have been the neglected one at home. Otherwise, how could he possibly bear such a name? Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly, utterly baffled by Lin Shu's reasoning. Yet he played along and inquired, "Oh, why do you say that? What leads you to believe his parents wished to have another son? His name? The brother-helping demon. If he truly had a brother, he would surely be left with nothing, having to give everything to his sibling." Dumbledore and the professors exchanged glances, at a loss, as none could grasp Lin Shu's point. This was indeed unfortunate. However, Dumbledore swiftly redirected the conversation to a more pertinent matter. Child, today you were merely fortunate, compounded by the fact that Voldemort was not at his zenith. He was injured, his soul unstable, which allowed you to secure an improbable victory. The headmaster explained patiently. Voldemort's power is deeply concealed. His mastery of magic has reached heights unattainable by the average wizard. Moreover, he possesses numerous followers. Those Death Eaters are fiercely loyal, acting as his enforcers, wreaking havoc throughout the magical world and orchestrating countless tragedies. With Dumbledore's solemn words, Lin Shu exhaled a heavy breath, gradually forcing herself to accept this harsh reality. Fine. Let him be the Dark Lord then. This world has ultimately transformed into an unrecognizable visage for me. I shall take it as it comes. So be it. Time to wash up and sleep. Observing Lin Shu's bewildered yet nonchalant demeanor, Dumbledore sighed inwardly. He understood that for her to truly comprehend Voldemort's terror, time and experience were essential. Child, you have not endured his most frenzied period, so you cannot fathom his horror. He has slain countless innocent lives, including many esteemed wizards and their families. His existence is a nightmare for the magical community. The headmaster's voice was deep and resonant, every word echoing a painful history. After speaking, Dumbledore abruptly realized that he might have overstepped by sharing so much with a first-year student. In his heart, He regarded Lin Shuiwe as a child, regardless of her abilities. Confronting such a ruthless Dark Lord would surely instill fear. He scolded himself for divulging Voldemort's past deeds, uncertain if it had cast any psychological shadow over Lin Shuiwe. This thought filled him with guilt. Do not fear, child. The school will protect you. You need not dread the retribution of dark forces. As headmaster, I shall forever safeguard every student within these walls, including the professors, who will serve as your staunchest support. Lin Shuiwe nodded, having faith in this assurance. Moreover, to be candid, she was inherently light-hearted and, having not personally encountered Voldemort's terror, she remained untroubled. Thus, after their conversation concluded, she returned to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary to keep watch over Malfoy, as if nothing were amiss. Thankfully, Professor Snape, concerned she might be frightened, accompanied her the entire way, laboriously concocting various comforting phrases, all of which ultimately fell on deaf ears. The following morning, Lin Shuiwe boldly slept in until the sun was high in the sky. Yesterday, Professor Snape had granted her a few days of leave, and to be honest, he was truly cold on the outside but warm at heart, exceptionally attentive. He sensed she had endured unimaginable hardships in the Forbidden Forest. Hence he generously offered her a respite. Given that Lin Shuiwe excelled in her studies, and was already at a level capable of advancing a grade, her absence from classes would not significantly impact her education. Thus, she took her leave with a clear conscience. Yet, while she reveled in her freedom, Malfoy was plagued by the echoes of nightmarish whimpers. Drawn by the sound, she leaped from her bed and approached to investigate. What's wrong, Malfoy? Did you have a nightmare? Do not fear, wake up. Dreams are merely reflections, she coaxed, guiding Malfoy back to consciousness. The commotion quickly attracted Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey was a remarkably meticulous individual. Upon seeing the fine beads of sweat on Malfoy's forehead, her first instinct was to deduce that the child was ill. Skillfully, she placed her hand upon his forehead, and after the briefest of touches, her brow furrowed deeply. This is not good. He has a high fever. Her voice trembled slightly. As the school nurse of Hogwarts, she had encountered numerous injured and ill students. Yet Malfoy's condition instilled an unsettling sense of foreboding within her, suggesting that this child's ailment was not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 56. The Universe's Mysteries. Although Madame Pomfrey could not yet pinpoint the source of Malfoy's fever, she swiftly turned, hurrying towards the apothecary. Her gaze darted across the myriad of potion bottles, and she quickly selected several vials before returning to Malfoy's bedside. She mixed a few potions in a small cup, stirring them gently, then sat at the edge of the bed, carefully propping up Malfoy's head with one hand while holding a spoon with the other, bringing the concoction to his lips. Child, drink this. You will feel better once you do, Madame Pomfrey gently encouraged, her voice soft yet tinged with urgency. However, Malfoy seemed trapped by some dreadful entity, his jaws clenched tight. Despite Madame Pomfrey's persistent attempts, he could not swallow the potion. The liquid dribbled from the corners of his mouth, soaking his collar. Soon, Malfoy's body began to tremble slightly, his incoherent murmurs filled with fear and despair. Please don't come near. Don't grab me. I don't want to go anywhere. Help Shuiwe save me. He suddenly shouted, his hands flailing wildly in the air as if desperately warding off an invisible foe. Madame Pomfrey hastily set down the cup, grasping Malfoy's shoulders in an effort to calm him. Lin Shuiwe observed the scene in silence, her brow furrowed, her eyes brimming with concern and confusion. She sensed that Malfoy's predicament was exceedingly peculiar. Merely returning from the Forbidden Forest, he had succumbed to such severe nightmares and a high fever. This was no ordinary affliction. Throughout her extensive medical career, Madame Pomfrey had never encountered such a challenging scenario. She had healed countless patients and was well versed in the various ailments afflicting children. Yet, in this instance, she felt utterly at a loss. From the symptoms, it was clear that he was experiencing seizures and nightmares induced by the fever. Yet his body temperature was alarmingly high, and the antipyretics seemed utterly ineffective. I had never encountered such a perplexing situation. What could be done? Mrs. Pomfrey's voice bore a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiwe contemplated for a fleeting moment, as if a thought had struck her. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. Leaning down, she carefully pried open Malfoy's eyelids, only to find his irises dull and devoid of life, his gaze vacant, starkly contrasting with the vibrant clarity typical of a healthy individual. This subtle yet striking difference further solidified Lin Shuiwe's suspicions. Mrs. Pomfrey, please hold on, Lin Shuiwe said, raising her head with unwavering conviction. Her voice soft yet distinctly resonant in the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Pomfrey paused her frantic movements, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Shuiwe, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. He has lost his soul. Lost his soul. This notion brushed against Mrs. Pomfrey's blind spot. Yet faced with a situation that left her powerless, she could not afford to take the child's safety lightly, even if it was something she had never encountered before. As long as it could aid the child, she was willing to try to learn. Child, you say Malfoy has lost his soul. What does this entail? Such claims have never been made in our magical community. How serious is this? What should we do? Lin Shu maintained her composure, responding to Mrs. Pomfrey's inquiries with clarity. In our Eastern culture, it is believed that a person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls comprise the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. The heavenly soul governs thought and wisdom, relating to our understanding of the world and our approach to problem solving. The earthly soul pertains to human emotions and the subconscious, influencing our innermost joys, sorrows, dreams, and fantasies. The human soul primarily oversees behavior and memory, encompassing our daily actions and the experiences we retain. Mrs. Pomfrey furrowed her brow slightly, striving to assimilate these novel concepts, instinctively leaning closer to Lin Shu, fearful of missing a single word. Noticing this, Lin Shu continued her patient explanation. As for the 7 spirits, each has its unique function. For instance, the dog spirit is responsible for alertness, allowing one to sense danger before it arrives. The arrow spirit concerns digestion and absorption, maintaining the body's fundamental functions. The sparrow-een spirit influences reproduction and sexuality. The thief spirit aids in warding off maladies, safeguarding health. The non-toxin spirit coordinates the body's endocrine and metabolic processes. The purification spirit eliminates negative emotions and impurities. Lastly, the stinking lung spirit is closely tied to respiration and breath regulation. Mrs. Pomfrey listened intently, a flicker of realization mingled with astonishment crossing her features. But how did this relate to Malfoy's condition? Lin Shu sighed softly, her gaze shifting to the still slumbering Malfoy. Malfoy is currently trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. Upon examination, I discovered he has lost a spirit. Which specific spirit it is requires further scrutiny. However, it is certain that this missing spirit has thrown his mental state into disarray, adversely affecting his bodily functions, hence the persistent fever and unconsciousness. Mrs. Pomfrey nodded slowly, her heart swelling with admiration for Eastern practices. What method shall we employ to aid Malfoy? Do not worry, Mrs. Pomfrey, such occurrences are not particularly grave in our culture. Many young children experience instability in their souls and spirits, making such incidents quite common. As for the remedy, we simply need to summon back the spirit that Malfoy has misplaced. With that, Lin Shu took a deep breath, her hands moving swiftly as she deftly enacted intricate gestures, her fingers weaving peculiar signs. Before summoning the spirit, she needed to ascertain once more the state of Malfoy's spirit, ensuring a more cautious and assured approach. As she commenced her movements, a mysterious and ancient aura gradually enveloped the infirmary, emanating from the mystical Eastern technique, known as Dongxian. A soft golden light began to emanate from Lin Shu's hands, enveloping Malfoy like a delicate veil. Under this radiant shroud, Malfoy's body ceased its previous violent thrashing. Though his eyes remained tightly shut, still lost to unconsciousness. Lin Shu focused intently, her brow slightly furrowed as she meticulously registered the feedback from her technique. Through the in-depth examination afforded by Dongxian, she became increasingly certain that Malfoy had indeed lost a spirit, which was paramount in explaining his nightmarish state and inability to awaken. Subsequently, she began to prepare a series of objects that Mrs. Pomfrey could not comprehend, her movements swift and efficient. Before Mrs. Pomfrey could pose another question, Lin Shu parted her lips and began to softly recite the summoning incantation. Heaven and earth, profound and vast, the cosmos unbounded. 3 souls dispersed, 7 spirits adrift. I invoke the law, restoring their place. The heavenly soul shines bright, the earthly soul profound. The human soul in order, spirits guarding their realms. Swiftly, as the law commands, return souls, to your homeland. The incantation echoed through the silent infirmary, each word seeming to resonate with boundless power, rippling outward like sound waves. As the chant continued, Lin Shu's hands danced rapidly, her fingers deftly executing the intricate signs. A faint glow shimmered at her fingertips, connecting the flames of 7 oil lamps, causing their flames to blaze ever more vigorously. Next, Lin Shu retrieved an ancient bronze mirror, its surface weathered by time, yet exuding an air of mystery. As she muttered incantations, she angled the mirror toward the southeast, calling out, "Spirit, return! Spirit, return!" A gentle halo began to emanate from the mirror, swirling and expanding as if it were capturing something elusive. Then, Lin Shu placed a bowl of clear water on the table. Extending her right hand, she joined her index and middle fingers, lightly tracing the surface of the water as she recited, Clear water serves as the beacon, guiding the spirits home. In the convergence of yin and yang, find your place in tranquility. As she performed this gesture, ripples spread across the water's surface, shimmering with a faint light. Once this was completed, she formed another seal with her hands, this time more complex, her fingers twisting and intertwining rapidly as her chant grew more urgent. Beneath the nine nether, above the azure sky, lost souls, heed my call. Return swiftly, do not linger in uncertainty. With the final words of the incantation, the flames of the 7 oil lamps surged high, reaching for the heavens, while the halo within the bronze mirror intensified. A faint light began to materialize from the mirror. Lin Shu's gaze fixed intently upon this luminescence, continuously urging, return, return. The essence belonging to Malfoy hovered momentarily in the air, hesitating before gradually drifting toward the room, ultimately merging with the body of the unconscious figure lying on the bed. All right, Mrs. Pomfrey, it seems we have succeeded. The process went quite smoothly. Now we simply await Malfoy's awakening. With a sigh of relief following the successful summoning, Lin Shu began to tidy her belongings, accustomed to Mrs. Pomfrey's effusive praises. However, at that moment, Professor Snape's figure silently emerged behind them. In fact, he had been standing there for some time, witnessing the strange process of Lin Shu's summoning. He had seen a translucent essence of Malfoy merge into the still body before him, that spirit resembling a ghost yet entirely distinct from one. After all, one becomes a ghost only after death, and Malfoy was not dead, thus the notion of him becoming a ghost was nonsensical. Therefore, what precisely was the specter he had just observed? At this moment his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity. In the Western magical realm where he had immersed himself for years, he was well versed in spells, potions, and magical artifacts. Yet, the series of enigmatic incantations displayed by Lin Shu before him transcended his comprehension entirely. He stood there, rooted to the spot. Perhaps because he had not fully prepared himself mentally, or perhaps he was ensnared in his own thoughts, unable to extricate himself. In truth, he had arrived here today burdened by a tumultuous heart. He recalled the harsh words and scathing criticisms he had directed at Malfoy, the biting remarks that stirred within him a wave of bitterness and guilt. He understood well that Malfoy, as a scion of a pureblood family, had borne the weight of familial expectations and honor from a young age. During his years at Hogwarts, he had to navigate not only a demanding academic workload, but also the relentless pressures from various quarters. As the head of Slytherin House, he should have offered this child more compassion and support, yet his own biases and stubbornness inadvertently inflicted considerable harm on Malfoy. In a moment of emotional upheaval, he had rendered Malfoy worthless, a profound misstep indeed. With such feelings swirling within him, he resolved to apologize to Malfoy, hoping to offer warmth and encouragement upon his awakening. However, it was precisely this decision that led him to his current state. He vividly recalled the moment he entered the infirmary, where the bizarre scene immediately captured his full attention. He watched Lin Shu perform those mysterious gestures, uttering incantations he could not comprehend, and his heart was struck with immense impact. At that moment, an unformed thought flashed through his mind like lightning. If such magical arts could restore Malfoy's lost soul, could they perhaps also bring Lily's spirit back to the realm of the living? Once this notion took root in his mind, it grew wildly like a rampant weed, impossible to suppress. Lily, the name he cherished in the softest recesses of his heart, the one he devoted his life to protect and yearn for. Her visage, her kindness, and warmth had never dimmed in Snape's memories. At this instant, his longing for Lily overwhelmed him like a surging tide, his heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, causing him pain that made it nearly impossible to breathe. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented struggle and turmoil. On one hand, his yearning for Lily was bone deep. Each night he encountered her in dreams, yet upon waking, he was met only with endless darkness and solitude. He longed to see her once more, even if just to catch a glimpse of her smile or hear her voice, even if it were merely her spirit. This desire burned within him like an insatiable flame, threatening to consume him entirely. On the other hand, as a seasoned wizard, he was acutely aware that the cycle of life and death adhered to natural laws, and meddling with the fate of souls could precipitate a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Not only could it irreparably harm Lily's soul, but it could also disrupt the delicate balance of the world, leading to even greater catastrophes. His rational mind cautioned him that such thoughts were perilous and insane, unworthy of action. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging from the exertion. His brow furrowed deeply, almost forming a shape, with the muscles of his face twitching slightly from the internal agony and conflict. His eyes were filled with struggle and confusion, wavering between determination and hesitation, pain and flickers of hope. He yearned to ask Lin Shu for help in realizing this nearly mad desire. Yet the words caught in his throat, swallowed back with great effort. How could he possibly approach Lin Shu? Should he confess that he had once loved a girl who had long since passed, and that he wished to summon her spirit with her powers? Such a request seemed utterly absurd and preposterous. Moreover, he knew nothing of Eastern magic. He was uncertain whether Lin Shu would be willing to assist him, let alone whether she possessed the capability to bear the consequences of such a request. No. I cannot do this, he silently admonished himself. I cannot allow my selfishness to entangle others in danger and turmoil. Yet, when Lily's smile resurfaced in his mind, his resolve began to waver. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope? If he could see Lily once more, even if only for a fleeting moment, he would be willing to pay any price. He remained motionless, akin to a statue frozen in time. Lin Shu, observing him, furrowed her brow in confusion. And after a brief moment, she noted that Professor Snape maintained his stance without any indication of movement. Unable to endure any longer, she wondered what was happening with both of them. Snape appeared to be lost in thought. This should not be. With Snape's formidable magical prowess, who could possibly steal his soul? If it were due to fright, that was even less plausible. Thus, dismissing the least likely conclusion, she pondered that perhaps Professor Snape might be suffering from early-onset dementia. Oh dear. She was startled by her own conclusion. Her esteemed professor, though he seemed older, was only 31. Was it not a bit cruel to think of dementia at such a young age? The more she contemplated, the sadder she became, nearly moved to tears. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and she scrambled to think of remedies for dementia as she rushed towards Professor Snape. Professor, you are in the prime of your 30s. You cannot be unwell. How could I live without you? A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. She cried. I will find a way to save you. Chapter 58. You're going to drive him to the grave. Lin Shu's cries were so loud that they painted a picture of Professor Snape on the verge of death, his condition dire. Yet, it was her wailing that jolted Snape back to his senses, scattering his complex and sorrowful emotions, lifting the heavy weight from his heart and dissipating the pain he had revealed. In quick succession, he heard Lin Shu's voice again, laced with sobs. Professor, you cannot be unwell. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do? Dementia is not a grave illness. I will treat you, I will treat you. Snape's expression darkened. His overly devoted pupil was driving him to the brink. Truly, she was close to overwhelming him with her excessive concern. As he stood there, momentarily dazed, she was already spiraling into thoughts of his alleged dementia. What on earth was going on in her mind? With an incredulous look, he regarded Lin Shu. His brow raised high, deep furrows forming on his forehead. His lips twitched slightly, his gaze filled with exasperation and disdain. You do not wish for my well-being, he retorted. Lin Shu was taken aback. Oh, you can still speak and think, and you're not drooling. It seems your dementia isn't as severe as I thought. With proper medication and care, you can still recover. She thought to herself, as she replied without missing a beat. Of course not, Professor. I wish for your recovery more than anything. Don't forget, I am your proud pupil. I am aware of the trouble I've caused. And you have always cleaned up after me. I can discern between closeness and distance. The more she spoke, the more nauseating it became for Snape, who wished he could seal her mouth shut. How had such a bright child come to possess such a loose tongue? Oh, you wish for my well-being? Yet you accuse me of having dementia. Are you intent on ruining my reputation? That is certainly not the case, Professor. You must listen to me. We cannot shy away from the truth. Upon my recent sighting of you standing there, motionless and silent for an extended duration, I must express my concern. This could very well be a harbinger of dementia. Your mind appears to have ceased its cogitation, resulting in such a perplexing stasis. Severus Snape, listening intently, could not help but roll his eyes. Not from a desire to maintain his facade, but rather due to the sheer impossibility of sustaining it. This child is truly a tempestuous spirit, akin to the adage of not striking for 3 days, only to unleash chaos upon the household. A surge of fervor rushed to his head, the veins on his forehead pulsing with agitated rhythm, while his chest heaved violently, as if on the brink of unleashing a torrent of suppressed fury. Shulin, you are undoubtedly the most absurd and outrageous student I have ever taught. Upon seeing you, I am engulfed in exasperation. Heed my words. As long as you refrain from your mischief, I shall remain free from dementia until I reach the age of 120. Doubt it. Live to see 120 and test my resolve. I can no longer restrain myself. This child must be reprimanded. In an instant, Professor Snape's voice escalated, sharp and piercing as a blade slicing through the air. Shulin, from which moldy corner of your mind did this ludicrous notion arise? I, Severus Snape, Am to succumb to dementia? Do you secretly wish for me to suffer amnesia, allowing you to wreak havoc in my potions class, transforming my classroom into a chaotic wasteland of magical refuse? The familiar formula struck a chord. Witnessing Professor Snape's adeptness at reprimanding once more assuaged Lin Shu's concerns. It seemed her fears were unfounded. Professor Snape was not afflicted by dementia, after all. Alas, she had frightened herself. Lin Shu offered a sheepish smile towards Snape, striving to mask her embarrassment. Snape was nearly driven to madness by her infuriatingly nonchalant demeanor. He paced a few steps, his hands flailing in the air, as if attempting to disperse the pent-up frustration. How could I have such a foolish and obstinate protégé? Has your head been struck by a troll? You lack even the most basic judgment. I perceive that your recent potion assignments have been far too effortless. Perhaps it is time to assign you some particularly arduous tasks to awaken your senses, such as venturing to Nocturne Alley to procure a dozen bat spleens, or seeking out unicorn tears deep within the Forbidden Forest, while conversing with those irritable centaurs. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu found herself contemplating the feasibility of the proposal. You know, Professor, I've never been to Nocturne Alley. I wish to go. You wish to what? Snape halted, glaring at Lin Shu with eyes that seemed ready to burst, his chest heaving as he struggled to regain his composure. You could drive a saint to madness. He then ground his teeth and spoke again. Should you entertain such preposterous thoughts again, I shall transform you into a toad, and cast you into the Black Lake to feed the giant squid. But make sure to turn me into a pink toad. Get lost. Very well, Professor, farewell. With that, Professor Snape indeed turned to leave, his steps brisk and heavy, each footfall an expression of his inner ire. Observing Snape's furious retreat, Lin Shu slightly parted her lips, wishing to offer some explanation, but Snape granted her no such opportunity. Do not taint my ears with your absurd notions, he bellowed, his voice echoing against the walls of the infirmary. Should I concoct some potions to prevent your dementia? I mean prevention, lest you misunderstand. Speak another word, and I shall transform you into a black toad. A vibrant hue of black, rendering you an unsightly creature. Not one to play with, are you? Lin Shu pouted, inwardly shaking her head at Snape's peculiar aesthetic. A vibrant hue of black, she mused, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the irate Snape had reached the end of the corridor. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, attempting to soothe his tumultuous emotions. That wretched girl. How can one be so infuriating? Even more so than the most mischievous Gryffindors. Reflecting on Lin Shu's nonchalant yet obstinate demeanor, a fresh wave of indignation surged within him. To think she would dare question my mental acuity? Am I truly that elderly? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Unable to resist glaring once more in the direction of the infirmary, as if Lin Shu still stood there provoking him. No, I must distance myself from her, otherwise, she will undoubtedly drive me to my demise. Straightening his robes, he resumed his usual stoic exterior, though the lingering flush upon his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. In that moment of departure, Snape silently resolved to assign Lin Shu a series of arduous potion tasks in due time, to ensure she learned to curb her incessant flights of fancy, and refrain from uttering such vexing remarks. With this thought, the corners of Snape's mouth quirked into a barely perceptible, cold smile, before he strode purposefully towards his office, leaving the corridor echoing with the sound of his receding footsteps. Chapter 59. You're messing up my hair. After Snape's departure, Lin Shu continued to watch over Malfoy. In short order, Malfoy's eyelids began to flutter, akin to leaves swaying gently in a breeze, until after a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, his gaze was clouded with confusion, as if he had yet to fully extricate himself from a profound slumber. His eyes wandered the infirmary, taking in the familiar white sheets, the cabinet brimming with potions, and the faint scent of antiseptic, all of which gradually brought him a sense of calm. Awake, are we? You've certainly had your share of misfortune. Fortunate for you that you played with me, or else you would have been in dire straits. Do you think you've incurred some bad luck? Or perhaps there is an issue with your ancestral tomb. I reckon you ought to consult someone. Otherwise, your day will continue to be unfortunate. Upon seeing him conscious, Lin Shu began to chatter incessantly, pouring forth all her conjectures with abandon. After all, judging by Malfoy's recent experiences, he truly was an extraordinarily unlucky child. No other unfortunate souls could compare to him. Malfoy, bewildered by Lin Shu's words, could not comprehend the terms she used, yet he found comfort in her voice, even if she was merely rambling. After a while he regained command of his faculties. Straining to focus his gaze, he finally locked eyes with Lin Shu, and in that moment, it was as though he had found a beacon of light in the darkness. A wave of complex emotions surged within him. Relief at having survived, mingled with profound gratitude towards Lin Shu. His gaze seemed to etch her image deep within his heart. He opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something. But his throat felt as though it had been sandpapered, dry and raspy, producing only faint sounds. Summoning all his strength, he slowly raised his arm, the movement laborious and akin to swimming through water. Enough. Do not rush. Grant your body some time. You cannot fathom how perilous your situation was. You lost a part of your soul, and it has only just returned. You must allow it time to reintegrate. Malfoy managed to utter a syllable, his voice hoarse as if scraping against coarse material. Lin Shu, perceptively, poured him a glass of water, assisting him into a seated position and gradually feeding it to him. After consuming half a glass, Malfoy felt some relief in his throat. His body also felt considerably improved, particularly due to the soothing scent emanating from Lin Shu, which was akin to a healing balm. I'm fine now, Shu. I have owed you far too much already, but I must thank you once more. Were it not for you, I would have truly perished, perhaps destined to wander that wretched place forever, becoming a lost soul, scaring timid Gryffindors daily. He endeavored to muster a smile, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. Yet the smile still bore the weight of his near escape. Rest assured, Malfoy, with me by your side, everything will be just fine. I have yet to encounter anyone more dependable than myself. Indeed, allow me to recount, in that abyss, my soul found its way into the forbidden forest, surrounded by a shroud of mist, eerie and foreboding. I ran with all my might, my legs nearly breaking under the strain, yet I could not find an exit. The shadows of the trees clawed at me, as if poised to engulf me at any moment. In that instant, I thought to myself, this is the end. I shall never return. His vivid recollection still bore the remnants of fear in his eyes. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Shu, gratitude swelling within him like an unfathomable lake. Suddenly, he summoned an unexpected strength, sitting upright and embracing Lin Shu tightly. They had shared many such embraces before, and Lin Shu had grown accustomed to them. Yet this time felt markedly different. Malfoy held her with such intensity, as if he sought to melt her into his very being. It was as if he clutched at a lifeline, terrified that if he released her, the hard-won tranquility would shatter like fragile glass. Malfoy, you're choking me. I can't breathe. Shu, I am truly grateful to you. It is fortunate to have you by my side. If you really want to thank me, then let go of me, you brute. I will not release you. Malfoy had no intention of relinquishing his hold. To him, Lin Shu was more precious than the rarest of treasures. Unless he were to perish, he would follow her for the rest of his days, accompanying her wherever she chose to tread. Malfoy, how ungrateful. Release me. Not only are you choking me, but you're also crushing my hair. I swear you've probably broken several strands. Not at all. I am exceedingly careful. You see, if you wouldn't hold on so tightly, I wouldn't have to say anything. How presumptuous of you. Malfoy, albeit reluctantly, loosened his grip, but upon gazing at Lin Shu's face, a silly grin involuntarily spread across his lips. I had prepared a plethora of expressions of gratitude. I anticipated a rather sentimental exchange, yet you have completely ruined the delightful atmosphere. Ha! Choking me, crushing my hair, and now playing the victim. Malfoy, you are incorrigible. Had I known you would act thus, I would have deliberately taken my time to rescue you, allowing you to linger in that wretched place a while longer. Upon hearing this, Malfoy feigned anger. Despite his recent awakening and lingering weakness, he abruptly grasped Lin Shu's wrist. Seizing the moment before she could react, he yanked her backward. With swift and decisive movements, he pinned Lin Shu onto the bed, his hands braced on either side of her body, leaning slightly closer, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intermingling. His gaze bore a blend of annoyance and a barely perceptible tenderness as he locked eyes with Lin Shu and declared, "Repeat that. If you have the audacity. Say it again. Truly, the mighty have fallen. Were it not for your weakened state, I would have retaliated, Malfoy. And what of it? Is it wrong to take advantage of your moment of weakness? You were the one who suggested leisurely rescuing me. Otherwise, would I have bullied you? Very well then. You wish to twist the narrative? Henceforth, I shall take my time with matters concerning you, and we shall see who grows impatient." As the words left his lips, Malfoy's expression deepened, and they continued to gaze at one another, a subtle tension enveloping the air. Malfoy leaned closer still, to the point where Lin Shu could see her own reflection in his eyes. Suddenly, her heartbeat quickened visibly, yet she remained resolute, unwilling to yield. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, fluttering the curtains by the bed and tousling a lock of hair on Malfoy's forehead. That stray strand fell delicately across his brow, softening his previously austere visage. Lin Shu found herself instinctively drawn to it, and reached out to tuck it behind his ear. "Listen, Shu. Should you dare to take your time, I will haunt you even as a specter. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly charged, as if it might ignite, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the infirmary. Lin Shu swiftly pushed Malfoy away and sat upright, immediately altering her demeanor to one of decorum, composure, and steadiness. Moments later, the door creaked open. To her astonishment, the visitors were none other than Harry and Ron, who were typically at odds with Malfoy. Chapter 60, My Head Hurts Terribly. Harry and Ron stood at the threshold, sunlight casting a golden halo around them, their shadows stretching long upon the floor. In an instant, Malfoy's expression soured. He glared at Harry, his eyes brimming with suspicion and resentment, akin to daggers laced with venom aimed directly at him, as though he wished to inflict 1,000 wounds. What brings you here, Potter? And your lackey Weasley, I presume? You are not welcome here. Malfoy's voice was sharp and grating, laden with hostility, reminiscent of a wild beast roaring in defense of its territory. Ron, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. His face flushed crimson like a ripe tomato as he stepped forward, the soles of his shoes screeching against the floor. Who are you calling a lackey, Malfoy? Who do you think you are? Just a pathetic coward who boasts of his family's legacy, living off their reputation. Without the Malfoy name, you probably couldn't even pronounce a proper spell, and might as well be scrubbing toilets at the leaky cauldron. Ron had always been intolerant of Malfoy's snide remarks, and now, his anger was palpable, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as he glared at Malfoy, his eyes wide as saucers, radiating a fury that suggested he was ready to fight at a moment's notice. Malfoy, already irritable from the previous night's harrowing ordeal, and now feeling vulnerable, could hardly endure the insinuation that he was merely a product of his family's influence. The tension in the air surged once more. Malfoy's countenance darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest, and he abruptly stood, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. You red-headed bumpkin! Malfoy roared, his fury unabated, and feeling unsatisfied, launched into a tirade. Look at the rags you wear. I dare say your mother stitched them together from old rags. And your chaotic brood of siblings. The entire Weasley clan resembles a horde of noisy rodents, dwelling in that dilapidated shack. Only someone as unenlightened as you would consider yourself remarkable. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly fanned his nose, as if the mere mention of the Weasley family brought with it an unpleasant odor. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly oppressive, and Lin Shu felt utterly drained amidst the escalating tension. What calamity had she wrought? Both sides were her friends, and aiding either would prove troublesome. Besides, the enmity between Malfoy and Harry and Ron was far too intricate to be resolved with mere words. Her involvement would only invite unnecessary strife. She could only hope that some semblance of rationality remained on both sides, averting a disastrous escalation. She fervently wished that the battlefield would not encroach upon her, for she could scarcely endure it. Yet, as often is the case, fear manifested itself. In the next moment, Harry's gaze, as if evading a plague, shifted away from Malfoy, his brow furrowing with concern as it fell upon Lin Shu. Shu, I actually came to see if I could find you. Why didn't you attend class today? Is something the matter? It feels like ages since I last saw you in class, and Hermione misses you too. Perhaps we should arrange a gathering soon. As he spoke, he subtly advanced a step forward, his eyes brimming with concern as he endeavored to scrutinize Lin Shu from head to toe, seeking assurance of her well-being. In truth, Harry was not merely idling. The uproar surrounding Malfoy's disappearance last night had created quite a stir, compelling professors to search for him far and wide, making it nearly impossible to remain unaware of the situation. Moreover, the timing of Malfoy's disappearance was rather coincidental, coinciding precisely with their prior conflict. To be candid, the moment he learned of Malfoy's vanishing, the image of their argument the previous afternoon involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Malfoy's taunts about his lack of parents still echoed in his ears, each word piercing his heart like a sharp needle. Yet he was not so malevolent. If Malfoy were to go missing entirely or meet with any misfortune, he would indeed feel a pang of remorse. After all, it was a matter of life, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. Thus, he had come today, partly to seek Lin Shu and partly to ascertain Malfoy's condition. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he realized he had been overly concerned. Malfoy still possessed his usual air of indifference. What could possibly be amiss? It was indeed absurd for him to worry about Malfoy. Having confirmed that Malfoy was, in fact, not in any significant trouble, he found his patience waning, and thus he treated Malfoy as if he were invisible, dedicating his full attention to Lin Shu. He had just expressed his hope that Lin Shu could spare more time to be with her friends rather than solely revolving around Malfoy. This imbalance weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, little did he expect that Malfoy, witnessing Harry's attention towards Lin Shu, would feel a surge of anger ignite within him. the flames rapidly ascending to his head. His gaze turned vicious, resembling that of an enraged wolf, glaring at Harry as if silently questioning him. How absurd! Have you become so foolish in Gryffindor? Who do you think you are? Shu belongs to Slytherin. Even if you cannot make friends, you should not set your sights on us. Malfoy's voice quivered slightly with rage as he leaped from the bed, swiftly positioning himself beside Lin Shu, arms outstretched as though to erect an impenetrable barrier between her and Harry. Lin Shu, observing the escalating tension between the two, let out a deep, resigned sigh. Her shoulders drooping, her eyes reflecting weariness and helplessness. She knew these two far too well. They were like two barrels of gunpowder, guaranteed to ignite upon meeting. Alas! Another day without consulting the almanac. Yet again, she found herself in this hellish arena. What sin had she committed to deserve such torment? Enough is enough. Please. Cease this fighting. No, oh dear, my head is pounding. In an instant, Lin Shu appeared to age 10 years, caught between the two factions, utterly devoid of vitality. As if she had resigned herself to the chaos, indifferent to the turmoil surrounding her. At this moment, Harry had two allies. And if it came to a war of words, they indeed held the advantage. Ron, standing behind Harry, could no longer contain himself at the sight of Malfoy's aggressive demeanor, and spoke out indignantly. Malfoy, stop being unreasonable. Harry is here for Shu. This has nothing to do with you, and you have no right to drive anyone away from her side. Even if Shu is Slytherin, she belongs to everyone. You cannot control her. Malfoy shifted his fierce gaze towards Ron, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth, his smile colder than the biting winds of winter. Weasley. Shut your mouth. You have no place to speak here. A sycophant, and your master hasn't even spoken. Why should you bark? He then swiftly turned his ire back to Harry, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Enough with your pretense of being the good guy. You are the most insincere of all. Do you think you can dictate to us Slytherins simply because you see yourself as some savior? Furthermore, if it weren't for you, I would not have faced life and death peril last night. You are the most ill-fated person in all of Hogwarts. You have already caused others great suffering yet stand here with such shamelessness. Harry's expression darkened, his once pale face now tinged with a faint flush, an indication of the anger simmering within him. He met Malfoy's gaze without flinching, his voice dripping with disdain. Malfoy, I have no idea what you went through. Moreover, why do you presume to lay all the blame at my feet? If you have grievances, we can go seek a professor right now. And do you think yourself the ruler of the world, that everyone must heed your commands? I see you as nothing more than a spoiled, petulant brat, running amok, believing yourself extraordinary when, in truth, you are but a farce. As Harry spoke, he slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with provocation, unwavering as he glared back at Malfoy. Chapter 61. When will these days come to an end? The argument between Harry and Malfoy escalated, spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Lin Shu sensed an underlying dissonance in their exchange. Why was Malfoy attributing last night's life and death struggle solely to Harry? What had truly transpired? The more Lin Shu listened, the more she felt the unease mounting. Her brow furrowed, her delicate features contorted with worry as her gaze flitted between the two, as if searching for clues to unravel this conflict. Just as they were about to descend into a cacophony of shouting, Lin Shu stepped forward, extending her hands to shield the two from each other, exclaiming loudly, "Enough! Stop. You must cease this bickering. There is something amiss, and I demand to know the truth." Her voice was serious and resolute, resonating like a bell in the narrow corridor, instantly halting the quarrel. Both Malfoy and Harry were taken aback by this sudden interruption. Turning to Lin Shu, their eyes still ablaze with unspent fury, Lin Shu furrowed her brow, her gaze darting between them. "No. Are neither of you willing to explain this to me? I am utterly bewildered by what is happening. You must clarify everything for me. Was last night not an accident?" Her eyes shimmered with confusion and urgency, clearly driven by a desire to comprehend the inexplicable altercation. Harry shot Malfoy a fierce glare, then took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. His voice emerged low and slow, tinged with sorrow, as though each recollection inflicted immense torment upon him. "Yesterday afternoon, Malfoy hurled insults at me, calling me a child without parents, claiming I had no right to be at Hogwarts." Pain and anger flared in Harry's eyes. "I could no longer endure it. He could say whatever he wished, but he must never insult my parents. Thus I confronted him, and the arriving professors took me to their office. Later, when the professors understood the situation, they reprimanded him, and he stormed out. I had no idea he would encounter any danger." Malfoy, upon hearing Harry's account, scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Humph, how dare you speak? If it weren't for your pathetic act to elicit sympathy from the professors, directing their wrath solely at me and trampling my dignity into the ground. Would I have run off? His voice trembled slightly, laced with indignation and grievance as he began to lament to Lin Shu. Shu, do not listen to his nonsense. Those Gryffindors are the best at acting, capable of turning black into white. They always present themselves as pitiful and harmless, yet their hearts are the most venomous. Do you know? His talent for feigning vulnerability is truly unparalleled, even fooling Professor Snape. Malfoy's gaze was rife with resentment, fixated on Harry as if he sought to reclaim every ounce of suffering he had endured. Professor Snape, deceived by Malfoy's pitiful demeanor, began to hurl vehement insults at me, branding me a worthless failure who had sullied the Malfoy family name, likening me to a rat in a gutter. I truly could not fathom why. Despite our scuffle where he also laid hands upon me, I was the sole recipient of this rebuke. At that moment, I genuinely believed I might perish. All due to him. Had it not been for his actions, how could I have been subjected to such treatment by Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall? Thus, ultimately, the blame lies with that wretched Draco. He is nothing but a treacherous, despicable individual. I, Draco Malfoy, shall forever consider him my sworn enemy. Lin Shu listened quietly, her understanding of the events unfolding crystallizing in her mind. This situation was indeed an absurd ledger of grievances. Malfoy's attack on Harry for being orphaned was undeniably egregious. However, Professor Snape's subsequent harsh reprimands were equally misplaced. While it is not wrong to chastise one's students, the venomous nature of his words inflicted grievous harm on an 11-year-old child. Thus, Lin Shu inhaled deeply, mentally preparing her words, contemplating how to deftly defuse this situation. After a brief moment, she spoke. Malfoy, I can empathize with the fragility of Harry's heart at that moment. Your derision for his orphan status was excessively cruel and malicious. Do you not see? Such words are akin to a dagger, piercing deeply into the heart of another. After pausing briefly, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes. I, too, am without parents, having grown up in the care of my master and fellow disciples who showered me with affection and concern. Although I was not deprived of love in its entirety, if someone were to use my orphan status as a weapon against me, I would still feel the sting of pain. I can relate to Harry's feelings. And your actions are inexcusable. I believe you owe him an apology for your thoughtless remarks. Lin Shu's voice was soft yet imbued with strength, each word resonating like a hammer striking Malfoy's heart. He felt a pang of compassion for Lin Shu, unaware that she too was without parents. Had he known, he would never have broached such distressing topics in her presence. After all, his enmity with Harry was a matter of little consequence. Whether there was more or less conflict mattered not. I'm sorry, Shu. Please do not be upset. Being parentless is not so terrible. My parents can be your parents too. I'll write to them shortly, asking them to adopt you as our child. And no one shall dare speak ill of you again. As for that wretched Potter, his being orphaned is a mere fact, and I merely spoke the truth. What is wrong with that? His eyes remained filled with disdain and loathing for Harry, starkly contrasting with the tenderness he had shown Lin Shu. Lin Shu found herself momentarily speechless, her lips parting and closing as she struggled to find words in response. Was he truly playing double standards? It seemed as if his demeanor could shift as easily as a mask. Should she rejoice in her esteemed position within Malfoy's regard, or lament for Harry's plight? Malfoy, your differential treatment is glaringly apparent. You clearly understand right from wrong, yet your targeting of Harry is excessive. Furthermore, being born into a prestigious pureblood family, you should possess a greater understanding of the importance of respecting others. Everyone carries their own burdens, thus, you must not inflict further pain upon Harry simply because his parents are absent. Malfoy begrudgingly lowered his head, avoiding Lin Shu's gaze. A flicker of discomfort crossing his face as he stubbornly retorted, So what? That Potter goes against me at every turn. Why should I show him respect? Very well, Malfoy. I acknowledge the many conflicts between you and Harry, yet that does not justify harming him. I am certain you grasp many profound truths, so I shall refrain from being verbose. I understand that reconciling with Harry is improbable, but we are merely children. Must our disputes escalate to life and death extremes? I think not. Therefore, we should learn to temper our emotions. Even if you detest someone, if they are your classmate, you may choose to ignore them, but there is no need to seek their demise or repeatedly trample upon their wounds. Consider this. If others were to mock or insult you due to your family background or other reasons, would you feel at ease? Malfoy trembled slightly, seemingly moved by Lin Shu's words. After a moment of silence, he gradually lifted his head, gazing into Lin Shu's eyes. Fine, Shu. For your sake, I shall practice restraint from now on and refrain from mentioning his orphan status, but only to that extent. Lin Shu exhaled a breath of relief. It was no small feat indeed. This could be considered a significant step forward. She felt as though she were not merely attending school, but rather navigating the complexities of human relations. Yet, she was still a child after all. When would such days come to an end? Harry silently observed the entire scene, a flicker of surprise and gratitude crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu could persuade Malfoy to cease his hurtful remarks. Stepping forward, Harry addressed Lin Shu. "Thank you, Shu, you are truly remarkable." However, although he appreciated her mediation, he would never forgive Malfoy. He believed that the rift between him and Malfoy would never be mended, for harm is harm. To forgive Malfoy for his slight change of heart would be a betrayal of his past self. Chapter 62. I am not a coward. After Lin Shu's mediation and counsel, the atmosphere finally lightened, no longer as stifling as before. While she had not managed to broker a handshake between Malfoy and Harry, at least they would no longer be at each other's throats. Completing this task filled Lin Shu with a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet this was not the end. She turned and resolutely grasped Malfoy's hand, exuding a firm yet inexplicable sense of security. Malfoy, taken aback by this sudden gesture, felt bewildered. Although he continued to walk, his face betrayed his confusion. "Shu, where are you taking me? Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? I've been lying in this infirmary all day, and my hair is a mess. I refuse to venture out in this state. I am a young master, and I care about my appearance." "Oh, you look splendid. As long as you possess good looks, you could wear a sack and still turn heads. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? You are overly meticulous." As she spoke, a smile tugged at the corners of Malfoy's lips, as if he were walking alongside the sun itself. His heart soared, reveling in the praise for his handsome face, which required no embellishment or effort to garner admiration from Shu. Just how handsome could he be? No further words were necessary. As he pondered this, his spirits lifted, and he became so absorbed in his thoughts that he lost track of their direction. It was only after they had walked for a considerable distance without arriving at their destination that he finally spoke. "Surely, Shu, Madame Pomfrey said I should rest well? Why are you dragging me such a long way? Where are you taking me?" As Lin Shu continued to lead Malfoy forward, she turned her head, her gaze resolute and piercing as she declared, "We are going to find Professor Snape. We must seek an explanation. While your insults towards Harry were misplaced, you are not deserving of such degradation. He cannot belittle you like that. We must confront him." "Find Professor Snape?" Malfoy's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting from astonishment to sheer terror. His voice trembled as if frozen, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. "Are you possessed by Boggart? How could he possibly heed our words? Besides, if I provoke him, I fear I may be transformed into a pitiful toad by his curse." Lin Shu did not pause in his stride, his expression grave and earnest, speaking with a weighty tone. Malfoy listened intently, asserting, "Even if Professor Snape disregards us and turns you into a toad, I shall reverse the spell. Furthermore, if we cannot obtain justice from Professor Snape, we shall seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. Although I am a favored pupil of Professor Snape and hold him in high regard, he is indeed wrong, and as a professor, he must be accountable for his errors. His curse upon you was excessively harsh, thoughtless even, and it has grievously wounded your pride. You cannot simply endure this in silence. I must advocate for you. Moreover, if there exists a misunderstanding, our approach may allow us to discern if he has any justifiable reasons. In summary, you must heed my counsel. This is certain." Malfoy shut his eyes, wishing fervently to faint. "Oh, my legs, do cease moving. Just let me pass out." "Listen, Shu. This matter is insufferable. We are the best of friends, yet on this issue, we are at an impasse. Farewell. Do not tease. This is a serious matter. We must defend our rights." "Very well, Shu, I concede that you may be right, but I shall write to my father and allow the adults to resolve this issue. I truly wish to avoid facing Professor Snape. Have pity on my tender heart and spare me this time." Malfoy, in a haughty manner, turned his head away, much like a petulant child, his tone imbued with stubbornness. Yet within he was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions, as though two inner voices were engaged in a fierce debate. In his early days at Hogwarts, Professor Snape, as the head of Slytherin House, had captivated him with his billowing black robes and an aura both mysterious and formidable. In his eyes, Professor Snape was an idol, akin to a superhero. But who could have anticipated that the events of the previous night would unfold like a nightmare? The professor's merciless belittling and vitriol pierced his self-esteem like a myriad of sharp daggers. Since then, his impression of Professor Snape had plummeted from the zenith of admiration to the depths of disappointment and sorrow, a bitter pill to swallow. Now, with Lin Shu proclaiming her intention to stand up for him, a sweetness akin to honey filled his heart, for at least someone was on his side. Yet, The thought of facing Professor Snape again rendered him as timid as a mouse confronted by a cat, filled with aversion. The image of Snape's caustic demeanor lingered in his mind, and the recollection of those biting remarks sent shivers down his spine, as if cold serpents were slithering over him. As the scion of the Malfoy family, his pride, as resplendent as a peacock, would never allow him to seek reconciliation with Professor Snape so easily. He believed it would be akin to surrendering to an adversary, utterly disgraceful. I refuse, absolutely refuse to go. I have no desire to witness his loathsome visage again. I shall not grant him another opportunity to insult me. I must return and write to my father to let Snape know that I am not to be trifled with. Lin Shu, witnessing his obstinacy, found herself at a loss. She grasped his hand once more and gently urged, Malfoy, evasion will not solve our dilemma. We must confront it with courage. While informing our parents is indeed a viable solution, they cannot be by your side at all times. You still have to study at Hogwarts, and certain challenges must be faced alone. Besides, perhaps this time Professor Snape has realized his mistake. Getting him to admit his fault? That is as improbable as making Peeves laugh. I refuse to go. I am resolutely against it. Malfoy forcefully wrenched his hand from Lin Shu's grasp, retreating several paces, his face a canvas of resistance, as though he were being asked to consume a slug. Malfoy, be brave. I am here with you. I can assure you, if Professor Snape does not come to recognize his errors, I will stand by you in unwavering solidarity. I shall no longer be his favored pupil, nor will I attend detention. Let him find another for potion brewing. Malfoy, do you hear me? I would face dangers for you, but you cannot cower like a turtle. I, Lin Shu, do not associate with cowards. As her words settled, Malfoy's eyes widened, and the defiance that had once permeated him was ignited by a surge of fervor. Shu had gone to such lengths for him. He indeed ought not to cower. What is Professor Snape, after all? What is there to fear? He not only felt unafraid, but he could also confront Snape head-on. He could not allow Shu to perceive him as weak. He was a true man, and this time he was in the right. Shu, let us proceed. We shall inform Snape that I am not a coward. Chapter 63. Take it easy. Lin Shu knew that for a young master like Malfoy, employing a touch of provocation was the most effective strategy. Instantly, the pride within Malfoy flared, and despite his inner reluctance, he could not admit to being cowardly. Lin Shu smirked inwardly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a hint of triumph evident. She grasped Malfoy's arm and quickened her pace. The two hurried along the dimly lit corridor, the echoes of their footsteps resonating in the silent castle, striking at Malfoy's anxious heart. Soon, they arrived before the door to Professor Snape's office. Malfoy's heartbeat quickened, as though it would burst from his chest. He instinctively swallowed hard, gripping the hem of his garment, palms slick with sweat. Lin Shu inhaled deeply, then raised her hand to push open the tightly shut door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, releasing a musty scent of old parchment. Professor Snape sat at his expansive desk, engrossed in grading assignments, his characteristic hooked nose casting a long shadow in the flickering candlelight, rendering him even more austere, resembling an ancient sorcerer from a mysterious forest. Lin Shu and Malfoy exchanged glances before cautiously stepping inside. They had planned to wait until Professor Snape completed his tasks before carefully broaching the unpleasant incident, hoping to articulate the harm he had inflicted upon Malfoy. However, it seemed that Professor Snape had already sensed their presence. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through them like that of a hawk, as though he could discern their intentions at a glance. Before Lin Shu and Malfoy could utter a word, Professor Snape set down his quill, sighed softly, and broke the silence. Malfoy, I believe it is necessary for me to apologize to you. His voice was low and calm, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within the confines of the small office. Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment, his mouth agape as though it could accommodate an egg. He stammered, What did you say? Professor, am I hearing this correctly? He had approached with trepidation, mentally rehearsing countless scenarios, even preparing for another stern reprimand from Professor Snape. Yet he had never anticipated that the professor would voluntarily extend an apology. Professor Snape rose, slowly approaching Malfoy, his gaze softened, shedding some of its usual severity in favor of remorse. That afternoon, my words were excessively harsh, causing you harm, a behavior unbecoming of a professor. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Perhaps my recent potion experiments have not gone well, and my frustrations were unjustly directed at you. That is entirely my fault. Severus Snape concocted an exceedingly convenient excuse, striving to mask the indiscretion of that fateful day. Setting aside whether his agitation stemmed from a lackluster potion experiment, the current developments were indeed quite promising. Before him stood Draco Malfoy, frozen in a state of bewilderment. his mind a blank canvas, eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment, as if questioning whether he was caught in a dream. After a considerable pause, he stumbled over his words. Professor, are you truly apologizing to me? I thought you would completely suppress me because of that wretched incident. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape pressed his lips together. Malfoy, a student of Slytherin House, had always held a unique place in his heart. In truth, had it not been for the prodigy Lin Shu, Malfoy would have been his most cherished pupil. From the moment Malfoy set foot in Hogwarts, Snape had taken note of this astute young lad. In class, Malfoy consistently grasped complex magical theories with remarkable speed, articulating his thoughts clearly and providing unique insights, showcasing a magical talent far surpassing that of his peers. In their interactions, Snape felt the respect Malfoy held for him. Whether it was the respectful greeting in the corridors or the focused attentiveness in class, it all signified the boy's acknowledgement and esteem. Once, during a potion lesson, Snape inadvertently knocked over a vial of precious potion, and Malfoy, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly caught it, preventing the precious liquid from spilling. In that moment, Snape perceived the concern and anxiety reflected in Malfoy's eyes. However, that afternoon, when matters turned to Lily, the one person he could never reconcile with, his heart was consumed by anguish and rage. Under such overwhelming emotions he lost all control, and his hurtful words struck Malfoy like daggers, mercilessly piercing his soul. Reflecting on Malfoy's shocked and wounded expression, Snape's heart felt as though it were being pricked by 1,000 needles. He understood the profound damage his words had inflicted on the boy, a wound that could very well leave an indelible mark on Malfoy's heart. Malfoy, please believe that my words are heartfelt. I feel I must atone for the mistakes I have made. In truth, if you had not sought me out, I would have found a moment to speak with you regardless. I shall take responsibility for my actions and words, and I wish to know how I might mend the harm I have caused you. This is of great importance to me. If you know a way, please do not hesitate to inform me. I genuinely wish to make amends. Malfoy's gaze was filled with confusion and uncertainty, his mind a complete void, utterly at a loss for how to navigate the situation before him. Inside, he felt as though countless fawns were colliding, a tumult of anxiety, surprise, and emotion intertwining. He had never anticipated that Professor Snape would speak to him in such a humble tone, nor had he envisioned such a scenario unfolding. Professor, I accept your apology, but I desire nothing in return. If possible, I hope that when future conflicts arise between Harry and me, you might stand by my side. After all, I am a Slytherin student, am I not? It would be best if you could deduct more points from Gryffindor and teach that insufferable Potter a lesson. As Malfoy's fervor grew, his initial restraint began to fade, replaced by a familiar air of arrogance, his hands gesturing animatedly as he poured forth his grievances. Lin Shu, standing nearby, watched in astonishment, her face a canvas of exasperation. She gently elbowed Malfoy, a resigned reminder escaping her lips. Malfoy, temper your enthusiasm. You've bared your heart. Take it easy. Goodness, you're trying to bribe the professor to target your classmates. How outrageous. Professor Snape listened quietly to Malfoy's demands, his previously stern countenance softening with an almost imperceptible fondness. In his eyes, Malfoy's current demeanor resembled that of a petulant child, candidly expressing his thoughts devoid of guile, and this innocence sparked a flicker of affection within Snape. When Malfoy finally paused, panting as if drained of magical energy, Snape contemplated before responding. Malfoy, I comprehend your perspective. However, as professor, I cannot assist you in targeting your fellow students. How about this? I offer you an opportunity for private lessons, akin to what Shu receives, where you may come to my office daily to learn the art of brewing advanced potions, specifically to enhance your magical capabilities. With your talent, if properly nurtured, you will undoubtedly shine in the magical realm. As he spoke, Snape gently stroked the cover of an ancient potion book on his desk, envisioning Malfoy rising to prominence within the magical community. He believed this to be an excellent form of restitution, one that would not only bridge the gap between them, but also genuinely aid in their development. Yet upon hearing the term extra lessons, Malfoy's expression immediately froze, his previously vibrant eyes dimming, replaced by sheer terror and aversion, as if faced with Lord Voldemort himself. Lin Shu, stifling laughter, struggled to contain her mirth, her lips curving uncontrollably into a broad grin. Suddenly, a peal of laughter erupted like a bird breaking free from its cage, shattering the silence of the office. The unexpected sound startled even the flickering flames of the candlestick. As Lin Shu laughed, she pressed her hand firmly against her mouth, her knuckles whitening from the effort. Yet the laughter flowed uncontrollably, akin to a flood bursting its dam. Her shoulders shook violently, nearly incapacitating her with mirth. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Finally, someone else will share the burden of extra lessons with me. Ha ha ha. Shush. Stop laughing. Control yourself. We're still in the professor's office. One cannot cause such a commotion. Meanwhile, Malfoy, upon hearing the phrase extra lessons, felt his voice falter. Extra lessons? He recoiled, as if confronted with the most dreadful revelation. His head throbbed, and he felt on the brink of collapse. To him, the prospect of extra lessons was far more terrifying than a reprimand from Professor Snape. His mind conjured images of countless days and nights spent tormented by monotonous magical theories and tedious spell exercises, envisioning himself trapped in a room overflowing with books, endlessly transcribing magical formulas onto parchment. Professor, I haven't fed my owl. I must take my leave. Malfoy attempted to escape, only to be firmly returned to his seat by Snape. Malfoy's expression contorted painfully, his features scrunching together. I suddenly believe you needn't apologize to me anymore. Truly. I was wrong. Must I endure extra lessons? I wish to return. I promise I shall never cause trouble again. Even if Harry provokes me, I shall endure. Please, do not make me attend extra lessons. Desperation filled his gaze, and he longed to flee the office, to turn back time and retract his previous words. I refuse to accept it. I simply do not want extra lessons. They are more terrifying than being tormented by Peeves. I would rather remain in the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy was resolute, convinced that with enough resistance he could compel Professor Snape to retract his decree. Yet, little did he realize that Snape had no intention of relenting. Once the idea of extra lessons was articulated, Malfoy was ensnared with no escape. Lin Shu observed silently, striving to compose herself, but she truly had done her utmost. Once she finally managed to suppress her laughter, she tilted her body slightly towards Malfoy, offering him a perspective from someone who had been through it all. Makeup lessons are akin to confinement, my friend. Stay strong, I am with you. At last, I am no longer isolated, and I need not feign strength, for I have found my own. Malfoy shot her a fierce glare, his eyes brimming with both indignation and resignation. He then retorted, why am I so unfortunate? I thought I might gain some advantage, yet I find myself ensnared in the quagmire of makeup lessons. Was this part of your grand design? You brought me to seek out Professor Snape merely to ensure I could accompany you to these wretched sessions? Not at all. That was merely a delightful coincidence. Accept your fate. In truth, makeup lessons are not entirely dreadful, just, well, you'll understand in due time. Professor Snape observed their lack of ambition with a mix of disappointment and frustration. His brow furrowed slightly, and his expression grew increasingly stern. With a low, resonant cough that echoed throughout the office, he commanded, enough. Silence, both of you. This is for your own benefit. Yet you fail to appreciate this opportunity. Understand that you two are the only ones in all of Hogwarts granted such a privilege. What more do you have to complain about? The pursuit of magic requires persistent accumulation and refinement. You should feel fortunate to have this chance for advancement. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, yet the corners of her mouth, which she was trying to suppress, revealed her true thoughts. Meanwhile, Malfoy slumped despondently over the desk, resembling a withered eggplant, his face a portrait of despair. His mind echoed with Lin Shu's harrowing descriptions of makeup lessons, filled with trepidation and dread for the days to come. He couldn't comprehend how this had spiraled from a request for an explanation from Professor Snape into a predicament of his own making. Who in their right mind would consider makeup lessons a form of compensation? He declared this was no compensation at all, but rather a torment. Malfoy's silent grievances bore no fruit. Snape's decree was final, leaving no room for debate. In the next moment, Snape's voice cut through the air. Very well. Malfoy, this is settled. Return to your dormitory, and prepare diligently for the upcoming lessons. You know of what I speak. Engage in thorough preparation, lest you fall behind our pace. And as for you, Lin, remain for a moment. Malfoy may leave first. Malfoy cast a puzzled glance at Lin Shu, unable to fathom why Professor Snape wished to speak with her alone. Assuming it was merely a matter of coursework, he did not dwell on it. His primary concern was the impending makeup lessons. He needed to retreat to his dormitory to process this overwhelming news, lest he succumb to despair. With a resigned shrug, he departed the office, his heavy footsteps echoing as he turned back several times, emitting low sighs as if announcing his tragic fate to the world. Lin Shu stood in place, watching Malfoy's retreating figure, a subtle smile playing on her lips. However, her attention was soon drawn back to Professor Snape, who remained in the office. A flicker of confusion crossed her face as she pondered why he had called her aside. Professor, do you require my assistance? As Lin Shu began to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Snape's sudden movement. Unbeknownst to her, His swift motion caused the hem of his black robe to swish across her face. Oh dear, what an unexpected calamity. Be gentle, Professor. You've struck me quite hard. Are you not aware of this? Upon hearing her words, Snape turned to face her. The whirlwind of emotions that had previously consumed him dissipated, leaving behind a semblance of embarrassment. He noticed Lin Shu cradling her cheek, and his expression shifted to one of mild mortification, akin to a child caught stealing sweets. His ears flushed with color. Ahem, what is this nonsense? Your exclamations lack decorum. You seem more like a dragon that has just been struck by a gust of wind. Furthermore, who is to blame for your lack of evasive action? My movements were not particularly swift. You stood there like a statue. It is not entirely my fault that my robe brushed against you. Have you not learned the simplest of reflexes? Or is your mind consumed with frivolous magical jokes? In truth, he was aware that his reasoning was somewhat tenuous, but his habitual pride and authority prevented him from readily conceding fault. Of course, he would not overlook the kind of fundamental errors made by someone like Malfoy, but over such trivial matters, he felt he could evade responsibility. Lin Shu was taken aback by his brazen defiance. Listening to Snape's stubborn retorts while witnessing his comically forced composure nearly provoked an eye roll from her. At that moment, she felt as though 1,000 wild stallions were galloping through her mind, pondering whether to voice her thoughts. Professor, have you reached the age of menopause? How long have you been in this unreasonable, obstinate state? If that is indeed the case, let us not avoid the issue. I could assist you in concocting a potion for early prevention. As her words fell, Snape's countenance darkened immediately, akin to a tempestuous sky before a storm. What? Did you just imply that I am experiencing menopause? The heat surged to his head, flushing his face a deep crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes wide with fury. Menopause? You dare suggest that I am in menopause? Have your potion studies gone awry, clouding your judgment with vapors of foolishness? I perceive you have given little thought to your studies, fixating instead on these absurd notions to provoke me. While shouting, he gestured emphatically, his robe flaring about him like an enraged bat. You should abandon any dreams of magical achievements. With that mouth of yours, you'll likely end up in Hogsmeade selling jokes, attracting a crowd of mischief makers like yourself. His sharp-tongued tirade continued, utterly disregarding his dignity as he vented his pent-up frustration. He was only 31 years old. How could he possibly be in menopause? The thought infuriated him even further. Clearly, you exhibit symptoms of palpitations, dizziness, dry skin, and increased wrinkles. You appear older than your years, and your emotional fluctuations are a cause for concern. Professor, you truly ought to take this seriously. Is there no traditional medicine available? Perhaps I could take your pulse? However, Lin Shu's half-hearted attempt at pulse reading was far from reliable, and Snape felt as though his lungs were about to burst with indignation, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. You, he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Shu, his words faltering as a wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision. With a sharp clatter, his wand slipped from his grasp, followed by his body swaying like a withered tree buffeted by a storm, unable to maintain its balance. Lin Shu's eyes widened in alarm as she witnessed this scene, her mind momentarily blank. Professor, she cried out, instinctively rushing forward to support him, using all her strength to guide him back into his chair, successfully averting a potential disaster. Goodness, Professor, you are in a grave state. Rest assured, Professor. I have a plan. I shall toil through the night to concoct a potion for you. Please wait for me. Do not abandon hope, Professor. Once seated, Snape desperately sought to compose himself. The mere sight of Lin Shu ignited within him an urge to chastise her severely, to cast this unfortunate child out, ensuring she could never again cross the threshold of his office. Silence. You have disappointed me. I am quite alive, and if not for your vexations, I would thrive even better. At times, I find myself gravely questioning why your Eastern sect would send you as an exchange student. Was it that your original sect deemed you unworthy and hastily dispatched you here? Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage sneezed several times in succession, puzzled as to who might be speaking of him. Instinctively, he turned his gaze westward, confusion etched upon his features. How peculiar. Who just insulted me? Surely it cannot be. As doubt swirled within him, he proceeded to cast a divination, and upon receiving the omen, his expression shifted dramatically. The ethereal demeanor he once possessed vanished, leaving only an aura of desolation and fatigue, resembling a weary and solitary elder. This is dire. That little rascal cannot possibly be causing trouble again. Surely he isn't to be returned to that group of magic practitioners. This simply would not do. The mountaintop was scarcely large enough to accommodate such a troublesome youth. Alas! This cannot continue. Perhaps I ought to offer some gifts. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shu remained blissfully ignorant of the events unfolding atop the mountain. Yet she maintained a confidence that was entirely her own. She was not the castaway Snape suggested, discarded by her sect. Such notions were utterly absurd and alarmist. While not universally adored, she was certainly well liked within her sect, being young, playful, and possessing an affable nature that endeared her to all. Professor, what jest is this? My presence here is due to my exceptional talent. Only individuals of my caliber are selected. You ought to take pleasure in that. Not so fast. If this is not a cause for celebration, then I truly cannot muster any joy. Speak candidly with me, without deceit. During your studies, did that so-called master of yours truly find joy? Prompted by the question, Lin Shu pondered deeply, propping her chin on one hand. She recalled that her master indeed rarely smiled. Professor, my master is much like you. He possesses an inherent disposition against laughter. You even resemble one another. Though my master appears far younger, due to his lack of wrinkles. Silence. What of wrinkles? Do they hinder you in any way? I am responsible for guiding 7 grades, 4 houses and 28 classes of students. I must also spare time to brew potions for Dumbledore, tend to the infirmary, and manage affairs that cannot be disclosed. Ultimately, I end up cleaning up your messes. And you dare to mention my wrinkles? Does your conscience not ache? Such an enormous workload? Truly you must be a chosen one. What grievances do you hold against yourself to endure such tribulations? Is this troublesome class truly necessary? Professor, your dedication is unparalleled. Lin Shu sincerely complimented him. In her eyes, Snape was a tireless force. Who else could match his work ethic and commitment? Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who had struck gold, benefiting immensely. However, even as Lin Shu offered her genuine praise, Snape heard nothing but disdain in her words. At this moment, I have no desire to hear anything you say. Snape closed his eyes, striving to redirect his focus, resisting the urge to look at Lin Shu. As he regained his composure, he recalled the significant matter that had compelled him to retain Lin Shu's presence. Initially hesitant to voice it, he found himself emboldened, boldly articulating his request, treating it as compensation for the vexation she had caused him. Chapter 66. Monetary Matters and Emotional Strains. Snape had never envisioned a day when a student would incite such emotional turmoil within him, yet he found a peculiar solace in it, not due to any masochistic tendencies, but rather because it affirmed his existence. It made him feel alive once more, distancing him from the lifelessness that often surrounded him. As the dizziness from his fury dissipated, his gaze deepened, becoming somber, shrouded in a thick haze of melancholy. He approached his desk, resting a hand on its edge, bowing his head slightly. His knuckles turned white from the pressure. The visage of Lily surfaced unbidden in his mind, her radiant smile and lively eyes seeming to linger before him, now forever separated by the veil of death. Lily's passing was an indelible scar etched deeply into his heart, a wound that refused to heal. Countless silent nights had been spent tormented by this pain, leaving him restless. He longed to see Lily once more, even if only for a fleeting moment. To hear her voice and behold her smile, which felt like an unattainable dream. Professor Snape recalled witnessing Lin Shu attempting to summon Malfoy's spirit. That fleeting image flickered like a faint glimmer of hope in his otherwise dark world. From that moment, a bold and reckless thought took root in his heart. He wished to summon Lily's spirit. He raised his gaze to Lin Shu, his lips parting slightly, yet hesitating to speak. The memories of Lily were the deepest secrets of his heart, guarded fiercely behind layers of armor. He was reluctant to share them with anyone. His heart was a battleground of contradictions and struggles. On one hand, the profound yearning for Lily surged within him, an uncontrollable tide urging him to try. On the other hand, he feared the exposure of his secrets, the confrontation with painful memories, and the possibility of succumbing to endless guilt and regret. As time ticked away, each second felt endlessly elongated. The office was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the crackling of the candle flames, reverberating starkly in the stillness. Lin Shu watched Snape covertly, perplexed by his sudden silence and strange demeanor. His brow furrowed, revealing a complexity of emotions she had never encountered before. Pain, struggle, and a faint glimmer of hope. At last, Snape appeared to reach a conclusion. He slightly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Lin Shu with a resolute intensity. In a low, gravelly voice he uttered, "I wish to summon a very important person as spirit. I am uncertain if it is feasible." His words emerged from the depths of his throat, accompanied by an almost imperceptible tremor. His eyes betrayed a mix of anxiety and anticipation, fixated on Lin Shu's reaction, as if her response would determine his fate. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, entirely unfazed. In fact, She felt that if Snape had retained her presence merely for such a trivial matter, there was no need for him to hesitate for so long before broaching the subject. Did he truly consider her so untrustworthy? Certainly not. Summoning a spirit was a simple task, especially at the behest of her own professor. She vowed to execute it splendidly and fulfill her mission without fail. Summon away. Whenever you wish, Professor. Was that look of yours earlier one of embarrassment? How absurd. You and I are far too familiar for such pretenses. If you require assistance, simply ask. There is no need for such formality between us. Upon hearing this, Snape was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. In truth, he merely entertained a fanciful notion regarding the matter, lacking any certainty of its fruition. He certainly did not anticipate that Lin Shu would acquiesce so readily, and from her words, it was evident that she navigated these matters with remarkable skill, as if it were second nature to her. Clearly, the summoning of souls was but a trivial task for her. How could Snape not feel exhilarated, not feel a surge of excitement? He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth slightly agape as if about to speak, yet rendered speechless. Joy surged within him like a tidal wave, enveloping him entirely. His heart raced, as though it might leap from his throat. Visions of reuniting with Lily flashed through his mind, her familiar smile and gentle voice seeming almost within reach. He could even imagine how he would express the longing and regret that had accumulated over the years when her spirit appeared before him. This elation left him feeling somewhat unmoored, as if he were suspended in the clouds, and the ground beneath him felt unreal. Observing the radiant expression on her headmaster's face, Lin Shu could hardly contain her disbelief. Seriously? It was merely a soul summoning, not a summons for the god of wealth. Was it truly necessary to be so giddy? She simply could not fathom it. The world of adults was far too intricate. Before long, Snape recognized his own lapse in decorum. A brief flicker of embarrassment crossing his features. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to regain composure. Lowering his head slightly, he pressed a hand to his forehead, attempting to mask the unrestrained joy that had just overtaken him. Taking a deep breath to steady his wildly racing heart, he lifted his gaze once more, his countenance restored to its usual solemnity and depth, though a trace of barely perceptible excitement lingered in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to sound calm and composed. Dear child, what specific items are required for the summoning? Could you provide me with a list? I shall procure everything at once. Of course, if you require anything in return, do not hesitate to inform me. I would not wish for you to assist me without due compensation. Lin Shu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, speaking of payment is rather disheartening. Besides, among the methods I practice, there exists a technique that can turn stone into gold. My own dormitory is nearly overflowing with gold. Such mundane possessions are of no consequence to me. It would be far better for Professor Snape to remember me fondly. However, after she declined Snape's offer of compensation, it suddenly dawned on her what he had just said. What did he call her? Dear child. Oh my goodness, how astonishing. She was growing increasingly curious about who they were summoning. It seemed to have led Snape to utter such insincere words. She could hardly believe that one day she would be referred to as a dear child. This was more outrageous than a dream. Professor, may I boldly inquire whether this person is of great significance to you? You used to call me Little Squirt and Debt Collector, and I recall you even perused numerous tomes from our Eastern traditions to find nicknames for me. And yet today, just moments ago, I have become your dear child. This is simply beyond belief. I can hardly wait. Let us commence quickly. I am eager to discover who could make my esteemed professor abandon his principles and boundaries. Chapter 67. A World Apart. Lin Shu's jest was intended to be innocuous. Yet Snape reacted with surprising intensity. His face flushed crimson in an instant, the typically austere man appearing somewhat embarrassed, perhaps even bashful? Was it bashfulness? Lin Shu furrowed her brow, questioning whether her eyes were deceiving her. In the next moment, Snape lowered his head slightly, attempting to evade her teasing, probing gaze. He had never anticipated that his momentary lapse would be so readily seized upon by Lin Shu, let alone that she would jest about it. Fortunately, with his long hair cascading down, it served as a veil, effectively concealing his present discomfort. Cough cough. My dear child, do temper your curiosity. It is paramount that you focus on your studies. Lin Shu pouted, her features contorting into an exaggerated expression, akin to a palette spilled with paint. Is Professor Snape experiencing an itch all over? What is this behavior? If anyone were to suggest that he was merely pretending, I would believe it. Who could it be? Which fiend had possessed her esteemed professor? Hey, spirit, come down and spare my professor. And grant mercy to my eyes as well, thank you. Professor, are you all right? You seem as though you have been possessed. How can you prove that you are truly yourself? Lin Shu, are you unwell? Have you lost your mind? Ever since you encountered that giant, you have changed entirely, perhaps even sustaining a bump on your head. As she spoke, Lin Shu gently patted her chest. Now that feels right. It is indeed my professor, not someone masquerading as him. What a relief. Very well, Professor, I am convinced you are genuine. Snape shot her an exasperated glare, the embarrassment that had earlier colored his cheeks dissipating entirely. His sole focus was on summoning Lily's spirit, and he swiftly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. We have been discussing other things. I neglected to check with you regarding the specific items needed for the summoning. You see, my understanding of your Eastern metaphysical practices is limited, so I require ample time to prepare. No need, Professor. I have plenty of items on hand. If they go unused, they will simply gather dust. I will take care of this. You needn't worry, just entrust it to me. However, who are we summoning? Will they be coming to our school? Or shall we provide service at their location? Upon hearing Lin Shu's inquiry, a flicker of confusion crossed Snape's mind. Could it be that the location was significant in matters of summoning? Dear child, does it make a difference where it is conducted? Where do you think would be best? I do not know. It depends on the individual's request. The effects should be the same regardless. Then let us proceed at the school. Very well, Professor. You may inform the individual to come here. When I am free from classes, I shall attend to the matter. With that, Snape fell once more into a state of bewilderment. How does one summon them here? If he possessed the ability to summon someone, why would he seek assistance from another? No. I believe there is a misunderstanding in our communication. I mean to say that I cannot summon them here. I have come to request your help in summoning their spirit. Do you understand, dear child? If I could summon her myself, we would not need to go through all this trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes widened, and in an instant, she grasped the deeper implications of her professor's words. Oh dear. Professor, are you implying that you wish to summon the spirit of the deceased? Snape solemnly nodded. Lin Shu sighed, realizing she had misunderstood all along. She had assumed the other party was merely unconscious from fright like Malfoy, and required external assistance to gather their spirit. Yet after this entire convoluted conversation, it was about summoning the deceased. The nature of the task was entirely different. The light-hearted smile on her face vanished, replaced by a complex and serious expression. Her eyes reflected a mixture of surprise, concern, and contemplation, her brows furrowing tightly as if ensnared in a monumental dilemma. Professor, why did you not mention this sooner? Her voice involuntarily rose a few decibels, tinged with a hint of reproach. Summoning a living soul and summoning a deceased one are two entirely different matters. As she spoke, she paced back and forth, gesticulating with her hands in an effort to convey the gravity of the situation to Professor Snape. If this were in the East, perhaps with some profound metaphysical techniques, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Lin Shu squinted slightly, her gaze revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Within our Eastern metaphysical framework, there exists a particular art that can indeed summon the souls of the deceased. By harnessing one's own spiritual energy as a conduit, and employing special incantations and hand seals, a passage between the realms of yin and yang can be opened, attempting to communicate with the messengers of the underworld. However, there are numerous considerations to take into account, such as how long the deceased has been gone, whether they have entered the next cycle of reincarnation, or if they are undergoing punishment in the underworld. These are all very pragmatic issues that must be thoroughly understood and addressed before there is any hope of retrieving the soul from the depths of the afterlife. Her voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with a mysterious power that echoed in the air. Yet this is the West. The afterlife on your side is indifferent to our affairs. I am not at all familiar with where people go after death, or who governs their fate. I have never dealt with such matters before. I lack experience. Upon finishing her words, Lin Shu halted, raising her head to fix her gaze directly upon Professor Snape. Her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Moreover, this was the magical realm, where the fate of wizards after death is shrouded in enigma, perhaps exceeding the limits of my understanding. She shook her head slightly, her expression growing increasingly grave. I fear I truly lack the confidence to summon back the soul of a deceased wizard. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape's complexion turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of color. His body trembled slightly, and a flicker of panic and despair crossed his previously hopeful gaze, as if all hope had been violently stripped away. His lips quivered like leaves in the wind, yearning to articulate something, yet stifled by the fear and disappointment festering within him. His hands were clenched tightly together, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, as if desperately trying to grasp the fleeting hope that was slipping away. Witnessing Professor Snape's distress, Lin Shu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. He had sought her assistance with great difficulty, and she naturally wished to help to the best of her ability. Yet the intricacies and implications of the situation needed to be clearly articulated to him. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued, "Professor, summoning the souls of the living is relatively simpler, as it merely involves retrieving lost souls. We need only locate the direction where the soul has become separated, and employ appropriate techniques or metaphysical means to draw it back." Her tone softened somewhat, yet still carried an undercurrent of concern. "However, summoning the souls of the deceased pertains to an entirely unknown realm. We do not know if the departed's spirit is willing to return, nor do we understand the rules governing that realm. Moreover, unforeseen dangers may arise, potentially triggering certain mysterious curses, or attracting malevolent forces." Her voice was low and serious, each word striking heavily upon Professor Snape's heart. Chapter 68. To forget is difficult. Professor Snape listened quietly, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and helplessness, resembling a child lost in darkness. He had always believed that as long as Lin Shu agreed to the summoning, he would once more see Lily, yet he had not anticipated the complexity of the situation. His heart brimmed with regret and self-reproach. Why had he not sought to understand these matters sooner? Why had he so hastily ignited hope? He felt as though he were a wanderer in darkness, having just glimpsed a glimmer of dawn, only to be instantly engulfed by an abyss of despair. "Professor, I understand your longing to see that person." Lin Shu's tone softened considerably, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and compassion. "Here's what I propose. I will write to my mentors and seek assistance. There are many elders in my sect, most of whom are quite advanced in age and possess far greater knowledge than I. Perhaps someone will have a solution. However, Professor, do not hold your hopes too high. I am willing to attempt this endeavor, but I cannot guarantee success." Her voice was gentle yet resolute. Despite the uncertainties and dangers that lay ahead, she could not bear to witness Professor Snape's profound despair. She understood that the person he yearned for must be extraordinary, and their bond was undoubtedly profound. This instinctively brought to her mind a poignant line of poetry. 10 years of life and death, 2 realms apart. To forget is difficult. Simultaneously, Professor Snape lifted his gaze to meet Lin Shu's, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. His heart was a tempest of emotions. From initial joy to the present cold shower of reality, his feelings soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. He dared not entertain hopes too grand, yet he clung to that faint flicker of expectation, sustained by his longing for Lily. "Thank you, child." Professor Snape's voice was hoarse and deep, as if shaped by the trials of time and suffering. "Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for your willingness to try." His eyes brimmed with gratitude and resignation. He knew this might be his only opportunity, and even if hope was scant, he did not wish to relinquish it. Afterward, silence enveloped the office, broken only by the crackling of the candle flames, as if heralding the prelude to an adventure fraught with uncertainty. Professor Snape's heart remained tumultuous, his thoughts drifting far away to the one he cherished, silently praying for a miracle, hoping to see Lily once more. Meanwhile, Lin Shu pondered various possible methods in her mind, recalling relevant content from the books she had perused. However, she was not from this world, and had no means to verify the authenticity of the information. It was said that, according to Christian beliefs, upon death, souls ascend to heaven or descend into hell. This notion is quite comprehensible. Those who devoutly worship God, adhere to his commandments, and lead virtuous lives ascend to heaven after death. Heaven is depicted as a realm filled with love, peace, and divine radiance, an eternal abode in the presence of God, where souls can enjoy everlasting happiness free from pain and sorrow. Conversely, those who defy God's will, commit sins, and die unrepentant descend into hell. Hell is portrayed as a domain of torment, flames, and endless agony, a place of retribution for wickedness. In contrast, Greek mythology posits that after death, souls enter the underworld, ruled by Hades, a vast and eerie subterranean realm. After crossing the river of the dead, known as the river Acheron, souls enter different regions of the underworld. Among these is a blessed realm where those favored by the gods or of noble character reside, enjoying a relatively tranquil existence. Yet there are also areas of suffering, such as Tartarus, a chasm that imprisons the titans and other malefactors, where souls endure torment. Setting aside these various beliefs, some assert that after death, souls may enter Valhalla, the paradise depicted in Norse mythology. There, the souls of warriors engage in daily combat training and partake in feasts, awaiting the day they will fight alongside the gods during Ragnarok. Ordinary souls, unworthy of Valhalla, may find their afterlives in other realms of the dead, such as Niflheim, a cold and grim place. In summary, the accounts from the West are far from uniform. even if there are means and capabilities to retrieve souls. The specific destination remains uncertain. A daunting task indeed. Once Lin Shu exited Professor Snape's office, she set about addressing this matter. Upon returning to her dormitory, she began to write a letter. In the correspondence, she meticulously detailed Professor Snape's request and the challenges she currently faced, earnestly appealing for assistance from her elders. After completing her task, she meticulously reviewed it once more. Subsequently, employing a specific array from her sect, she transmitted the contents of the parchment back to her clan. What followed was a protracted period of anticipation. Yet Lin Shu remained rather confident. For her, aside from herself, the members of her sect were generally quite reliable. Thus, once her letter reached them, they would undoubtedly pool their collective wisdom and share everything they knew. Even if they found themselves at an impasse, they would certainly consult relevant texts. In short, it was a foolproof plan, and she felt no urgency whatsoever. In stark contrast, Professor Snape exhibited a distinct lack of composure. He grew increasingly distracted, often miscommunicating information during lectures due to his wandering thoughts. While standing at the podium, addressing a group of students and elucidating the intricate process of potion making, his mind would inevitably drift away. His gaze would become vacant and unfocused, as if the world around him had ceased to exist, with only the image of the one he yearned for occupying his thoughts. Lin Shu had approached Professor Snape privately on numerous occasions, urging him to remain calm, to not rush. Patience is key, yet her reassurances bore little fruit. Over time, she resigned herself to the situation. On this particular day, Lin Shu found herself once again in detention within Snape's office. Though termed as detention, it primarily involved assisting Professor Snape with the grading of assignments. Recently, he had been unable to steady his tumultuous emotions, resulting in a backlog of student papers. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she would take on a portion of the work. Truly, she was the epitome of a devoted student. In fact, Lin Shu envied Snape for having such a dedicated disciple. Moreover, with Snape being unmarried and childless, her daily companionship provided him with solace, allowing him to confide in her and relinquish his guarded demeanor. Lin Shu, has your sect not yet responded? Lin Shu had long lost count of how many times Professor Snape had posed this question. Such inquiries seemed to erupt every 5 minutes, resulting in 100 repetitions over the course of the day. To this, Lin Shu had grown somewhat numb. Patience, Professor, let us allow some more time. This matter is not our usual protocol, and I suspect the elders of my sect must also be conducting their inquiries. Before she could finish her thought, an intense sensation ignited within her heart. Her sect was transmitting a message. Well, speak of the devil. Professor, guess what? It has arrived. Chapter 69. Let us do this. The mere utterance of these words sent Professor Snape's anxiety skyrocketing. He resembled a trapped beast, pacing restlessly within his office. His dark robes billowed violently with each hurried step, producing a sound that mirrored his inner turmoil. His gaze, magnetically drawn to Lin Shu, betrayed an amalgam of anxiety and anticipation, as if she were his solitary beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Yet his eyes swiftly darted away, fixating on the corner where the communication array was arranged, revealing profound longing and unease. The matter of summoning Lily felt like a heavy shackle, constricting his neck and tormenting him with every passing moment. What news? Child, what did your sect convey? At that moment, Lin Shu was still perusing the text. It wasn't he that she was reading too slowly. Rather, Snape's agitation rendered him impatient. She was already skimming rapidly, yet it was still insufficient for his satisfaction. Steady yourself. Professor, do not rush. I am almost finished. This is your native language. How long do you need to decipher it? Almost there. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Snape gradually calmed himself. He was like a skittish bird, wary of making even the slightest sound. Standing rigidly, his heart seemed to momentarily halt before commencing a frenetic rhythm, pounding as if desperate to break free from his chest. His eyes widened, bloodshot and fixated on the array, though he could not comprehend the floating words above. He remained transfixed, as if it were the sole passageway to his salvation. Each labored breath felt heavy, as if he were striving to grasp the fleeting hope that threatened to dissolve. Professor, Lin Shu finally spoke, her voice shattering the stifling silence. Snape refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting her next words. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, as if that alone could seize the impending answer. His throat felt seared by an internal flame. He longed to articulate something, yet tension and fear choked his voice, rendering him unable to do more than gaze at Lin Shu with a fervent and anxious expression, as though she were the arbiter of life and death. My sect has received news. I know, speak quickly. Why are you panting like that? Who taught you such manners? It drives me mad. Patience, Professor. Let me gather my thoughts and consider how best to convey this. Speak, he urged, his voice tinged with excitement and a barely perceptible tremor. His gaze brimmed with anticipation, burning like a flame that threatened to consume him. Each word Lin Shu uttered felt like a pivotal moment that could determine whether he would ever reunite with the one who haunted his dreams. However, Lin Shu's hesitation only heightened the tension, sending his nerves into a heightened state of alert. He felt as though his heart had leaped into his throat, leaving him in a state of disarray. He took a significant step forward, the floor creaking beneath him, echoing his tumultuous emotions. Lin Shu recognized his anxiety. Yet the message she had received could only serve as a reference. The elders of her sect had not definitively confirmed the accuracy of its contents. She lifted her gaze to meet Professor Snape's, her eyes reflecting a complex spectrum of emotions. Sympathy for him and trepidation for the unknown. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning her courage, she slowly articulated, "The elders of my sect mentioned that the fate of Western wizards after death is shrouded in mystery, with their knowledge being rather limited. However, they did allude to a potential lead. In ancient Western lore, there exists a mysterious entity known as the Gate of the Spirit World, sometimes referred to as King's Cross Station, which may be connected to the souls of the departed. Yet this name strikes me as akin to a transit point. Moreover, the elders noted that this is a liminal space between life and death. How long souls remain there, and whether they possess freedom is unknown. Thus you understand, don't you, Professor? I cannot guarantee that the person you seek will linger in a place akin to a transit station." Snape listened intently, his eyes flickering with a tumultuous blend of hope and fear. The image of Lily surged in his mind, the one who had once filled his life with warmth and hope. Silently, he prayed that this clue would serve as a bridge to reuniting with her, allowing him to rectify the regrets of the past. Yet, he was also engulfed in conflict. King's Cross Station, he murmured, his voice laced with confusion and inner turmoil. On one hand, he feared embarking on yet another fruitless quest, dreading the abyss of disappointment that awaited him should hope once again be extinguished, a pain he could scarcely endure. On the other hand, the image of Lily was etched so vividly in his heart, her laughter and tenderness indelibly imprinted deep within his soul. As long as there remained the faintest glimmer of hope, he could not bring himself to relinquish it. His hands gripped the edge of the table tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain, as if he believed that by doing so, he could seize that elusive hope. Internally, he wrestled with profound anguish. Reason told him that this might merely be a fleeting dream, yet emotion compelled him to attempt the impossible without hesitation. "What am I to do if this is nothing but an unattainable desire?" he murmured, his voice laced with despair. "I fear I shall once more plunge into that endless agony." He did not elaborate further, but Lin Shu could sense the turmoil and uncertainty within him. After a considerable pause, Professor Snape slowly turned to face her, a hint of hesitation in his gaze as he cautiously regarded Lin Shu, as though probing for answers. "Do you believe," he began, his voice hoarse, "that we can locate this so-called King's Cross Station? Might it merely be a nebulous legend?" His eyes were filled with a yearning for answers, yet simultaneously brimming with trepidation at the prospect of Lin Shu's negation. His brow furrowed, his expression a portrait of anguish and inner conflict. "I have already lost far too much," he confessed, his voice low and constrained, as if revealing the heaviest secrets of his soul. "I cannot endure the pain of loss again. Yet if I do not even attempt, how can I find peace?" His gaze revealed a resolute determination, a willingness to forge ahead despite the knowledge that he might be hurt. Lin Shu empathized deeply with Professor Snape's intricate emotions, recognizing that his seeking of her counsel was, in truth, a quest for a pillar of support, something that could sustain his resolve. "Professor, why dwell on such thoughts? Let us act first. What does it matter whether it succeeds or not? We shall undertake it and see. Otherwise, you will only be mired in indecision, which achieves nothing. Life is long. If one attempt fails, we can try again. There are infinite possibilities. We must possess some confidence. I certainly do. Previously, I even ventured into the underworld to retrieve someone. I refuse to believe that merely changing locations would present me with insurmountable challenges. Let us proceed with our decision resolutely." Chapter 70. The Journey of Yin and Yang. The matter of summoning souls had undergone numerous deliberations, and was ultimately resolved. Consequently, Lin Shu and Professor Snape undertook extensive preparations. Outside Hogwarts Castle, there lay a little-known secluded valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, where sunlight struggled to penetrate, and an eerie chill lingered. On this night, Lin Shu and Professor Snape stealthily arrived at this location. Professor Snape's black robe appeared to waver in the fog, his eyes filled with tension and worry. glancing frequently at Lin Shu, each step heavy with the weight of his inner turmoil. Lin Shu, however, wore an expression of unwavering focus, fully aware of the significance of this summoning and the torment that plagued Professor Snape. She meticulously retrieved the items she had prepared in advance, beginning to set up the summoning site. At that moment, Snape stood silently beside her, his expression as grave as the sky before a storm. His hands, concealed beneath his robe, unconsciously clenched and relaxed, his internal conflict a tangled mess that he could not unravel. He gazed at Lin Shu, his lips quivering slightly, before finally voicing his concern. "Are you truly certain that this will not endanger your life? Are you confident that you will not be harmed?" His voice trembled, carrying an unmistakable trace of fear and apprehension within the stillness of the valley. Lin Shu sighed deeply, then turned to face Professor Snape with an expression of understanding and determination. "Oh, Professor, you have asked that question 1,000 times already. I have assured you repeatedly that there is no danger. If there were, I would cease immediately. Moreover, there is no turning back once we embark on this path. Since you are so adamant about this endeavor, now that we are at the threshold, do not reconsider. It has taken considerable effort to gather these items. So step back and allow your illustrious and exceptionally gifted pupil, Shu, to take charge." Upon hearing Lin Shu's self-assured proclamation, Snape furrowed his brow. Yet his worry remained unabated. Ultimately, he took a step forward, his eyes filled with struggle and pain. However, this is a forbidden matter entwined with life and death, and even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. I cannot allow my selfish desires to place you in peril. If you were to suffer any harm, I would carry that guilt for eternity. His voice cracked, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of his heart. Lin Shu was rendered speechless, her brow knitted in exasperation, contemplating whether to utter a profanity. "Honestly, Professor, everything is prepared, and we are here. Now you suggest we abandon the endeavor? Are you jesting? Professor, perhaps you should find somewhere cooler to wait. I am determined to summon something today, regardless of what it may be. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain." The more she thought about it, the more resolute she became, stepping past Snape to continue her preparations. "Oh, Professor, kindly step aside and refrain from interjecting. Just quietly assume the role of a distinguished gentleman with wrinkles." Professor Snape attempted to voice further objections, but upon hearing Lin Shu's words, he found himself at a loss for words, as though his throat had been constricted. After a lengthy silence, he finally regained his voice, raising his head slowly, the struggle in his eyes gradually replaced by an unwavering resolve. He took a deep breath and addressed Lin Shu. "If you are truly certain, then let us commence. But please, exercise utmost caution. Should any danger arise, halt immediately. Do you understand?" His voice still bore a tremor, yet it was now infused with a blend of resignation and hope. Lin Shu nodded dismissively, even as she nudged him further back. She then proceeded to clear the area. Chanting ancient incantations, her hands moved swiftly, unleashing streams of spiritual energy from her fingertips, which swept away the dry branches, leaves, and dust, revealing a pristine surface in an instant. Next, she produced a specially crafted vermilion ink, which shimmered with an eerie luminescence in the dim light. Holding a brush, she let the bristles dance like a dragon, inscribing summoning runes upon the ground. The lines of the runes were intricate and mysterious, each stroke imbued with her profound skill. As the runes took shape, an ancient and powerful aura enveloped the space. Once the runes were complete, Lin Shu began to arrange the materials. She took 2 yin-yang candles, one red and one black, placing them at either end of the runes. The red candle represented the vitality of the living world, while the black candle symbolized the mystical forces of the underworld. With a gentle snap of her fingers, spiritual energy surged forth, igniting the yin-yang candles, their flames flickering and dancing, casting light that shimmered through the mist, as if bridging the realms of yin and yang. Subsequently, she firmly planted the summoning banner in the center of the runes. The banner, crafted from black satin, bore runes that seemed to flow gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound as if calling to the lost souls. She executed each step with utmost care, for this was a critical juncture. She placed a strand of Lily's hair beneath the summoning banner, its golden hue faintly glimmering in the soft light, embodying Professor Snape's boundless longing for Lily. Finally, Lin Shu arranged offerings around the site, with fresh fruits, pristine flowers, and plump grains meticulously laid out. These tributes not only honored the deceased but also served to balance the forces of yin and yang, ensuring the smooth progression of the summoning ritual. With the preparations complete, Lin Shu approached the nearby stream, cleansing her hands and face with the clear water, while softly reciting incantations to purify her soul, dispelling any impurities and distractions. Upon returning to the venue, She ignited the incense burner at the four corners, inserting the spirit-summoning incense. Wisps of ethereal smoke ascended, carrying an air of mystique that permeated the valley, gradually obscuring the surrounding scenery and rendering the entire space increasingly enigmatic. Professor Snape stood a short distance away, fixated on Lin Shu's every movement, his hands unconsciously clenching, fingernails digging into his palms. His heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he yearned desperately to see Lily once more, even if only in spirit. On the other, he feared for Lin Shu's safety during the summoning process. His gaze was rife with conflict and struggle, his lips quivering slightly, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. In the next moment, Lin Shu positioned herself before the spirit-summoning banner, her feet shoulder-width apart, taking a deep breath as her hands swiftly formed the summoning seals. Her eyes were tightly shut, her aura growing increasingly solemn and mysterious. She then began to chant the incantation. Yin and Yang, the reverse journey, soul's return. The netherworld opens its passage. By my seals, I summon your spirit. Come back swiftly, do not hesitate. The incantation resonated deeply, echoing across the clearing, as if traversing the boundaries of the two realms. As she spoke the words, the surrounding yin energy surged like a tidal wave, swirling violently around Lin Shu and the spirit-summoning banner. The flames of the yin-yang candles flickered fiercely, their light intensifying as if engaged in a fierce dialogue with the powers of the underworld. Professor Snape observed the unfolding spectacle, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. His body trembled slightly, his eyes glued to the spirit-summoning banner, awaiting the appearance of that familiar figure. However, as seconds ticked by, despite the banner's vigorous response, no spirit materialized. The oppressive yin energy thickened around them, as if countless invisible eyes were watching from the shadows. Lin Shu's brow furrowed, her expression revealing a blend of confusion and determination. She could not comprehend why this summoning was proving so troublesome. At that moment, a dazzling light began to illuminate before Lin Shu, growing ever more intense until it formed the shape of a great door. A wave of astonishment washed over her as she gazed at this portal, a peculiar sensation welling up within her. She quickly recognized this as the legendary gateway between life and death, the very connection to the King's Cross platform. If her intuition was correct, this was a mysterious passage between the realms, and perhaps stepping through it would yield unforeseen outcomes. Yet, she hesitated, not yet ready to take such a leap. Taking a deep breath, she refocused her energy, attempting to summon Lily's spirit through this door. Her hands danced quickly, reforming the seals as her voice rang out once more, firm and resolute, as if determined to breach the boundaries between the realms. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, silence reigned beyond the door, and Lily's spirit did not return as she had envisioned. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the very air seeming to solidify. Despair etched itself across Professor Snape's face, his body trembling as hope gradually faded. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, after a moment of contemplation, ignited a fierce determination in her gaze. She was inherently bold, a person unafraid to dream, to act. That indomitable spirit surged within her, compelling her to make a decision in this critical moment. She had yet to traverse the western realms of heaven and hell. The world held countless unknowns, and if given the chance, why should she not explore? The opportunity lay before her, and with passion coursing through her veins, she felt emboldened to seize it. She understood that success hinged on this singular moment. If she failed to grasp this chance, Professor Snape might never see Lily again. The summoning had progressed relatively smoothly. She was certain that if she did not step towards that door, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 more summons would yield the same outcome. The key lay within that door. The mystery resided there. At that instant, she sensed a powerful and enigmatic force drawing closer, beckoning her. Without a hint of hesitation, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes as she made her choice. She inhaled deeply, preparing to venture forth to guide the departed souls. Reciting the incantation, her consciousness began to detach from her body, a translucent spirit slowly ascending from the crown of her head. This spirit radiated a soft blue light, resembling her own visage, but with an ethereal quality. She floated towards the direction of the most concentrated yin energy, weaving through layers of mist, on the verge of crossing into that mysterious door. Stop. Wait. Halt. Snape was nearly overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before him, his voice hoarse with urgency, laced with fear and concern. This is too dangerous. You cannot go. Yet Lin Shu did not falter. Her spirit turned to offer him a steadfast gaze before resolutely stepping towards the mysterious door, her form quickly vanishing into the radiant light. Professor, if one does not dare to venture, one shall never see the truth. Snape was in a state of frantic despair, yearning to check on Lin Shu's condition, but she had instructed that the ritual must not be interrupted. No one and nothing was to enter her realm. Thus, Snape could only await anxiously, determined not to endanger Lin Shu further through his ignorance and impulsiveness. On the other hand, upon crossing that enigmatic threshold, Lin Shu's spirit drifted into a realm suffused with an icy chill that enveloped her, as if attempting to freeze her very essence. She immediately summoned the protective flame of Samadhi, feeling a measure of relief wash over her. Without a moment's pause or hesitation, she pressed onward. As she ventured deeper, the surroundings began to shift. The place she arrived at was shrouded in thick fog, eerie wails echoing through the mists, their sharpness piercing like daggers to the soul, chilling to the bone. Yet Lin Shu was no naive girl, unacquainted with the world. In her view, could this place possibly rival the terror of the Eastern Yama's realm? Compared to what she had encountered, this was child's play, an inconsequential affair, utterly trivial. Just as she mused on this, a peculiar assortment of entities materialized, obstructing her path. The first to emerge from the fog was a colossal creature, its form akin to a mountain, cloaked in an eerie deep blue hue, its body adorned with hardened scales that glimmered faintly in the dim light. The third eye on its forehead glowed ominously, casting a sinister red light that deterred direct gaze. It opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, spewing forth a noxious yellow-green gas that surged toward Lin Shu like a tidal wave. The mist was instantly tainted with a nauseating dark green hue. The ground beneath corroded to a charred black, emitting a sizzling sound. Lin Shu, however, stood undaunted, her gaze resolute and fearless. With her left hand swiftly forming a seal, she chanted, "Heaven and earth spiritual force, heed my command, shield of dispelling evil, protect me wholly." In an instant, a translucent shield of spiritual energy enveloped her, its surface shimmering with runes that emitted a soft golden glow. The toxic gas collided with the shield, bubbling and dissipating as if hot oil met cold water, producing a crackling sound. Simultaneously, she summoned her Western Chu Overlord spear, gripping it firmly in her right hand as she propelled herself toward the creature, like an arrow released from the bowstring. "Overlord breaks the formation," she cried, infusing her spear with powerful spiritual energy, its tip shining like a brilliant meteor as it pierced through the creature's toxic body, plunging directly into its throat. Yet in the next heartbeat, before she could regain her footing, a diminutive yet remarkably agile creature suddenly screeched and lunged towards her. This monster, resembling a gnome, possessed 4 arms and adorned its ears with golden earrings while a string of red beads glimmered ominously around its neck, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. It emitted a piercing sonic wave, laced with countless venomous barbs, raining down upon Lin Shu like a torrential downpour. With a sharp glint in her eye, Lin Shu once again formed a seal with her left hand. "Spirited winds, dispel the malevolent sounds." As the incantation escaped her lips, a tempest materialized from thin air, swirling around her and engulfing the creature's sonic assault and barbed projectiles, reducing them to mere fragments. Seizing this advantage, she immediately pressed the attack. The king's spear danced rapidly before her, creating a dense barrier of spears that formed an impenetrable shield. Without hesitation, she thrust the spear forward, unleashing a lance of spiritual energy that surged towards the monster like a dragon emerging from the sea. The creature, upon seeing this, flailed its arms in a futile attempt to defend itself, but the spiritual lance was immensely powerful, swiftly penetrating its defenses and striking its chest. In its final moments, it could only emit a heart-wrenching shriek before its body was sent hurtling backward, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Chapter 72. The yellow flowers I seek are growing cold. Lin Shu reveled in the thrill of battle, a bloodthirsty gleam evident in her eyes. Though she was unaware of the true nature of these creatures, they served as excellent practice for her skills. Regardless of their identity, they were destined to fall beneath her spear. She mused to herself about stretching her limbs, and turned her gaze towards the remaining monsters that obstructed her path. Since they were so ungrateful, they would meet their demise. No need for subtleties, they would all come at her. As her words resonated, the creatures appeared to comprehend her intent, charging at her under the leadership of 2 additional heads. Among them was a monster soaring through the air, resembling a colossal black eagle with outstretched wings akin to a rock. With long brows adorning its forehead, its upper body was blue while its lower body was yellow. Cunning and treacherous, it exhaled billowing clouds of black smoke, enveloping Lin Shu in an instant, attempting to disorient her. Within the smoke, countless eerie eyes flickered, creating the sensation of being trapped in a nightmare. Simultaneously, another leading creature darted towards her from the ground, its body a vivid orange red, equipped with sharp claws, with tufts of fur from its brow to its spine, and a small tuft of beard beneath its chin. Wherever it tread, the ground ignited into a sea of flames, striking Lin Shu like a bolt of orange lightning. Lin Shu smirked coldly, thinking to herself that these monsters were coordinating their efforts. They possessed some intelligence after all. How amusing. Alas, it was still not enough to contend with her. Her eyes glimmered with confidence and indifference, as she quickly formed a seal with her left hand before thrusting it forward. Purifying flames of the world, incinerate the darkness. In an instant, countless flames erupted from her hand, igniting fiercely within the black smoke and dissipating the creature's foul exhalation. The flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, as well as Lin Shu's resolute visage. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. Once she dispatched these monstrous heads, she would not believe there were any phantoms left that could obstruct her. She had no desire to prolong the battle. It was time to conclude it, and attend to more pressing matters. With that thought, she gripped her spear with her right hand and boldly charged toward the remaining monster leader. King's Wrath. The spear in her hand struck with the force of 1,000 pounds. Her speed was blinding, her strikes relentless. In a mere exchange, a resounding crash echoed as the spear struck the monster with tremendous force, embedding it deep into the ground, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust her spear once more, swiftly ending the creature's life. She then turned her gaze skyward to the last remaining monster leader, inhaling deeply. It was time for this to end. To perish beneath my spear is your honor. With that, she grasped the king's spear firmly, channeling all her spiritual energy to its tip. The power of heaven and earth, grant me a strike to vanquish evil. As the incantation flowed from her lips, the brilliance of the spear intensified, akin to a sun on the brink of eruption. Taking advantage of the moment, she launched the spear upward with a speed that defied comprehension, sending it hurtling towards the creature. This monster was likely the most intelligent among them, perhaps even possessing sentience. It recoiled in terror, attempting to flee, but Lin Shu would not grant it that chance. Her spiritual lance pursued relentlessly, swiftly striking its mark. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the creature was obliterated, reduced to countless fragments that scattered into the ether. Lin Shu landed gracefully, spear in hand, her hair billowing in the wind. With the monster leader slain, what fear would the remaining minions possess? She surged forward, weaving effortlessly through the throng of demons. Her spiritual techniques unleashed with precision, each assault striking true. In an instant, light flashed, the cacophony of spells intertwining with the monster's howls, plunging the entire space into chaos. With unyielding resolve and formidable spiritual force, she carved a bloody path through the horde. In no time, the ground beneath her was littered with remnants of her foes. As she pressed deeper, the number of creatures gradually diminished, and at last, she glimpsed a faint glimmer of hope at the end of this mist-laden world. A flicker of light shimmering in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickened her pace, racing toward the beacon of illumination. As she ran, the radiance of her spiritual energy grew ever brighter, illuminating the path ahead like a beacon in the darkness. The wind howled in her ears as if cheering her on. Her hair danced wildly, mirroring her exhilaration for the unknown adventure that lay ahead. In that moment, her focus was solely on that light, her gaze resolute like granite, radiating an indomitable spirit. As she plunged into the brilliance, she felt herself enveloped by a gentle yet powerful warmth, as if cradled by invisible hands. Suddenly, the light flashed before her eyes, revealing a breathtakingly different world. How to describe this place? Words failed her. It was a sight unlike any she had ever encountered. Everything so foreign yet wondrous. If she had to articulate it, this realm was impeccably organized, as though tended to by invisible hands. The streets were wide and pristine, the ground polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the leisurely drifting clouds above. The buildings flanking the streets were of diverse architectural styles. Some exuded an ancient elegance, while others boasted sleek lines imbued with mystery. Arranged in harmonious disarray, like a fantastical metropolis. Shops lined the streets, each window dazzlingly bright, displaying an array of exquisite items. There were uniquely styled garments in vibrant colors, each piece seemingly crafted by master designers. Various peculiar trinkets adorned the displays, their forms ranging from mythological creatures to abstract shapes that defied comprehension. Among the items were some Lin Shu had never before encountered, emanating extraordinary luminescence. Further afield, platforms were scattered about, with people bustling between them. Some hurried along, clutching what appeared to be letters or parcels, their expressions anxious as they rushed against time. Others strolled leisurely, smiles of contentment gracing their faces as they savored the sights around them. Everything here bore a striking resemblance to the world of the living that Lin Shu knew. And had she not found herself in this mysterious realm, she might have believed she had returned to the human world. With a blend of curiosity and caution, she advanced slowly. Her gaze swept around like a searchlight, filled with doubt and intrigue, akin to a child who has stumbled upon a mysterious treasure trove. However, when her eyes fell upon the shop sign and the markings on the platform, the smile on her face instantly faltered, replaced by profound confusion. The words seemed vaguely familiar, yet completely beyond her comprehension. They appeared to be crafted from peculiar symbols, winding and twisting, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity, starkly different from any language she had ever encountered. This is a disaster. What am I doing here? I can't even read. I can't make sense of anything. This is troublesome. Is there no one here to help? Lily, is there anyone named Lily? Do you know Severus Snape? Severus Snape, do you know him? Does anyone know him? Lily, I've been searching for you endlessly. I've been looking for you so long that the flowers have wilted. Please acknowledge me. Lily. Chapter 73. Uncertainty, ask again. After her desperate calls, there was no response, not a single soul, or should I say, not a single ghost paid her any heed. She surveyed her surroundings, attempting to glean clues from the expressions and actions of those around her, but everyone was hurrying along, immersed in their own worlds, completely oblivious to her sudden intrusion, as if she were a transparent specter, utterly non-existent in this realm. Gazing at the bustling yet unfamiliar scene before her, she felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. There was no cacophony of noise, no street vendors calling out, and the expressions of the people were tranquil, as if all worldly troubles had been kept at bay by an invisible barrier. Could this be the legendary paradise of the West? Yet it was unlike anything she had envisioned. There were no winged angels soaring through the skies, nor was there a radiant light illuminating every corner, and she felt no sense of the awe-inspiring sanctity she had anticipated. With her heart brimming with questions, she cautiously approached a platform, eager to examine the enigmatic symbols up close. She slowly extended her hand, gently touching the edge of the platform. It was warm to the touch, identical to the texture of a platform in the real world. The people on the platform continued their activities, occasionally casting hollow, indifferent glances in her direction, devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely a fleeting illusion. Lily, can you hear me? If you can, please respond. I've traveled far to find you. This is no small feat. I'm here on someone else's behalf, on a matter of loyalty. Please come out quickly, or Severus will be left weeping for you. Don't be misled by the silence surrounding your relationship. I suspect there is something more between you two. Oh, don't be shy, Lily. Come out and take a stroll with me in the mortal realm. Meet my Severus. I assure you, it will be worth your while. He has aged significantly, and he hasn't even washed his hair. You will undoubtedly encounter a fresh-faced Severus Snape. It will be an eye-opening experience. You won't regret it. As her words faded, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Her throat dry, her voice echoed in the quiet, startling a few strange birds that flitted away from an unknown source. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure slowly approaching from the corner of her eye. Her heart raced, and she halted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the silhouette. As it drew nearer, she discerned that it was a girl. The girl possessed a mane of hair that blazed like fire, vibrant and lustrous, reminiscent of a flickering flame dancing in the wind, reflecting radiant warmth under the sunlight. Her hair was soft and smooth, slightly curled, cascading freely over her shoulders, with a few playful strands adorning her fair cheeks, accentuating her snow-white complexion. Her eyes were a clear emerald green, akin to the freshest leaves of spring, or perhaps a deep, tranquil lake, sparkling with intelligence and kindness. Could she be Lily? As soon as the thought crossed Lin Shu's mind, she promptly dismissed it. Impossible. Too young, too beautiful. This girl could easily be the daughter of her professor. She could not possibly be Lily. Moreover, if Lily and her professor were indeed lovers, this striking girl could not be Lily. What kind of beautiful girl would ever be interested in her professor? It simply did not add up. Dismissing the notion, she continued forward, calling out for Lily. Lily, this is a fleeting opportunity. If you don't appear now, I may never find you again. If you don't come out, you won't be able to see Severus when you wish to. Lily, you're truly making this difficult. I can't seem to find you, and my efforts have been in vain, which is quite vexing. It appears we are not destined to meet. If you do not show up soon, I will truly return. The thought of going back to find my professor in tears is exhausting. Lin Shu grumbled, speaking her mind without restraint. In this unfamiliar world, her words went unheard, and no one cared. She felt emboldened to voice her frustrations. Just as she finished her lament, the red-haired girl reappeared, standing directly in her path, staring at her with unblinking eyes, like a wooden post, silent and unmoving. Lin Shu felt uncomfortable under the girl's gaze and pouted. How rude. The road was wide enough, yet she chose to block her way. Ridiculous. But Lin Shu deemed it unnecessary to engage with a ghost. She maneuvered around her, treating her as if she were air. Yet the red-haired girl clung to her like a shadow. No sooner had Lin Shu taken a few steps than the girl reappeared, blocking her path once more, as if she were a specter. Lin Shu was no longer willing to entertain this absurdity. She thought, how much rudeness could one ghost exhibit? The next moment, she sidestepped to the left, and the girl mirrored her movement, blocking her path. Lin Shu shifted to the right, and again, the girl followed suit flawlessly. Lin Shu's patience waned. She glared at the girl, quickening her pace to push past her, but the girl was quicker, darting in front of her like a sprightly monkey, arms outstretched, effectively sealing off her escape. Frustrated, Lin Shu stomped her feet, hands on her hips, face flushed with anger as she shouted, "This road is wide open. We can go our separate ways. Why are you blocking me? What do you want? You're truly an inconsiderate ghost. You're quite attractive, but your manners leave much to be desired." With that, Lin Shu glared at her, and the two stood at an impasse. After a brief moment, Lin Shu noticed the corner of the red-haired ghost's mouth twitching upwards, as if she found the entire situation amusing. "Why are you smiling? Do you enjoy being scolded? Oh, little girl, you are quite amusing. Have you never considered that I might be the lily you seek?" This could not be a jest. Lin Shu rubbed her ears, fearing she had misheard. She scrutinized the red-haired girl before her once more, and there was no mistaking it. Young and beautiful, she certainly did not appear to have any association with her professor. "So, how do you intend to prove that you are Lily? Weren't you just claiming that Severus Snape was looking for me? Coincidentally, I have a friend by that very name." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu felt a twinge of doubt. After all, it is rare for foreigners to share the same name, isn't it? Uncertain, she decided to inquire further. "Pray tell, what does your friend Snape look like?" "Well, he is quite slender and gaunt, with a pair of deep black eyes, a prominent nose, and sharply defined features, complemented by thin lips that lend him a somewhat somber demeanor. Yet, he is truly a good person." As she spoke, Lin Shu found herself questioning her own certainty. Listening to this description, it did indeed resemble her professor. Lastly, does the Snape you know wash his hair? Ha! What kind of question is that? What do you mean by washing or not washing? He has always maintained a clean and tidy appearance. How could he possibly not wash his hair? Then it's settled, my dear young lady. You have mistaken your target. No. Wait, it is I who have erred. Actually, it seems we both have made a misjudgment. Farewell, until we meet again. I am pressed for time, so I shan't linger in conversation. After uttering these words, Lin Shu turned and left, her resolute figure devoid of any hesitation. This left the red-haired ghost in a state of confusion. Had she truly made a mistake? "Just a moment, young lady. Perhaps we should reconsider. I believe we have more to discuss, so please don't give up." Chapter 74, Greetings, Mistress. "No need to reconsider, dear sister. It is abundantly clear that you are not the lily I seek. Let us part amicably. You shall continue on your path, and I shall tread mine, with no debts between us." After saying this, Lin Shu felt a peculiar discomfort. This phrase made her sound like a cad, as if she had broken the heart of a young girl, and wished to evade responsibility. She was taken aback by this realization, a chill running through her. No. She must reduce her consumption of romantic novels, as they were clearly corrupting her. With a disdainful pout, she resumed calling out for Lily, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. She even employed an amplification charm. Ah, how splendid! She could confidently assert that as long as the ghosts possessed normal hearing, her calls for Lily would echo throughout a 10-mile radius. No doubt about it, she would report back to Professor Snape. She was reliable. However, her moment of bravado lasted but 3 seconds before being interrupted, specifically by a ghost, a familiar ghost with red hair. Indeed, it was the very same one. Not even the wind tousled her hair, as she reappeared before Lin Shu. "What do you want? Do you think I am Lily? Why can't you simply believe me? I am indeed the Lily you speak of. Otherwise, why would no one else respond to your cries after all this time? Perhaps they have hearing issues?" Lily pursed her lips and remained silent for a long moment. Lin Shu, perplexed, felt as though she had encountered a ghost with an expression of utter disbelief. "Child, listen to me. You must heed my words. Do you really suspect that all the ghosts here have hearing problems without ever questioning your own? Such confidence. When faced with the inexplicable, one should first examine oneself for flaws. We practitioners of the path refuse to engage in inner turmoil." Wow, what a beautiful mindset. However, I still suggest you reflect on your own issues. Just this once, I implore you. Your confidence has truly crossed a line. Lin Shu let out a scoff dismissive. She shrugged, adopting an air of indifference, as if she were tuning out the ghost's words, inciting her frustration further. The ghost, undeterred, proceeded to divulge a wealth of useful information. I genuinely know Severus Snape. We were childhood friends. We both graduated from Hogwarts. He was in Slytherin, and I was in Gryffindor. Oh, don't tell me. That actually aligns with my own story. I indeed come from Hogwarts. Could it be that you are the Lily I have been searching for? Why didn't you mention sooner that you too are a Hogwarts graduate? Lily closed her eyes, feeling a mix of joy that this foolish girl finally believed her, yet exhaling in exasperation. Good heavens! Is this how Hogwarts students behave now? When they can't manage themselves, they blame their surroundings. Yet this was not the time for such musings. She needed to inquire why this child had come here. This was no place for the living. From the moment she laid eyes on Lin Shu, an inexplicable attraction had drawn her in. Somehow, she was able to spot Lin Shu amidst the crowd and hear her voice. No longer numb, no longer a puppet drifting aimlessly in this realm, uncertain of her direction or purpose. With Lin Shu's arrival, her consciousness began to clarify. It felt as though she had been resurrected, reclaiming her intellect and judgment, with memories that had begun to fade returning to her in a rush, revealing her identity. She was convinced that this was no mere coincidence. There must be a mysterious force at play that she could not comprehend. Thus she needed to unravel this enigma. Child, do not doubt. I believe there are no such things as coincidences in this world. I must be the one you seek. No, I apologize, the ghost you seek. May I inquire why you have come to this place? Surely, you are not dead. Were you summoned by Professor Snape to seek me out? Oh no. Who's dead? I still aspire to ascend. I came to summon you. Professor Snape, he is my mentor, and he has been driven nearly mad with longing for you. I thought since I have the means, I would lend a hand. You wouldn't believe how exhausting this search has been. I shall never take on such a monumental task again. It is utterly draining. Since we have reached an understanding, and you acknowledge yourself as Lily, come with me. I shall lead you to reunite with my professor. Upon hearing this, Lily licked her lips, momentarily taken aback, her face flashing with a hint of discomfort. What did it mean that Severus Snape was so desperate for her? Was it appropriate to voice such sentiments? What could Snape possibly be thinking? Sharing such intimate thoughts with a child? It could lead to misunderstandings. After all, she was a married woman. Severus was becoming increasingly indiscreet. By the way, child, since you possess such knowledge, do you know how my son is faring? His name is Harry Potter. My poor child, when I passed, he was merely a year old. I wonder if he has grown up safely, and if Voldemort has returned? Is there anyone protecting my child? As she spoke, Lin Shu's eyes widened to an almost comical size, as if 2 eggs could fit within them, her mouth agape in shock. Frozen in place as if petrified by a powerful curse, her thoughts raced like a wild stallion, colliding with the astonishing revelation. No, this cannot be right. Let me think this through. She understood all these questions, yet when pieced together, they made no sense. And furthermore, she was Harry's mother? What? Wait a moment. You are Harry's mother, biologically? Lily was momentarily at a loss for words. No, this girl must be a bit off. Who asks someone if they are the biological mother? If not biological, could it be a cousin? How absurd. Of course, I am his biological mother, my own flesh and blood. Wow. Amazing. My apologies for the earlier offense. Greetings, mistress. I sincerely apologize for my previous impulsive words and actions. Master, please remain still as I bow to you. If you are still not appeased, I shall bow once more. Observing Lin Shu's grand display, Lily found herself momentarily at a loss. What on earth was this child rambling about? She turned to her son, inquiring about Lin Shu's words. What is she saying? Calling me master? Who is this master? Chapter 75. Severus's Heartbreak, 33 Days. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shu's mind became a maelstrom of interconnected clues. She arrived at a reasonable and most plausible conclusion. It was evident that Professor Snape held deep affection for Lily, even to the point of obsession regarding this summoning. The typically composed and aloof Snape. What could possibly evoke such fervor? The answer was singular: emotion. The so-called hero's trials often revolve around the fairer sex, and Professor Snape was no exception. Thus, it became apparent that Snape's profound and all-consuming concern for Lily was rooted in genuine feeling. Moreover, she had observed all of this unfold before her very eyes. Additionally, the subtle resemblances between Harry and Professor Snape at certain moments only served to solidify her theory. Harry was undoubtedly the son of Severus Snape. There was no doubt about it. She had pieced this mystery together with clarity. It was no wonder that Snape, despite Harry being a Gryffindor, was so protective after a dispute with Malfoy. After all, he could not bear to see his own son wronged. What a situation this had created. She would have to remind Malfoy upon her return not to antagonize Harry, for there would be no good outcome for him. Someone was watching out for Harry. Ah, how clever she was. With such a monumental secret known only to her, she would surely walk with an air of confidence upon her return to school. Truly, while the world remained oblivious, she was acutely aware. Fortuitously, she had been quick-witted enough to address Lily as master just in time. Had she continued her initial skepticism and probing upon her arrival, Lily could have easily sought solace from Snape, and Lin Shu's subsequent life at Hogwarts would have been fraught with difficulty. Oh dear, I have grasped the essence of this education. It appears that social intricacies are universal. Rest assured, Master, Harry is my steadfast friend. He, like me, is a first year at Hogwarts. Oh, and he has been sorted into Gryffindor. A brave and spirited child. He has even made the Quidditch team. You must not have seen him grow. It's quite simple. Come with me, and you shall see him immediately. If time permits, I can even arrange for a family reunion dinner. You need not thank me, Master. We are all family here, no need for formality. It is simply my duty. Having concluded her speech, Lin Shu took a moment to catch her breath. Oh my, that was exhausting. Were it not for my strong lungs, I would have choked on my own words. Yet, just as Lin Shu brimmed with confidence, her expression faltered at the sight of Lily's shifting demeanor. The mention of her son Harry had initially stirred Lily's excitement, and she eagerly absorbed every detail about him. This was her child. The weight of guilt washed over her as she recalled the past. When Voldemort invaded Godric's Hollow, she and Harry's father, James, fought valiantly but ultimately perished at his hands. Never able to witness Harry grow up, she pondered the suffering Harry must have endured all these years. How deeply saddened he must have been. She felt inadequate as a mother. Tears welled in her eyes. She was a spirit, unable to shed tears, yet her heart ached profoundly. Amidst her sorrow, she found herself weakly inquiring, "What did you mean when you said we could have a reunion dinner if time allowed?" James had been the first to fall to Voldemort in an effort to protect them. He should have had no regrets, no lingering attachments. Thus he did not become a ghost nor appeared alongside her at King's Cross Station. Perhaps he had simply moved on, or perhaps he had passed on entirely. In any case, it was impossible for their family to reunite in this life. Lily was perplexed by Lin Shu's words. Could it be that she had found James? How could that be? The more she thought, the more agitated she became, her emotions spiraling out of control. Child, you just mentioned a reunion for our family. Is that truly possible? Indeed. Look at your son Harry studying at Hogwarts, and your husband Severus teaching there as well. If you come with me, reuniting with them is merely a matter of moments. Who told you my husband is Severus Snape? This is utterly absurd. Who taught you such things? Was it that Snape? Am I to be subjected to his fanciful tales now that I am gone? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. Ah, a misunderstanding has occurred. What is this? My husband is not Professor Snape? Could it be that Harry is a love child? No, that seems unlikely. Perhaps Professor Snape is the third party? Or unrequited love? A devoted admirer? A backup? Her mind raced with vivid scenarios, weaving a dramatic narrative of love and loss within mere moments. The Temptation of Lily, a tale of ghostly longing. Snape's heartbreak, 33 days. The Soul Fairy, the untold story. The Titanic, the early demise of the beloved. Ah, indeed. Art springs from life, and this was simply marvelous. She felt like a lively creature amidst the fields, bouncing with excitement. Master, actually, do not call me Master. It is my fault for being overly concerned about Harry, and not pondering the true meaning behind your words. I recall you mentioned being Snape's prized pupil, so you addressed me as such with that intention. Is this also something Snape taught you? I did not marry him before my death, and I certainly cannot do so after. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lin Shu chastised herself for her loose tongue, regretting her impulsive words. Why could she not keep her thoughts to herself? Now she had stirred a hornet's nest. What if her professor truly harbored feelings for Lily? Her meddling could lead to Lily being on high alert. How could she bridge the gap now? What a blunder. Better to tear down 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. Oh, my dear professor, I am so sorry. To think at 31 you remain single, only to have developed an attachment, and now your chance may be jeopardized. Oh dear, I cannot bear this any longer. I shall self-impose a punishment. Liligir. Everything that transpired was a misunderstanding. I was merely speculating without knowledge of the truth. I often lack substance in my thoughts, and tend to think in whimsical ways. I hope you do not take offense. In fact, I just remembered that when Harry was selected for Quidditch, he seemed rather insecure. We took him to see his father's trophy. Harry's father was an exceptional seeker. I blamed the passage of time for my forgetfulness regarding these matters. However, my professor truly cares about you. During my preparations for the summoning, he was utterly distracted, yet he never spoke of his feelings or anything negative about you. All that has occurred was merely my imagination, and I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold any ill will toward my professor. In the realm of life and death, it is invariably the living who suffer more. He is quite attentive to Harry, and while he may be strict in potions, his intentions are always genuine. Having spoken, Lin Shu admired her own eloquence. With such oratory skills, who could rival her? She felt like the premier charmer of Hogwarts, now the master of persuasion. In this instance, she has indeed managed to redeem herself. In that fleeting moment, she swiftly restored Professor Snape's reputation with remarkable speed. Who could gaze upon this and not acknowledge her as a devoted pupil? As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Shu's heartfelt words, Lily's previous fury dissipated, replaced by profound emotion and gratitude. Her childhood companion, her childhood sweetheart, had never let her down, even in death. He continued to protect her child to the best of his abilities. Child, let us hasten our departure from this place. I long to reunite with them, to see Snape, to see Harry, to embrace my kin in this mortal realm. All right, let us proceed.